In Han City, Hu Province, Hua Country. Inside a high-end office building in a cramped office sat a dashing young man and a balding middle-aged man. The young man, Qian Ziyong, was attending his 53rd job interview. Manager Qian sat in the executive chair with a stern expression touching his sparse hair. He glanced at the resume and asked, "Are you willing to work overtime?" Qian Ziyong countered, "Is there overtime pay? If there is, I could work overtime until the end of time." Manager Qian was somewhat unaccustomed to such directness. Few fresh graduates ever asked so bluntly. Overtime pay meant double wages, so naturally he was unwilling to offer it. The middle-aged man frowned and asked impatiently, "Can you travel on business trips?" Manager Qian, "Is there a travel allowance?" Qian Ziyong asked. Hitting a sore spot, Manager Qian said irritably, "Young people need to learn to endure hardship. Don't think about money all day." Then he launched into a long-winded lecture. Qian Ziyong listened impatiently, but kept a smile on his face. When Manager Qian finally finished, Qian Ziyong weakly countered, "A good salary doesn't stop me from enduring hardship." Manager Qian was stumped, then said earnestly, "Young people shouldn't keep staring at money." Since the other party kept avoiding money and only talked about dreams, Qian Ziyong rose in displeasure and shot back, "If young people don't stare at money, should they stare at you? Are you nice to look at?" Drawing on his 52 interview experiences, Qian Ziyong could tell that the other party offered a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, wanting him to work overtime while refusing to pay overtime wages. They wanted him to travel and exhaust himself for the company, yet they wouldn't provide a travel allowance and probably wouldn't even reimburse his transportation costs. Screw this lousy company. Let whoever wants it have it. With that, he turned open the door and left, slamming it shut behind him. Watching Qian Ziyong's retreating figure, Manager Qian's face darkened. Young people nowadays were not easily fooled, and unlike those of a few years ago, they no longer wanted to endure hardship. He couldn't help but snort. Young people today really don't know their place. The door opened, and Qian Ziyong reappeared. Manager Qian's face lit up with joy. "What? Have you come to your senses?" Qian Ziyong grabbed the resume from the desk and snatched it back. "Give me back my resume. Printing it cost me a whole yuan." This lousy company had made him wait 4 hours for the interview. What a loss. Taking his resume, he stormed out and slammed the door again. In front of the high-rise, Qian Ziyong checked his phone for the 54th interview that afternoon. The job posting stated a salary range of 3,000 to 6,000 yuan. It seemed to be another job paying only 3,000. He just hoped there would be no overtime and the work would be easy. Just then a translucent light screen appeared in his mind. Binding to the money-losing system. Binding successful. 5 million has been credited to your account. Host Qian Ziyong. System funds 5000000. Personal funds 1211. System rules as follows. A system. Qian Ziyong couldn't contain his joy. He played games and read novels, so of course he knew what a system was. He never imagined that one day he too would be favored by a system. Qian Ziyong opened the system rules and saw only 2 simple lines. 1. No illegal activities. 2. The host's actual lost amount will be converted into personal funds at the same amount at the end of the period. However, all actions must be reasonable. He checked his current cycle. Cycle 3 months. Funds 5000000. After reading carefully, Qian Ziyong understood how to exploit the system. As long as he lost all 5 million of the system funds within 3 months, by any means the system would reward him with another 5 million. Even if he didn't lose it all, the system would reward him whatever amount he lost. Earning 5 million in 3 months was extremely hard, but losing 5 million in 3 months, that was way too easy. The only drawback was that the system funds couldn't be spent on himself, they had to be lost in a reasonable manner. In other words, for these 3 months, he had to get by on the mere 1211 yuan he had left. The system would only settle accounts with him after 3 months. At the thought of 5 million, Qian Ziyong was brimming with energy. Countless brilliant ideas surged in his mind. Any one of them could easily lose all 5 million. Stock trading. That method isn't bad, but it's not steady enough. No matter how much stocks fall, they can't drop to zero in just 3 months. Then he said to himself, then he'll do business. In business, no matter how much money you have, you can lose it all, and it's controllable at any time. With a system, why would he still work a lousy job? He'd go be a boss. And he would be the kind of boss who only needed to spend money and enjoy himself with no need to run around busily. Qian Ziyong walked as he thought, and his stomach suddenly growled. It was already afternoon, he hadn't had lunch. Looking up, he saw a huge hypermarket across the street, called Yongyan Supermarket. Such a hypermarket not only offered shopping, but also fast food snacks, and even a movie theater. However, despite its pleasant environment, everything sold there was expensive. If 3 months later, he could milk 5 million from the system, he would certainly step in without hesitation. But now, looking at his pitiful 1,000 plus, Qian Ziyong could only rub his stomach and keep walking. After crossing a street, he spent 15 yuan on a boxed rice meal at a roadside stand, eating as he walked, his mind filled with ways to lose the 5 million. An uproar of noise reached his ears, pulling him from his thoughts. He turned his head and saw a bankrupt supermarket with people hauling goods inside. It seemed the supermarket had gone under and the suppliers were moving the stock out. The place wasn't large, and not far away a brand new hypermarket called Yongyan Supermarket had opened. Yongyan Supermarket was newly built with fine decoration and complete facilities. Besides shopping, there was a commercial street above. What could this supermarket use to compete with Yongyan Supermarket? Thinking about it, Qian Ziyong suddenly grew excited. This supermarket was bound to lose money. Wasn't this exactly the cause he needed now? Before the other party could move out with goods and staff still there, he could take it over directly and start losing money right away. Hire a few more people, and losing 20 or 30,000 a day would be easy. After 3 months, he could go through bankruptcy liquidation, give employees an N1 severance, and pocket the system's 5 million directly. Most importantly, he wouldn't have to manage a thing. No mental or physical effort. The employees would lose the money for him. Afraid the supermarket owner would run off, Qian Ziyong abandoned his meal and rushed in, still carrying his boxed rice. Inside, the supermarket was busy. People were cleaning and moving goods. Qian Ziyong swept his gaze across and saw a middle-aged man in a suit and tie directing the crowd, so he hurried over. "Boss, is this supermarket being transferred?" Qian Ziyong asked eagerly. The middle-aged man looked him up and down, took out a pack of cigarettes, pulled one out, and was about to offer it. But seeing that Qian Ziyong was still holding a lunchbox, he hesitated and started to put it away, only to feel that would be rude. Just as he was hesitating, Qian Ziyong took the cigarette. "I'm not the boss, Bim, just the manager. The boss is over there." The middle-aged man pointed to a portly man nearby. The surrounding people looked curiously at Qian Ziyong, wondering what this sudden young man intended to do. Qian Ziyong hurriedly walked toward the supermarket owner, handing over the cigarette he had just received. "Boss, is your supermarket for transfer?" After saying this, fearing his meal would get cold, Qian Ziyong quickly took a couple of bites. "Transfer? Of course." The owner took the cigarette, his face breaking into a gleeful smile as he scrutinized Qian Ziyong from head to toe, then frowned. "Young man, are your parents planning to take over my supermarket?" the owner asked. Qian Ziyong shook his head. "I want it myself." "How much is the rent, and what's the transfer fee?" Qian Ziyong inquired. "Young man, you want my shop?" a middle-aged man nearby interjected. The owner introduced, "This is the landlord, Mr. Zhao." Mr. Zhao has a vast business besides this shop. He owns several other stores. "Not at all, not at all," Zhao Kuang said modestly. "I lease to Boss Li for 5 million a year. Business is tough now, so how about 4,900,000 for you?" Qian Ziyong glanced around. The supermarket was huge, spanning several thousand square meters. He had visited before. At the current rent rates in Han City, this price was fair, neither too high nor too low. He didn't want to lease for a full year at 4,900,000. He needed to lose the money within 3 months. Qian Ziyong shook his head. Seeing his refusal, Zhao Kuang was disappointed. This young man was probably just wasting time. He urgently needed to lease the shop. The market was terrible now, and the 5 million price was from years ago. In recent years, rent had been dropping. He would even accept 3 million. "You two chat." Zhao Kuang turned to leave, not wanting to waste time on Qian Ziyong. Seeing the landlord about to go, Qian Ziyong called out, "Mr. Zhao, don't rush. I haven't finished speaking. I don't want a yearly lease. How about 3 months with 1 month's deposit and 3 months rent paid up front?" Qian Ziyong had never rented commercial property before. He didn't know that large shops usually sign contracts for 3 or more years with annual rent payments. Otherwise, if a tenant's business picks up, the landlord might raise the price and take advantage. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He just wanted to lose the system's funds within 3 months. A 3-month lease is fine, but the rent must be based on 5 million a year, no discount. Zhao Kuang said sternly, but inwardly he was thrilled. What a reckless son of a rich family, paying rent with a deposit and 3 months up front, like renting a room. Boss Li stood by smiling, but shaking his head inwardly. This young man had no business experience. He would surely lose money taking over this supermarket. Hearing the landlord agree, Qian Ziyong was delighted. "Great. Let's calculate at 5 million a year. Quick, I'm in a hurry. Can we sign the contract now?" The system's 3-month countdown had already started. Every day wasted increased the difficulty of losing money. 5 million a year, 3 months, made 1,250,000 plus a deposit of 416,000. That's 1,666,000 gone. A very auspicious number. He could hire more people, pay utilities, wages, and severance packages. The remaining 3,333,000 could be easily wasted. After 3 months, even if he couldn't fully drain the 5 million, he could at least take 400,000 plus. Awesome. Qian Ziyong was eager. Hearing that he wanted to sign immediately, the landlord Zhao Kuang was overjoyed. "Xiao Chenyu." Zhao Kuang looked at Qian Ziyong. He still didn't know the young man's name. Qian Ziyong smiled. "Qian Ziyong. Print a contract for Mr. Qian based on Boss Li's contract with a 3-month term, 1 month's deposit, and 5 million a year." Zhao Kuang instructed his secretary. The secretary dressed in a business suit with a fit figure clicked her heels and walked upstairs. Come, mister. Qian, let's have tea inside. Zhao Kuang politely invited Qian Ziyong to the second-floor meeting room. Qian Ziyong sat in the spacious conference room, looking around. The room was bigger than his rented apartment and much brighter. There were 2 side doors, one to the manager's office, one to the general manager's office, which seemed to contain a bed. After Qian Ziyong sat down, Zhao Kuang personally poured tea for him. Mr. Qian, will you transfer the money or withdraw cash? Qian Ziyong understood Zhao Kuang's concern. He set aside his finished takeout, pulled out his phone, opened the banking app, entered the password, and clearly displayed the balance of 5 million. He placed the phone flat on the table. Zhao Kuang didn't touch the phone. He glanced at the balance, his eyes gleaming. He became even more polite to Qian Ziyong. Soon the secretary came with the contract and handed it to Qian Ziyong. He skimmed it briefly. It was a simple standard lease agreement. Since Boss Lee's lease had expired, there was no transfer situation. However, Boss Lee could take everything inside the shop. Qian Ziyong signed the contract, paid the rent and deposit. Boss Lee, could you leave the store's fixtures? I plan to open a supermarket here too, so I want renovate. My name is Li Lian. Boss Lee poured a cup of tea for Qian Ziyong, smiled bitterly, and said, to be honest, I've run a supermarket for 8 years. I made money for a few years, but lately the market has been bad, and I've been losing money almost every month. The equipment is old and worth little. I haven't paid the employees' wages this month. If you cover their wages, you can have the equipment for free. 1 month's wages about 400,000. Qian Ziyong was about to agree when he received a system reminder. Such a transaction was not allowed. System funds could only be used for operations. The wages owed by Boss Lee were not recognized by the system. How about this? Qian Ziyong organized his words. You pay the wages yourself, but I'll take over all the employees as my staff. And for the equipment, instead of 400,000, let's round it up. They'll give you 500,000 directly. Li Lian was stunned. He had never seen anyone do business like this, actively raising the price. He was happy to accept. They printed the contract on the spot, and after the transfer they both signed. Li Lian shook Qian Ziyong's hand sincerely. Many of the employees have been with me for 8 years. I have feelings for them. I hope you won't fire them if possible. But the new manager I hired is incompetent. He only does what I say without any initiative. You should fire him and hire a capable manager. The supermarket might still have a chance to revive. Hearing Li Lian's words, Qian Ziyong was overjoyed. Obedient was good. Obedient people wouldn't cause trouble or create chaos for him. He liked obedient people. Good, 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 he murmured in agreement with Li Lian while scheming inwardly. Many employees had been with Li Lian for 8 years, yet Li Lian seemed to have no intention of paying them N1 severance. Only excellent companies offered N1 as supermarkets like this rarely did. However, Qian Ziyong intended to pay it. This was within the system's permissible limits. In the boss office, Qian Ziyong, stuffed from his meal, lay comfortably on the bed. Boss Lee had been far too courteous, insisting on treating him to dinner. Unable to decline the hospitality, he had eaten a meal costing over 1,000 yuan. That lamb was truly chewy. Qian Ziyong was still savoring the memory. 500 yuan per person is truly extravagant. Qian Ziyong smacked his lips in recollection. Thinking that in 3 months he would have 5 million, he figured he could afford such meals. At the thought of lavish feasts every day, never having to eat boxed lunches again, Qian Ziyong was filled with motivation. A rap tap tap. Knock sounded at the door. Come in. Qian Ziyong sat up. A middle-aged man in immaculate attire walked in. He was the supermarket manager Zhu Daqiang. Manager Zhu, please come in and have a seat. Qian Ziyong hurriedly invited him in. Zhu Daqiang entered cautiously and sat on a nearby chair. I wouldn't dare. Just call me Xiao Zhu, he said hastily. The previous boss had been quite dissatisfied with him. Had the supermarket not gone bankrupt, he would have been fired. He wondered what this new boss thought of him. Finding a job now was difficult, especially one as a manager earning 10,000 a month. He was getting older, with elderly parents and young children depending on him. Without this supermarket, he truly didn't know where he would go. Qian Ziyong asked amiably, are you comfortable working at the supermarket? Zhu Daqiang pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and respectfully offered it to Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong shook his head. I don't smoke. Zhu Daqiang said softly, boss, I'm doing well at the supermarket, and the employees are hard-working and united. It's just that business has been declining day by day, and we're losing money every month. Hearing this, Qian Ziyong was overjoyed. Losing money was good. Qian Ziyong nodded and said seriously, I'm aware of the supermarket situation. I have my own plans. Don't meddle, just do your job well. Zhu Daqiang sat up straight. Boss, whatever you say goes. I absolutely won't act on my own. Seeing how obedient Zhu Daqiang was, Qian Ziyong was very satisfied. Manager Zhu, I'm entrusting the supermarket to you. I'm usually very busy. If anything comes up, handle it as you normally would, discussing it with the employees. Qian Ziyong added. Yes. Zhu Daqiang nodded. Qian Ziyong took a bank card from his pocket and handed it to him, saying, This is the supermarket's corporate account. There are 2 million in it. Is that enough? He had paid someone to help with the business license, and since it was a sole proprietorship, it had been processed very quickly. The registered capital was 2 million fully paid. The supermarket was named Feihuang Supermarket, meaning flying yellow. Zhu Daqiang took the card with trembling hands, his voice quivering, giving me the bank card. Is this really okay? He had only known the boss for a day, and the boss trusted him this much. Didn't the boss fear he might run off with the money? Qian Ziyong smiled and patted Zhu Daqiang on the shoulder. I trust you. Hearing these words, the burly man Zhu Daqiang actually welled up with tears and began to sob. Stop, don't be so sentimental. Go get back to work. Qian Ziyong shooed Zhu Daqiang out. Finally, he's gone. Qian Ziyong sighed, leaned back on the comfortable bed, took out his phone, and opened a game he hadn't played in ages. They'll play one round, sleep early tonight, and get up early tomorrow. Qian Ziyong admonished himself, and then started playing with a clear conscience. His andAim was incredibly skilled, but today his teammates were terrible. Despite his efforts, he played 6 consecutive matches, topping the economy charts every time, yet losing every single one without a doubt. Furious, he cursed at his teammates, who cursed back, and the argument left him wide awake. It wasn't until 3 in the morning that Qian Ziyong finally went to sleep. He didn't wake up until noon the next day. Seeing the supermarket stocking shelves, he went out to buy a terrible-tasting boxed lunch, then picked up his phone to continue his battle. For 3 consecutive days, Qian Ziyong maintained a high-intensity work ethic, experiencing wins and losses without ever ranking up, which frustrated him immensely. What frustrated him even more was that when he went to buy lunch on the 3rd day, he saw that the supermarket had actually opened for business. This was way too fast. Qian Ziyong quickly opened his phone and found that his account still had over 700,000 yuan. A 5,000 square meter supermarket, and stocking it only cost a little over 1 million. Seeing the old worn-out shelves now fully stocked with goods, Qian Ziyong was utterly baffled. Boss. Seeing Qian Ziyong inspecting the supermarket, Zhu Daqiang hurried over. Manager Zhu, what's going on here? Qian Ziyong pointed at the goods on the shelves. Did all this stock really only cost a little over 1 million? He had intended to use the 2 million to stock the shelves, purposely leaving the supermarket understocked to further hinder its profitability. He hadn't expected the supermarket's opening to go so smoothly. Boss, most suppliers provide goods on credit with payment due later. Only the very large suppliers require us to pay up front in cash, Zhu Daqiang explained. So that's how it is. Qian Ziyong nodded, inwardly marveling at how fiercely competitive business had become. To get their products into the supermarket, they were even willing to extend credit proactively. Oh, by the way, Zhu Daqiang said, we collected 100,000 yuan in display fees for this month. What's a display fee? Qian Ziyong scratched his head. How could the supermarket have already earned 100,000 before even opening? Suppliers have to pay a fee to get their products placed in the most prominent positions on the shelves. That's the display fee, Zhu Daqiang explained patiently. Qian Ziyong's face darkened. This was too competitive. He hadn't planned for the supermarket to make money. If these suppliers couldn't sell a single item, wouldn't their display fees be a total loss? No way. They could afford to lose money, but the suppliers absolutely couldn't. We can't take this money. We must treat everyone equally, Qian Ziyong declared, righteously insisting that Zhu Daqiang return the money. But Zhu Daqiang looked confused. Every large supermarket charged display fees. It didn't make sense for the boss to refuse easy money. Qian Ziyong said earnestly, Manager Zhu, in running a supermarket, there are things we do and things we don't do. We should earn every penny that's rightfully ours, but we must not covet a single cent that isn't meant for us, understand? He needed to instill this principle in Zhu Daqiang to keep him from constantly trying to make money for him. Qian Ziyong also knew he couldn't blame Zhu Daqiang. The old supermarket had always collected display fees, so it wasn't his initiative. Yes. Zhu Daqiang was deeply shaken, feeling profoundly moved, silently repeating the mantra, there are things we do and things we don't do. Qian Ziyong patted Zhu Daqiang on the shoulder, encouraging him, work hard, stick with me, and you'll eat well and drink well. Zhu Daqiang was excellent. He listened to everything he was told. Qian Ziyong was already prepared. Once the supermarket went bankrupt and the system's second phase of funds arrived, he would have Zhu Daqiang continue as manager and open a store elsewhere, continuing to milk the system for all it was worth. A pleasant day was spent immersed in the game. Day after day, time in the game world passed without notice, and soon a month had slipped by. On this day, his mother called. Qian Ziyong, you haven't called home for a month. Have you been tricked into a pyramid scheme? His mother's familiar voice came through the phone. Qian Ziyong replied with unwavering confidence. I found a very good, legitimate job. I should be able to buy a house by the end of the year. Buy a house? In Hanqing? Dream on. How much do you earn a month? Have you been lured into a pyramid scheme? His mother shouted anxiously. Only then did Qian Ziyong realize that mentioning buying a house by year-end would only deepen her suspicion. Forget it, let's video call, he thought, deciding to prove his innocence through video. With that, he hung up and initiated a video call, which was answered almost instantly. Mom, look, this is where I work. Qian Ziyong aimed the camera at the office computer. He also gave a brief sweep of the surrounding environment. His mother finally relaxed a little. Where do you work? Chen Huilan asked. I'm a manager at a supermarket, he said, panning the camera over the manager's badge. Chen Huilan beamed with pride. My son has made something of himself. Qian Ziyong opened the door and briefly showed the exterior, revealing countless shelves filled with merchandise, indeed inside a large supermarket. Only then did Chen Huilan feel completely at ease. Ziyong, focus on your work and don't keep calling. Your boss won't like it. Chen Huilan warned. Qian Ziyong was speechless. She asked, do you have enough money this month? Enough, plenty. He couldn't let his guard down now. Your son earns 10,000 a month, he declared proudly. Look at you showing off. Just get back to work. Before he could continue, Chen Huilan ended the video call. Qian Ziyong was left speechless. Today he finally stopped playing games and checked the balance on his phone. Only 130 left. Qian Ziyong frowned. He was broke. So broke he could barely afford food. He had already returned his previous rental apartment, and the landlord had refunded the 500 deposit. Combined with the little over 1,000 he had left, it barely got him through the month. As the boss, he received no salary. He had to wait 3 months for the system to settle. Moreover, even if he took goods from the supermarket, he had to pay the full price. So he could only eat out. His monthly food expenses alone were over 900 plus phone bills, toilet paper, and other odds and ends. Another 500 gone. Now he was down to his last 130. If he didn't find a way to get money soon, he would starve to death in a few days. With over 600,000 sitting in the bank account, yet dying of hunger. What a joke. Wait, how did I get 630,000? Qian Ziyong panicked. He had just casually opened the supermarket account and found over 630,000 inside. Yesterday was payday, so the bank card should have been empty. Where did this 630,000 come from? Qian Ziyong hurriedly called for an employee to summon Zhu Daqiang. Zhu Daqiang pushed open the door, and Qian Ziyong quickly asked, what's the deal with the 630,000 in the bank account? I told you yesterday was payday. Didn't you get paid? Zhu Daqiang shook his head. Boss, I followed your instructions and paid everyone. Besides the regular salary, everyone also received a full attendance bonus. The 600,000 on the card is what we earned this month. Wait, hasn't the supermarket been losing money? Qian Ziyong asked. To keep the supermarket in the red, he had done nothing, afraid of breaking the store's bad luck. Qian Ziyong nodded. Indeed, it's been losing money. The rent for the storefront is 416,000 a month, employee salaries are nearly 500,000, and other expenses like electricity amount to around 80 to 90,000. The supermarket's monthly cost is about 1 million. And our revenue is only a meager 600,000. This month we've lost over 300,000. But I believe under your leadership we will turn losses into profits. Qian Ziyong frowned, sinking into the sofa. Losing only over 300,000 a month plus the equipment bought from Boss Lee, which after depreciation the system valued at 250,000. If operated normally, it should have lost over 1,200,000. The loss was substantial, but far from his expectations. What should he do? Qian Ziyong furrowed his brow in worry. Boss Lee is here, an employee announced. Boss Lee. Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up. He had no experience running a supermarket, but Boss Lee did. He could seek advice from Boss Lee on how to make money, then do the exact opposite. Guaranteed to lose even more. The loss would be far greater than now. Qian Ziyong sprang to his feet. Spotting the portly Boss Lee, he rushed over and clasped his hand, treating him like a long-lost father. Boss Lee, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Qian Ziyong was beside himself with joy. Seeing his enthusiasm, Li Lian felt a pang of guilt and shook his head. I should have stopped you from taking over this supermarket in the first place. Boss Lee was a good man. Qian Ziyong ushered him in, pouring tea and offering a cigarette. Little brother, the supermarket is losing money, right? Li Lian sat down, took a sip of tea, and asked. From the first day he met Qian Ziyong, he knew the kid was clueless about supermarket management. Qian Ziyong nodded, giving a thumbs up. Boss Lee, your foresight is remarkable. Li Lian sighed and shook his head. It's still not too late to pull out. Losing 1 million or so is just a lesson. Qian Ziyong shook his head firmly. I'm not giving up. I don't regret losing this money. Oh, I just want to learn how to run a supermarket. As the saying goes, if you enter a trade, love it. Since I've entered the supermarket business, I have to make something of myself. Losing so little was deeply unsatisfying. Seeing Qian Ziyong's determined and resolute eyes, Li Lian felt a deep resonance. He had been running supermarkets for half his life, starting from a small corner store to a 5,000 square meter hypermarket. He shared a profound bond with the supermarket industry. Over the past month, I've visited large supermarkets across the country and picked up quite a bit of experience. I can share some with you. Hearing that Boss Lee was willing to share his experience, Qian Ziyong was thrilled. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and said to Zhu Daqiang, Manager Zhu, please buy us 2 boxed lunches, the most expensive ones. He only had 130 left, and the priciest boxed lunch was 30 each. 2 would cost 60. He was splurging to learn management skills. Before Manager Zhu could move, an employee immediately volunteered to buy them. Upon hearing that Qian Ziyong wanted to buy him a boxed lunch, Li Lian repeatedly declined. Boss Li, don't be polite. Last time you treated me, now it's my turn to show my appreciation. Qian Ziyong thumped his chest. Li Lian was speechless. Usually when people invited him to dinner, he might refuse out of courtesy, but a boxed lunch, unhealthy and unappetizing. He truly wasn't being polite. Seeing Qian Ziyong's earnest expression, Li Lian relented. Since you insist, I'll have one then. Qian Ziyong was delighted and poured tea for Li Lian. He was generous with the tea leaves which Li Lian had previously stored in the office. Qian couldn't discern the flavor, only finding it somewhat refreshing. Li Lian picked up the teacup, took a sip, and after organizing his thoughts said, when it comes to running a supermarket, especially a large one, I believe there are 3 key points that must be achieved. First, the number of supermarket employees should not be too many. The more employees, the higher the cost, and the harder it becomes to turn a profit. Qian Ziyong nodded in deep agreement. The current total monthly wages were nearly 500,000, which was indeed very high. Seeing Qian Ziyong listening attentively, Li Lian was pleased and continued, second, the prices of supermarket goods must not be set too low. A supermarket's profit margin is only about 20 to 30% of the product price. If prices are lowered, even if business improves somewhat, it won't generate profit. After all, the costs are what they are. If the profit isn't enough, it's hard to even cover costs. It's easy to lower prices, but raising them again later is very difficult. Qian Ziyong agreed wholeheartedly. Even the boxed meals were sold at a high price. If the price were too low and no money was made, wouldn't all the effort be in vain? Li Lian continued. Third, in terms of decoration, you must be willing to spend money. You need to give customers a good impression and make them want to come in. Qian Ziyong agreed. The Yong Something supermarket not far away had excellent decoration. Although the items inside were exorbitantly priced, the world never lacked wealthy people, and many still enjoyed shopping there. If he had money, he would also prefer to go to nicer places. He definitely wouldn't eat boxed meals again. Just as they were talking, the boxed meals arrived. Qian Ziyong quickly took them and transferred the money to the employee. Mr. Li, hearing your words is better than reading books for 10 years. Words aren't enough, it's all in the meal. Let me eat first as a sign of respect. Qian Ziyong devoured the boxed meal. How had he survived this past month? Instant noodles in the morning, and only in the afternoon would he splurge on a 15 yuan boxed meal. Now this 30 yuan meal, with a generous portion of meat, was absolutely delicious. His stomach had been growling for a while, and the aroma of the food made his mouth water. Watching Qian Ziyong eat with such relish, Li Lian also felt a bit hungry. He picked up the rice on the table and took a bite. Terrible, so greasy. Li Lian put down the chopsticks without changing his expression. If he guessed correctly, this was a pre-made dish, and the worst part was the oil wasn't even good. Eat, why aren't you eating? The meat is very fragrant. Qian Ziyong picked up the tea on the table and downed it in one gulp. With the tea to cut through the grease, Qian Ziyong felt reinvigorated. Zhu Daqiang, standing nearby, picked up the teapot and refilled Qian Ziyong's cup. Li Lian smiled broadly. This boxed meal tastes pretty good. He'll take some for your sister-in-law to try. Little brother, I'll be heading off now. You treat this time, and next time it's on me. Brotherly, thank you. Manager Zhu, please see Brotherly out. Qian Ziyong stood up, but reluctant to let his meal get cold, didn't personally escort Li Lian out. By the time Zhu Daqiang returned after seeing Li Lian off, Qian Ziyong had already finished his meal and was lounging in his chair sipping tea comfortably. Boss. Zhu Daqiang came back and continued to pour tea for Qian Ziyong. Manager Zhu, you heard what Mr. Li just said, right? Qian Ziyong asked. Zhu Daqiang nodded emphatically. I remember it all, fewer employees, higher prices, and excellent decoration. Correct, Qian Ziyong said, satisfied. You remember very clearly. So well, do the exact opposite. The opposite. Zhu Daqiang was stunned and accidentally poured the tea too, full, spilling it over. That's right, the opposite. Qian Ziyong nodded. Old Li loses money running his supermarket. If we just do the opposite of his advice, we're bound to make money, don't you think? Is that right? Zhu Daqiang was deeply skeptical. Could Boss Li's decades of experience really be wrong? Qian Ziyong asked, how many employees does our supermarket have? Currently 103, Zhu Daqiang replied. Then let's hire more people. Qian Ziyong said decisively. How many more? Zhu Daqiang asked weakly. He still felt that hiring more people wouldn't turn the supermarket's losses around. It would just increase the losses. He thought Boss Li's methods were good and shouldn't be reversed. But since Qian Ziyong was the boss, he couldn't object. Qian Ziyong said carelessly, hire 300 more. That way the supermarket will have 400 people. 300 more. Zhu Daqiang's eyes widened. But our supermarket is only 5,000 square meters. Isn't 400 employees too many? Wouldn't we have more employees than customers? Customers might get creeped out entering the store. With too many idle employees, every time a customer walked in, all of them would stare. Having over 400 pairs of eyes on them would make customers feel extremely uncomfortable. Qian Ziyong frowned thought for a moment and asked, our supermarket opens at 9 and closes at 9 at night. Employees work 12 hours a day, yet the average salary is only 3,000. I think this is wrong. From today, work 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. This way 400 people won't seem so crowded. Yes. Zhu Daqiang nodded helplessly. This would triple the labor costs, making it even harder to make a profit. Qian Ziyong wasn't satisfied yet. A monthly salary of 3,000 for regular employees is too little. Let's raise it by 2,000 to 5,000 a month. Also, you've worked hard as the manager. From now on, you'll get 15,000 a month. Thank you, boss. Zhu Daqiang forced a smile. The wages were higher, but the supermarket would lose even more money. Qian Ziyong smiled. Don't worry, even if the supermarket goes bankrupt in 2 months, it'll leave enough money to give you N1 compensation, and it will be based on your current salary. Qian Ziyong's words filled Zhu Daqiang with shame. Boss, it's my fault for not being able to turn the supermarket's losses around. Relax, Qian Ziyong gave Zhu Daqiang a bright smile. I have my plans. You just rest easy. Really? Then I'm relieved. Seeing the smile on his boss' face, much of Zhu Daqiang's worry dissipated. It seemed the boss had everything under control and was confident of success. These past days he had been living in the supermarket right next door to the boss office. The boss stayed up late every night, rarely leaving his room except for meals. He must be racking his brains in there planning the supermarket's development. Qian Ziyong was calculating his own plans, and he was very pleased to have convinced Zhu Daqiang. Zhu Daqiang didn't need to worry at all, because even if the supermarket went bankrupt, Qian Ziyong would continue to employ him to manage his other ventures. Zhu Daqiang was a good man, somewhat simple-minded, and always deferred to the boss' opinion. Even if he had his own thoughts, he would keep them to himself and diligently execute the boss' orders. Qian Ziyong still felt uneasy about the supermarket. This was where Boss Li's second idea came into play. Manager Zhu, starting today, slash the prices of all supermarket goods. As long as there's a sliver of profit, cut them to the bone. Qian Ziyong declared. If not for the system's rule against selling at a loss and the need to maintain a profit margin, coupled with his desire to avoid appearing deliberately unprofitable, he would have sold at cost price. Boss, at this rate, turning a profit will be even harder for us, Zhu Daqiang said urgently. Qian Ziyong shook his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. I have my reasons. Work hard, learn well, I have high hopes for you. Fearing Zhu might not execute his orders diligently, he added a stern reminder. Don't make any alterations. Follow my commands to the letter. Even Zhu Daqiang believed the supermarket would lose more money, which meant his failure was certain. This was a sure bet. Qian Ziyong mentally gave himself 100 thumbs up. He just needed to wait for the losses to pile up. In 3 months, he'd return the merchandise, sell off the shelves and fixtures as scrap, give every employee an N1 severance package, and siphon all the system's money into his own pockets. Solid. Qian Ziyong stayed at the store for 7 days, keeping a close watch. He remained until the supermarket had indeed hired its full quota of 400 people and meticulously marked down every item to its lowest price. Only then was he satisfied. He was particularly pleased to see occasional customers walk and feel uncomfortable under the scrutiny of countless eyes, notice the store's shabby state, and immediately turn around and leave. This made him even more confident. Even if they bought something at these rock-bottom prices, he wouldn't make a cent. Qian Ziyong wanted to continue his vigil, but his funds wouldn't allow it. He had started with a mere 130 yuan. After buying Boss Li a 30 yuan boxed meal, and one for himself, he was down to 70. He had stretched that 70 yuan over 7 whole days. With a daily budget of 10 yuan, his diet consisted solely of steamed buns and instant noodles. By now, the very sight of them made him nauseous. And even if he could stomach them, he was out of money. He had to go out and earn some, or he might starve to death right in his own store. Before leaving, he made a point of instructing Zhu Daqiang to stick to his plan, then hurried out. After Qian Ziyong left, Zhu Daqiang continued his patrol, his heart heavy with worry. The boss was so confident and assured, but the supermarket showed no signs of improvement, which troubled him deeply. The supermarket staff, however, were full of energy and drive, presenting a picture of bustling vitality. With their pay raise and reduced 6-hour shifts, how could they not be? Zhu Daqiang felt like he was the only one in the whole store who was worried. Watch carefully, learn well. But what am I supposed to watch and learn? Zhu Daqiang muttered to himself. He was unaware that this was just a casual phrase Qian Ziyong had thrown out. He walked to the front entrance where business was desolate. It was just past 10 in the morning, a time when few people would be shopping anyway. Just then a group of middle-aged women approached. Probably heading to the market, Zhu Daqiang thought, paying them little mind. Fei Huang's supermarket did sell vegetables, but only in small quantities. Given the poor business, and since fresh greens couldn't be kept overnight, stocking up heavily was out of the question. This is the place, Feihuang Supermarket. It's huge and has everything, but the best part is things here are super cheap. One woman was enthusiastically pointing the store out to her companions. That's right. Everything in our supermarket is cheap. Zhu Daqiang quickly invited them in. He recognized the woman, she had bought something yesterday. He hadn't expected her to return today, and with such a crowd. He greeted them with even more enthusiasm. Led by Zhu Daqiang, the women entered the supermarket. As soon as they were inside, they saw the numerous staff members. Young people might feel uncomfortable being stared at, but these women felt it was a sign of excellent service. Several employees immediately approached them. With too many staff and too little to do, they were eager to attend to any customer who walked in. Another woman remarked, "I don't know if the prices are really that low, but the service here is genuinely top-notch. They even help us carry things." As the group moved deeper into the store, they were astonished by the prices, which were shockingly low. One woman pointed to a bottle of water normally priced at 2 yuan. "This water is only 1 yuan and 20 cents. Zhu Daqiang nodded. "It's our boss arrangement. He said all items must be sold at the lowest possible price." Another woman asked curiously, "And what about a case of water?" "A case has 24 bottles. At 1.2 per bottle, that comes to 28.8. Zhu Daqiang calculated swiftly. As the supermarket manager, mental arithmetic was a basic skill. "Oh, outside they charge 31 a case, but here it's only 28.8. And at 1.2 a bottle, that's the wholesale price." "This is a wholesale supermarket," the woman exclaimed happily. A flash of inspiration struck Zhu Daqiang. He was overjoyed. A wholesale supermarket. That was it. Why hadn't he thought of it? This was the boss vision, to steer the supermarket towards a wholesale model. Yes, we are a wholesale supermarket. All our prices are wholesale prices, he promised. The group of women continued deeper into the store. Finding everything cheap, they couldn't resist grabbing item after item. Fortunately, the staff were nearby to carry their selections, or they wouldn't have been able to manage. Some employees even fetched shopping carts for them. Each woman bought a supply of rice flour, oil, and other staples. As they were leaving, they were reluctant, feeling as if buying too little meant losing out. They were terrified the supermarket would go out of business the next day, leaving them with no source for such deals. They were also convinced they had been overpaying for years at other stores. The price differences were several yuan per item. A few yuan here, a few there. Over a dozen items, that's dozens of yuan. Accumulated over time, it felt like losing billions. The women left laden with bags and packages. After they departed, more customers trickled in. Zhu Daqiang instructed the staff to introduce the store as a wholesale supermarket. That day, business was much better than before, with most customers spending over 100 yuan. Outside the supermarket, people were hauling away large and small bags, as if they were free, drawing the attention of passers-by. Upon asking, they learned it was a wholesale supermarket rumored to be incredibly cheap and well-stocked. In no time, many curious onlookers were drawn inside. And so within just a few days, Feihuang Supermarket became the talk of the town. Elderly folks, especially those retired, would even take several bus rides just to shop there. For them, the bus ride was free with their senior cards anyway. And time was even less valuable. Being retired, they had plenty of it. Young people also enjoyed shopping at Feihuang. The store spanned over 5,000 square meters, offering a comprehensive range of products and, crucially, at low prices. A single trip to Feihuang Supermarket was enough to stock up on a whole week's worth of daily necessities and snacks. Meanwhile, completely unaware, Qian Ziyong arrived at Qiaohui Square as agreed. This was a gathering place for day laborers. Qian Ziyong had no money left to eat, so he could only arrange to come with his friend to do day labor. Getting a regular job was unrealistic. A regular job would require a half-month's salary holdback and a month's work before getting paid. Before he could receive his salary, he would have starved to death 100 times over. Before 9 o'clock, Qiaohui Square was already packed with a sea of people. Qian Ziyong searched for his friend in the vast crowd. "Ziyong, I'm here." A chubby hand grabbed Qian Ziyong and pulled him into the crowd, shouting, "Two." With that, he was dragged into a bus. They sat down, and Qian Ziyong asked, "Lu Gaodao, what are we doing today?" Lu Gaodao, a fat guy, was his college classmate and close friend. They had a good relationship. In the past, when they were both broke, they had done day labor, so Qian Ziyong was very familiar with it. Lu Gaodao smiled and said, "Package sorting 190 a day, how about that?" "Not bad, right?" "It's okay." Qian Ziyong nodded. "We haven't been in touch for a month. What were you up to last month?" "Did you find a job?" Lu Gaodao asked curiously. Qian Ziyong gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "If I had found a job that pays well, I wouldn't be here doing day labor. Do you think I'm here doing this miserable day labor because I missed you? I only like women," Lu Gaodao emphasized. Qian Ziyong continued, "I found a job, but it doesn't pay. You have no money at all, and you come to mooch off your brother. You're buying lunch." Lu Gaodao asked in surprise, "What kind of crappy job doesn't pay?" "Go to labor arbitration." Qian Ziyong shook his head. "Can't arbitrate." He was the boss himself. Oh, how could he arbitrate himself? Seeing that Qian Ziyong seemed to have something unspeakable, Lu Gaoda didn't press further. At noon, Lu Gaoda took out a day's wages and treated his brother to a good meal, which deeply moved Qian Ziyong. Time passed quickly, and soon almost 2 months had gone by. Qian Ziyong worked hard at day labor, leaving early and returning late, living a busy but unfulfilling life. He paid close attention to the supermarket, but since day labor took up too much time, he didn't stay in the store. Seeing the money in his bank account dwindle, Qian Ziyong felt completely at ease. Sometimes after finishing day labor with Lu Gaoda, if it was still early, they would go to an internet cafe to play for a while. After all, after a tiring day, one needed to relax. That day, Lu Gaoda found another good day labor, a full 200. On the bus, Qian Ziyong exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of job pays 200 a day? We must build a good relationship with the client, so they'll call us again for future work." "Water porter. It's a bit tiring, but 200 is worth it." Lu Gaoda held his head high proudly and patted his chest. "Brother, don't worry. I've already built a good relationship with the manager. There will be plenty of work in the coming days, and they'll call us." Qian Ziyong showed a happy smile, but then thought that in 7 days the system would settle with him, and he wouldn't need to do day labor anymore. He said apologetically, "In a few days I might not be able to do day labor with you." He would soon be a millionaire who would still do day labor and suffer like this when they had money. Lu Gaoda shook his head. "Found a job? Go ahead then. Day labor is not a long-term solution. I've also decided to leave Hanqing in a few days and try my luck in Xin City." As they were talking, the bus stopped. Lu Gaoda quickly pulled Qian Ziyong to find the manager. "Be polite when you speak. A 200 a day labor is hard to come by." Lu Gaoda instructed, then took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and reluctantly handed them over. "Manager Qian, you've worked hard. Have a cigarette." Lu Gaoda bowed and scraped to a middle-aged man. It wasn't shameful to say nice words for money. Manager Qian nodded, took the cigarette casually, and said, "Work hard. There's work for the next few days." "Thank you, manager." Lu Gaoda was overjoyed, but he noticed that Qian Ziyong beside him was silent. Qian Ziyong wasn't usually so dull. What was wrong with him today? Lu Gaoda turned to look and saw Qian Ziyong staring blankly at the supermarket ahead. "This is my brother Qian Ziyong. Don't be fooled by his thinness. He's got plenty of strength," Lu Gaoda quickly said. As he spoke, he kept tugging at Qian Ziyong's sleeve. Is it this supermarket that needs goods moved?" Qian Ziyong stammered, having a very bad feeling. He could see countless trucks over 3 meters high coming and going, bustling with activity. Manager Qian patted Qian Ziyong on the shoulder. "Work hard. Put your strength into it. If you do well, it'll raise your pay." "Thank you, manager." Lu Gaoda thanked loudly. At that moment, Zhu Daqiang and a middle-aged man in a sharp suit walked out. Manager Qian hurriedly greeted them with an exaggerated smile on his face. "Do you know who they are?" Lu Gaoda asked mysteriously. Zhu Daqiang, manager Zhu, Qian Ziyong said. "You know?" Lu Gaoda was a bit surprised and continued on his own. "He's the manager of this supermarket. The person next to him is the regional general manager of Witha. I heard that because of excellent sales this year, he was promoted to general manager. This supermarket is incredible. It sells tens of millions in water alone every month." Qian Ziyong's mouth dropped open. Tens of millions in water a month. How is that possible, right? You find it unbelievable too. Lu Gaoda laughed. As they were talking, they saw manager Zhu Daqiang hurrying over. Lu Gaoda quickly pulled Qian Ziyong to the side. They were just ordinary porters, not even qualified to speak with the general manager. "Don't block their way." But Lu Gaoda saw Zhu Daqiang change direction and continue coming toward them. Lu Gaoda quickly pulled Qian Ziyong to the other side, nearly causing him to stumble. Manager Chun and the Witha regional general manager had been following behind manager Zhu, and they also changed direction. Even as slow as he was, Lu Gaoda realized that they were coming straight for them. "Boss." Zhu Daqiang bowed respectfully, his tone extremely deferential. Hearing Zhu Daqiang's voice, the supermarket staff around them quickly dropped what they were doing and rushed over. "Boss," they shouted. There had long been rumors about the boss said to live inside the supermarket. But the boss was so dedicated that he left every morning before the supermarket opened and returned only after it closed late at night, so his presence was known, but his face unseen. New employees had never even seen the boss face. "He's the boss." Manager Chin's eyes nearly bulged out. He had just told the guy to work hard. Boss." Lu Gaoda standing beside, Qian Ziyong stared wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. He called his own brother boss. Didn't that mean Qian Ziyong was the owner of this Feihuang supermarket? Lu Gaoda recalled that over a month ago Qian Ziyong had said he had no salary for working. Heavens! He was the boss. Of course he had no salary. Lu Gaoda was completely dumbfounded. The friend he had spent day and night with actually harbored treacherous intentions, concealing them so deeply. Break off the friendship. Absolutely must deepen the friendship. Inside the boss office, Lu Gaoda sat on a chair drinking tea brewed by manager Zhu. He was quite puzzled. Qian Ziyong, the boss of this supermarket, with monthly revenue of hundreds of millions, why would he work miserable daily wage jobs together with him? Could it be to shock him thoroughly today, to give him a fright? The price was far too great. Couldn't figure it out, really couldn't figure it out. Gaoda today was all an accident, Qian Ziyong said, his expression dazed, still not recovered from the heavy blow. Lu Gaoda nodded and said, "Brother, are you about to say I'm not pretending anymore, I'm coming clean, I'm a billionaire?" Qian Ziyong shook his head. "I didn't want this either. I had planned everything perfectly. How did it go wrong? Shouldn't be like this." Qian Ziyong still hadn't accepted reality. He didn't want to, nor was he willing to accept it. How could the supermarket have such good business? Countless large trucks came and went, even the vegetable market wasn't this busy. And it seemed they were making a lot. No, he had to remedy this. Qian Ziyong raised his head and looked at Zhu Daqiang with hope. "Manager Zhu, how much did we make?" Zhu Daqiang was extremely excited. He took out a thick ledger from his pocket and spread it open on the table. "Boss, since we adopted your methods, we've earned 40 million in these 2 months. Zhu Daqiang said with admiration. Lu Gaoda shot up from his seat and exclaimed, "So much? 20 million a month, that would be 240 million a year, right?" Qian Ziyong was dumbfounded. 40 million already. Wasn't money supposed to be hard to make? Qian Ziyong jumped up in a panic, intending to spend all 40 million to lose it all. But just as he stood up, Lu Gaoda grabbed his leg tightly. "Dad? Dad!" Lu Gaoda clung to Qian Ziyong, desperately refusing to let go. Qian Ziyong was frantic, trying to rush outside. He had to spend the money. It was a matter of extreme urgency. "Gaoda, calm down. Calm down." Qian Ziyong was burning with anxiety. Lu Gaoda shook his head frantically. "I can't calm down. From today, you, Qian Ziyong, are my dad." Qian Ziyong shouted, "I don't have an unfilial son like you." He and Lu Gaoda were close friends, and sometimes they would joke around, making each other call them dad. For example, after treating each other to meals in the dormitory. He never expected Lu Gaoda to be this excited now. "Dad, I don't want to go to Shenzhen to be a beast of burden for others. The cost of living there is high, the food is terrible, and the accommodation is uncomfortable." Lu Gaoda was sobbing with tears and snot streaming. Qian Ziyong said helplessly, "Get up first." Qian Ziyong understood that Lu Gaoda wasn't really clinging to him because he saw money. Rather, he couldn't accept that Qian Ziyong was so wealthy all of a sudden. Qian Ziyong himself couldn't accept it either. Lu Gaoda stood up with a grin. "Brother, now that you're rich, aren't you going to treat me to a good meal?" Qian Ziyong shook his head. No, this was truly impossible, because treating Lu Gaoda to a meal would have to come out of his own pocket. Having earned 40 million, treating Lu Gaoda to a meal would definitely be a lavish one, and he might not even have enough cash on hand. "So stingy," Lu Gaoda teased. Qian Ziyong nodded firmly. "Really can't. But I can arrange a job for you. A special consultant for the supermarket with a monthly salary of 15,000. Lu Gaoda wanted to refuse because he didn't want to work for a friend. But with a salary of 15,000, he simply couldn't bring himself to say no. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Lu Gaoda hesitated. Qian Ziyong shook his head. "It's fine. I need your help. And this is only temporary. When the time is right, I'll give you a more important position with a monthly salary of at least 100,000. Lu Gaoda's eyes lit up. 100,000. At that moment, Lu Gaoda was genuinely willing to acknowledge Qian Ziyong as his adoptive father. Qian Ziyong said, "Brother, I need your help. The task is extremely arduous. I believe only you can complete it for me." The task was indeed arduous. It was 40 million. How difficult it would be to spend it wisely. Naturally, it was tough. Qian Ziyong had resigned himself to fate. It was certainly unrealistic to spend over 40 million reasonably within 7 days. Then he would have to wait for the next cycle. "I will definitely help you, brother, even if it means going through fire and water," Lu Gaoda said with a solemn expression. At that moment, countless scenes of flashing blades and shadows of swords and the deceit of the business world flashed through his mind. He had prepared to risk his life. Qian Ziyong nodded heavily. Back in his own office, Qian Ziyong slumped onto the bed holding the judgment book in his hands. He opened the ledger, wanting to see how exactly he had made money. The ledger was too complicated. It would take him a long time to finish reading, and he didn't have the patience. Qian Ziyong asked an employee to fetch manager Zhu Daqiang. Soon Zhu Daqiang rushed over. "Manager Zhu, why is our supermarket making money?" Qian Ziyong asked. Zhu Daqiang's eyes sparkled. This was the boss testing him. Zhu Daqiang poured tea for Qian Ziyong, his eyes full of admiration. "Boss, only now do I realize that business can be done like this. Boss, your business acumen surpasses ours 100-fold. How was it done?" Qian Ziyong desperately wanted to know how this supermarket was making money. He had arranged it so poorly. Zhu Daqiang continued, "Boss, you had me slash the prices of all goods to the bottom in order to turn Feihuang Supermarket into the first comprehensive wholesale supermarket in all of Hanqing. If it were a newly opened large supermarket, it might not have such a good effect. Boss, you carefully selected this supermarket, which already had some reputation in Hanqing, So after transforming into a wholesale supermarket, it became an instant hit. Carefully selected. Qian Ziyong shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had not carefully selected it at all. He had stumbled upon it by chance while walking. If he had known, he would never have taken over this supermarket. Who knew this supermarket was so famous in Hanqing? True, after all, the previous boss had managed it for 8 whole years. Qian Ziyong gave a thumbs up and continued to praise. Boss, you had me hire 3 times the staff. That was a stroke of genius. Boss must have foreseen that our supermarket would become popular, so you had me hire a large number of employees in advance, train them ahead of time, so that during busy times the entire supermarket would run smoothly, providing the best experience for customers. If it weren't for your arrangements, even if our supermarket had become popular, it would never have achieved such excellent results. Boss, you're awesome. Zhu Daqiang looked at Qian Ziyong with sincere eyes full of admiration. The reverence in his heart was truly unending. Seeing Zhu Daqiang's adoring gaze, Qian Ziyong felt his blood rush to his head, his chest aching. He wanted to curse, but found no words. He wanted to strike out, but had no reason. Raising his hand, he slapped himself across the face. Boss! Zhu Daqiang rushed forward and hastily grabbed him. Boss, you don't need to drive yourself so hard. You've already done more than enough. Zhu Daqiang knew that many geniuses had somewhat extreme personalities. What others deemed satisfactory often fell short in the eyes of such prodigies. In Qian Ziyong, Zhu Daqiang sensed no pride or complacency, only remorse. What was his boss regretting? He didn't know. There must be something his boss felt he hadn't perfected yet. Qian Ziyong's heart was ashen. He had accepted reality. It seemed it was all his own idea that had made the supermarket thrive. He couldn't blame Zhu Daqiang, nor anyone else. They had simply followed his orders. Qian Ziyong asked, but our supermarket has no decoration at all. Don't the customers mind? Are you testing me, boss? Zhu Daqiang replied respectfully. At first I couldn't understand why someone as generous as you would be so stingy with the store's decor. But later I realized you had a profound purpose. The shabby decor fits our supermarket's vibe perfectly. Qian Ziyong was bewildered. A supermarket had a vibe. He had never heard of such a thing. Zhu Daqiang continued, we are a wholesale supermarket. If we were decorated like Yongyan supermarket, that would be wrong. Just as a vegetable market has its clamor, a hardware store its clutter, our wholesale supermarket should look the part. The decor should tell customers from the outset that our goods are quality and cheap, that we've passed on the vast majority of our profits to them, so we couldn't afford renovations. Right, boss? Zhu Daqiang looked at Qian Ziyong expectantly, like an elementary school student called upon to answer a question, hoping for the teacher's praise. Right? Qian Ziyong said mournfully. So this was how his money had vanished. It was all his fault. No, wait. I set the prices to rock bottom. Even with high sales, we shouldn't have made 40 million. Qian Ziyong spotted a flaw in Zhu Daqiang's words. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes, as if he were clutching at a final lifeline. Zhu Daqiang raised both thumbs. This is all thanks to you, boss. Me again. Qian Ziyong's eyes widened. He hadn't done a thing in this supermarket. Why was he credited with everything? Of course it's your brilliant leadership. Zhu Daqiang stated matter-of-factly. You had me return all the display fees to our suppliers. Qian Ziyong nodded. He remembered clearly before the store even opened, a supplier had offered 100,000 yuan in display fees, which had so alarmed him that had immediately told Zhu Daqiang to return it. Zhu Daqiang continued. Ever since we firmly returned those display fees, the suppliers' attitude towards us changed dramatically. They gave us incredibly favorable prices, a full yuan cheaper per crate. Just 1 yuan. Qian Ziyong thought it was nothing. Zhu Daqiang said, don't underestimate that 1 yuan. It made our goods cheaper than other supermarkets. Combined with our complete inventory, more people chose to shop with us. As a result, our goods sold incredibly fast. You know, boss, the more we sell, the cheaper our wholesale prices become. I strictly followed your orders. You said to lower prices to the minimum, and I did just that. Eventually, our selling price was even lower than what other supermarkets paid to their suppliers. Many small supermarkets simply started stocking from us. This further boosted our sales volume, which in turn got us even better wholesale prices. Lower prices bring more buyers, and more buyers mean lower wholesale costs. It became a virtuous cycle. Our supermarket now has the lowest prices in all of Hanqing. Hearing Zhu Daqiang's heartfelt words, Qian Ziyong nearly had a heart attack. He picked up the ledger on the table and opened it. The records were clear. Witha offered them a price of 25 yuan per crate for 1,000 crates, 24 yuan for 10,000, 23 yuan for 100,000, and 22 yuan for 1,000,000. Their supermarket sold over 1,000,000 crates of water alone in a single month. 1,000,000 crates. Even with just 1/10 of a yuan profit per crate, that's 100,000 yuan a month. And that was just water. The margins on other snacks and beverages were even higher. It was a true example of small profits, quick returns. The thought that his supermarket had siphoned away all his little money left Qian Ziyong feeling dead inside. Like a walking corpse, he shuffled outside, and saw the massive crowd. They were frantically grabbing at various goods as if everything were free. The store employees were desperately restocking the shelves. My money. Seeing these people buy things felt like they were robbing him, and it pained Qian Ziyong deeply. Yet he couldn't stop them, he could only watch helplessly as his money was taken away. At that moment he felt like calling the police. Zhu Daqiang whispered from behind, "Boss, this is all your achievement." Those words struck Qian Ziyong like a heavy blow. The final straw that broke the camel's back. Qian Ziyong felt his blood surge, his vision darkened, his head spun, and he collapsed. "Boss! Boss!" Zhu Daqiang panicked. "Oh no, the boss has collapsed," a Sharpied employee shouted. The surrounding staff immediately dropped what they were doing. Someone called for an ambulance, others looked for a car. The entire supermarket descended into chaos. Though many employees had never exchanged a single word with Qian Ziyong, his generous wages had earned their heartfelt gratitude. In the hospital, Qian Ziyong groggily opened his eyes. Before him stood a middle-aged woman filled with worry. "Mom." Qian Ziyong's eyes welled with tears. "Ziyong, you're awake." Chun Huilan asked anxiously, "How do you feel? Is anything wrong?" Qian Ziyong shook his head. "I feel okay, just a bit weak." The thought that the supermarket had made a fortune while the system settlement left him with nothing brought a fresh wave of grief. "Mom." Tears streamed down Qian Ziyong's face. "I've suffered so much." The money was gone. 5 million yuan in total. At his monthly salary of 3,000, he would have to toil like a beast for 200 years without food or drink to earn it back. Even a lottery jackpot was just 5 million. The money that had been within reach had simply flown away. Qian Ziyong's heart was too fragile to bear such a crushing blow. "My son, I know you've suffered." Chun Huilan's heart ached for him. "You're so young, and you turned such a huge supermarket from loss to profit, earning over 40 million. Only you know how much hardship you endured." Upon hearing the sum of over 40 million, Qian Ziyong's heart sank like ashes and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. He shook his head and said, "Mom, do you know how I've been living these past 2 months? I'm exhausted. Part-time jobs were too tiring. After 2 months of hard labor, leaving early and returning late every day, he hadn't even saved 3,000 yuan. Qian Ziyong poured out his grievances to his mother, insisting he was just a child barely over 200 months old. His father tiptoed in only to find mother and son both drenched in tears. The middle-aged man stood there dazed and motionless as if his soul had fled. "Ziyong." Qian Ziyong's father rushed over. "Why must you suffer such a fate?" Both Qian Ziyong and Chun Huilan froze. What had come over his father? Wiping away his tears, Qian Ziyong asked softly, "Dad, what's wrong?" Facing their bewildered stares, Qian Ziyong's father Qian Xiuqi cautiously inquired, "Is it a terminal illness?" Chun Huilan shook her head. "No, our son made over 40 million yuan. There's no terminal illness." "No terminal illness." Qian Xiuqi stood up abruptly. "No terminal illness, and you two cry so bitterly." "Wait, our son earned over 40 million. 40 million. Then why are you crying? Why not go clubbing, have some fun, instead of coming to the hospital to weep?" Chun Huilan was also stunned. Indeed, why had she been crying when her son had just made 40 million? Oh right. Her son had complained of exhaustion and her heart ached, so the tears came naturally. But 40 million. Tiredness was a small price to pay. From now on he could enjoy life however he pleased. Just then a round-faced nurse entered, followed by Zhu Daqiang. "What's all this wailing about?" the nurse asked, puzzled. Qian Xiuqi scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "How is my son?" "He's fine," the nurse replied flatly. "The doctor says he's perfectly healthy and can be discharged." "I still feel very weak," Qian Ziyong said. "Then exercise more," the nurse replied. "My head feels a bit dizzy," Qian Ziyong added. He really didn't want to face that 40 million. "If you're dizzy, you need to stand up even more. Lying down all afternoon would make anyone dizzy," the round-faced nurse said matter-of-factly. "My son is okay." Chun Huilan looked at the nurse. Young and healthy, no illness or injury. What could be wrong? The nurse examined the test results again. Just a bit of shock and overstimulation. Keep a calm mind. A few days ago we had a lottery winner here too. Young people nowadays have such fragile composure. Hearing that her son was truly fine, Chun Huilan put her hands on her hips and barked, "Get up." At Chun Huilan's shout, Qian Ziyong leaped out of bed like a shot. "Hurry up and discharge. There are other patients waiting," the nurse said impatiently. "Mom, I think I still." Qian Ziyong tried to find an excuse. Seeing her son bouncing around, Chun Huilan snapped, "I think you're perfectly fine. Better than anyone. You put on a pitiful act here and made me shed so many tears for nothing." Faced with his mother's fury, Qian Ziyong became as meek as a lamb. "Manager Zhu, I think the supermarket must be very busy. I need to be there to oversee things." Qian Ziyong changed the subject, looking at Zhu Daqiang behind the nurse. "Don't worry, boss. With me there, the supermarket won't have any issues," Zhu Daqiang assured him, thumping his chest. "By the way," Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up. "Go put up a notice on the door. The supermarket will be closed for a day tomorrow." The reason for closing. Say the boss wife is here, so we're taking a day off. Huh. Zhu Daqiang was dumbfounded. Why take a day off? What did the boss wife have to do with the supermarket? Go on. Qian Ziyong waved his hand. Yes, sir. Zhu Daqiang straightened his back and hurried out. Chen Huilon, no longer scolding, asked, Son, don't worry about us. We'll find a cheap hotel for the night. You mind your own business. Closing the supermarket for a whole day, how much money will that lose? Money isn't easy to earn these days. You've finally gotten on the right track, you can't afford to slack off. Qian Ziyong shook his head repeatedly. Mom, I'm not closing the supermarket because of you. It's because the employees have been too tired these past 2 months. They need a day off. In the future, it'll give them occasional breaks. It's for the good of the supermarket. Besides, one must be conscientious. I've made money, but I shouldn't bear the burden of suffering alone. Qian Ziyong found himself a terrible liar. What a mess of nonsense. Anyway, resting is part of my strategy. It will make the supermarket better. Qian Ziyong said firmly. Chen Huilon nodded. Your father and I don't know business. You handle it as you see fit. Qian Ziyong agreed, attending to his mother's every need, accompanying them to dinner and booking a decent hotel. He made sure they rested well. The medical expenses, hotel fees, meals, and other incidentals cost him over 2,000 yuan. Qian Ziyong realized that after 2 months of hard labor working day jobs from dawn till dusk, he had barely over 1,000 left. Oh, how could life be so cruel? Life was far too hard. Utterly despondent, Qian Ziyong returned to the supermarket, regretting that he hadn't taken a single day off during his day job grind to come back and check on the store during daylight. Sigh. Words could not express his sorrow. Let the past be past. He'll regroup. I still have a chance. Qian Ziyong took a deep breath. Boss, Mr. Li is here. Zhu Daqiang entered the office and poured tea for Qian Ziyong. Please come in. Qian Ziyong was overjoyed. He remembered that Mr. Li had promised to treat him to dinner. It had been a month, and he was craving the lamb at that restaurant. Qian Ziyong stood up to welcome him personally. Li Lian, Mr. Li had already reached the doorway. Seeing Qian Ziyong, he said with shame, Boss Qian, I was blind as a bat, showing off my meager skills before a master. At my age, I'm not even a fraction of you, Boss Qian. I'm utterly ashamed. You flatter me. Qian Ziyong felt embarrassed. After all, Mr. Li had genuinely tried to guide him last time. The man had meant well, but Qian Ziyong had taken advantage of him. And worst of all, he had failed. Sigh. Boss Qian, I've already reserved a table at Jinhaling. If you're free. Before Li Lian could finish, Qian Ziyong said quickly, I'm free, I'm very free. Mr. Li, you're too kind. Just call me Xiao Qian. Inside the private room at Jinhaling, the group exchanged toasts and laughter. Li Lian raised his glass. Boss Qian, now I know the saying, true masters hide their brilliance, is real. You've perfectly demonstrated how to run a supermarket. Now everyone in Hanqing knows your name, Qian Ziyong. You are the first to make a supermarket busier than a vegetable market. Enough said. All my admiration is in this toast. Li Lian downed his drink in one gulp. Listening to Li Lian's story, Qian Ziyong was overcome with grief. Though he seldom drank, he raised his glass and emptied it as well. Brotherly, I will always remember your guidance. First, the renovation must be top-notch. Second, don't hire too many employees. Third, don't set the prices too low. I regret it so much. Qian Ziyong blamed himself, wishing he could slap himself twice. It was his own stubbornness that had led to the current situation where the supermarket's profits were burning a hole in his pocket. I'm ashamed, truly ashamed. I was just showing off my limited skills in front of an expert. Please don't blame me, Brother Qian. If you had listened to me, the supermarket probably wouldn't have turned around. It certainly wouldn't be as booming as it is now. Li Lian said, sincerely, sighing with deep emotion. He had truly witnessed something new. He never knew a supermarket could be run this way. Qian Ziyong had taught him a lesson. He had flown all over the country to learn, yet the real master was right beside him all along. If only he had known, he would have stayed in Hanqing and learned humbly by Qian Ziyong's side. Boss Li, I need your help. Would you consider being a consultant for the supermarket? Qian Ziyong asked in a low voice. He had already decided to transform the supermarket, and if possible, he wanted the original owner to run it. Yes, absolutely. Li Lian exclaimed joyfully. I was just about to ask you, brother, if I could learn by your side. No. What could I possibly teach you? Please don't follow my example. Qian Ziyong quickly urged, fearing he might lead Li Lian astray with his loss-making strategies. Li Lian was a good man. He treated him to meals and taught him how to run a business. Good brothers like him were rare. If Li Lian learned his methods and opened his own supermarket and lost all his money, who would treat him to meals in the future? It was best if he stayed and worked for him. He could use his precious experience in losing money to lose even more. Li Lian raised his glass. Brother, you're perfect in every way except you're too modest. Brother. Qian Ziyong looked at the large piece of lamb before him and called out sincerely. He continued, I'm having you work for me, yet I have nothing to offer you. I feel ashamed. It's fine even without a essay. Li Lian started, but was interrupted by Qian Ziyong. 100,000 a month. It's only this much for now, but it will definitely increase in the future. Li Lian spewed his drink. What? 100,000 a month? He stared at Qian Ziyong in disbelief. Qian Ziyong, thinking he had offered too little, scratched his head. I'm sorry, brother. This is all I can offer for now. He wished he could offer more, but the system had its limits. It's not too little, it's too much. Li Lian felt he didn't deserve it. But wait, with such a high salary, was the supermarket still making a profit? How much had Qian Ziyong earned in these 2 months? Li Lian asked quietly. Brother, how much profit has the supermarket made in these 2 months? Is 100,000 a lot? Qian Ziyong still felt it was insufficient, thinking Li Lian looked down on the amount. After all, Li Lian had been a boss himself, though it was natural for him to scoff at a fixed salary. After deducting all expenses and taxes over the past 2 months, the profit is over 40 million. Qian Ziyong whispered. 40 million. Li Lian exclaimed in shock. That's incredible. Qian Ziyong also found it unbelievable. How could it have earned so much? Li Lian felt even more humbled. Brother, do you know how much I made in 8 years of running my supermarket? How much? Qian Ziyong was curious. Li Lian raised a finger. 1 million. That's all. Qian Ziyong looked astonished. That's already a lot, Li Lian said. Of course, compared to a genius like you, it's nothing. Qian Ziyong felt embarrassed by the praise. Brother, I came to learn from you, and I should be paying you. Instead, you're offering me such a high salary. I feel I don't deserve it. Li Lian said repeatedly. Hearing that Li Lian wanted to pay him, and even considered refusing the salary, Qian Ziyong jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Absolutely not. You're a talent, and talents deserve special treatment. 100,000, not a penny less. If you ask for less, he'll be offended. He had finally found someone who could lighten his burden, and he was determined to hold on tight. 100,000 a month, 1.2 million a year. That was a substantial burden to bear. Looking at Qian Ziyong's sincere eyes, Li Lian was deeply moved. He raised his glass. No more words. It's all in this drink. With that, he downed it. Meanwhile, at the supermarket, Zhu Daqiang gathered all the employees. Standing at the front, Zhu Daqiang announced, "The boss says we're taking a day off tomorrow. No one needs to come in. We'll resume work as usual the day after." Contrary to their expectations, the employees didn't look happy. One of them stepped forward and asked, "Manager, why is the boss giving us a day off? Tomorrow isn't a holiday." The employees were puzzled. "Because the boss mother is coming," Zhu Daqiang explained. "The boss mother?" A female employee asked curiously, "Is she pretty? I thought the boss wasn't married." Zhu Daqiang waved his hand. "It's not his wife, it's his mother." Only then did everyone understand. But they still didn't see why the supermarket had to close for his mother's visit. "Manager, I don't think we need a day off, and neither does the supermarket. Business is booming right now. Think of how much we'd lose by closing for a day," one employee said. More employees chimed in. "That's right, we don't need a break." In their old jobs, they'd have wished for a day off every day. But working at Feihuang's supermarket, they wished they could work every single day without rest. The boss treated them so well they felt guilty taking even one day off. At other supermarkets, they'd work 12-hour days for a monthly salary of 3,000. But at Feihuang's supermarket, they only worked 6 hours a day and earned 5,000 a month. Moreover, the boss had promised that even if they resigned or the supermarket closed down, they'd receive the highest compensation of N1. Everyone had a heart. Since the boss treated them so well, the only way to repay him was to work their hardest. "No days off, we don't want days off." Someone raised their arm and shouted loudly. Immediately, all 400-plus employees raised their arms. "No days off. No days off." Zhu Daqiang looked at the scene before him, his heart filled with warmth. This was the cohesion of their Feihuang supermarket. They truly put people first, making employees genuinely care for the business. But this was the boss' order, and he had to carry it out. He just didn't know how to break it to them. Just then a loud voice came from the side. "You must rest. This is not up for discussion." "Who?" The employees turned their heads. Just then, Qian Ziyong walked in. "Boss." Upon seeing him, they were all thrilled. Their boss was too kind to them. Qian Ziyong nodded. "I've seen everything you've done these past days. You've worked hard." "Not at all," the employees shouted. Qian Ziyong shook his head, sighing inwardly. They weren't tired. He had already made over 40 million. If they had really worked day and night, wouldn't he have earned 100 million? When would he ever spend it all? Rest. They must rest. If not for fear of arousing suspicion, he would have sent them home for a few years with full pay. Why was spending money so difficult? The supermarket has made money and you're tired. Take a day off. "I'm begging you," said Qian Ziyong. Since the boss had put it that way, the employees couldn't argue. "All right, go home. Don't come tomorrow," Qian Ziyong said. Now he felt utterly defeated and didn't want to talk. Waving his hand, Qian Ziyong left dejectedly. The employees watched his subdued exit. "Manager Zhu, what's wrong with the boss? He seems unhappy," an employee whispered, hurrying to Zhu Daqiang's side. Zhu Daqiang said, "It's likely the boss has discovered a crisis at the supermarket. You know how hard he's worked these past months. leaving early and returning late every day. We just need to do our own jobs, but the boss has to worry about everything for the supermarket. It's so tough. Alas, it's all because of my limited ability. I can't share his burden. Indeed, earning over 40 million in 2 months, how crucial was the boss role? Every order seemingly ordinary must have been the result of deep thought and careful weighing before being issued. Now that the boss was in low spirits, the supermarket must be in trouble. In the end, the boss bore everything alone. Back in his office, Qian Ziyong collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained. He had already given up. The system was about to settle with him soon. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't spend over 40 million. And thinking that every month from now on the supermarket would bring him a profit of 20 million, Qian Ziyong's head ached. A long and arduous road lay ahead. Forget it. Head play games first and deal with tomorrow later. Escaping reality, Qian Ziyong opened his phone. This went on for a whole week. One morning, just after getting up, he opened his phone again. Suddenly a voice sounded in his mind. Ding. System settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Host Qian Ziyong, personal funds 1527, system funds cash 42315,487, assets 101241, settlement 300 42315,487 101241,49436728. Settlement amount is less than 0. Personal funds set to 0. Conversion personal funds 1527 0 1527. Settlement complete. Staring at that big 0, Qian Ziyong felt like crying. That 0 was the greatest mockery of him, laughing at his incompetence. Second cycle 3 months, system funds 50 million already transferred to bank card. System funds cash 92315,487, assets 11141. Good heavens, this cycle was a full 50 million. Half a small goal. If he completed it in 3 months, he would be a multimillionaire. Qian Ziyong suddenly felt full of energy. But then he remembered that in 3 months the supermarket would earn him at least 60 million more, making his total task for 3 months a whopping 160 million. The pressure was immense. Just then Zhu Daqiang walked in. Boss Zhao is here, Zhu Daqiang announced. Boss Zhao. Qian Ziyong thought for a moment, then realized it was Zhao Kuang, the landlord of the supermarket. Since had taken over the supermarket and signed the lease, Zhao Kuang had never shown up again. 3 months had passed, and the lease was up. It was time to pay the rent. The rent for 3 months was 125 million. Not bad. That would take care of 125 million first. Though it was almost nothing compared to the colossal 160 million, every little bit helped. Eventually he'd spend it all. Please come in, Qian Ziyong said very politely, going to greet him in person. Zhao Kuang had already arrived. Boss Qian, business is booming, Zhao Kuang said with a cupped fist salute. Qian Ziyong smiled bitterly. Business is indeed good. Are you here to collect the rent? I've prepared it. Manager Zhu, transfer the money to Boss Zhao. Hold on. Boss Zhao raised his hand, stopping Zhu Daqiang from making the transfer. He took out the contract and said, Boss Qian, our contract was for 3 months. Now that it's expired, whether to renew is up to me. Qian Ziyong nodded. That's right. Boss Qian, my shop is in a prime location. I gave you a discount before because you were young. Now I have to restore the original price. The rent will increase. Zhao Kuang waved his hand. Zhu Daqiang was furious. Boss Zhao, that's not fair. 5 million a year is already high. The same location's rent is only 2 million. It's going up. Boss Zhao laughed. All the shops around here are mine and rent has doubled. I won't ask for much. Boss Zhao held up 2 fingers. I want 20 million. 20 million a year. Zhu Daqiang was gnashing his teeth. This was highway robbery. Boss Zhao knew the supermarket was profitable and wanted a piece. In fact, the property wasn't Zhao Kuang's. Had signed a long lease with the real owner and was a subleaser. Besides this supermarket, many other shops in the area were under his control. Actually, the rent increase in the surrounding shops was because of their Feihuang supermarket. After Feihuang supermarket became popular, it boosted foot traffic and the nearby businesses thrived. Thanks to Feihuang supermarket, Zhao Kuang had made a lot of money. Instead of thanking them, he was trying to rob them. Shameless. Zhu Daqiang looked at Qian Ziyong only to see him wearing a big smile. 20 million. Qian Ziyong lowered his head, thinking. The other party was asking too little. Only 20 million. That would be just 5 million for 3 months. A drop in the bucket compared to 160 million. If only Zhao Kuang had asked for 100 million, that would have reduced his burden by over 30 million. Wait. A gleam flashed in Qian Ziyong's eyes. He had a legitimate reason to close the supermarket now. The supermarket earned 20 million a month. If he shut it down, he'd lose that 20 million. Much more cost-effective than paying 20 million in rent. And it was perfectly reasonable. After all, the landlord was raising the rent, and by a huge amount. Being young and hot-headed, he could simply refuse to renew out of anger. Anyone who heard would think he was impulsive, not that this was unreasonable. A perfect excuse. He had been racking his brains over how to deal with the extra 60 million, and Boss Zhao had come to his rescue. Boss Zhao was a good man. Mr. Zhao, thank you. Qian Ziyong expressed his sincere gratitude to Zhao Kuang, then turned to Zhu Daqiang beside him. Manager Zhu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Zhu Daqiang was puzzled upon hearing this. What was he supposed to do? Qian Ziyong surely meant for him to make the payment immediately. Qian Ziyong was always decisive when it came to paying. Zhu Daqiang felt deeply aggrieved. Zhao Kuang was clearly exploiting the situation. But there was nothing he could do. After all, the boss had only signed a 3-month contract. He'll go to the bank and transfer the money right away. Zhu Daqiang hung his head in defeat. Zhao Kuang was overjoyed. His prediction had been correct. Qian Ziyong would compromise for money. Since the supermarket was raking in 20 million a month, raising the rent to 20 million meant Qian Ziyong had no choice but to accept it. Who would turn down money? No. Qian Ziyong heard Zhu Daqiang was about to make the payment and quickly stopped him. I meant for you to go notify the staff. We're going out of business. What? Both Zhu Daqiang and Zhao Kuang were stunned. Qian Ziyong urged impatiently, hurry up. Suspend operations immediately. Our supermarket is closing down. The rent increase. We can't accept it. Close the doors now. Close them right now. Qian Ziyong was in a frantic rush. The supermarket was still making money for him. Every minute of delay meant hundreds of yuan in revenue. The sooner it closed, the easier it would be for him to incur losses. Don't. Zhu Daqiang and Zhao Kuang quickly tried to stop him. Zhao Kuang in particular was startled. He had set the price at 20 million a year because he believed Qian Ziyong would pay it. He never expected Qian Ziyong to be so resolute. This was not someone to provoke. Zhu Daqiang also hurriedly intervened. Although he despised Zhao Kuang for exploiting the situation, going down in flames together with him was hardly worth it. Money was hard to come by these days. Should they really abandon a business that earned 200 million a year over this? Too impulsive. Qian Ziyong was far too impulsive. He should swallow his pride. Let's negotiate, let's negotiate. Zhao Kuang said hastily, I can lower it a bit. How about 15 million? Not interested. Qian Ziyong shook his head. If Zhao Kuang had continued to raise the rent, say to 100 million a year, he might have agreed. But since Zhao Kuang hadn't increased it, and had instead lowered it, how could he possibly continue renting? If he stopped renting, he'd directly shed the burden of 60 million. Perfect. No matter what Zhao Kuang said, Qian Ziyong ignored him. He turned to Zhu Daqiang and said, Manager Zhu, please see our guest out. This? Zhu Daqiang hesitated, then gritted his teeth and said to Zhao Kuang, Mr. Zhao, please this way. Zhao Kuang was completely dazed. With Zhu Daqiang pulling and dragging him, he was hauled out of the conference room. We can talk, we can talk. I won't raise the rent anymore. Zhao Kuang quickly changed his tune. Zhu Daqiang dragged Zhao Kuang to the door, shut the conference room door, and set him down. Manager Zhu. Zhao Kuang didn't know what to do and could only appeal to Zhu Daqiang for help. He hadn't expected Qian Ziyong to be so tough. Was the other party bluffing? It didn't seem like it. He looked like he genuinely intended to move out. Once the Feihuang supermarket was gone, the foot traffic here would vanish and the rent for surrounding shops would plummet immediately. His losses would be far from trivial. Moreover, if he drove the Feihuang supermarket away by arbitrarily raising the rent, his own boss, the primary landlord, would tear him apart. Seeing Zhao Kuang panic, Zhu Daqiang snorted coldly. Where were you earlier? Though Zhu Daqiang appeared angry, he was secretly delighted. He hadn't expected his young boss to know how to play hard to get. Look how terrified Zhao Kuang was. Now forget 5 million a year. Even 3 million would be accepted by Zhao Kuang. The boss was truly formidable. With a little act, he had Zhao Kuang right where he wanted him. This man needed to be put in his place. The previous supermarket owner Li Lian had been forced to leave because of this man's constant rent hikes. Manager Zhu, please put in a good word for me with the boss. The rent is negotiable. Li Lian said with a fawning smile, pulling out a cigarette and carefully offering it. I was foolish. Money is hard to earn these days. I was blinded by greed and actually thought of raising your boss rent. I deserve to die. Please, Manager Zhu, speak well of me. The rent can be discussed. All right. Zhu Daqiang took the cigarette and nodded with a troubled expression. You know, our boss is young and tends to act impulsively. Once he's made up his mind, no one can talk him out of it. I'll try my best for you. Zhu Daqiang was jumping for joy inside, but on the surface he looked deeply conflicted. The boss' strategy of retreating to advance was simply brilliant. The boss was the boss. For a moment there, even he had believed the supermarket was really going to shut down. He had fooled himself and completely fooled that old fox Zhao Kuang. Zhu Daqiang entered the conference room, went to the boss office, and saw Qian Ziyong scribbling on a piece of paper. Zhu Daqiang gave a thumbs up. Boss, your acting was incredible. You even fooled me. Now Zhao Kuang is begging me to plead with you, saying the rent is negotiable. We can not only lower the rent a bit, but also sign a longer lease. Boss, you're amazing. You've got him wrapped around your fingers so easily. Zhu Daqiang was truly in awe of Qian Ziyong's acting skills. What? Qian Ziyong was confused. Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to close the supermarket after seeing Zhao Kuang out? Huh. Zhu Daqiang was dumbfounded. Boss, weren't you just putting on an act to scare Zhao Kuang? Of course not. Qian Ziyong nodded. I genuinely think this supermarket isn't good. I don't want it anymore. Not good. Zhu Daqiang was baffled. How could a supermarket earning 20 million a month be considered bad? When Li Lian owned it, making $1 million a month had him over the moon. 20 million a month, and he thought it wasn't good. Besides, I don't like dealing with a landlord like that. He makes me sick. Well, move and open a new supermarket elsewhere. You'll still be the manager. I've also hired 2 consultants. One is my classmate, and the other is Li Lian, the original owner of the Feihuang supermarket. Qian Ziyong said seriously. Zhu Daqiang quickly tried to persuade him. Boss, a supermarket earning 20 million a month is already at the ceiling. It can't get any better than this. Qian Ziyong patted Zhu Daqiang on the shoulder and said with a smile, Manager Zhu, you're thinking too small. Working with someone like Zhao Kuang, even if he's just my landlord, disgusts me. Sometimes indecision leads to greater trouble. In any case, I've made up my mind. He'll fight this to the end. Well, close the Feihuang supermarket and reopen somewhere else. Qian Ziyong himself didn't even know what he was saying. He cursed inwardly. Zhao Kuang was too spineless. Why did he have to agree to lower the rent? That robbed him of a good excuse to close the supermarket. But if he simply pretended that Zhao Kuang's offer to lower the rent never happened, then the rent had effectively been raised. After all, it was because Zhao Kuang raised the rent that he was forced to shut down. He was the victim here. Li Lian had also gone bankrupt because of the rent hike, and he was merely following in Li Lian's footsteps. It was perfectly reasonable. At this moment, Qian Ziyong handed the paper to Zhu Daqiang and said, Post this on the supermarket door. Close the supermarket quickly. All right. Zhu Daqiang could only nod helplessly. Walking out, Zhao Kuang was waiting outside. Manager Zhu, what did Boss Qian say? Zhao Kuang asked. Just now, when Zhu Daqiang went in, he thought it over carefully and believed Qian Ziyong was just trying to scare him. After all, with the supermarket so profitable, how could Qian Ziyong possibly give it up? The so-called closure was merely a tactic to force him to lower the rent. It must be so. Zhu Daqiang shook his head. It's useless. The boss said we close today. What? Zhao Kuang's face was full of disbelief. He felt that Zhu Daqiang was still putting on an act, playing the whole charade to the end. He'll definitely come begging me. Zhao Kuang forced himself to stay confident and left the supermarket. Zhu Daqiang paid him no further mind, pasted the paper Qian Ziyong had given him on the supermarket door, and ordered the doors closed. At the same time, he gathered all the employees for a meeting. The employees were astonished to learn the supermarket was shutting down. What's going on? The supermarket was doing fine. Why is it closing? Didn't we make over 40 million? It seems because the landlord raised the rent. I overheard a bit. The landlord wants 20 million a year. What? Only 5,000 square meters and 20 million a year. 20 million could buy this place outright. That's outrageous. I support the boss. Even if we don't rent, we won't let that disgusting person win. But without the supermarket, what do we do? The supermarket employees buzzed with discussion, all worried about their future. Meanwhile, on the other side, customers arriving at the supermarket were stunned to see the doors of Feihuang supermarket closed, allowing only exits, no entry. The supermarket had closed. Customers looked at the large paper on the door, which bore huge characters. Due to rent increase, operating costs have risen, and we can no longer afford the exorbitant rent. This supermarket is closing down. The words on the paper seemed to carry a hint of cheerfulness. Was it their imagination? But with the supermarket closed, where would they shop? Countless customers stamped their feet in regret. I told you selling things so cheaply meant they were losing money. The supermarket wasn't making a profit at all. Now look, it's closed down. I really regret it. If only I had bought more. What now? Where else is there a supermarket like Feihuang with low prices and good service? Who said the supermarket was making 20 million a month? If it was making that much, how could it close? Countless customers beat their chests and stomped their feet. They shouted for the supermarket to open. The customers inside the supermarket also heard the uproar outside and realized the supermarket was closing. If they didn't buy today, they wouldn't get a chance tomorrow, so those who had planned to buy just a little now grabbed as much as they could. Zhu Daqiang was holding a meeting with the employees. Except for a few cashiers, most had arrived. Hearing the noise outside, Zhu Daqiang grew worried. Could something have happened? An employee ran over. Manager, trouble. The customers outside are causing a ruckus. They want to break in. Hearing that customers were causing trouble, Zhu Daqiang hurried outside. Manager Zhu. Seeing him approach, the customers stopped pushing in. Manager Zhu, why is the supermarket closing down when it was doing so well? An elderly woman asked. Zhu Daqiang shook his head. No choice. Boss Zhao raised the rent to 20 million a year. We can't afford it. What? 20 million a year? Why doesn't he just rob us? The crowd buzzed. For a 5,000 square meter supermarket, a yearly rent of 20 million meant a staggering 4,000 per square meter per year. At that time, the average housing price in Hanqing was only 5,000. The selling price of commercial properties in Hansheng was just over 10,000. 4,000 per square meter per year for rent was simply too excessive. Boss Zhao, is that Zhao Kuang? I know that man. He's insatiably greedy, an elderly woman said angrily. Zhao Kuang's exorbitant rent enraged everyone. Many customers lived nearby and were very familiar with the area. They all cursed Zhao Kuang loudly. But since he was the landlord, the rent was his call, and there wasn't much they could do. I know Zhao Kuang. He rents out several shops around here. From now on I won't buy anything from those shops. So disgusting. How can someone be so vile? Raising the rent when he sees a business doing well. Raising it is one thing, but jumping to 20 million a year. Why doesn't he just fly to the sky? That's too much. If I were the owner, I wouldn't rent either. The crowd all boycotted Zhao Kuang. Hearing about the 20 millionaire rent, they deeply sympathized with Fei Huang supermarket. Boss Zhu, the supermarket is closing tomorrow. Let us in today. We've already come all the way, a customer said. Yeah, I took an hour-long bus ride just to see Fei Huang supermarket. Another added. Seeing the customer's genuine recognition of the supermarket, Zhu Daqiang's feelings were mixed. After all these years as manager, he now felt the greatest sense of accomplishment. They had made money, and both employees and customers were loyal. A supermarket reaching such a level was unheard of. He bowed sincerely to the crowd. Fei Huang supermarket has let you all down. I'm sorry. Everyone expressed understanding. Zhu Daqiang ordered the entrance to be opened. The crowd surged in. This was the supermarket's last day. They would never get such cheap goods again, so why not stock up? In an instant, the supermarket was packed with people. They called their friends and family, filling the entire store. Zhu Daqiang stopped the meeting and told the employees to restock the shelves. Many customers could only leave after buying so much they couldn't carry anymore. After dropping off their purchases, they rushed back and bought until they couldn't carry another thing. The supermarket was so crowded that customers could barely move. Often before the employees could even place goods on the shelves, they were snatched away. The cashiers were overwhelmed with work. Thankfully, there were self-checkout machines so customers could scan and pay themselves, otherwise they would never have managed. The next day, the supermarket did not open. In the boss office, Qian Ziyong stared blankly at the account book. Zhu Daqiang said they had made 2 million in one day yesterday. Qian Ziyong couldn't understand. Was the supermarket really that profitable? Zhu Daqiang wanted to open today to clear out all the remaining stock. Qian Ziyong quickly stopped him. If they kept going like this, wouldn't he end up rolling in money? If they opened, the cycle's task would definitely be impossible to complete. Fortunately, he was smart enough to close the supermarket directly, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Qian Ziyong praised his own cleverness. I've already chosen the location. Our next supermarket will be right here, he said, pointing at the map on the table with great excitement. This area has heavy foot traffic. It's the very center of Hansheng. Although the land is expensive and rent around here isn't cheap, it suits the high-end quality of Fei Huang supermarket. Hearing that Qian Ziyong had already picked the new location, Zhu Daqiang widened his eyes and looked where Qian Ziyong was pointing. Isn't this right across from Yongnian supermarket? That's a death trap. Zhu Daqiang exclaimed in alarm. Is this place crowded? Qian Ziyong asked. Zhu Daqiang nodded. It's crowded here, but there's already a Yongnian supermarket. Most importantly, Yongnian isn't just a supermarket, it's a massive commercial complex. Shopping, movies, dining. It's a honest-stop shop. The reason our supermarket has been losing money every month is because of the pressure from Yongnian. Yongnian supermarket was formidable. It was said to be owned by people from Sakura country, and both its service and decor were impressive. Ever since Yongnian opened, this supermarket had been in decline, forcing Boss Li to sell it off. Every supermarket owner in Hansheng wanted to stay as far away from Yongnian as possible, yet Qian Ziyong was planning to open his store directly across from it. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? With your insight, you'd say opening Fei Huang supermarket here wouldn't make money, right? Qian Ziyong asked. Zhu Daqiang nodded. Placing a supermarket here, I honestly can't imagine what advantage we'd have. Zhu Daqiang thought that after saying this, Qian Ziyong would surely change his mind. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Qian Ziyong was overjoyed and declared, then that's where we'll open. But it's directly across from Yongnian. Zhu Daqiang panicked. Qian Ziyong shook his head. If Yongnian chose this location, it proves it's a good spot. Great minds think alike. Zhu Daqiang quickly tried to stop him. But that's Yongnian, Hansheng's largest supermarket. What are you scared? Qian Ziyong looked up at Zhu Daqiang. I intend to open the best supermarket in the most prosperous part of Hansheng. Since I've decided to do this, I'm not here to play around. If I'm going to do it, I'll do it better than anyone. If we can defeat Yongnian, we'll be the undisputed best supermarket in all of Hansheng. I, Qian Ziyong, have never been afraid, and I don't know the meaning of second place. My eyes are only on the top. Hearing Qian Ziyong's declaration, Zhu Daqiang's eyes lit up. His previously hesitant posture snapped upright. Was this the difference between him and his boss? His boss only saw the pinnacle, never letting difficulties weigh him down. But he had been constantly making excuses for himself. If they truly managed to open Fei Huang's supermarket across from Yongnian and defeat them, they would become a legend in Hanqing. So his boss goal was to be #1 in Hanqing. His own vision had been too narrow. I'm not afraid. Boss, let's open right across from Yongnian. Zhu Daqiang stared at Qian Ziyong with utter admiration. Feeling a bit uneasy under the gaze of a man more than 10 years his senior, Qian Ziyong waved his hand. Go talk to the developer there and rent us a commercial space of over 5,000 square meters. If the price is right, just sign the lease. Make sure it's a 3-month term. Oh, and I never haggle. If the price is fair enough, you have my authority to sign on my behalf. Yes. Zhu Daqiang puffed out his chest, feeling immensely proud. His boss trusted him so much that he'd even delegate such an important task as signing the contract. At the supermarket entrance, a crowd watched the closed doors of Fei Huang's supermarket, shaking their heads in dismay. What a fine supermarket to think it had gone bankrupt just like that. A young man tried to enter only to be told it was closed for good. Rubbing his head, he remarked, while other places have clearance sales for at least a week, but Fei Huang just shut down like this. The young man was utterly astonished, had never seen a supermarket operate like this. Meanwhile, 2 men at the entrance were inwardly frantic. Qian Ziyong's close friend Lu Gaoda, and the supermarket's former owner Li Lian. Lu Gaoda was stunned. He had come to start his new job, promised a monthly salary of 15,000 by Qian Ziyong. He had been ready to give it his all and worked diligently for Qian Ziyong. Ever since learning that Fei Huang could rake in 20 million a month, had barely slept for days. He was fully prepared to move and eat and sleep at the store, treating it as his own home. But now he arrives to find his home is gone. The supermarket went bankrupt. How could it just go bankrupt? Li Lian was even more bewildered than Lu Gaoda. Qian Ziyong had offered him a monthly salary of 100,000. Such a high wage had even made him give up on being his own boss. After all, being a boss was exhausting. He had toiled for 8 years to earn just 10 million. But working for Qian Ziyong, earning 100,000 a month, had also made 10 million in 8 years. Earning the same amount, why endure the stress of owning a business when you could just be an employee? So why did it go bankrupt? The two of them hurried inside. They rushed to the boss office. Qian Ziyong was lounging leisurely, phone in hand, deeply engrossed in a game. Ziyong. Lu Gaoda rushed in. Why is my supermarket gone? At the thought of losing his 15th a month job and having to go to Xinjiang to work like a dog for little pay, tears streamed down his face. The supermarket was gone, the salary was gone, and so was the promise of a future 100,000 a month. It had all vanished along with the store's closure. Get off, Qian Ziyong said, nudging him away with a look of disgust. Despite Lu Gaoda's interruptions, he managed to finish his game. Just then Zhu Daqiang returned carrying a contract. Boss, I found the perfect spot and signed the papers, Zhu Daqiang said cheerfully as he entered, placing the contract before Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong gestured for everyone to sit down. He praised Zhu Daqiang. Manager Zhu, you work fast. Opening the contract, he was stunned to see the annual rent was a mere 2 million. Why is the rent so cheap? Didn't I tell you not to bargain? Qian Ziyong asked. Zhu Daqiang shook his head profusely. I didn't bargain. The landlord said that since Fei Huang is a supermarket with a conscience, it's their honor to rent to us, so they gave us their lowest price. Li Lian glanced at the contract and added, they're probably hoping our store will attract more foot traffic, which is why they offered such a low rate. After all, not everyone is like Zhao Kuang, who only sees the immediate profit. No way. Qian Ziyong stood up and shook his head. I, Qian Ziyong, never take advantage of others. The price is the price. I think that place is worth 5 million. Zhu Daqiang, pay the difference and have the contract redrawn. Everyone stared at Qian Ziyong in shock. It was the first time they'd seen anyone do business this way. Everyone else fought tooth and nail to drive prices down. But Qian Ziyong was voluntarily offering to pay more. Isn't this a bit unconventional? Li Lian said. Lu Gaoda even slammed his hand on the contract. Godfather, if you think 5 million a year is the right price, just give the extra money to me. That's an extra 3 million a year. 3 whole million. Qian Ziyong snatched the contract from Lu Gaoda's grasp. Move aside. I, Qian Ziyong, never earn money that isn't rightfully mine. Manager Zhu, take this contract back and revise it to 5 million a year. Hearing Qian Ziyong's words, Zhu Daqiang had no choice but to accept the contract. Lu Gaoda watched the contract in Zhu Daqiang's hands, still feeling resentful. That was 3 million wasted just like that. All right, Qian Ziyong said, patting Lu Gaoda on the shoulder. Let's drop this topic. Now we need to discuss how to run the new supermarket. Speaking of the new supermarket, Lu Gaoda couldn't help but wonder why the thriving Fei Huang supermarket had closed down. Ziyong, why did you have to close Fei Huang supermarket? Lu Gaoda asked, his voice filled with anguish. Qian Ziyong replied with righteous indignation, I can't stand that Zhao Kuang. I, Qian Ziyong, have lived my life with integrity and have never bowed to anyone. Zhao Kuang dared to exploit my crisis, so of course I moved away. Li Lian shook his head. Brother, you were too impulsive. Qian Ziyong shrugged. If a young man isn't impulsive, is he still young? My goal is to run the largest supermarket in Hanqing. This store clearly doesn't meet my standards. It's good that it's closed. Only by closing it can I focus my energy on bigger things. Li Lian looked at Qian Ziyong with curiosity. You're that confident about the new supermarket? He found Qian Ziyong hard to understand. When Qian Ziyong first took over the supermarket, he thought he'd lose money. But unexpectedly Qian Ziyong earned an unimaginable fortune. 40 million in 2 months. That was 4 times more than Li Lian had earned in 8 years combined. Now that Qian Ziyong was closing the supermarket to open a new one, Li Lian was equally puzzled. However, he no longer dared to oppose him. Who knew what other surprises Qian Ziyong might deliver? Of course. Qian Ziyong nodded, emphatically brimming with self-confidence. His confidence, however, wasn't in making money, but in losing it. Opening directly across from Yongnian supermarket with such a disastrous start, how could he not lose? Even Zhu Daqiang had said that it was a guaranteed loss, and Li Lian clearly didn't have high hopes for it either. This meant the plan was solid. He was destined to fail. 50 million. If he could lose all the money within 3 months, he'd make 50 million. Qian Ziyong looked up at Li Lian. Old brother, you also think he'll suffer huge losses putting Feihuang supermarket right across from Yongnian supermarket? Li Lian nodded. From my years of experience, there's no chance of beating Yongnian supermarket. A brilliant smile spread across Qian Ziyong's face. That's great. Then let's discuss how to run this supermarket. Lu Gaoda scratched his head. He was a fresh graduate with no clue about running a supermarket. But he felt something was off. Still, Qian Ziyong was the boss with a proven track record, so following his lead seemed right. Lu Gaoda trusted his brother unconditionally, but it was such a pity to give up a supermarket earning 20 million a month. Just then, Qian Ziyong spoke up. I plan to run the new supermarket according to Brother Li's teachings. Huh? Li Lian was stunned. Zhu Daqiang and Lu Gaoda were also dumbfounded. Manager Zhu, do you remember Li Lian's advice from 2 months ago? Qian Ziyong looked at Zhu Daqiang. Zhu Daqiang nodded. Yes, the decoration should be top-notch, the staff shouldn't be too many, and the prices shouldn't be too low. Then you told me to do the opposite. And then, Zhu Daqiang trailed off. After all, doing the opposite had made a fortune, which would be a slap in the face for Li Lian. Qian Ziyong nodded. This time we won't do the opposite. Well, follow the advice. We need good decoration. I plan to invest 50 million in decoration. 50 million. All three exclaimed in shock. Qian Ziyong scratched his head. Is 50 million for decoration a lot? They all looked at Li Lian. Li Lian used to own a 5,000 square meter supermarket and knew the cost of decoration well. Li Lian smiled wryly. My decoration only cost 2 million. Brother Qian, do you know the selling price of the commercial space you're renting? How much? Qian Ziyong asked curiously. The average price for commercial space in Hanqing should be over 10,000 per square meter. And since it was in the city center, the price must be even higher. Li Lian said 20,000 per square meter. But because it's a basement, the price is half that of ground-level shops, so it's 10,000 per square meter. With 50 million, you could just buy the supermarket outright. That's good. Qian Ziyong nodded with satisfaction. I like to do things perfectly, so we'll spend 50 million on decoration. Next, the staff shouldn't be too many. I think we can have more people. Since we're spending so much on decoration, we shouldn't skimp on employees. It won't save much anyway. I've decided to double the staff and hire 1,000 people. Lu Gaoda, you'll be in charge of recruitment. The salary will be 6,000 a month, 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. With rotating shifts, about 400 people will be on duty at any given time. Qian Ziyong was calculating rapidly in his head. 1,000 employees at 6,000 a month plus social insurance would cost at least 7,000 each. 7,000 times 1,000 employees times 3 months, that's 21 million. There goes over 20 million. Add the N1 severance pay, and that's another few tens of millions. Plus the 50 million for decoration. After 3 months, when the supermarket goes bankrupt, they'd return the unsold goods and declare bankruptcy. His money should just about cover it all. Perfect. I'm in charge of recruitment. Lu Gaoda was overjoyed. He loved recruitment. Qian Ziyong, entrusting him with such an important task, showed his trust. He had to do a great job. Qian Ziyong patted Lu Gaoda on the shoulder. I believe in you. Lu Gaoda nodded firmly. I won't let you down. Looking into Lu Gaoda's naive eyes, Qian Ziyong was completely at ease. He knew his own people. He knew Lu Gaoda's abilities well, utterly mediocre. Making him the recruitment officer would surely bring in all sorts of undesirables. The supermarket's failure was even more certain. Qian Ziyong had already assigned all the tasks, so Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang found it hard to object. Qian Ziyong continued, as for the product prices. Zhu Daqiang interjected, boss, the prices should be as low as possible. Let's continue with the wholesale model. This way most of our old customers should come back and business will definitely be good. We'll stick to the wholesale format and compete differently from Yongnian supermarket. Maybe we really can beat them. Still doing wholesale, competing differently, making money. Old customers. Hearing this, Qian Ziyong's heart pounded with fright. Absolutely not. Qian Ziyong said decisively. Our product prices will be the same as Yongnian supermarkets. Qian Ziyong had grown weary of the wholesale supermarket model. He absolutely could not continue with wholesale. The scene of countless customers storming into the store to grab goods was still vivid in his mind. It had gotten to the point where he barely dared to leave his office, dreading the sight of that chaotic scene. So lowering prices was completely out of the question. All right, it's decided. Qian Ziyong declared decisively. Lu Gadeo, you're in charge of recruitment. Start hiring immediately. Manager Zhu, you find the renovation company and get the work started at once. Manager Li, you handle the pricing for the supermarket's goods. For any issues that arise, figure it out amongst yourselves. Qian Ziyong dismissed them to get to work. He then retreated alone to his room, opened his phone, and continued his strategic planning. Inside the office of the Yongnian supermarket owner, the owner, known as Tree in the Mountain, was furious. Why have our sales dropped by a full 30% over the past 2 months? Sitting across from him was a middle-aged man. Manager Chiu. Boss, it's because a new wholesale supermarket, Feihuang Supermarket, opened not far from us. Feihuang Supermarket has low prices and excellent service, and they have a huge influence in Hanxing. Many customers are traveling long distances just to shop there. That is the direct cause of our significant drop in sales. Feihuang Supermarket. Tree in the Mountain nodded. He had heard of Feihuang Supermarket recently. It was indeed very popular. If they were stealing their business, it wasn't surprising. A 30% drop in sales meant their profits had fallen by half. Feihuang Supermarket was their greatest enemy. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Tree in the Mountain's eyes narrowed. Manager Sun, I want you to thoroughly investigate Feihuang Supermarket. I need all the information you can get. Yes, sir. Manager Sun bowed deeply and hurried off. Tree in the Mountain appreciated efficiency, so Manager Sun needed to be quick. But within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Manager Sun had returned. Manager Sun, why haven't you left yet? Tree in the Mountain said, displeased. Manager Sun reported excitedly. Boss, Feihuang Supermarket has gone out of business. Out of business? Tree in the Mountain stood up in disbelief. Manager Sun nodded. I found out that Feihuang Supermarket was making 20 million a month, incredibly profitable. However, because the rent increased, the owner, a young man, shut the supermarket down in a fit of pique. Are you sure? Tree in the Mountain's eyes lit up. Mr. Sean, I'm absolutely certain. There's no mistake. Manager Sun bowed affirmatively. Huh. Heaven is helping me. Tree in the Mountain laughed heartily. Young was good. Young people tend to be impulsive. He liked this kind of owner, one who would shut down a profitable business on a whim. Manager Sun, book a spot for me now. I'm going for a night of KTV. Also arrange for 10 people to join me. I'm taking on all 10 tonight. Tree in the Mountain said cheerfully. Yes, sir. I'll arrange it right away. Manager Sun bowed and left. However, only an hour later, Manager Sun came rushing back. What is it? Tree in the Mountain frowned. It's not even evening yet. What's the matter now? It wasn't time for KTV yet, and young Sun was being rather thoughtless. Manager Sun said urgently, bad news. Although Feihuang Supermarket has closed, its owner Qian Ziyong hasn't given up. He's determined to make it the biggest supermarket in Hanxing, and he's chosen the site for his new store directly opposite ours. What? Tree in the Mountain stood up. He's opening a new supermarket right opposite us. How dare he? It's true. The people at Feihuang weren't keeping it a secret. All the employees know about it. There's no mistake. Manager Sun confirmed emphatically. How dare he? Tree in the Mountain was enraged. This Feihuang Supermarket owner was showing them no respect. He would definitely teach that young man a lesson. But then again, directly engaging in a price war, even if he won, wouldn't benefit him much. The best outcome would be for Feihuang Supermarket to disappear entirely, not set up shop here. No, even though we're not afraid of them, having them right across the street would cause us considerable trouble. Tree in the Mountain paced back and forth. Manager Sun remained silent, unsure of what to do. He's a young man, and young men are easy to talk to. Tree in the Mountain's eyes lit up. Prepare things now. We're going to visit the owner of Feihuang Supermarket. Yes, sir. Manager Sun bowed. Inside Feihuang Supermarket, employees were organizing the goods, preparing to move all the shelves and inventory to the new location. The new landlord had already provided them with a warehouse. Once the renovation is done, everything can be put on the shelves immediately. They aim to get the new supermarket up and running in the shortest possible time. All the employees were full of drive. Even though the old store had closed, their salaries were still being paid. Not only that, but the boss had also given everyone a raise of 1,000 yuan. Even the cleaning lady made 6,000 a month. When Tree in the Mountain arrived at the supermarket and saw the employees working with such vigor, he felt a great deal of pressure. It seems the owner of Feihuang Supermarket has some skill. At least the employees' morale is very high. Tree in the Mountain murmured. Manager Sun nodded vigorously in agreement. Who are you? Zhu Daqiang stepped forward, offering a cigarette. Tree in the Mountain bowed and said, I am the owner of Yongnian Supermarket here to visit Mr. Qian. This is a small token of my appreciation. Manager's son held out the gift, 2 cartons of high-quality cigarettes. The owner of Yongnian Supermarket. Zhu Daqiang frowned, then ran towards the boss office. Wait here a moment. They'll ask my boss. Zhu Daqiang knocked on Qian Ziyong's door. Boss, the owner of Yongnian Supermarket is here to see you. Qian Ziyong was inside playing games. He called out, wait a moment. Give me 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, Qian Ziyong emerged from his room. Zhu Daqiang handed him the cigarettes. This is a gift from the Yongnian owner. They're pretty good cigarettes. Qian Ziyong didn't pay much attention as he didn't smoke and didn't know the price. He asked casually, how much do these cost? As a supermarket manager, Zhu Daqiang knew cigarette prices very well. Our cost for these is 980 yuan per carton, we sell them for 1,000. 980. Qian Ziyong was overjoyed. The system hadn't stopped him from accepting the gift. That meant if he sold these, he'd make a pure profit of 980 yuan. This was his own money. What a good man. Qian Ziyong felt a surge of goodwill towards the Tycoon tree in the mountain. Moreover, his future plans for losing big money depended on Yongnian Supermarket. Please come right in. Qian Ziyong personally poured tea. No, wait. They'll go invite him and myself. He pushed open the door and hurried out. Those who invite him to meals, give him gifts, and help him lose money are all good people. In Qian Ziyong's eyes, Tree in the Mountain was a truly wonderful person. The sudden visit from the owner of Yongnian Supermarket bodes ill, Zhu Daqiang hurriedly urged. Bodes ill. Bodes ill is good. I like people who bode ill, the more the better. Qian Ziyong exclaimed with delight. He realized that choosing to place Feihuang Supermarket directly opposite Yongnian Supermarket was an excellent decision. The enemy was about to make a move against Feihuang Supermarket. With others doing the work, he could sit back and do nothing, watching the supermarket collapse. Was there anything better than this? Qian Ziyong had already dashed out and spotted a middle-aged man rushing forward to embrace him. Boss, I've admired you for a long time. Since you've come bringing such a fine gift, you're being far too courteous. For future visits, well, bring some more gifts. I'd certainly welcome them. The higher the value, the better. Boss. Zhu Daqiang tugged at Qian Ziyong's sleeve, carefully gesturing to the short, impeccably dressed middle-aged man nearby. He is the owner of Yongnian Supermarket, Shanzhong Yushu. Qian Ziyong awkwardly rubbed his head, turned around, and looked down to see a bald spot. Stepping back, he realized it was a man, a somewhat balding middle-aged figure. Hello, hello. Qian Ziyong, showing no disdain for the man's height, said repeatedly, Boss Shan, I love your gift. Manager's son interjected. Our boss' surname is Shanzhong. He is from the land of Sakura. Qian Ziyong quickly apologized. My apologies, Boss Shanzhong. Welcome. I've prepared the finest tea. This way, please. Qian Ziyong entertained him with great enthusiasm and utmost sincerity, like an old friend not seen for years. Though he harbored no fondness for those from the land of Sakura, he couldn't lose the grace of a great nation or bring shame to his country. Basic courtesy was a must. Mr. Qian is truly unconventional, indeed not an ordinary man. Shanzhong Yushu praised. Inwardly, he was gravely solemn. Although Qian Ziyong had mistaken his identity and even hinted at more valuable gifts next time, he could discern from Qian Ziyong's eyes a profound sincerity towards him. Only a brute would wear everything on his sleeve. To disguise such sincerity, even towards one's enemy, reveals a remarkable depth of character, a person with grand ambitions. A tough opponent. In the boss meeting room, Qian Ziyong personally poured tea for Shanzhong Yushu. Shanzhong Yushu frowned, observing Qian Ziyong's technique. He had some knowledge of the tea ceremony, and Qian Ziyong's method was simply atrocious. This tea is excellent, drink up, Qian Ziyong urged. As he spoke, he poured himself a cup and took a large gulp. Tea was the only free thing in the entire supermarket. He had consumed a great deal over these 3 months. Especially when hunger pangs struck with nothing to eat, drinking more tea could temporarily stave it off. Mr. Qian has no regard for tea ceremony etiquette, Shanzhong Yushu commented. Qian Ziyong nodded. What's there to be particular about? Quenching thirst is enough. I dislike all that fuss. I prefer directness, not wasting time on roundabout ways. Makes sense. Shanzhong Yushu nodded. One's character can be seen in how one drinks tea. Qian Ziyong seemed like a straightforward man. But how could someone so deeply calculating be truly straightforward? Something was off. Shanzhong Yushu probed. May I ask why Mr. Qian chose to open a supermarket directly opposite our Yongnian? Qian Ziyong replied, Please don't mind, Boss Shanzhong. I opened my supermarket there simply to be your neighbor. Where Yongnian goes, I follow. Should Yongnian plan to open a branch, if possible, let me know in advance, and he'll find a spot nearby to open one too. He was telling the truth. He wasn't good at lying. His lies were always full of holes. Besides, since the other party had come bearing such a valuable gift, he should reciprocate. If the new supermarket successfully lost money, he genuinely planned to open more stores. Following the current strategy, wherever Yongnian supermarket was, their Feihuang supermarket would be two trailing behind Yongnian to lose money. Qian Ziyong thought this method of losing money was excellent, but Shanzhong Yushu felt it was terrible. What? Qian Ziyong would continue to open supermarkets near their Yongnian stores in the future. Qian Ziyong had his sights set on them. This was too much. Did Qian Ziyong think Yongnian supermarket was easy to bully? Shanzhong Yushu took a deep breath, nearly crushing the teacup in his hand. Be composed, I must be composed. I must not anger, only the incompetent are quick to rage. Shanzhong Yushu recited internally. Finally, he steadied his emotions completely. He looked at Qian Ziyong only to see him smiling broadly, pouring tea for him. That sincere smile was practically overflowing. How did Qian Ziyong manage to speak the harshest words with the softest expression? A formidable young man. Shanzhong Yushu no longer held any disdain for Qian Ziyong, regarding him instead as a wily old fox, an opponent of equal caliber. Mr. Qian, may I ask how you plan to defeat our Yongnian supermarket? Shanzhong Yushu inquired. Qian Ziyong chuckled. Yongnian is the largest supermarket in Hanqing, with surely immense monthly profits. How could I possibly defeat you? I'm just doing what needs to be done. To be frank, I plan to invest 50 million in renovations, hire more staff, and match my prices with yours at Yongnian. Shanzhong Yushu raised an eyebrow, staring intently at Qian Ziyong. He couldn't tell if Qian Ziyong was being truthful or not. Zhu Daqiang, growing anxious, interjected. Boss, this is our supermarket's confidential information. How can you reveal it to him? Why not? Qian Ziyong declared firmly. There are no secrets with me. All my words and all our strategies can be shared openly. There is nothing I wouldn't say to anyone. After all, his goal was to lose money. If others knew his strategies and targeted him, so much the better. So when Shanzhong Yushu came, he was eager to bare his soul, revealing every secret of the supermarket. Shanzhong Yushu looked from Qian Ziyong to Zhu Daqiang, uncertain whether to believe it. What? Don't believe me. Qian Ziyong slapped his thigh and boomed. Manager Zhu, bring our lease agreement and the renovation contract. Let boss Shanzhong have a look. This isn't appropriate. Zhu Daqiang hesitated. Qian Ziyong insisted. Mr. Shanzhong is our guest from afar. What's inappropriate about it? Helpless, Zhu Daqiang brought out the contracts. Qian Ziyong spread them on the table. Mr. Shanzhong, please take a look. Shanzhong Yushu and Manager Sun were both stunned. They had come to probe for intelligence, never expecting the opponent to place the information right before them. This was too direct. They couldn't comprehend it. They had never encountered such an enemy. Never heard of, never seen before. Shanzhong Yushu, half believing, picked up the contract and saw that the renovation truly cost 50 million. 50 million. A full 50 million without a single discount. Mr. Qian, you are truly too extravagant. Shanzhong Yushu's face was very solemn. He truly couldn't understand why Qian Ziyong would spend so much on decoration. This went completely against the business principles he had learned since childhood. Business was about maximizing profit with minimal cost. Yet Qian Ziyong, in running his supermarket, seemed to have never considered cost at all. Not at all, not at all. Qian Ziyong shook his head modestly. Then Shanzhong Yushu asked Qian Ziyong questions, and Qian Ziyong answered without hesitation, speaking the truth straightforwardly with honesty as his main approach. After chatting for a while, Shanzhong Yushu had obtained all the information he needed. Shanzhong Yushu then stood up to bid farewell. Qian Ziyong personally escorted Shanzhong Yushu out of the supermarket and saw him into his car. Only after Shanzhong Yushu's car drove away did Qian Ziyong sigh. What a good man. I really hope he comes more often. He had been worrying about where his meal money for the next 3 months would come from. Now Shanzhong Yushu had directly delivered it. Lu Gaoda was currently in his supermarket and couldn't go with him for day labor. Without Shanzhong Yushu, he might have had to survive on instant noodles for 3 months. The thought of 3 months of instant noodles made Qian Ziyong shiver involuntarily. In the car, Shanzhong Yushu's face was somber. Manager Sun, what kind of person do you think Qian Ziyong is? Shanzhong Yushu asked. Manager Sun thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, I can't figure him out. Shanzhong Yushu nodded. Yes, I can't figure him out. I've met countless business elites, but I've never seen a young man like Qian Ziyong. That kind of genuine enthusiasm sends chills down one's spine. He was well-versed in Chinese history. The strategists of the past were all deep and calculating, capable of hiding their emotions. Achieving such composure was not easy. During his meeting with Qian Ziyong, he couldn't discern the other's thoughts at all. Even the things Qian Ziyong did he couldn't understand. Do you think the contract is real, Shanzhong Yushu asked. Manager Sun thought for a moment, then nodded. It should be real. After all, Qian Ziyong couldn't have known in advance that we were coming to visit. However, he made us wait for 20 minutes. Could it be that during those 20 minutes, he was preparing the contract? Shanzhong Yushu narrowed his eyes. It must be so. Originally, he had come to persuade Qian Ziyong to back down and not open a supermarket there. But Qian Ziyong had directly stated where their Yongnian supermarket was, and where Fei Huang's supermarket was, so he couldn't bring up the subject again. Qian Ziyong had already issued a declaration of war. If he still asked Qian Ziyong not to look near Yongnian's supermarket, wouldn't that be self-humiliation? Since they were destined to be enemies, Ziyong took Qian Ziyong very seriously. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory, so he gathered as much intelligence as possible. But up until now, he still hadn't figured out Qian Ziyong as a person. He's a tough opponent. Ziyong had completely lost his mood for karaoke. Inside the supermarket, after seeing off Qian Ziyong returned to his room to play games. With 3,000 yuan, he no longer had to worry about food for 3 months. Qian Ziyong was in high spirits and played games even more swiftly. The supermarket employees were bustling about, so busy that their feet barely touched the ground. In just a single day, they moved everything movable from the entire supermarket, even wishing they could scrape off the floor. After clearing out the supermarket, Zhu Daqiang took Qian Ziyong to the new supermarket. Although the renovation of the new supermarket wouldn't start until tomorrow, the landlord had arranged a warehouse of over 500 square meters with several rooms inside. He had already had a few rooms tidied up, and Qian Ziyong would stay in the largest one. In the new Fei Huang supermarket directly opposite Yongnian supermarket, Qian Ziyong and Zhu Daqiang stood at the door of a room. "Boss, the new office for the boss is still under renovation, so we'll have to put you up here for now," said Zhu Daqiang. "It's already great, 100 times better than the shabby house I used to live in. It even has a private bathroom and a dressing room." Qian Ziyong was very happy. The house he used to rent for 500 yuan a month was barely livable. This place was truly fit for human habitation. It must be at least 50 square meters. It was so spacious. He liked it very much. The most important thing was that he didn't have to pay to stay here. Free is good. I've decided to live here from now on. There's no need to bother with the so-called boss office. I'm too lazy to move again, Qian Ziyong announced. All right, Zhu Daqiang nodded. He also knew that Qian Ziyong was a man destined for great things and didn't have many demands regarding living conditions. Those who achieve great deeds are mostly like Qian Ziyong, not bound by trivialities and able to endure hardship. The supermarket is in your hands, Qian Ziyong said sincerely to Zhu Daqiang. Zhu Daqiang patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, boss, I've got everything covered." Qian Ziyong nodded. He trusted Zhu Daqiang's work. He never acted on his own initiative. At the former site of Fei Huang's supermarket, boss Zhao arrived at the entrance and saw the supermarket empty of people and goods. "He's serious?" Boss Zhao was dumbfounded. They moved out too fast. Just yesterday, he mentioned raising the rent, and today the supermarket was completely cleared out. A monthly net profit of 20 million, just given up like that. Too resolute. What to do? Just then his phone rang. He answered and heard a middle-aged man's voice. "Boss Zhao, I'm canceling the shop I reserved." Zhao Kuang panicked. "Boss Li, we can negotiate the shop. I can lower the rent to 50% of the original." "No." The voice on the phone was furious. "I rented at a high price because the foot traffic was good. Now that you've driven away Fei Huang's supermarket, the foot traffic is gone. Even if you gave me the shop for free, I wouldn't want it. Not even a dog would rent it. Boss Zhao, your reputation is ruined now. Everyone knows you'll exploit the situation to suddenly raise rents. Who would dare rent your shops?" "All right, that's it," I'm hanging up. Before Zhao Kuang could say anything, the phone emitted a series of beeps indicating the call was ended. Before Zhao Kuang could recover, another person called to cancel the lease. One call after another, all were to cancel leases. It continued for a while until no more calls came. Looking at the empty supermarket, Zhao Kuang felt as if he were seeing his own empty heart. If he had known this would happen, he would never have raised the rent. But regret was useless now. Zhao Kuang shed tears of remorse. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. In his room, Qian Ziyong realized that his money was being spent faster than he had expected. He had planned to spend 30 yuan a day, but in reality, it was closer to 50. After just 1 month, he had already used half of his money, leaving only a little over 1,000. So Qian Ziyong was frowning every day. Several times when Lu Gaoda came to visit him, he wished he could take Lu Gaoda to do day labor. But he really couldn't bring himself to say it. He didn't know how to explain to Lu Gaoda. Today, Zhu Daqiang and Lu Gaoda happily ran over to inform him that the supermarket was ready to open. So soon, the renovation is done. Qian Ziyong was also delighted. Lu Gaoda said, "Thanks to your instruction to hire more people, our supermarket now has 1,000 employees. Before the store opened, they had nothing to do, so they helped with the renovation. With their help, we were able to finish the renovation so quickly. Besides that, we also saved a huge amount on labor costs, about 5 million. Of the planned 50 million, we only used 45 million. Lu Gaoda was extremely excited. He had saved money for Qian Ziyong. Upon hearing that 5 million had been saved, the smile on Qian Ziyong's face instantly vanished. After thinking, he said, "Lu Gaoda, I have a very important task for you." "What is it?" Lu Gaoda's expression turned serious. Qian Ziyong said, "Spend that 5 million for me. Spend it on the supermarket." Lu Gaoda had saved 5 million for him, which meant that in the periodic settlement, there would be 5 million less to lose. That wouldn't do. He didn't care, he had already planned to lose 50 million, and there must be no mishaps. Since Lu Gaoda had saved the 5 million, he should be the one to spend it. How should I spend it? Lu Gaoda asked. Qian Ziyong said, figure it out yourself. I believe in your talent. Lu Gaoda nodded. He knew that Qian Ziyong was busy locking himself in his room day and night to deal with Yongnian's supermarket. He absolutely couldn't trouble Qian Ziyong. Besides, he believed in his own talents. This time he had managed to recruit over 500 people in just 2 days, and Qian Ziyong often praised his efficiency for it. He'll get to work then. I'm sure I can come up with a brilliant idea. Lu Gaoda's gaze was already becoming unfocused. He was pondering how to spend those 5 million. With that, Lu Gaoda left without even a word of farewell. Watching Lu Gaoda's retreating figure, Qian Ziyong murmured to himself, Gaoda is truly my right-hand man. His ability to lose money was formidable. He spent money without a moment's hesitation. He was utterly unreliable when it came to work. This time when tasked with hiring, he let the current employees do the recruiting themselves. In no time the employees had brought in all their relatives. The old man guarding their supermarket's entrance was already 80 years old. Some employees had even brought in their entire extended family of over 20 people to work at the supermarket. Zhu Daqiang had warned him before that hiring relatives was strictly forbidden. With blood ties, the entire supermarket would become a tangled mess hard to manage and would lead to mutual cover-ups. Yongnian's supermarket absolutely forbade hiring relatives. But Lu Gaoda, just to save himself the trouble, hired only relatives of existing employees. Wouldn't that inevitably lead to mutual shielding? With Lu Gaoda in the supermarket, a loss was guaranteed. Qian Ziyong increasingly admired his own foresight in having Lu Gaoda manage recruitment. It was a stroke of genius. With a talent like Lu Gaoda and a formidable rival like Yongnian Supermarket, he was bound to lose money in 3 months. The next day, when the supermarket opened, Qian Ziyong did not attend. Instead, he hid in his room playing games. It wasn't until his stomach growled that he finally left his room to buy something to eat. With a daily food budget of 30 yuan in the most prosperous area of Hanqing, he really couldn't buy anything decent to eat. Every day for the past month, mealtimes had been the hardest part for Qian Ziyong. The food he bought for 10 yuan was always unpalatable, yet if he didn't eat, he'd go hungry. Just then Lu Gaoda came rushing over. How's business at the supermarket? Qian Ziyong asked. Business? Lu Gaoda looked bewildered. I've been busy with the 5 million matter and haven't paid much attention to the store. I'm not sure how it's doing. However, it seems some customers have come in, but it's nowhere near as lively as before. People were coming in. Qian Ziyong was a bit disappointed. It would have been perfect if no one came at all. But Feihuang Supermarket had many regular customers. As long as the foot traffic was low and they weren't making money, it didn't matter. Ziyong, I want to open a hot pot restaurant. Lu Gaoda said. Hot pot? Qian Ziyong looked up at the blazing sun high in the sky, utterly bewildered. How did Lu Gaoda come up with the idea of hot pot? It was the middle of summer. Who would come to eat hot pot in this heat? Wait a minute. Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up. Why hadn't he thought of that? Opening a hot pot restaurant was definitely a great idea. After all, he didn't want to make money anyway. The most important thing was he could go to the hot pot restaurant every day under the pretext of tasting the food. As the boss, tasting the food in his own restaurant to ensure quality and freshness for the customers shouldn't be prohibited, right? If he opened a hot pot restaurant, wouldn't his own food problem be perfectly solved? Qian Ziyong's biggest worry was that if he wasn't there to watch over the supermarket, it might, like last time, silently earn him 40 million. So this time he wanted to stay glued to the supermarket. Lu Gaoda, your idea is absolutely fantastic. I wholeheartedly approve. Qian Ziyong gave his highest praise. So you think my idea is great too, right? Lu Gaoda was overjoyed. Qian Ziyong nodded emphatically. Your idea is excellent, truly excellent. I greatly admire it. If it ends up not making money, it's definitely because others don't appreciate it. Qian Ziyong was setting expectations for Lu Gaoda, lest he lose his drive if the hot pot restaurant failed. Qian Ziyong still needed Lu Gaoda's clever mind to lose money for him. Just then Zhu Daqiang walked over looking dejected. The moment he saw Zhu Daqiang's expression as if he'd swallowed arsenic, Qian Ziyong became elated, his eyebrows dancing with joy. Manager Zhu, got some bad news. Do tell. Let us share in the joy. Boss, business wasn't good today. We're far from achieving our desired results. Zhu Daqiang said in a low voice. Qian Ziyong was overjoyed. Lost money? It's not quite a loss. Our Feihuang Supermarket has a decent reputation. Customers who come in are impressed with our decor. Some wealthy patrons are quite satisfied with us. They feel that Yongnian Supermarket is far inferior to our Feihuang in both service and decor. If we keep this up, we might have a fighting chance against Yongnian, but... Qian Ziyong let out a sigh. But where we used to make 20 million a month, now we're barely scraping by just enough to survive. Zhu Daqiang was deeply unwilling to accept this. The supermarket's performance had greatly disappointed him. It's fine. Qian Ziyong said, patting Zhu Daqiang's shoulder with a beaming smile. We should look on the bright side. At least we can still sustain ourselves, right? Alright, enough about the supermarket. Gao Da is planning to open a hot pot restaurant and hasn't picked the location yet. Hot pot restaurant. Zhu Daqiang was completely stunned. Open a hot pot place in the middle of summer. However, seeing the enthusiasm radiating from both Qian Ziyong and Lu Gao Da, he didn't dare to object. He thought of a prime location. Boss, we can completely clear out this warehouse to use as the hot pot restaurant. Zhu Daqiang pointed to the warehouse behind them. At the end of the warehouse were the boss office and the meeting room. Isn't this warehouse just lent to us by the landlord? Qian Ziyong had always assumed that aside from the boss office and meeting room, everything else was lent to them by the landlord. Zhu Daqiang said, Boss, because you insisted on paying 5 million in rent, the landlord included this warehouse in the deal. It's all clearly stated in the contract. I thought you knew, boss. It's my fault for not explaining it to you clearly. Zhu Daqiang's voice trailed off. He wished he could slap himself twice. How could he have overlooked such an important matter? Lu Gaoda's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That way I can open the hot pot restaurant right upstairs and save a huge amount on rent. That's fantastic. Then it's settled. Qian Ziyong said, waving his hand, a bit disappointed that he couldn't spend more money. As for gaining an extra 500 square meter shop space, he didn't blame Zhu Daqiang. After all, the supermarket was too busy. Ziyong, how should we run the hot pot place? Lu Gaoda asked. Qian Ziyong's eyes gleamed. An opportunity to spend money had arrived. Qian Ziyong said, since we're opening a hot pot restaurant, we should make it the best in all of Hanqing. Lu Gaoda leaped up excitedly. Open the best hot pot restaurant in the entire Hanqing. Of course, Qian Ziyong said. I never do ordinary things. Born a man, one should strive to be a hero. Even in death, one should be a brave spirit. How domineering. Lu Gaodao rubbed his hands together in excitement. Ziyong, how should we go about opening this hot pot restaurant? Qian Ziyong declared boldly. Since we want the best, naturally we need the best flavor, the best service, the best decor. Everything must be the best. First, the flavor. Qian Ziyong lowered his head and thought for a moment. Lu Gaodao, take 1 million and buy me the best hot pot base recipe. Manager Zhu interjected. Boss, hot pot flavors don't differ much. You can find plenty on the market without spending money. The most important thing is fresh ingredients. Qian Ziyong shook his head. How can ordinary hot pot satisfy me? I want the best. I must spend money to get it. Manager Zhu, you know a false transmission takes 10 years of effort, but the true word takes only a single sentence. I want that very sentence. How could he not spend money? If he didn't spend money, how could he lose money? Spend however he could. Great. Lu Gaoda's blood boiled, his eyes shining. Qian Ziyong continued, fresh ingredients are naturally important, so all the ingredients we prepare must be absolutely fresh. Anything left over must be thrown away, never kept overnight. Lu Gaoda nodded vigorously, finding it very reasonable. Zhu Daqiang, however, felt a pang of heartache. If they ran the hot pot restaurant like this, how much money would they have to spend? The supermarket was making money, so it was fine for them to do this. At least the supermarket could bear the load. But the supermarket wasn't making money. If they spent so lavishly, how long could Qian Ziyong sustain it? Qian Ziyong thought of another great way to spend money. By the way, service must be excellent. So the wages for hot pot restaurant staff can't be like the supermarkets, just an ordinary 6,000. The starting salary for the hot pot restaurant should be 8,000. They're doing service work, so they'll inevitably face some grievances. Their welfare must be good. Rent nice apartments for them, hire professional chefs, domestic workers, and nannies to take care of their lives comfortably. They serve others, so they themselves should be served. Zhu Daqiang broke out in a cold sweat. Employees at a hot pot restaurant actually needed maids and nannies to wait on them. How could they possibly get so high and mighty? Which hot pot restaurant would offer such benefits to its staff? It was utterly unbelievable. Too reckless. Zhu Daqiang thought it was reckless, but Lu Gaoda found it quite reasonable. He patted his chest and said, once the hot pot restaurant opens, wherever the employees live, they'll live there too. He'll definitely make sure they are comfortable and well taken care of. I'm definitely not just trying to enjoy being served. Absolutely not. The thought of having maids and domestic workers after the hot pot restaurant opened, no more washing clothes, no more cooking, made Lu Gaoda ecstatic. Such a good life was simply divine. By the way, Qian Ziyong was paying him a salary of over 10,000 a month. Lu Gaoda's mouth was almost twisted into a grin. Qian Ziyong patted Lu Gaoda on the shoulder and said, Gaoda, since you want to open a hot pot restaurant, it's naturally yours to manage. You'll be the manager of the hot pot restaurant. I once promised you a monthly salary of 100,000. Since you're becoming a manager, I naturally have to keep my word. On the day the hot pot restaurant opens, your salary will be 100,000 a month. 100,000. Lu Gaoda's eyebrows shot up, his heart pounding. Dad, I will definitely run the hot pot restaurant well and never let you down. As long as the hot pot restaurant exists, I exist. If it closes, it'll drop dead. The pot exists, I exist. The pot destroyed, I died. No need for that. Qian Ziyong shook his head. Just do your best. I trust you. Even if luck is terrible and the hot pot restaurant fails, as long as you gave it your all, I won't blame you. It will never fail. Lu Gaoda clenched his fists tightly, knowing this might be the greatest opportunity of his life. Qian Ziyong didn't say more, instead discussing the hot pot restaurant's ingredients. I think we should offer some things for free at the hot pot restaurant. Free? Lu Gaoda and Zhu Daqiang exchanged a glance. No hot pot restaurant had ever offered anything for free. Qian Ziyong said, drinks, fruits, green onions, ginger, garlic, rice noodles, desserts, ice cream. All of these must be available, and all must be free. With so many free items, how will the hot pot restaurant make money? Lu Gaoda was startled. Qian Ziyong nodded, but felt that although these items were free, they were still too cheap. Even if they lost money, it wouldn't be much. What was expensive? Beef. People are greedy nowadays. If they offered beef for free, many would gorge themselves until he lost so much he wouldn't even have pants to wear. Great. I've decided the hot pot restaurant's condiment bar must include beef, and it must be free. Moreover, the beef quality must be high and the taste must be excellent. When customers come in, have the service staff recommend our beef and tell them it's free. They can eat as much as they like. Oh, and give them a small gift when they leave. In short, customers coming to the hot pot restaurant to spend money is a sign of trust in us, our honor. We must make them feel at home. Qian Ziyong grew more excited as he spoke. With so many free items, once the hot pot restaurant opened, it would definitely lose money so badly that even its mother wouldn't recognize it. He had already said that ingredients must be fresh and of high quality. As long as ingredients were wasted, he would lose money on both staff wages and ingredients every day. Even if a few people came to eat, the free beef would be enough to make him suffer losses. Once customers were full from the free beef and snacks, they'd have no room for the main meal and order less. That way, even if customers came to spend, he wouldn't make any money. He was a true genius. What about the prices? Lu Gaoda asked. Qian Ziyong replied without hesitation, the prices naturally have to be high. Twice that of other hot pot restaurants. Having learned from the low price mistake, he naturally wouldn't set a low price again. If he set the price too low and ended up with a wholesale hot pot restaurant that made 20 million a month, who would he complain to? Such high prices. Lu Gaoda felt a bit uneasy. Ziyong, the economy isn't doing well right now. Setting prices too high might mean few customers come. It would be great if no one came. Qian Ziyong thought to himself, but couldn't say it. He gave Lu Gaoda a mysterious smile and said, don't worry, this is absolutely fine. From now on, we'll be eating and drinking in style, all thanks to your hot pot restaurant. I'm counting on you. Qian Ziyong had high hopes for the hot pot restaurant, believing its loss-making potential might even surpass the supermarkets. Since you have such confidence in the hot pot restaurant, I'm relieved. But what should we name it? Lu Gaoda asked. Qian Ziyong thought for a moment and said, let's call it Healy Lao. Simple and easy to understand. What a terrible name. Zhu Daqiang and Lu Gaoda silently complained. Nightfall. Inside the office of the Yongnian supermarket's owner, Shan Zongyushu was extremely nervous. The day's revenue was about to be revealed. Manager Sun was also tense, plagued by a premonition that today's figures would be far from pleasing. The customer traffic today was noticeably worse than yesterday. He opened the computer to check the day's revenue. Boss, our revenue has dropped by 30%. Manager Sun reported. What? Another 30% drop? Shan Zongyushu was furious. Previously, the Feihuang supermarket had caused their revenue to fall by 30%. Last month, Feihuang was closed for renovations. During that time, Yongnian's revenue had recovered, even reaching new heights. Now, on Feihuang's first day back in business, Yongnian's revenue had plummeted once more. Indeed, Feihuang was their arch-rival. Shan Zongyushu paced back and forth in the room. We must devise a plan. This cannot continue. His expression was grim. To defeat the enemy, one must know their intelligence. Since Feihuang opened today, did you go check it out? Is it true they spent 50 million on renovations? Shan Zongyushu asked. Manager Sun replied, I went along with a team of professionals. They confirmed the renovation indeed cost 50 million. The interior is incredibly luxurious. All the refrigerators and shelves are brand new and the floors are polished to a shine. Even with my limited knowledge of renovations, I could tell that Feihuang spent a fortune on theirs. They really spent 50 million. Shan Zongyushu frowned. He then asked, did you survey the customers? What did they say? Manager Sun nodded. Yes, we asked over a dozen customers entering Feihuang. They said the environment is fantastic and the staff are very welcoming. They said. Manager Sun hesitated. What did they say? Shan Zongyushu pressed. Manager Sun gritted his teeth. They said Feihuang supermarket is better than ours and feels more comfortable. I guess if it weren't for. Manager Sun hesitated again, fearing Shan Zongyushu's wrath. Speak up. Our revenue has already dropped by 30%. What more could I not bear to hear? Shanzong Yushu snapped. Manager Sun nodded. If we weren't a commercial complex with various other stores above us besides the supermarket, our business might be slowly eroded by Fei Huang until we're completely drained. Shanzong Yushu's expression grew even more solemn. He trusted Manager Sun's judgment. Manager Sun had been in the supermarket industry for over 20 years. Moreover, if what Manager Sun said was true, Fei Huang had a better environment, better service, and the same product prices. Even he as a customer would prefer to shop at Fei Huang. Compared to Fei Huang, the only advantage Yongnian had was the shops upstairs. Customers could not only shop at their supermarket, but also dine and browse in the mall above. The mall and the supermarket were interdependent. If the supermarket's business declined, the foot traffic would decrease, and the mall's business would suffer too. His concern for Yongnian wasn't just about the supermarket itself, but mainly about the foot traffic. Because the shops above Yongnian supermarket also belonged to them. Shanzong Yushu took a deep breath. We absolutely cannot let Fei Huang steal our customers. Even if it means taking a loss, we must win them back. Should we start lowering our prices? Manager Sun asked. Shanzong Yushu shook his head. Lowering prices is easy, but raising them back up is hard. We can't lower prices. Shanzong Yushu gritted his teeth and declared firmly, we'll match Fei Huang. We'll also spend 50 million on renovations. This way Fei Huang will have no advantage over us. I want Fei Huang's supermarket to go bankrupt. Manager Sun was taken aback, not expecting Shanzong Yushu to have such boldness and also spend 50 million on renovations. This way whatever Fei Huang had, Yongnian would also have. And with the mall upstairs, customers could eat, drink, and be entertained, something Fei Huang lacked. He'll arrange it immediately, finding the best decoration company to get this done as quickly as possible. Manager Sun bowed. Shanzong Yushu nodded, reminding him, while renovating, don't disrupt the supermarket's business. The store was large enough to be renovated section by section, minimizing the impact on daily operations. Yes. Manager Sun bowed again. The renovation of Yongnian's supermarket proceeded at an incredible pace, working day and night. It was fully completed in just 20 days. Looking at the newly renovated supermarket, Shanzong Yushu beamed with satisfaction. How is today's revenue? Shanzong Yushu asked. Boss, your decision was absolutely brilliant, Manager Sun praised. Ever since we invested heavily in the renovation, Yongnian supermarket has been completely transformed. Customers are now more willing to come to us. Revenue has recovered, only down 10% from our peak. I believe it won't be long before all the customers return to us, and Fei Huang's supermarket will inevitably go bankrupt. Shanzong Yushu laughed heartily. Although he inwardly winced at the 50 million spent, the thought of crushing Fei Huang filled him with immense satisfaction and a sense of achievement. What if that kid Qian Ziyong is cunning? He's still no match for me. With just a little effort, Fei Huang's supermarket is already on the ropes. I'd like to see what they can possibly use to fight me. Let's go sing karaoke today. I'm on fire. Shanzong Yushu was overjoyed at the thought of Qian Ziyong panicking over his losses at Fei Huang like an ant on a hot pan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qian Ziyong was not panicking at all. On the contrary, upon learning that Fei Huang's supermarket's business was worsening and starting to incur losses, he was so excited he couldn't sleep all night. 50 million. In just over a month, 50 million would be his. Should he buy a luxury mansion? Or a sports car? Qian Ziyong was already lost in fantasy. Joy brightens one's spirits. The thought of soon becoming a 50 millionaire gave an extra spring to his step. He strutted through the supermarket with an air of arrogance. The smile on his face couldn't have been more radiant. He greeted everyone he saw with a beaming smile. Boss, several employees greeted him. Qian Ziyong nodded. Hello. Great job. They'll give you all a raise. You're all wonderful, truly impressive. Qian Ziyong praised his employees from the bottom of his heart. It was precisely because of them that he was able to lose money so smoothly. With each employee spending a month at the supermarket, he could lose at least 7,000. These employees were all increasing his personal assets. They were all his patrons of fortune. Seeing the brilliant smile on the boss' face, the employees' long-held anxieties gradually settled back down. Recently, the supermarket's business had been declining daily. They were full of energy, but had nowhere to apply it. Working at Fei Huang's supermarket was both easy and well-paid. Throughout the entire Hanqing, they were the envy of countless peers in the same trade. They certainly did not want to lose this job. Although the boss had promised an N1 compensation package if the supermarket went under, a one-time settlement could never compare to having a steady income forever. They had been extremely worried, each one consumed by anxiety. But seeing the smile on the boss' face, they immediately felt reassured. If the supermarket was losing money, the boss should be the most anxious. Yet he wasn't worried in the slightest. Instead, he was all smiles. This proved he had no concerns and was already confident of success. If the boss wasn't worried about the poor business, why should they be? Zhu Daqiang found Qian Ziyong strolling around the supermarket. Seeing Qian Ziyong cheerfully greeting the staff, he who had been anxious stopped in his tracks. At that moment, Li Lian also arrived. He felt deeply ashamed about the supermarket's poor performance lately. He couldn't help with anything, yet he was drawing an exorbitant salary of 100,000 a month. Especially since Yongnian supermarket finished its renovation, Feiwang's business had plummeted, causing him sleepless nights. He wanted to discuss strategies with Qian Ziyong, but Qian Ziyong kept telling him to figure it out with the others. Seeing Qian Ziyong so happy now, he wanted to ask again if there was any way to turn the supermarket's fortunes around. Don't bother the boss. Zhu Daqiang stopped Li Lian. Li Lian looked at him questioningly. The boss seems happy. Has he found a way to save the supermarket? Zhu Daqiang shook his head. Ever since we opened, the boss has been confident. He's never worried about the business. Li Lian thought about it carefully. It was true. From start to finish, Qian Ziyong had never fretted over the supermarket's business. In fact, he rarely even visited, maybe once a month. He was always in his office door, closed, racking his brains. Even when they went to find him, they usually had to wait anywhere from a few minutes to over 10. Zhu Daqiang continued. I believe the boss has everything under control and has arranged it all. Just like last time when I was worrying about the business, the boss told me to watch and learn. Then he left the supermarket for 2 whole months, never setting foot inside. Later you saw what happened. The store was packed, customers flooded in, and we made 20 million in a single month. Now our business is terrible, though a bit better than before. Still, the boss is confident and barely shows up. There's no need to ask further. Let's just sit back and watch the show. Is that really so? Li Lian was skeptical. He simply couldn't figure out how Feiwang could surpass Yongnian. Its renovation was on par, offering no advantage. Yongnian had numerous shops above it, forming an entire commercial complex. Feiwang, however, was just a standalone supermarket. Customers came only to shop there. Its only edge was slightly better service. Because of this, Feiwang still had some customers. But that wasn't enough to sustain it. Though daily losses were small, it was still losing money. So how do you think we can surpass Yongnian? Li Lian asked. Zhu Daqiang shook his head. The boss' wisdom is as deep as the ocean. How could I possibly discern it? But I know him well. He can foresee crises before they happen. Like last time, he seemed to anticipate the landlord raising the rent. When we made 40 million and everyone was overjoyed, the boss was the only one frowning. He must have foreseen that store's fate. And he had made plans long before. The boss was away for those 2 months, supposedly doing day labor. But I think that was a pretext. Finding a new location was the real goal. Why else would he immediately secure a new spot when the decision to move was made? His efficiency was unprecedented. He must have planned it all, preparing for the worst. As for choosing the spot right across from Yongnian, there's surely a deeper meaning. I'm just too short-sighted to see it. Hearing Zhu Daqiang's words, Li Lian looked at the beaming Qian Ziyong and increasingly felt he was right. Thinking back, it all made sense. He had wondered why Qian Ziyong seemed unhappy when they made 40 million. It turned out he was being farsighted, foreseeing the hidden crisis. Unfathomable. Truly unfathomable. How could someone so young as Qian Ziyong possess such deep cunning and high intellect? Li Lian walked over. Qian Ziyong was delighted to see him. Brotherly, you're here. It's great to have you at the store. Qian Ziyong laughed, stepping forward to embrace Li Lian. Brother, I owe so much to you. What would I do without you? He liked Li Lian immensely, for Li Lian's salary was 100,000 a month. That was 300,000 in 3 months. Adding social insurance and housing fund, Li Lian directly caused him to lose over 350,000 in 3 months. Li Lian was a true talent. The system allowed him to pay Li Lian this high salary because Li Lian used to be a supermarket owner with extensive management experience. That's why he could offer Li Lian such a high wage. As for Zhu Daqiang, despite being talented, the system capped his salary at 15,000. Only if the supermarket became profitable and Zhu Daqiang's abilities grew could he be given a higher salary. Everything had to be within reasonable bounds. He couldn't offer a store manager an astronomical sum like 100,000. Unless, like Lu Gaoda, they opened their own independent store and became a boss like Li Lian, then he could offer such a high salary. The more talents like Li Lian, the better, for they allowed him to lose more money. Li Lian, who had cost him 350,000, was like a walking stack of RMB in Qian Ziyong's eyes, and he treasured him dearly. Naturally, he was extremely enthusiastic. Moreover, Li Lian had treated him to 2 meals of lamb, costing 500 per person. Li Lian was his brother, closer than a blood brother. Qian Ziyong called out affectionately, "Brother, I lack the skill and haven't been of much help. I feel deeply ashamed taking such a high salary. Here, take the money back. Just give me a symbolic 3 or 5,000. Li Lian was overwhelmed. The more affectionately Qian Ziyong addressed him, the more embarrassed he felt. Upon hearing Li Lian propose a pay cut, Qian Ziyong sprang up, like a scalded cat, yelping, "A pay cut? Absolutely not. Brother, if you cut my wages, I'll sever ties with you. But the supermarket is struggling, we're losing money. It's unreasonable for you to still draw such a high salary," Li Lian said, deeply apologetic. The surrounding employees felt a pang of guilt as well, for they too earned far more than their counterparts elsewhere. Moreover, Qian Ziyong provided them with full social insurance and housing fund. A supermarket attendant receiving such benefits was unheard of anywhere else in Hanqing. The hefty salary of 6,000 was nothing short of a windfall. The boss had been extraordinarily kind to them. If the supermarket was losing money, they would rather take a pay cut themselves than see their boss burdened by pressure. All right. Qian Ziyong patted Li Lian on the back and said to Zhu Daqiang behind him, "The hot pot place opens today. Let's go and see how it tastes." The reason for his elation today was twofold. The supermarket was finally bleeding money and the River Catch hot pot was opening. With the restaurant's launch, he had another venture guaranteed to lose money. Most importantly, he finally had a place to eat. He had been scraping by on less than 20 yuan a day for meals, and it was becoming unbearable. His personal assets were down to single digits, and his wallet was growing thinner by the day. He had been waiting with bated breath for the hot pot place to open, and now it finally had. The supermarket was also starting to incur losses, truly a double blessing. Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang forced themselves to muster some enthusiasm. "Come on, let's go have hot pot," Li Lian said with a strained smile, while Qian Ziyong was so overjoyed he nearly skipped with every step. Anyone could see that Qian Ziyong's happiness was genuine. Watching his cheerful boss stride ahead, Li Lian remarked with heartfelt admiration, "What I admire most about you, brother, is your ability to smile in the face of adversity, and that smile is infectious." Zhu Daqiang looked puzzled. Why did Li Lian hold this trait in such high regard? Li Lian explained with a smile, "You've worked under me before. When the supermarket was losing money, did you ever see me with a worried face?" Zhu Daqiang thought for a moment and shook his head. "Never." Li Lian gave a bitter smile. "Honestly, I just don't show my emotions at the store. At home, I lie awake all night. Truth be told, I try to put on a cheerful face at the supermarket, but I just can't manage it." Zhu Daqiang scratched his head, not quite following why Li Lian insisted on smiling at the store. Why smile at work when the business was losing money and his heart was heavy? Li Lian gestured for Zhu Daqiang to look around. "See the expressions on the employees' faces?" Zhu Daqiang's gaze swept across the room, noticing that the worry had vanished from the employees' faces. They were all working with renewed vigor, as if someone had just given them a shot of adrenaline. It dawned on him. It's the boss smile that inspired them. Think about it. If Brother Qian had walked in here looking glum, do you think the staff would feel at ease knowing their boss looked like the sky was falling? Li Lian countered. Zhu Daqiang shook his head. If the boss looked like he was at death's door, the employees would be even more panicked, ready to bolt at any moment. "I see now," Zhu Daqiang exclaimed, finally understanding. So there was a reason the boss came to inspect the store. So his smile carried a deeper meaning. Zhu Daqiang gazed at his boss' retreating figure, feeling a sense of awe and reverence, as if looking up at an insurmountable peak. This was something he needed to learn from his boss. But even if he tried, he probably wouldn't succeed. The boss' magnanimity was simply too vast. Without that same breadth of heart, how could he ever hope to emulate it? Inside the hot pot restaurant, Lu Gaoda's hefty frame settled into a chair, and he shifted his weight comfortably. This distance is just right. Lu Gaoda had someone measure the space between the chair and the table and record the data. A crowd of employees watched nearby as Lu Gaoda inspected the fruits and vegetables, occasionally picking one up to sample. Fresh. Lu Gaoda nodded in satisfaction. Qian Ziyong walked in and saw that the hot pot restaurant staff were all quite relaxed, which delighted him. Indeed, appointing Lu Gaoda as the manager of the hot pot place was an absolutely brilliant decision. Unlike the supermarket staff, who were always bustling about even without customers, a bunch of workaholics who were making him a fortune. With Lu Gaoda leading the charge and slacking off, River Catch was sure to sink straight into the river. "The boss is here," someone shouted, and everyone immediately lined up at attention, awaiting Qian Ziyong's address. With a new store opening, the boss was bound to say a few words. "Ziyong, you're here." Lu Gaoda was thrilled to see Qian Ziyong. He scurried over and gave him a big hug. "Ziyong, do you have any idea how much I've suffered for this hot pot place?" Qian Ziyong shook his head. "I don't know. I heard you've been living with the hot pot staff, eating while sleeping soundly, taking a 2-hour nap every afternoon. Sounds pretty great to me." Caught in the act, Lu Gaoda chuckled sheepishly. Well, it's all about balancing work and rest. These past 20 days had been pure bliss for him. He didn't have to wash his own clothes, mop the floor, or even make his own bed. On top of that, a dedicated chef prepared his meals, serving up generous portions of meat and fish that he could indulge in freely. The only downside was that life had been so comfortable that he'd packed on 5 pounds in just 20 days. He simply couldn't afford to get any fatter. But now that the hot pot place was opening, as the manager, he had to lead by example. If I don't eat, who will? If I don't get fat, who will? Even if it means eating himself into obesity, he'd do it for the sake of the restaurant. So he was going to eat, and he was going to eat a lot. Ziyong, the hot pot place is fully renovated. I had over 50 chefs try to craft the perfect broth before I found one that satisfied me. Want to give it a try? Lu Gaoda asked. This was exactly what Qian Ziyong had been waiting for. Of course I want to try. Qian Ziyong exclaimed, thrilled. But the employees were still waiting for his speech. Qian Ziyong waved his hand dismissively at them. We don't do that here. Go on, get back to your work. The employees exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. They had never seen such an unconventional boss. Lu Gaoda chuckled. I told you all, our boss doesn't go in for all that formal nonsense. He's very easygoing. No need to be nervous. Why did you line up so neatly? Qian Ziyong smiled and added, from now on come to work right on time and leave the moment your shift ends. Overtime is absolutely forbidden. Anyone who works overtime gets docked pay. He was eager to dig into the hot pot, so he urged everyone to get back to their tasks. Seeing the boss ready to eat, the staff sprang into action and quickly set everything up for them. Please have a seat, boss. A pretty waitress gestured for Qian Ziyong to sit. It was then that Qian Ziyong noticed the hot pot restaurant was staffed entirely by handsome men and beautiful women. Qian Ziyong chuckled and scolded, Gaoda, you're not being fair. When you hired for the supermarket, you only picked older folks. But for your hot pot place, how come you only hired handsome guys and pretty girls? Lu Gaoda smiled awkwardly. I didn't know much back then. I didn't realize a salary of 6,000 was already quite high and haunching enough to pick the best candidates. Now that the hot pot restaurant is offering 8,000, I naturally choose younger people. But it seems the younger ones aren't too willing to endure hardship. Qian Ziyong nodded in understanding. Who wants to suffer? Who is born to be a beast of burden? I don't want to suffer either, and neither do you, Lu Gaoda. Since no one wants to suffer, why should we ask others to? Lu Gaoda, Li Lian, and Zhu Daqiang all fell silent. The surrounding staff felt a warmth in their hearts. Their boss truly understood them. Qian Ziyong scolded, Lu Gaoda, you've done most things at the hot pot restaurant well, but there's one thing you haven't done right, and I must criticize you for it. Lu Gaoda's eyes widened. Qian Ziyong said, you've hired too few people. Have you considered that the reason they seem unwilling to work hard is that you have too few staff, so they're overwhelmed? If you hired more people and distributed the work, wouldn't all the problems be solved? I've repeatedly stressed that you should hire more people, but instead you're being stingy with me. The staff were all present, but Qian Ziyong noticed there were only 30 employees here. Even with 2 shifts, the total number of hot pot restaurant staff was just 60. How could that be enough? Even with a salary of 8,000 per person plus social insurance and housing fund, the cost was 9,000, totaling a mere 5,400 a month. Even adding Lu Gaoda's 1,000, it still didn't reach 7,000. The amount of money being spent for him was too little. Not enough, far from enough. Ziyong, it really is enough. Lu Gaoda explained. A hot pot restaurant is different from a stir-fry place. We don't need specialized chefs, just people to serve dishes and clear tables. For a 500 square meter hot pot restaurant, 60 people is sufficient. Other places even make do with 40. I've already hired more people following your advice. An employee stepped forward and said, boss, we're not tired. There's no need to hire more people. Hiring more would mean higher costs for the restaurant. They were getting a high salary of 8,000, so enduring a little hardship was only fair. If hiring more people increased costs and caused losses, they wouldn't feel right about it. Li Lian chimed in, brother, the hot pot restaurant doesn't need that many hands. 60 is more than enough. They feel tired because they're not yet skilled. Once they get the hang of it, it'll be much better. Lu Gaoda wanted to explain further, but Qian Ziyong cut him off. All right, you all make sense, but I'm not listening. I said it, if the employees feel tired, then it's a failure on your part as the manager for not thinking it through. Is that so? Lu Gaoda's mouth fell open. After a moment he said, but other restaurants are like this. Humph. Qian Ziyong stood up and raged. Should we just follow what other restaurants do? What if they're all wrong? We need to believe in ourselves. Since we've encountered a problem, we must solve it. If we can't solve the problem, then we solve the person who raised it. The employees immediately grew worried. Was Qian Ziyong planning to fire them? Qian Ziyong quickly said, sorry, I got too excited. I misspoke. It's not about solving the person who raised the issue, but solving the problem of insufficient staff. The company is my home, and I can spend its money as I wish. Spending money relies on everyone. Qian Ziyong realized that when he got emotional, his words were full of mistakes. Just then the hot pot began to boil. Zhu Daqiang dropped in some meat and said with a smile, let's talk while we eat. Qian Ziyong nodded. He was already hungry and immediately picked up some meat, dipping it into his carefully prepared sauce. Before it even reached his mouth was watering. These past 2 months had been hell for him, and now he could finally have a good meal. He took a bite, and the satisfaction made him hum with pleasure. Delicious, Qian Ziyong said contentedly. The others also took a piece of meat and found it tasted excellent. How's the taste? Lu Gaoda looked at Qian Ziyong nervously. This was the hot pot base he had bought for $1 million. He had spent such a huge sum. If it didn't satisfy Qian Ziyong, the responsibility would be immense. This was a full $1 million. Not bad. Qian Ziyong nodded with satisfaction. The taste is excellent. Lu Gaoda was overjoyed to receive Qian Ziyong's praise. This base is so good, and we only paid $1 million for it. We got a bargain. I'm not the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others. Manager Zhu transferred 2 million to Lu Gaoda for him to give to the person who sold us the base. This hot pot base is worth at least 3 million. Qian Ziyong praised it highly, because it was truly delicious. Lu Gaoda was reluctant to spend money, so he would help him spend it. That was another 2 million gone. Qian Ziyong felt even better. Lu Gaoda was troubled. But I already paid 1 million, and the seller was extremely grateful. Their original asking price was only 500,000. Giving them another 2 million. He really didn't know how to give it to them. Suddenly giving someone a large sum of money might make them suspect he had ulterior motives or was planning something illegal. I see. Qian Ziyong frowned and thought. I've got it. Buy the recipe from them outright, making it exclusive to our Healy Lao, and they can't sell it to anyone else. Those 2 million are the buyout fee. Lu Gaoda hesitated. But a 2 million buyout fee is still too high. Qian Ziyong slammed the table. It's worth 3 million, so spend 3 million. Stop thinking about getting a bargain all the time. Lu Gaoda, your vision is too small. Lu Gaoda shuddered thought for a moment and said, I now see where the gap between us lies. It's vision. I've never been around big money, and I've always had a peasant mentality. Right? Qian Ziyong saw that Lu Gaoda was completely convinced and nodded with a smile. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was exhausting. It wasn't easy spending money. Finally, he had legitimately spent another 2 million. And the credit for spending those 2 million went to Lu Gaoda. Qian Ziyong picked up a piece of meat from the pot, placed it in Lu Gaoda's bowl, and patted him on the back. Lu Gaoda, you've worked hard. Look at you, how much worry you've put into this restaurant. Qian Ziyong looked at Lu Gaoda's sturdy frame and said with concern, look, you've lost weight. Eat more. The more Lu Gaoda ate, the more money Qian Ziyong lost. He truly wished that the restaurant's daily ingredients would go into Lu Gaoda's stomach for free instead of the customers. That way he could lose even more money every day. Lu Gaoda was deeply moved. He touched his own round big belly and picked up the meat from his bowl to eat. A tear fell onto the table. Lu Gaoda actually burst into tears. Gaoda, what's wrong? Qian Ziyong asked, looking at him with surprise. Ziyong, you were just too good to me. Lu Gaoda sobbed, unable to speak clearly. This month's salary had already been paid by Qian Ziyong. 100,000. A full 100,000. 100,000 a month. That's 1.2 million a year. His salary was already the ceiling for ordinary people. Most importantly, Qian Ziyong knew his dream, to open a unique restaurant. His greatest passion in life was eating. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten so fat. But he was fully aware of his own abilities. What could a freshly graduated college student like him do to start a hot pot restaurant that required millions in investment? It was all because of Qian Ziyong's unconditional trust silently supporting him behind the scenes. Just like now, on the very first day of the hot pot restaurant's opening, Qian Ziyong had arrived as fast as possible. What for? Just to eat hot pot? Certainly not. He came to guide him, to help and nurture him. On the first day of the hot pot restaurant's opening, Lu Gaoda's heart was full of anxiety. But with Qian Ziyong overseeing things, he felt much more at ease. Qian Ziyong was his backbone. Gaoda, after all, you're my own son. How could I not treat you well? Qian Ziyong joked. Lu Gaoda stopped crying and laughed. Get lost. I'm older than you. You're more like my son. A warm feeling swelled in Lu Gaoda's heart. Qian Ziyong hadn't changed at all. Even though he was rich now, he was still the same Qian Ziyong. Lu Gaoda happily picked up a slice of meat and put it in his mouth. This meat is really delicious. If it's good, eat more. Qian Ziyong then piled more meat onto Lu Gaoda's plate. Qian Ziyong always felt there was too little meat. It was hardly satisfying. Come on, bring us more meat. 500 yuan's worth. Qian Ziyong ordered. Lu Gaoda was working hard to eat, and he had to work hard too. After all, this was all his money going down the drain. The more they ate, the more he lost. You guys haven't eaten yet, have you? Come on, go grab a few tables yourselves. Eat whatever you want from the menu. Just make sure to eat plenty of meat. Don't be polite with me. Qian Ziyong announced loudly. Thank you, boss. The employees cheered excitedly. Seeing the others feasting, their mouths began to water uncontrollably. The meat bobbed up and down in the boiling pot, exuding a subtle fragrance. When lifted with chopsticks, the thin slices slid smoothly into the mouth. Especially with the specially prepared spices, a burst of sour, sweet, and spicy flavors exploded in the mouth, a sensation that lingered long after. Most importantly, the employees knew that the ingredients in the restaurant were extremely fresh and of high quality, as they had personally purchased them. In fact, they were even fresher and of higher quality than what they ate at home. It was all bought with money, so how could they simply help themselves to the restaurant's food without the boss's permission? Seeing the employees so happy, Qian Ziyong smiled and announced, from today onward, any employee who wants to eat can be served. All employees of Healy Lao eat for free. This is a benefit for both Healy Lao and Feihuang Supermarket. Even employees of Feihuang Supermarket can eat for free at Healy Lao. Zhu Daqiang looked up at Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong nodded. Since they are my employees, I must treat them equally. But Feihuang Supermarket has 1,000 employees and Helilao's prices are high. If they can eat whatever they want, how much money would that waste? Zhu Daqiang felt reluctant. 1,000 employees. If they all came to eat at Helilao, wouldn't that mean consuming several cows every day? Which supermarket would give such extravagant benefits? The supermarket itself wasn't even profitable. With such an exaggerated benefit, wouldn't the hot pot restaurant also lose money? Li Lian put in from the side, brother, if you give employees this benefit, the hot pot restaurant will run at a loss. The moment he heard loss, Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up. What's wrong with losing a little money? Since the employees chose our Feihuang Supermarket and our Helilao, that means they trust us. Since they trust us, we must not betray that trust. So when it comes to the basic necessities, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, we must absolutely max them out. As he said this, a sudden inspiration struck Qian Ziyong. That's right. He could use employee benefits as a way to spend money. Besides the basic 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, employees also needed food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. If the hot pot restaurant's employees could be provided with rental housing, why couldn't Feihuang Supermarket's employees? Not only rental housing, but they could even buy houses directly, or even just give them money. After all, if the supermarket was making money, it wasn't his fault alone. It was the result of all the employees' hard work. Since they had sinned, they had to bear the responsibility. Listed companies could give dividends to their employees. Why couldn't Feihuang Supermarket? Qian Ziyong tentatively tested the system and found no restriction. That meant dividends were allowed, though the exact upper limit would only be known after actual distribution. The thought that he could offload some of the profits made Qian Ziyong even happier. Losing money was so easy. Why hadn't he thought of this before? If only he had known, he would have shared the burden with the employees when Feihuang Supermarket was making money. He should give the employees some advance warning, or else they might be overwhelmed when the burden was suddenly placed on them. Boss, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are not the most basic benefits. We've already maxed out the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund to the limit, Zhu Daqiang said. Qian Ziyong shook his head. No, we can do even better. How much money do we have on hand right now? The system's money was all in the bank card temporarily managed by Zhu Daqiang. Zhu Daqiang replied, after deducting the 2 million for the hot pot base recipe buyout, we still have a little over 3 million. Take 2 million to improve the living conditions of Helilao's employees, Qian Ziyong said. Ziyong, 2 million is too much. Our lives are already very good, Lu Gaoda quickly interjected. Qian Ziyong glanced at Lu Gaoda and said, judging by how stingy you were just now, I don't even need to look to know that the dormitory isn't a double room. Lu Gaoda muttered softly, the dormitory is a 6-person room, and it's already quite spacious. Not enough. Qian Ziyong waved his hand grandly. Change them all to double rooms. Double rooms. Lu Gaoda's eyes widened. This benefit was simply outrageous. Seeing the astonished expressions, Qian Ziyong smiled and said, if the supermarket and hot pot restaurant make money in the future, I'll give you dividends or buy you houses. He was giving them a heads up. He had already laid countless traps for the hot pot restaurant with painstaking effort. If it still made money, that would be a travesty. But better safe than sorry. Feihuang Supermarket had also made a fortune inexplicably before. So he needed to keep a backup plan. Just in case it did make money, he could spend it in the shortest possible time. In his heart, Qian Ziyong prayed, please don't make money. Dividends and buying houses. The group couldn't believe it. Wasn't that a perk only for listed companies? After hearing Qian Ziyong's words, the employees' hearts were filled with anticipation. Had anyone else tried to sell them on such grand promises, they wouldn't have believed a word of it. But Qian Ziyong was offering the highest wages in the entire Hanxiang industry. He provided them with housing and even assigned dedicated caretakers to look after them. Every single aspect of this was simply beyond belief. A boss this generous promising them future dividends made them start to believe. All right, Zhu Daqiang, wire the money, arrange their dorms, and we'll discuss the dividends later, Qian Ziyong said. The mere thought of potentially making money made his heart pound with fear. Last time, the crushing realization of the supermarket's profitability had sent him into a dead faint. He didn't want a repeat of that. He needed to calm his nerves with some meat. Qian Ziyong picked up his chopsticks and dug into the hot pot. After finishing the meat, he took a big gulp of the plum juice on the table. Drinking plum juice in the summer was incredibly refreshing. Qian Ziyong downed the entire glass in one go. Zhu Daqiang quickly refilled it. Wait! Qian Ziyong suddenly called out. Zhu Daqiang looked at him bewildered and asked, do you want a different drink? Qian Ziyong shook his head. You're the manager, and you're eating hot pot too. It's not right for you to be pouring my drinks. He pointed at a waiter. Come here, you pour it for me. The employee hurried over and filled his glass. Qian Ziyong gestured to his drink. See, if every customer were like me and demanded a waiter pour their drinks, wouldn't we run out of staff? Even if the staff worked themselves to death, they wouldn't be able to keep up. Zhu Daqiang and Lu Gaodao were stunned. Boss, this is a hot pot restaurant. Usually we don't pour drinks for customers, Lu Gaodao explained. Being new to running a hot pot place, Lu Gaoda had made it a point to study how other establishments operated. No other hot pot restaurant poured drinks for its customers. Qian Ziyong waved his hand dismissively and declared with finality, I don't want usually. I want extraordinary. I don't care about other hot pot places, but at our Heli Laogan hot pot we want our customers to eat comfortably, eat safely, and eat with peace of mind. So we must pour the drinks. And we must proactively offer to do it. The next time I come here to eat, I don't want to see a single customer with an empty cup. At my Heli Laogan, empty cups are not allowed. The moment a customer's drink goes below half, it should be topped up. Li Lian, Lu Gaoda, and Zhu Daqiang exchanged bewildered glances. The other employees were equally stunned. If they really had to pour drinks like that, they'd never be able to keep up. Is it a shortage of staff? Qian Ziyong asked. Lu Gaoda nodded dazed. Qian Ziyong declared passionately, if it's not enough, then we'll hire more people. How many tables does the hot pot restaurant have? Lu Gaoda replied, over 100 two-person tables, more than 50 tables for 4 or 6, and 10 tables for 6 to 10 people. There are also quite a few private rooms. The supermarket can accommodate up to 600 people dining at once. Qian Ziyong was taken aback. A 500 square meter hot pot place can fit that many tables. Zhu Daqiang chimed in, boss, after the landlord found out you were opening a hot pot restaurant, he gave us the shop next door as well. It's another 200 square meters. Our hot pot restaurant is now over 700 square meters. When did this happen? And why would he just give it away? Qian Ziyong's heart thumped. His first instinct was to pay the landlord rent. Zhu Daqiang said, it happened yesterday. I haven't had a chance to tell you. The landlord had already renovated that shop, so we just need to tidy it up a bit, and we can use it directly. Qian Ziyong pressed. Why is the landlord giving me a new shop? Did you offer him rent? Zhu Daqiang beamed and gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. Boss, it's all because of your integrity. You insisted on paying the landlord that 5 million in back rent and wouldn't take no for an answer. The landlord thinks very highly of you. He believes you're destined for great things and has been incredibly supportive. So the moment he heard we were opening a hot pot place, he gave us another 200 square meters without a second thought. He also explicitly told me it's free for us to use, and he refused to even consider taking rent. Qian Ziyong was completely dumbfounded. Could there really be people like this? Li Lian remarked with admiration, this is what a truly big-time businessman looks like. No wonder he's built his assets into the tens of billions. That rich. Lu Gaoda and Zhu Daqiang were both astonished. Li Lian nodded. The Hanxiang shop is just one of his properties. He has many, many more. Given my status, it's hard for me to even get a meeting with him. Qian Ziyong covered his face with his hand. He had been determined to insist on paying rent, but upon hearing how wealthy the landlord was, he immediately lost his nerve. If the landlord gave him another few hundred square meters, it would just make his operation even bigger. Forget it. He was sure to lose the 50 million anyway. There was no need to make things more complicated. Li Lian mused. I finally understand how he made so much money. His way of dealing with people is something we could never match. Lu Gaoda nodded in agreement. Yeah, I could never just give away a few hundred square meters of commercial space for free. Li Lian smiled. I think you and the landlord are quite alike, young brother. You share that same dislike for taking advantage of others, and that same grand vision. And you're younger. I believe it won't be long before you, like the landlord, become an entrepreneur with billions in assets. Zhu Daqiang nodded in firm agreement. Lu Gaoda raised his glass. Hey, race to you, boss. May wealth flow in abundantly, and may you earn 10 billion a year. Qian Ziyong's eyebrows shot up. How malicious. What a curse. 10 billion. He was already racking his brain over losing just 100 million. 10 billion would surely be the death of him. Qian Ziyong quickly interrupted. Stop wishing wealth on me. Let's focus on practical matters like hiring more staff. Since the hot pot restaurant is bigger and we're pouring drinks for customers, we need to make sure we have enough people. I think we should stop being stingy with 100 or 200 hires. Let's go with 500 directly. Lu Gaoda, I want you to hire 500 people. 500 people. Lu Gaoda jumped to his feet in shock. His hot pot restaurant was only a bit over 700 square meters, and they were supposed to hire 500 people. What was this for? Lu Gaoda started to protest, but Qian Ziyong cut him off. I don't want to hear any excuses. I only care about results. At 8,000 per person, can you hire 500? The supermarket had cash flow, so they could use that to pay the wages. This way, after the first month, when the supermarket and hot pot place went bankrupt, they could sell off the supermarket. The money from selling the property and liquidating the stock would be used to pay wages and severance. This would bankrupt him completely, leaving him with nothing. He didn't want to waste a single cent of the system's 50 million. He wanted to funnel it all into his own pockets. This plan was perfect. That's exactly what he would do. Qian Ziyong was secretly delighted and was even more determined not to let Lu Gaoda disrupt his scheme. All right. Lu Gaoda said, his voice laced with anxiety. The cost of running the hot pot restaurant was simply too high. But this was Qian Ziyong's arrangement, and surely it held a deeper purpose. Zhu Daqiang, perceiving Lu Gaoda's worry, patted his shoulder and offered a reassuring glance. Don't worry, listening to the boss is always the right call. How could we mere mortals ever fathom the boss' wisdom? Lu Gaoda found the words comforting and nodded. You're right. Listening to Ziyong is definitely the way to go. Li Lian even said the boss is a man of great talent destined to be a billionaire. I should just stick to my own duties and not meddle with the boss plans. That hot pot meal was exceptionally satisfying. Even more satisfying was that after finishing, Qian Ziyong retreated to his exclusive boss suite and leisurely browsed for villas online. He was certain of securing that 50 million and nothing was going to stop him. He added villas to his cart and luxury cars too. The moment the funds landed, he'd be off to view properties and vehicles. However, with so many options for both luxury homes and cars, he was spoiled for choice. Qian Ziyong found himself in a dilemma. He couldn't decide which luxury mansion to buy. He loved the idea of a villa, but also fancied a sprawling penthouse. He had a taste for sports cars, yet also appreciated the comfort of a business sedan. This pleasant predicament occupied his mind all day, pondering the perfect house and car. In the afternoon, he visited the hot pot restaurant for a meal. Seeing the place completely empty of customers, he cast aside his earlier dilemma and beamed with joy. It was a sure thing. Who in their right mind would come up with the idea of eating hot pot in the scorching summer? Coupled with the restaurant's exorbitant prices and the fact that he had deliberately allocated zero budget for marketing, no one even knew it had opened. Who would possibly come? It was secured more solid than Mount Tai. Qian Ziyong left the restaurant with a smile that lasted the entire day. That night, he laughed himself awake from a dream. After a quick trip to the restroom, he settled back in to continue his pleasant fantasy. Life was good. The hot pot restaurant was solving his money-losing problem and his dining dilemma all at once. What a great feeling. The next day, Qian Ziyong was in equally high spirits. The closer he got to the 3-month deadline, the more excited he became. He was on the verge of becoming a 50 millionaire. At lunch, he arrived at the hot pot restaurant and was warmly greeted by the staff. Boss, everyone cheered happily. Qian Ziyong responded with equal enthusiasm. The restaurant was packed, but all with his own employees. With 1,000 supermarket staff members all entitled to free meals, the place was naturally bursting at the seams during meal times. Eat well, everyone. Have plenty, Qian Ziyong said with a chuckle. Watching them help him lose money brought him immense satisfaction. His genuine smile was infectious. Some supermarket employees had initially worried that their free meals, given the store's losses, would only deepen the boss' financial woes. Even though the boss was generous, offering them great benefits, they wondered if he was just putting on a brave face. But seeing the sincerity in his smile now dispelled all their doubts. The boss genuinely wanted them to enjoy the free hot pot. So many people were bound to lose a fortune today, Qian Ziyong thought, gleefully digging into his own hot pot with renewed vigor. If his employees were working this hard for him, he as the boss had to lead by example. The day passed quickly, and soon it was time for the evening reconciliation. Lu Gaoda was nervously rubbing his hands at the cashier's counter, while Qian Ziyong cheerfully sipped his drink. The cashier quickly printed out the day's sales report. When Lu Gaoda saw the revenue figure, he was frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? Lu Gaoda's eyes widened in shock. Seeing his astonishment, Qian Ziyong glanced at the report and burst out laughing. A place this big, and only one table for the whole day. Huh. Ziyong, I can't believe you're laughing, Lu Gaoda said, his face grim. He knew business would be slow, but he hadn't anticipated it being this disastrous. Of course I'm happy, Qian Ziyong replied, genuinely puzzled. I just don't understand why you're not. Lu Gaoda lamented. This place is losing its shirt. How can I be happy? Qian Ziyong asked. Do you get a commission from the restaurant's profits? Lu Gaoda shook his head. No. Well, will I stop paying your salary if business is bad? Qian Ziyong pressed. Lu Gaoda shook his head again. No, you wouldn't. He knew Qian Ziyong was a man of his word and never went back on it. Qian Ziyong smiled. You're an employee. Just do your job well and collect your salary every month. Whether the hot pot restaurant does well or not, what's that got to do with you? Yeah. Lu Gaoda thought that made sense. Wait a minute, he said, jumping up and giving Qian Ziyong a once-over. Buddy, if anyone else had said that, I wouldn't be surprised. But you're the owner of this hot pot restaurant. Shouldn't an owner be pushing employees to work harder and maximize profits? He was acutely aware that they were surrounded by staff. This wasn't a private conversation. The surrounding employees were also puzzled. Qian Ziyong didn't seem the least bit worried or sad about the poor business. If anything, he seemed pleased. Was it their imagination? Work? Take it too seriously and you lose, Qian Ziyong said, waving his hand dismissively. Besides, I don't care about maximizing profits. For me, creating value for society is my greatest value. He was running out of convincing things to say. He patted Lu Gaoda on the shoulder. Anyway, bad business is nothing to worry about. I have everything under control. Don't you worry. This restaurant isn't going to close. ITLL stay open, and I'm going to open many more branches. Gao Da, I expect you to be the manager here for at least 10 years. Once you've gained more experience and sharpened your skills, it'll give you a raise. Alright, enough of this. Just keep things exactly as they are. Qian Ziyong stressed that no matter what happened, the restaurant must operate precisely as it was now. His strategy was not to be altered. Okay, Lu Gaoda nodded in agreement. Qian Ziyong smiled. I'm leaving the restaurant in your hands. It's too crowded here. My presence seems to make the employees a bit tense. So from now on, just deliver a hot pot meal to my office every day for lunch and dinner. Oh, and make sure you include plenty of meat. His presence made the staff uneasy. They were even hesitant to eat meat. That wouldn't do. If they only ate vegetables, how could he possibly lose money? To further his grand money-losing scheme, Qian Ziyong decided to dine alone in his office. Sigh. The sacrifices he had to make for his grand plan were truly immense. Inside the owner's office of Yongnian Supermarket, Qian Ziyong asked, Manager Sun, has Feihuang Supermarket made any moves these past few days? Manager Sun shook his head in surprise. Not a single one. It seems Qian Ziyong has accepted his losses. Qian Ziyong furrowed his brow. Is that really so? I don't believe Qian Ziyong is that kind of man. He still vividly remembered how Qian Ziyong with the softest words had delivered his most resolute declaration of war. Wherever Yongnian Supermarket opened, Feihuang Supermarket would follow. This was a stance of fighting to the bitter end. Manager Sun said, I truly cannot fathom what ability Qian Ziyong has to turn the tide. Our decor is no worse than Feihuang's, and in terms of reputation, Feihuang lags far behind Yongnian. We have numerous shops upstairs that complement our supermarket. What does Feihuang have to compete with us? Qian Ziyong nodded. It seems I was overthinking. Inside the owner's office of Feihuang Supermarket. For a long time, Qian Ziyong did not leave his office, spending his days playing games. He had been living comfortably, never worrying about money or food, eating to his heart's content. Sometimes he would stroll through the supermarket, but business remained as sluggish as ever. Seeing the poor business, Qian Ziyong was completely at ease and returned to his office to play games in peace. My decision was incredibly wise. As expected, opening directly opposite Yongnian Supermarket guarantees losses. Another 10 days passed, and Lu Gaoda was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He had sought out Qian Ziyong several times, but each time, Qian Ziyong told him to relax. How could he relax? Watching the hot pot restaurant lose money daily, he was on the verge of tears. Zhu Daqiang occasionally visited the restaurant, and Lu Gaoda would beg him for advice. But Zhu Daqiang had no good solutions either. However, as days went by, business seemed to improve. One day, Lu Gaoda was checking the revenue at the hot pot restaurant. This was the most tense moment of each day. The restaurant had already hired 500 staff, with a monthly payroll reaching a staggering 5 million. Excluding utilities, they needed to earn at least 1600 a day just to break even. 1600 a day? How could they ever achieve that? The cashier happily announced, Manager, today's revenue is looking great. What? Revenue is good. Lu Gaodao raised an eyebrow, unnerved by the recent losses. Checking the daily revenue felt like a form of torture. He carefully took the receipt, unfolded it, and saw a revenue of 300. Was the hot pot restaurant really busy today? Lu Gaodao was astonished. The cashier nodded with a smile. Business was quite good. Lu Gaodao asked curiously, hasn't business been terrible all this time? Why is it so good today? The cashier shook his head. He was just an ordinary cashier. How would he know why business had suddenly picked up? I must tell Ziyong this great news. Lu Gaoda, clutching the revenue report, rushed towards the owner's office. Overjoyed, he ran into Zhu Daqiang and Li Lian, who were inspecting the hot pot restaurant. Manager Zhu, our hot pot restaurant's business is picking up. Lu Gaoda beamed like a 200-pound child. Zhu Daqiang nodded with a smile. I already know. You know? Lu Gaoda was taken aback. Zhu Daqiang said, I've been monitoring the hot pot restaurant's business for the past couple of days and could see it was about to take off. Li Lian shares this view. Lu Gaoda's gaze shifted to Li Lian. Li Lian nodded with a smile. Indeed, the hot pot restaurant's business is bound to thrive. This is only the beginning. Lu Gaoda was elated. Why are you so certain? Li Lian chuckled. Because you haven't seen the boss strategy. Qian Ziyong's strategy. What strategy? Lu Gaoda was curious. Li Lian said, the boss had everything planned out, fully confident. Didn't you notice that when the hot pot restaurant first opened, he was constantly there? Once he had arranged everything, and it was on the right track, he never came back. Lu Gaoda nodded. That was true. But the restaurant wasn't making money then. Lu Gaoda said. Li Lian sighed in admiration. That's the boss genius. He arranged everything knowing the restaurant would be a success. He was so confident, knowing exactly when and how the restaurant would turn profitable. Since he was sure it would succeed, he had no reason to worry. Really? Lu Gaoda was skeptical. Li Lian smiled mysteriously. Do you know why the hot pot restaurant is making money? Why? Lu Gaoda asked. Li Lian said, It's all thanks to the boss' brilliant decision. Remember when he let all the supermarket staff eat at the hot pot restaurant for free? Lu Gaodao nodded. I strongly opposed it at the time, but Ziyong insisted. In the end, we had no choice but to follow his plan. Li Lian smiled. It's precisely because the staff ate for free that the restaurant's business gradually improved. Lu Gaodao asked why. Zhu Daqiang was also curious. Li Lian asked with a smile, what do you think of our hot pot's flavor? It's excellent. Lu Gaodao affirmed. He had spent a fortune of 3 million on the hot pot base. How could it not be good? Li Lian said. The news about the 3 million hot pot base has spread and many people are curious to taste it. Do you know who spread the word? Lu Gaodao thought for a moment. Was it our staff? When Qian Ziyong had proposed spending 3 million to buy the hot pot base recipe, he had strongly objected. But Qian Ziyong had insisted. There were many staff around at the time, and Qian Ziyong hadn't asked for secrecy, so it was natural for the news to spread. Li Lian said, exactly, it was our own staff. The boss let them eat for free, and after tasting it, most found it delicious. Combined with the fact that the base cost 3 million, it seemed even more exquisite. Such a delicacy naturally had to be shared with friends. Thanks to the staff's spontaneous promotion, many people came to try it, found it delicious, and business flourished. Moreover, since everyone knows the base is worth 3 million, they don't think our prices are too high. After all, everyone knows quality comes at a price, and our offerings are genuinely top-notch. We're the pinnacle of hot pot in the entire city. No other place can compare. So that's it. Lu Gaodao was suddenly enlightened. He hadn't expected that spending 3 million on the hot pot base would spark customer curiosity and justify their higher prices compared to other hot pot restaurants. It was a stroke of genius. Why hadn't he thought of that? He could use the 3 million for marketing. Qian Ziyong was a marketing genius. Lu Gaodao marveled, inwardly filled with admiration for Qian Ziyong. How had he never noticed how brilliant Qian Ziyong was during their university days? By the way, the hot pot restaurant wasn't doing well, and I went to see Ziyong several times. He told me everything was under control. At the time, I didn't understand what he meant by everything is under control, but now that business is booming, I finally get it. Lu Gaodao exclaimed. Right. Zhu Daqiang nodded with a smile. He had also heard Qian Ziyong say that everything was under control. I'm going to go tell Ziyong the good news. Lu Gaodao said excitedly. Zhu Daqiang quickly stopped him. The boss has already anticipated all of this. You don't need to tell him, he must have known long ago. That makes sense. Lu Gaodao agreed. Li Lian chuckled. Besides, you're the manager of the hot pot restaurant now. The boss has entrusted you with everything regarding it. The boss is clearing the path for us behind the scenes. All we need to do is follow the plan. Working for him is so effortless. As long as we do our part, we don't have to worry about a thing. If I had met him when I was younger, I would have followed him and learned diligently. Li Lian sighed, looking at Lu Gaodao with envy. Having a mentor is so crucial. How many detours had he taken in his youth before getting on the right track? And even then, it was only barely enough to make a living. If he had met Qian Ziyong a decade earlier, he would probably be worth hundreds of millions by now. Lu Gaodao understood Li Lian's envy and clenched his fist tightly. I will study hard and observe carefully. I won't let Ziyong down. Li Lian nodded. The boss pays us such a high salary to get things done. If we run to him for every little thing, what use are we? Might as well put a pig in the position. Brotherly, you're absolutely right. I won't bother Ziyong. Lu Gaodao nodded in profound agreement. Qian Ziyong paid him 100,000. He had to earn it, didn't he? He couldn't just run to Ziyong every time the restaurant had a problem. That would make him look utterly incompetent. Li Lian said, I predict this boom is just the beginning of business is likely to get even better. Lu Gaodao's eyes lit up, his body brimming with energy. In the afternoon, inside the Feihuang supermarket, business was brisk today. Most customers who had eaten at the hot pot restaurant came to browse the supermarket. Some others who hadn't been to the Heli Laowa hot pot were simply there to shop. A young couple strolled leisurely through the aisles. The woman was pretty with delicate features and large sparkling eyes. I'm hungry. What should we eat today? She asked, patting her stomach with a hint of a pout. The man ventured, how about hot pot? The Baiji beauty thought for a moment, then shook her head. But I want grilled fish. We haven't had it in ages. That place we went to last time was crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Absolutely divine. The man smiled. Then let's go for fish. But the fish isn't spicy enough. I haven't had spicy food in a long time. I'm craving something with a kick. The Baiji beauty hesitated. The man immediately grew wary and asked tentatively in a low voice, then how about hot pot? But fish tastes better. And hot pot ingredients are often not fresh. I'm afraid I'll get a stomachache. The Baiji beauty said. Then let's have fish. The man's voice grew even softer. The Baiji beauty got angry. Can't you a man have a bit of backbone? The man was on the verge of tears, completely at a loss. Do you want hot pot or fish? Someone save me. A supermarket employee arranging shelves nearby saw them on the verge of an argument and quickly interjected, why not try the hot pot? We have a new hot pot restaurant here in Feihuang Supermarket. The ingredients are guaranteed to be clean and hygienic, and fruits and drinks are free. Hearing the employee's words, the Baijid beauty was surprised. I didn't know Feihuang Supermarket had a hot pot restaurant. Your boss has his fingers in many pies. The employee smiled and said, the boss is a great person. All of us employees get to eat hot pot for free. I'm about to clock out, and I can't wait to dig in. Just thinking about the beef in the hot pot makes my mouth water. I heard our boss spent 3 million on the hot pot base. It's absolutely delicious. The Baijid Bowtie's eyes lit up at the mention of a 3 million yuan hot pot base. A base that expensive must be extraordinary. Come on, let's go try it. The man breathed a long sigh of relief, silently thanking the employee with a glance, and quickly led his girlfriend upstairs to the hot pot restaurant. Inside the hot pot restaurant, guided enthusiastically by the staff, the beauty was seated in a spacious spot. This chair is so comfortable and the ambience is lovely, she remarked upon entering. The environment was impressive, from the tables to the chairs to every little detail. She was thoroughly satisfied. It was clear they had spared no expense. The employee smiled and said, all the condiments, fruits, drinks, and ice cream are free here. Especially our signature beef for the dipping sauce. It's delicious and also free. If you're interested, feel free to try it. The Baijid beauty was thrilled. All of it is free. I want to try it. The man was also surprised to a hot pot place offering free beef. Could the beef possibly be fresh? The two went to the condiment station where several customers were casually helping themselves. 2 customers were unabashedly piling beef into their bowls with large spoons until they were nearly full. 2 staff members nearby didn't stop them. Instead, once they were done, an employee brought over a huge bowl and replenished the beef in the condiment tray. They filled it to the brim. Another customer came to scoop some beef. Seeing a shy customer hesitating, the employee smiled and said, all the condiments here are free, including the beef. It's really tasty, so feel free to take as much as you like. The man and the Baijid beauty each took some beef as well. The man returned to his seat with a bowl of mixed condiments, looking satisfied. The Baijid beauty, however, carried 3 bowls. 1 for fruit, 1 for sauce, and 1 for beef. Carrying 3 bowls with 2 hands made her unsteady, and her heart pounded with anxiety. Fortunately, a quick-thinking staff member rushed over to help. The Baijid beauty thanked them, but then turned to her boyfriend with displeasure. Humph, can't you see him struggling? Why didn't you come to help? The man was flustered, stammering out endless apologies. Just then, an employee wheeled over their ordered dishes on a cart. The Baijid beauty finally stopped her scolding and fixed her gaze on the food. Once the waiter had everything prepared, the two began to eat. The first thing they tried was the complimentary beef. The Baijid beauty had little confidence in the beef, given that it was free. However, after a single bite, she discovered it was even more delicious than what was made at home. Most importantly, the beef was exceptionally fresh, and the ingredients were of the highest quality. This isn't ordinary beef, which seems to have been cooked just moments ago, the man remarked, equally surprised. A nearby staff member smiled and said, yes, we prepare a large amount of beef every day, filling 2 big basins. The beef is tasty, but I don't eat much of it. Why? The Baijid beauty asked curiously. The staff member chuckled and replied, because we can eat anything for free here at the hot pot restaurant. I prefer the beef tripe. It's crisp and tender. You get to eat free hot pot every day, the man asked in disbelief. The hot pot at this establishment was far from cheap. One could tell from the ingredients just how fresh they were. If the staff could eat their fill for free, wouldn't the restaurant be losing money? The staff member smiled again. Yes, we can eat every day whenever we want. That's awesome. I'd love to work here too, the Baijid beauty said enviously. She also enjoyed the beef tripe he recommended, so she quickly picked up a piece with her chopsticks and placed it into the pot. It tastes best after about 10 seconds, the staff member advised. The Baijid beauty nodded, and after waiting roughly 10 seconds, she eagerly fished the tripe out. It really is delicious, she exclaimed happily after taking a bite. The man was also quite pleased with the hot pot. The soup base was unique and comparable to that of ordinary hot pot restaurants. After eating several pieces of meat, he took a big gulp of his drink. Noticing his glass was already half empty, the staff member promptly refilled it. The man didn't pay much attention at first. It wasn't until the 3rd time, when he drank his beverage down to half and the waiter refilled it again, that he realized the staff were attending to his drink. He had eaten hot pot many times, but this was the first time someone had refilled his glass for him. He also noticed that their table had dedicated service. The waiter was positioned so as not to intrude, yet was always available when needed. This is so comfortable, the Baijid beauty said, feeling like a princess as she enjoyed her hot pot. Finally, they finished their meal, and she was thoroughly satisfied. As they were leaving, the staff handed them some small snacks, and she also got herself a complimentary ice cream. The air conditioning inside the restaurant had been so cool that stepping outside made them realize just how hot it was. This hot pot place is delicious and the service is impeccable. I'm posting about it on my social media. The Baijid beauty paired a photo she had just taken with a short caption, and shared it on her feed. The caption read, "Today's hot pot was absolutely divine. The free beef nearly stuffed me. I must have gained 3 pounds again, ugh." Along with the post were pictures of the hot pot, the free beef herself enjoying the ice cream, and 5 selfies. Seeing the many likes and comments rolling in, the Baiji beauty happily left the restaurant with her boyfriend saying, "Let's come back and eat here again tomorrow." And just like that, the hot pot restaurant became the talk of the town. News of the free beef, free ice cream, and free fruit spread rapidly throughout the entire city of Hanqing. Countless people came to see what the fuss was about. Lu Gaoda suddenly noticed that the restaurant was packed to capacity with a long queue snaking outside. He was ecstatic. This was the pace of someone about to get incredibly rich. Lu Gaoda, weighing in at 200 pounds, bustled about the restaurant, barely touching the ground. Despite the exhaustion, he wore a wide grin all day long. The busy day stretched until the early hours of the morning, when the most tense moment arrived, tallying up the day's revenue. "What's today's revenue?" Lu Gaoda asked nervously, wiping the sweat from his brow. The staff member quickly printed out the report. "Manager, our hot pot restaurant's takings for today have exceeded 600,000. "How much?" Lu Gaoda was taken aback. "Manager, it's 633,120 yuan, the employee said excitedly. Lu Gaoda jumped for joy. "We've made this much." He was overjoyed, but he soon realized he had celebrated too soon. From the very next day, the revenue figures climbed to new heights, reaching over 700,000 on the second day, over 800,000 on the third, and a staggering 900,000 plus on the fourth. From 9 in the morning until 3 in the early hours, the hot pot restaurant was perpetually full. For the most part, there were always people waiting in line outside, sometimes for as long as 2 hours. Lu Gaoda was now waking up laughing in his dreams. These waiting customers often took a number and then headed downstairs to browse the supermarket. When their number was almost up, they would take the elevator back up. This inadvertently boosted the business of the Phoenix supermarket by more than double. Back in the manager's office at the hot pot restaurant, a sweet-looking reporter was interviewing Lu Gaoda. "Manager Lu, I'm a reporter from Hanqing TV. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to interview you amidst your busy schedule," the reporter said with a smile, holding a microphone. Lu Gaoda, dressed impeccably and full of vigor, replied, "It is my honor to be interviewed by Hanqing TV." The reporter asked, "Could you let us in on your restaurant's daily revenue?" Lu Gaoda said excitedly, "There's nothing to hide. Our boss says there's nothing we can't share. Yesterday, our supermarket's revenue hit 1.1 million. The reporter's mouth fell open in astonishment at the figure. "There are already rumors online that your Riverly hot pot is a refreshing force in the hot pot world, much loved by consumers. How did you come up with this new way of doing business? How did you create this new model?" Lu Gaoda's expression turned serious. "This isn't my achievement. Most of the credit goes to our boss' guidance. The boss says that every customer who comes to our Riverly hot pot is an honor for us. So we must treat our customers with the utmost sincerity. The boss has always emphasized that all ingredients must be fresh and the hot pot base must be of the highest quality. That's why I spent 3 million to meticulously select this very hot pot base." The reporter was very curious. Did the hot pot base really cost 3 million? Lu Gaoda nodded. "Yes." "Why spend so much on a hot pot base?" the reporter asked. Lu Gaoda replied, "Because our boss said if you're going to do something, do it to the best of your ability." The reporter continued to ask about the hot pot restaurant, and Lu Gaoda answered truthfully. The interview concluded smoothly, and the reporter was extremely satisfied. In addition to the interview, the reporter also filmed various parts of the restaurant, especially the kitchen. They also interviewed several staff members. It was clear that the employees were very happy with their jobs and felt a strong sense of belonging. The next morning, as the interview aired on television, the hot pot restaurant became even more popular. The Phoenix supermarket also gained widespread fame. Feihuang supermarket also became a sensation. It turned out that they had opened a supermarket in Hanqing with a luxurious interior and service that reached the pinnacle of excellence. Without the hot pot restaurant, most people would have never heard of the supermarket. After the hot pot restaurant boomed, everyone realized that the hot pot restaurant and Feihuang supermarket actually shared the same boss. As more and more people flocked to Feihuang supermarket, they discovered that it was not only spotlessly clean and tidy, but also remarkably user-friendly. It seemed that every employee in the entire supermarket was brimming with vitality. They treated everyone with genuine sincerity, making every customer feel as if they had stepped into their own home. The employees there truly treated them like family. Feihuang supermarket itself was already quite decent. In fact, it was one of the best supermarkets in Hanqing. And with the hot pot restaurant bringing in its own traffic, Feihuang supermarket began to teem with customers. Qian Ziyong hadn't been to the supermarket for several days. He had been holed up at home, glued to his phone, playing games and browsing online for luxury mansions and cars. That day, he finally walked out of his office because he noticed a commotion outside. When he arrived at the supermarket, he saw an endless stream of customers eagerly pushing their way in. Seeing the overwhelming crowd, Qian Ziyong was utterly dumbfounded. What had happened? Wasn't his supermarket always struggling with poor business? How had it suddenly become so crowded? He had only been away from the supermarket for a week, yet it felt like an entire century had passed. He almost didn't recognize his own supermarket. Boss, an employee called out warmly when they saw Qian Ziyong. Well, what happened? Why is our business so good? Qian Ziyong's voice trembled as he spoke. A sense of foreboding crept over him. Just then he noticed the supermarket's television playing a news report on loop. It was an interview with the Helaleo Hot Pot restaurant. On the screen he saw Lu Gaoda's chubby, beaming face, cheerfully giving an interview. Helaleo Hot Pot restaurant was on TV. No. Qian Ziyong's heart clenched violently, and his face turned ashen. Could it be? Helaleo Hot Pot restaurant was on TV. And on the broadcast he saw countless customers inside the restaurant. Qian Ziyong still vividly remembered telling Lu Gaoda to raise the prices at Helaleo to twice that of other hot pot places. If the restaurant was packed to the brim, how much money would he be making? Stay calm, he told himself. Maybe things weren't as he imagined. He had set countless traps for Helaleo Hot Pot restaurant, and it was the height of summer. There was no reason for the hot pot business to thrive. Boss, are you okay? An employee asked, noticing his pallor and rushing over to check on him. Qian Ziyong waved his hand. I'm fine. Without another word, he stumbled and hurried toward the hot pot restaurant. Soon he saw a massive queue stretching over 100 meters. The shop owners on both sides of the line looked on enviously at Helaleo. When they saw Qian Ziyong approaching, they greeted him. Boss, Qian, you're something else. Creating a new hot pot model. Truly impressive. Several shop owners gave him a thumbs up, showering him with praise. Are all these people here to eat at my restaurant? Qian Ziyong's voice cracked with emotion. He remembered that his hot pot restaurant was about 700 square meters, capable of seating 600 diners at once. Was it fully packed? How much money would he make? Of course. The shop owners, thinking Qian Ziyong was pretending to be clueless, grew a bit impatient. Boss Qian, you're so amazing. Can you teach us how to boost our own business? We don't need it to be as hot as your restaurant. Oh, just a tenth of your success would be a blessing. They stared at him expectantly, hoping for some insider secrets. Qian Ziyong opened his mouth, a dazed look in his eyes. I don't have any experience in making money, but I've got plenty of experience in losing money. Want some? The shop owners forced a smile. Boss Qian, if you don't want to share, fine, but don't joke with us like this. Everyone in Hanqing knows you. A meteoric rise from the start. Whether it's the supermarket or the hot pot restaurant, both are the pinnacle of the city. You've never failed since you graduated and started your business, right? Am I that famous? Qian Ziyong pointed at himself. The shop owners nodded vigorously. Qian Ziyong gave a bitter smile. He had become famous. And to his surprise, famous for making money. He had never failed. That was because he had never succeeded. How was he making money now? Just then Lu Gaoda, who was managing the queue, spotted Qian Ziyong, surrounded by people. Ziyong! Lu Gaoda shouted joyfully, sprinting over and throwing his arms around Qian Ziyong. But he was so excited that Qian Ziyong, already in a fragile state, was knocked to the ground by the force of the embrace, tumbling head over heels. Ouch! Staring at the pudgy face before him, Qian Ziyong's anger surged. His 50 million. It was Lu Gaoda who had made the hot pot restaurant a roaring success, causing him to lose that 50 million. It was him. Oh. Qian Ziyong got to his feet, wanting to lash out, but he had no good reason to. Could he really blame Lu Gaoda for doing too well and making him money? There were countless onlookers around. If he scolded Lu Gaoda, it would surely raise suspicion. The law system dictated that everything must be reasonable. Scolding Lu Gaoda for making money would be completely unreasonable. Looking at the ecstatic Lu Gaoda, Qian Ziyong forced a smile that was more painful than a grimace. Gaoda, you are truly my ribbon minister. Lu Gaoda corrected him. You mean right-hand man, right? Qian Ziyong shook his head with a bitter laugh. No, it's ribbon. Lu Gaoda's actions had already stabbed him in the heart. How could he be a right-hand man? Lu Gaoda didn't dwell on it and grabbed Qian Ziyong excitedly. Ziyong, under your brilliant leadership, our hot pot restaurant is doing great. Do you want to go inside and take a look? Qian Ziyong shook his head. Better not. I'm afraid I can't handle the crushing blow. He truly dreaded seeing the restaurant packed with customers and the cashiers ringing up endless sales, only to end up in the hospital like last time. If he ended up in the hospital, the system wouldn't reimburse his medical expenses. Most importantly, he still wanted to see if there was any way to salvage the situation. Just then Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang arrived together. Seeing Qian Ziyong, they both congratulated him joyfully. Boss, our Helaleo hot pot restaurant is booming. And Feihuang Supermarket's revenue this month is also looking excellent. The boss never minded discussing business in front of others. He repeatedly emphasized that no detail was too trivial to be shared, and even if the owner of Yongyan Supermarket were present, he would still be completely open. Since the boss was unbothered, even in front of his rivals, they were even less concerned about any other onlook. Most importantly, they had a clear conscience. Despite the booming business, they had not resorted to any underhanded tactics. Good. Qian Ziyong's smile was stiff and ugly. He knew that this time his attempt to lose money would be extremely difficult. He was already feeling a sense of resignation. The only thing he wanted to know now was why the hot pot restaurant was making money. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to die with his eyes open. Qian Ziyong gnashed his teeth and said, "Lu Gaoda, it's all thanks to you that this hot pot restaurant has managed to make me lose everything I own. You are truly my lucky star." Lu Gaoda laughed heartily. "Ziyong, you must be so excited from making so much money that you're at a loss for words. It's not losing everything, it's raking it in. This isn't my doing at all, it's all thanks to your brilliant leadership, boss." Hearing Qian Ziyong say he was losing everything, the surrounding customers all chuckled. The hot pot restaurant's business was so booming that the news said its daily turnover exceeded 1,000,000 yuan. It was certainly very profitable. Although Qian Ziyong was the boss, he was still young, so after making so much money his emotions got the better of him, and he mixed up his idioms. They could understand that. The surrounding customers all cast benevolent glances. The hot pot at Healy Lao was genuinely delicious, and the service was genuinely attentive. For this reason, they were even willing to wait in line for an hour. Qian Ziyong didn't notice the expressions of those around him. He was a bit dazed. All due to my brilliant leadership. By the way, Lu Gaoda, didn't I tell you that none of the decisions I make are to be altered in any way? Have you changed them? It must be so. Lu Gaoda must have altered his decisions for the hot pot restaurant without permission, which caused it to make a huge profit. How dare you, Lu Gaoda? I treated you like a brother and gave you a top-tier salary, and this is how you repay me. Returning kindness with enmity. From today onwards, I will sever all ties with you. Qian Ziyong's eyes bulged wide, and the look he directed at Lu Gaoda was filled with murderous intent. Lu Gaoda shuddered. "Ziyong, don't look at me like that, I'm scared. I really haven't altered any of your decisions. Everything has been done exactly as you arranged." Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang, who were nearby, also sensed the tense atmosphere and quickly stepped forward to mediate. Boss Lu Gaoda originally wanted to change the strategy, but he came to his senses in the end and didn't alter anything. I can guarantee that he did everything as you said without acting on his own. Qian Ziyong must have misunderstood Lu Gaoda, thinking he had acted on his own and changed his strategy. That's why he was so angry. The boss is mistaken. Didn't change my strategy. Qian Ziyong's eyes were filled with confusion, and his gaze towards Lu Gaoda returned to normal. This was 50 million yuan. Anyone who dared to stand in the way of him making 50 million would be his sworn enemy. Now hearing the two of them say that Lu Gaoda hadn't changed his strategy and had strictly followed it, Qian Ziyong was completely baffled. Lu Gaoda said excitedly, "Ziyong, it's because you told me to spend 3 million on the hot pot base that I was able to find the most authentic and delicious hot pot recipe. And the customers are also showing their support, all wanting to taste the flavor of the 3 million yuan hot pot. No way. How could customers swarm in just because of 3 million? Qian Ziyong wore an incredulous expression. Lu Gaoda said, "Indeed, boss, did you foresee this? Buying a hot pot base for 3 million is quite extravagant, but it wouldn't necessarily draw too much attention. It's still the boss who has the foresight, having already thought of a plan to let all the employees from the supermarket and the hot pot restaurant eat for free. You know, our supermarket has 1,000 employees, and after they ate, they found the taste to be excellent. Naturally, they would recommend it to their friends and family, and also to the supermarket's customers. The boss didn't force the employees to recommend it, just let them eat for free. Because you know that good things don't need to be forced. Once enough people have tried them, word will naturally spread. Boss, your tactic of subtle influence is truly masterful." Hearing Lu Gaoda's explanation, the surrounding customers suddenly understood. So this was how the hot pot restaurant was promoted. They actually gave free meals to their own employees without issuing any orders for them to bring in customers. This way they wouldn't make the employees resentful, nor would they annoy the customers. It was a true win-win-win situation. The crowd all applauded, filled with admiration for Qian Ziyong's marketing acumen. The sound of clapping rang out. Each clap struck Qian Ziyong's heart like a slap, causing him to stagger backwards. It was all my decisions. Qian Ziyong's eyes widened. Yes, Lu Gaoda nodded. If it weren't for you, boss, even if our hot pot restaurant were to become popular, it would have taken a very long time. Because we hired 500 employees, and just the monthly wages reach a staggering 5 million. If it became popular too slowly, the restaurant wouldn't be able to withstand the huge losses, and it might have gone bankrupt before long. Luckily, the boss was brilliant and came up with such a great idea. Otherwise, such a good hot pot restaurant going bankrupt like that would be a loss to the hot pot industry, and also a loss to the entire city of Hancheng. Qian Ziyong opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. The hot pot restaurant's success was actually his doing. Letting the employees eat for free was simply because he wanted them to help him lose money. After all, no matter how much he and Lu Gaoda ate, they couldn't possibly eat that much. How could they compare to the 1,000 employees at the supermarket? He just simply wanted to lose more money. How did that become a strategy for promoting the hot pot restaurant? And buying the hot pot base for 3 million was also just because he wanted to spend more money. He truly had no other intention. Why did customers become curious and want to taste the flavor of the 3 million yuan hot pot base? 3 million unexpectedly became a stunt to create hype for the restaurant. Lu Gaoda continued. Oh right, there's also the boss instruction to hire 500 people. At first I couldn't understand it. Our hot pot restaurant is only 700 square meters, 100 people would have been more than enough. There was no need to hire 500. But I carried out the boss orders meticulously. Even if I didn't understand, I quickly hired all 500 people. It wasn't until the hot pot restaurant really took off that I understood the boss' brilliant decision. As he spoke, Lu Gaoda raised his thumb high in praise. Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang also looked at Qian Ziyong with admiration. The owners of other shops nearby also looked at Lu Gaoda curiously. So this was how the hot pot restaurant became popular. But why did Qian Ziyong hire 500 people? What did he need so many waiters for? They were also bosses, so why couldn't they understand the brilliance of Qian Ziyong's decisions? It was truly awe-inspiring, something to be revered from afar. Qian Ziyong was utterly bewildered. I asked you to hire 500 people. What does that have to do with business booming? Qian Ziyong inquired. More people meant he could pay out more wages. But how did more people correlate with better business? Lu Gaoda replied, boss, are you testing me? If you hadn't instructed me to hire 500 in advance, how could we possibly manage the surge in business? If we couldn't keep up, service quality would inevitably suffer. Moreover, we'd be in a frantic mess, making all sorts of mistakes. Even hiring temporary staff wouldn't work. They lacked training and integration, unable to adapt to the intense demands of a hot pot restaurant. Is it my fault? Qian Ziyong was on the verge of tears. He finally realized that it was all his doing. It was your brilliant decision, boss. Lu Gaoda corrected. By the way, if you hadn't hired 500, we couldn't have split into 3 shifts and stayed open until 3 a.m. What? Qian Ziyong was startled. A hot pot restaurant open until 3 a.m. Are you insane? He never imagined customers could be so relentless. Who on earth would come to his restaurant for hot pot at 3 a.m.? They were robbing him in the dead of night. These customers were utterly despicable. The patrons around them, overhearing Lu Gaoda's words, erupted in applause once more. A masterstroke of marketing. An unconventional business strategy. Hiring a massive workforce in advance. It was a commercial feast more exhilarating than watching a top-rated business film. And the protagonist of this film stood before them, merely a young man of tender years. They felt privileged to witness the future prodigy of commerce, their excitement palpable. Lu Gaoda raised his thumb. His gaze at Qian Ziyong was as if beholding a deity. Boss, your business acumen leaves us in awe. In just 20 days, our hot pot restaurant has earned 20 million. At this electrifying moment, Zhu Daqiang stepped forward, gazing at Qian Ziyong with reverence. Boss, thanks to the foot traffic from the hot pot place, our supermarket has made 30 million in this period. I believe a few hundred million a year is absolutely within reach. The surrounding audience gasped when they learned that in just 20 days the hot pot restaurant and supermarket combined had raked in 50 million. 50 million. In 20 days. If I had that much money, how would I spend it? 50 million. With that kind of cash, I wouldn't need to work for the rest of my life. Straight to the peak of life. How exhilarating. Why isn't that 50 million mine? The boss is right here, so young, and already worth 50 million. How enviable. The crowd stared at Qian Ziyong with envious eyes. Their murmurs about how carefree and glorious life would be with 50 million struck Qian Ziyong's heart like a hammer. 50 million. Just sitting in the bank, the annual interest would be 1.5 million. The daily interest reached an astonishing 5,000. That meant instant financial freedom, reaching the pinnacle of life. But the 50 million was gone. Gone because of his brilliant decisions. If he worked a job earning 3,000 a month, it would take him 16,666 months, 1,388 years, to earn that amount. The thought of losing 50 million made Qian Ziyong want to kill himself. Oh, Qian Ziyong's eyes turned bloodshot. He raised his hand and slapped his own face repeatedly, the sharp sounds resounding like a clarion call. Ziyong. Lu Gaoda rushed forward to stop him. Zhu Daqiang grabbed Qian Ziyong's hand. Boss, I know you set high standards for yourself. 50 million is far from your expectations. But our abilities are limited. This is the best we could do. Please don't push yourself so hard. It's all up. The onlookers were stunned. Earning 50 million in 20 days, and then slapping himself. My heavens, boss, Qian sets such high standards. 50 million is considered a failure below his expectations. I've heard that geniuses are obsessive. They are extremely harsh on themselves. It's true that comparisons can drive one mad. If I made 50 million, I'd strut around like a king. Not me. I'd hit the clubs, buy a mansion and a luxury car. I'm just a commoner, far from being as great as Boss Qian. Indeed, if such a paltry sum could satisfy Boss Qian, he probably wouldn't have achieved what he has today. The crowd's gaze at Qian Ziyong grew even more respectful. Only the obsessive, those who pursue perfection, can reach the pinnacle. Qian Ziyong must be such a person. The sharp pain from the slaps jolted Qian Ziyong back to his senses. There's still hope. I can distribute dividends. He recalled that he could share profits with employees. He quickly consulted the system in his mind. Dividend rule: dividends can be distributed at most once every 6 months, each time up to 50 of net profit. Moreover, cash already used cannot be included in dividends. In other words, with 5 million in cash on hand, if he chose to distribute now, he could only give employees 25 million. But after this distribution, he couldn't give dividends again for at least 6 months. Should he distribute or not? Without hesitation, Qian Ziyong chose to distribute. At the same time, he had already figured out how to use the remaining money. He felt he could still salvage the situation. 15 days remained until the 3-month cycle ended. Qian Ziyong pulled himself together. Though he surely couldn't drain all the system's money this time, he would take whatever he could. He stood up decisively. Manager Zhu, contact the landlord and rent another 5,000 square meters. The supermarket needs expansion. Also summoned the renovation crew. I'll invest 40 million. The supermarket will close from now on. I want it renovated day and night within 15 days. Yes, sir. Zhu Daqiang straightened his chest. Qian Ziyong calculated that over the next 15 days the hot pot restaurant would likely earn him over 10 million. That 10 million would also go into the renovation, so after deducting the dividends, he could funnel all profits into the renovation. However, in the system, renovations counted as fixed assets. Fortunately, these fixed assets could be depreciated. If he spent 40 million on renovation, it would be recorded as 20 million in fixed assets. Depreciated the next year, it would become 10 million. He had no other choice, otherwise he wouldn't sink money into renovations. Qian Ziyong took a deep breath and said to Lu Gaoda, "You did well this time, but don't do it again. I will give you dividends. Both the supermarket and Heli Lao employees will receive a share. Take 25 million from the 50 million and divide it among yourselves." Qian Ziyong's voice was weird. 25 million in dividends. Lu Gaoda exclaimed. Li Lian's eyes widened. The surrounding customers gasped. Making money and giving it to employees. 25 million. Are they still hiring? They wanted to work there too. Put all the remaining money into the renovation. I don't want to see a single cent. Qian Ziyong emphasized. Lu Gaoda asked, "What about you, boss?" The others also looked at Qian Ziyong. Yes, 25 million was given to the employees. The remaining 25 million, along with the future profits of the hot pot restaurant, would all go into the renovation. What about the boss himself? All the money was invested in the supermarket and given to the employees. Would he keep nothing for himself? He'll pass. Qian Ziyong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Seeing you all happy with the money makes me happy. He also wanted a share, but the system wouldn't allow it. As a boss, he was truly miserable. Not only did he receive no salary, but he also had no share in the dividends. Fortunately, the system allowed him to eat the hot pot in the name of tasting. Otherwise, he would have starved by now. But, besides eating, there were many other things that required money. He only had 300 yuan in his pocket. He had to make that last 15 days. Only 20 yuan a day. Moreover, if he failed to successfully lose money after 15 days, the system wouldn't settle a single cent for him. The next cycle would be at least 3 months. That meant he would have no money at all in the next cycle. 3 whole months with nothing. How could he survive? Although he wouldn't starve, he couldn't even afford a pack of toilet paper. Qian Ziyong couldn't help but shiver. He muttered to himself that he absolutely could not end up with zero settlement. Otherwise, life would be truly unbearable. Looking up, he saw Lu Gaoda jumping with joy, and Qian Ziyong wanted to kick his backside. He could no longer do daily odd jobs either. Unless he left his hometown. The entire Hansheng probably knew him. Who would hire him for day jobs? As for regular employment, it was even more impossible. A boss with assets over 100 million and monthly income of tens of millions, yet he had no money to use. Truly, tears were beyond him. Just then an employee ran over and whispered something in Zhu Daqiang's ear. Zhu Daqiang hurried to Qian Ziyong and said, "Boss Shanzhong Yushu has come to visit you." Shanzhong Yushu. Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up. Instantly his frown turned into a beaming smile. "Invite him in. No, he'll go personally." 3 months without a single cent. That was as bitter as it could get. Now whoever could bring him money was his true brother. He paid Lu Gaoda such a high salary, yet Lu Gaoda didn't give him a single cent. And he had considered Lu Gaoda a brother. Humph. Cut off the robe and sever ties. That brother Lu Gaoda was not worth keeping. Qian Ziyong rushed to the door and saw Shanzhong Yushu waiting there with Manager Sun. Qian Ziyong immediately spotted the gift box in Manager Sun's hand and greeted him with extreme warmth. "Boss Shan, you're too kind." Qian Ziyong opened his arms. Shanzhong Yoshu with a troubled expression saw Qian Ziyong's enthusiasm and also opened his arms. Qian Ziyong didn't notice Shanzhong Yushu. His eyes were only on the gift box. He stepped forward and hugged the box, feeling its weight and testing it with a heft. If it weren't extremely rude to open a gift in front of the guest, he would have opened it right away. Seeing that Qian Ziyong was only focused on hugging the gift box and ignoring Shanzhong Yushu's open arms, Zhu Daqiang quickly reminded him. At Zhu Daqiang's reminder, Qian Ziyong came to his senses, handed the box to Zhu Daqiang, and stepped forward to shake hands with Shanzhong Yushu. Mr. Shan, I'm so grateful to you. How would I live without you? Qian Ziyong's eyes were filled with tears. Shanzhong Yushu was his lifesaver. Mr. Qian, you are too kind. Shanzhong Yushu bowed. Qian Ziyong shook his head. Not at all, not at all. Shanzhong Yushu wasn't blind. He could naturally see that Qian Ziyong seemed very interested in his gift. Suppressing his sorrow, Shanzhong Yushu said, Mr. Qian, you seem to like my gift. Why not open it and see? Can I open it now, eh? Qian Ziyong was a bit surprised. Zhu Daqiang said, Boss, Shanzhong Yushu is from Japan. Their opening a gift in front of the giver is a sign of respect. Also, Boss Shanzhong's surname is not Shan, it's Shanzhong. Hearing this, Qian Ziyong quickly apologized. Sorry, I was reminded last time, but I have a bad memory. Next time, I'll remember. Definitely remember. Saying this, Qian Ziyong grabbed the gift box from Zhu Daqiang's arms and tore it open as fast as possible. It was 2 bottles of liquor beautifully packaged. Qian Ziyong asked in a low voice, how much are these bottles? Cost price 2,000 per bottle, 4,000 total. Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up, and he looked at Shanzhong Yushu with even more warmth. I really like the gift. Manager Zhu, help me sell the gift. Cough, cough. Help me treasure the gift. In his excitement, he almost slipped up. Fortunately, he caught himself in time. I'm glad you like it. Shanzhong Yushu said with a smile. Although Shanzhong Yushu was smiling, Qian Ziyong could see that he was deeply sorrowful. Qian Ziyong also understood that his Feihuang supermarket was located directly opposite Yongnian supermarket. If Feihuang supermarket thrived, it meant Yongnian supermarket's business would suffer. Thinking that Shanzhong Yushu had lost money while he himself had made a fortune that ruined him, Qian Ziyong's sorrow welled up. Boss Shanzhong, our fate is truly miserable. Tears streamed down Qian Ziyong's face. He and Shanzhong Yushu were indeed fellow sufferers in this vast world. The thought that the 50 million that was almost in his hand had just flown away made his grief flood like a river. It was like having 10 lottery tickets worth 5 million each in hand, only for a gust of wind to scatter them into nothing. That feeling was simply indescribable. He felt like jumping off a building. Seeing Qian Ziyong's tearful eyes, Shanzhong Yushu hesitated. Boss Qian, are you sympathizing with me? Shanzhong Yushu asked. He was a bit angry. Although the supermarket was losing money, it wasn't to the point of deserving pity, was it? Qian Ziyong shook his head. I'm not sympathizing with you, I'm pitying myself. Shanzhong Yushu, I'm truly sorry. I never expected things to turn out like this. If I had known, I shouldn't have opened Feihuang supermarket right across from you. Whoa. He was now blaming Yongnian supermarket. Wasn't Yongnian supermarket said to be the most powerful supermarket in all of Hanqing? Why hadn't it done anything? Mr. Shanzhong, I hope you will come visit me often. I will definitely receive you warmly. Qian Ziyong said sincerely. The other had brought him 4,000 yuan, so he would be willing to spend 1,000. 500. 300 to entertain him. He could afford 300. Oh, and there was free tea for hospitality. He could save the 300. His personal assets were limited. Good steel must be used on the blade's edge. Inside the office of the Feihuang supermarket owner, Qian Ziyong personally poured tea for Shanzhong Yushu. Boss Shanzhong, I truly appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to visit me. Qian Ziyong raised his cup. Shanzhong Yushu also lifted his cup in a toast. Since you enjoy tea so much, I'll bring you a few tins next time. Hearing that Shanzhong Yushu would be bringing tea instead of cigarettes or liquor next time, Qian Ziyong was startled. I prefer cigarettes and liquor. Never mind the tea, I'm not used to it, he said, shaking his head hastily. Tea wasn't a hard currency, he could never sell it. Even if Shanzhong Yushu gave it to him, he could only pass it on to someone else. Alas. Shanzhong Yushu suddenly sighed. There may not be a next time. I might be returning to Sakura country soon. Perhaps your Feihuang supermarket will soon go out of business as well. Is that so? Qian Ziyong said with a smile. I love it when people wish me well. Boss Shanzhong, you're different from others. Talking with you is truly refreshing. Unlike others, Shanzhong Yushu knew to bless his supermarket with bankruptcy. Unlike Lu Degao and the others who kept telling him his supermarket was raking in a fortune, constantly stabbing at his heart with their words. Seeing the joyful smile on Qian Ziyong's face, Shanzhong Yushu was baffled. Just then Qian Ziyong's cup was empty, and Shanzhong Yushu, beating Zhu Daqiang to it, picked up the teapot and refilled it. Your chest is as vast as the ocean, Mr. Qian. I said your supermarket would go bankrupt, and instead of cursing me, you smile with such delight. You are truly an extraordinary man. Losing to you is not a disgrace. Shanzhong Yushu exclaimed with admiration. Yongnian supermarket's business had plummeted, losing money every day. The commercial ventures above it were in a shambles as well. He had to admit he was defeated. I'm truly sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. Qian Ziyong said, scratching his head. What a good man Shanzhong Yushu was, and look at how his supermarket had been ruined. Shanzhong Yushu shook his head. Outmatched, I accept my defeat. However, my younger brother will be coming from Sakura country. He will take over the management of the supermarket. Hearing this, Zhu Daqiang shuddered. Are you from the Shanzhong family? Zhu Daqiang asked. Shanzhong Yushu nodded proudly. Within our Shanzhong family, I am the least capable. My younger brother has been a prodigy since childhood, and in just 10 years of business, he has amassed assets exceeding billions. Speaking of his brother Shanzhong Yushu's expression was complex. Assets over billions. Could it be Shanzhong Yosong, the founder of Yongnian Supermarket? Zhu Daqiang exclaimed in surprise. Qian Ziyong, however, looked completely confused. He whispered, is the Shanzhong family famous? Zhu Daqiang nodded. The Shanzhong family is a very prominent family in Sakura country, controlling a vast amount of its wealth. And Shanzhong Yuzong has dedicated over a decade to the supermarket industry with exceptional skill. He founded Yongnian Supermarket, which has branches not only in Sakura country, but also in other nations. If Shanzhong Yuzong comes to take over Yongnian Supermarket, then our Fei Huang might. Zhu Daqiang dared not finish his sentence. Having been in the supermarket industry for over a decade, he knew all the big names in the field. He never imagined he would find himself pitted against such a figure. That was a legendary figure. Was he even worthy of being his enemy? He was not. Hearing that Shanzhong Yuzong was set to take over the Yongnian Supermarket across the street, Zhu Daqiang's heart pounded with anxiety. Fei Huang Supermarket had only been doing well for a few days. He hadn't expected their profitability to attract trouble so soon. Such terrible luck. Zhu Daqiang lamented inwardly, then looked towards Qian Ziyong only to see no trace of panic on his face. Will Fei Huang Supermarket be driven to bankruptcy? Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up and his smile grew even wider. Shanzhong Yushu nodded with certainty. Indeed. My brother's business acumen is formidable. He is yet to meet his match since he started. That's wonderful. Qian Ziyong laughed joyfully. Boss Shanzhong, thank you so much for bringing me such excellent news. Shanzhong Yushu's expression darkened. Qian Ziyong, please don't be so arrogant. My brother Shanzhong Yosong is truly formidable. Qian Ziyong said cheerfully, I like formidable people. I'm sure he'll become great friends with your brother. He raised his cup and declared loudly, a toast to your brother. Qian Ziyong was beaming with energy, his heart rekindled with hope. If only there was a capable person who could bankrupt his Fei Huang Supermarket. Otherwise, making tens of millions every month put him under so much pressure. A toast to my brother. Shanzhong Yushu raised his cup and took a sip, somewhat taken aback. He saw anticipation in Qian Ziyong's eyes. The man truly wasn't underestimating his brother, but genuinely looking forward to befriending him. Truly a fearless newcomer. Shanzhong Yushu was already waiting, eager to see if Qian Ziyong could still smile when Fei Huang Supermarket collapsed. Thank you for your hospitality today. Shanzhong Yushu stood up. Qian Ziyong quickly rose to see him out. The moment he saw Shanzhong Yushu off the door, he spotted Li Lian rushing over in a panic. Brother, something terrible has happened. Li Lian, usually so composed, was panting and visibly frantic. Qian Ziyong's heart leaped with joy as he quickly asked, what good news do you have? Li Lian shook his head. It's bad news. Shanzhong Yuzong has invited Lu Degao. He's definitely trying to poach him. Qian Ziyong's eyebrows shot up. Really? Shanzhong Yuzong is trying to poach Lu Degao? That's wonderful. He was sick of the sight of Lu Degao. If it weren't for Lu Degao suggesting the hot pot restaurant, he wouldn't be making so much money. If Lu Degao could be poached, that would be perfect. He could find someone else to take over the hot pot restaurant and let its business plummet. And since Lu Degao had experience running the Hedalai hot pot chain, if he could open another one at Yongnian Supermarket, that would be absolutely ideal. Seeing the smile on Qian Ziyong's face, Li Lian was bewildered. Brother, people's hearts are unpredictable. Shanzhong Yuzong is a top name in the supermarket world. If he wants to poach someone, he'll definitely offer a price that's impossible to refuse. Even though Lu Degao is close to you, no matter how close, he can't be closer than he is to money. It's highly likely Lu Degao will betray you for money. Li Lian said earnestly. Right, let Lu Degao betray me. Qian Ziyong said gleefully. Fearing that the word betrayal might pressure Lu Degao, he quickly added, this isn't betrayal, it's a wise bird choosing its tree. Since Lu Degao has a better future ahead, why should he stubbornly stay here? This isn't betrayal, but a pursuit of a brighter future. I'm rooting for him. Shanzhong Yuzong was truly supportive. Just a moment ago, Shanzhong Yushu had mentioned his brother's arrival, but he didn't expect him to come so quickly. And even more unexpectedly, he was so swift and decisive, giving him such a big surprise right away. Indeed, a reputation is well-earned. This plan is solid. Inside the office of the Yongnian Supermarket's owner, four women, all identical in appearance, stood to the side, serving tea to the two men. Lu Gaoda sat in a chair, teacup in hand, his gaze never leaving the four women. Across from him, Yamanaka Aramatsu smiled and said, Gaoda-can, welcome. Thank you. Lu Gaoda glanced back at Yamanaka Aramatsu before quickly snapping his eyes back to the four women, afraid of missing even a single second. Do you like them? Spring, orchid, autumn, chrysanthemum. Yamanaka Aramatsu asked with a chuckle. Lu Gaoda's eyes sparkled as he nodded eagerly. I do. Yamanaka Aramatsu said, they like you too and hope to be friends with you. Uh-huh. Lu Gaoda laughed with his mouth wide open, his expression utterly grotesque. Realizing he was making a spectacle of himself, he quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Lu Gaoda's ridiculous state, the four women covered their mouths and giggled softly. Their laughter only made Lu Gaoda stare, even more dumbfounded. Gaoda-kun, since you like them, why not come work for us at Yonian Supermarket? Yamanaka Aramatsu suggested. If you join us, they could all be your friends. You could get close to them. Really? Lu Gaoda was overjoyed. But then he hesitated. But Qian Ziyong treats me well, and I'm happy at the hot pot restaurant. I don't want to. Yamanaka Aramatsu quickly interrupted. I can offer you triple your salary. Really? Lu Gaoda's head shot up, his eyes gleaming. You'd pay me 300,000 a month. What? Qian Ziyong pays you 100,000 a month. Yamanaka Aramatsu was utterly incredulous. Lu Gaoda was surprised. What? Your managers here don't even make 100,000. Lu Gaoda's gaze shifted to the short manager standing nearby. Earlier, Yamanaka Aramatsu had introduced this middle-aged man as the manager of Yonian Supermarket. My monthly salary is 30,000. The boss treats me well, and I'm content, the middle-aged man said. Such a low salary. Lu Gaoda's face was full of disdain. After speaking, his gaze drifted back to the quadruplets. Seeing this, Yamanaka Aramatsu didn't stop him. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. If you're willing to come over, I'll give you 300,000 a month. You can open a hot pot restaurant here and be the manager with full authority. Lu Gaoda hesitated for a moment, then shook his head in refusal. Qian Ziyong also gives me a share of the profits, a dividend of 2 million. You're so stingy you probably wouldn't give me dividends either. What? Yamanaka Aramatsu stood up. Qian Ziyong gives you dividends too. A supermarket and a hot pot restaurant weren't publicly traded companies. Why would they distribute profits? Lu Gaoda nodded. Qian Ziyong put up a total of 25 million for all of us to share as dividends. Because our hot pot restaurant is doing well and has fewer employees than the supermarket, we get a larger share. I can get 2 million, and every other employee at the hot pot restaurant can get at least 20,000. Hearing about the 25 million, Yamanaka Aramatsu asked curiously, how much did you make in a month? Lu Gaoda said proudly, the hot pot restaurant made 20 million, and the supermarket made 30 million. The four women were astonished by Lu Gaoda's words. Seeing their surprise, Lu Gaoda became even more smug. He added, although the hot pot restaurant earns less than the supermarket, it's precisely because of our good business that we drove customers to the supermarket. If it weren't for my hot pot restaurant, the supermarket would still be losing money. Besides, the supermarket has over 1,000 employees and an area of 5,000 square meters. My hot pot restaurant, on the other hand, has only 500 employees and covers just 700 square meters. With only 500 employees and 700 square meters, we made almost as much as the supermarket. Our hot pot restaurant is more efficient. If the restaurant weren't so small and limiting my potential, I'm confident I could make 50 million a month. Hearing how profitable the hot pot restaurant was, Yamanaka Aramatsu was deeply tempted. He had also done his research. The hot pot restaurant was always packed. Even if it wasn't as lucrative as Lu Gaoda claimed, it couldn't be far off. And Lu Gaoda was the manager of that hot pot restaurant. If he could poach him, it would be a direct blow to Qian Ziyong. He could also open a similar hot pot restaurant in the Yonian Supermarket. Since the one above Feihuang Supermarket was such a hit, there was no reason theirs wouldn't be. Yamanaka Aramatsu gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll also give you 2 million. If the hot pot restaurant makes a profit, I can give you more dividends. You'd give me 2 million. Lu Gaoda was astonished. 2 million was a fortune. Yamanaka Aramatsu nodded and waved his hand. Manager Lee, bring out 2 million. Manager Lee bowed and retreated into the back room, returning shortly with 2 black suitcases. He opened the cases and dumped the money directly onto the table in front of them. 2 million was an enormous amount, enough to dazzle Lu Gaoda's eyes. Seeing so much money, the 4 women from the land of cherry blossoms also looked on with envy. All Lu Gaoda had to do was nod, and this money would be his. Gaoda-kun, here is our sincerity, Yamanaka Aramatsu said with a smile. If you come to Yonian Supermarket, you can take this money right now. Lu Gaoda hesitated. Forget it. Qian Ziyong has been too good to me. I can't betray him. Yamanaka Aramatsu waved his hand dismissively. Gaoda-kun, don't rush to a decision. Watch it dance first. A tinkling melody began to play, and the 4 women gracefully rose, striking elegant poses. They danced gracefully like white cranes. Lu Gaoda stared intently, his jaw slack with drool. His eyes were filled with dreams. Dreamlike and surreal. He couldn't tell which was spring, which was orchid, which was autumn, or which was chrysanthemum. Everything just seemed beautiful. Lu Gaoda had never imagined had ever lived such a life. This was his lifelong pursuit. One of them alone would have been a dream Head never dared to have. For identical ones. That was simply TSK TSK. As the saying goes, under the peony one would gladly die a ghost. And here were 4 flowers identical, yet representing different seasons. I am willing. Lu Gaoda's heart pounded wildly. A single soul-stirring tune, and Lu Gaoda's heart was irrevocably lost. Gaodakin, Yamanaka Aramatsu said with a smile. Take this money. Lu Gaoda didn't snap back to reality until the 4 women had left. Then he asked, what did you just say? Yamanaka Aramatsu chuckled. Take the money. Come to work tomorrow. Lu Gaoda looked at the money on the table, feeling it burn his eyes. But he couldn't let go of the love in his heart. He was a simple man. This was his only ambition in life. If he missed this chance, who knew if he'd ever get another? Do they not mind fat guys? Lu Gaoda suddenly felt a lack of confidence and asked quietly. Yamanaka Aramatsu smiled. Gaodakin, a man's appearance doesn't matter. What matters is his talent. They like you very much. Outside the Feihuang supermarket, Lu Gaoda paced back and forth. He hadn't taken the money. The temptation was immense, yet there was something even more alluring than the cash. But he resisted it all. I cannot betray Ziyong. He treats me like a brother. How could I side with his enemy? Lu Gaoda gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. What immense courage it took to make such a decision. With his mind set, he straightened his back, emanating an aura of unwavering integrity. With heavy lumbering steps, he made his way to Qian Ziyong's office. He pushed open the door to find Qian Ziyong, Zhu Daqiang, and Li Lian inside. Ziyong. Lu Gaoda declared, his conscience clear and his head held high. Do you know what I just gave up? Quadruplets. A set of quadruplets I've never even seen on TV. They were stunningly beautiful and could dance. Leaving them felt like carving a piece of flesh from his body, a pain that cut to the bone. Though he had never been in love, he felt the heartbreak of a lost romance, tasting the bitterness of a broken heart. Qian Ziyong was puzzled. For beautiful women and a great job. How can you call yourself a man if you can give all that up? Lu Gaoda took a deep breath and said, the new owner of Yongyan Supermarket tried to recruit me. But my loyalty to you, my brother, is as clear as the heavens and as firm as the earth. I was not swayed in the slightest. Really? Qian Ziyong asked, skeptical. He knew Lu Gaoda all too well. Back in university, this guy spent every night in the dorm watching videos on his computer. He would never believe that Lu Gaoda was immune to beautiful women. I was a little tempted, Lu Gaoda admitted, rubbing his head sheepishly under the scrutiny. I admit my heart stirred, but in the end I saw the light. Ziyong, you've been so good to me. How could I ever betray you? Hearing this, Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang nodded in approval. Lu Gaoda was a young man in his early 20s, full of vigor and passion. To withstand such temptation was no small feat. It was worthy of praise. But unexpectedly, Qian Ziyong slammed the table, furious. That's not betrayal. That's called growth. Lu Gaoda, are you my brother or not? I treat you like a brother, but what do you take me for? Seeing Qian Ziyong so angry, Lu Gaoda was utterly bewildered. I take you as my father. Qian Ziyong almost laughed but kept a stern face. Even if you see me as a father figure, I've always considered you a brother. Our bond is one of both brother and father. In short, you are incredibly important to me, and I won't stand in the way of your growth for mere money. Nor will I stand in the way of your lifelong happiness. Now right this instant, pack your things and go to Yongyan Supermarket. When Head heard Lu Gaoda claim he hadn't betrayed him, Head got in a real scare. This Yamanaka Matsu was truly unreliable, failing to even poach Lu Gaoda. What a useless fool. Qian Ziyong had held high hopes for this unseen ally. The man's decisive, swift attempt to poach his staff had sparked a flicker of expectation. But it turned out the guy was utterly incompetent, unable to even win over Lu Gaoda. Good thing he was there to help. Lu Gaoda had to leave today no matter what. This ungrateful wretch had to go. Hearing Qian Ziyong was kicking him out, Lu Gaoda panicked. Dad. He grabbed Qian Ziyong's leg, sobbing, you can't abandon me. I know I was wrong. I never should have accepted Yamanaka Matsu's invitation. That guy is clearly up to no good, even sending 4 women to seduce me. And offering 2 million to buy my loyalty. But my heart belongs here. I live and die as a Feihuang man. I will never leave you, Dad, and I will never have second thoughts. Get off. Qian Ziyong struggled to free his leg. Manager Zhu, brotherly, help me carry him out. Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang were confused, unsure of Qian Ziyong's intentions. Nevertheless, they grabbed Lu Gaoda and hauled him out. Lu Gaoda thrashed and wailed on the ground, tears streaming like a pig being led to slaughter, desperately trying to scramble back into the office. Luckily, Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang directed some employees to hold him down. What's going on? What's wrong with Manager Lu? Has he got epilepsy? A few employees wondered aloud. Zhu Daqiang said, Lu Gaoda seems to have betrayed the boss, but also seems not to have. Anyway, from today, Lu Gaoda is no longer one of us at Feihuang. He was just as clueless about the details. But following the boss orders was the safest bet. Come on, help me carry him out. Zhu Daqiang directed the staff to lift Lu Gaoda up high. He was incredibly heavy. They finally managed to carry him out and set him down in front of the supermarket. Ziyong. Lu Gaoda continued to howl. Anyone would think he was being hauled off to execution. Curious employees watched, and many customers recognized Lu Gaoda. Just then, Qian Ziyong walked out of the supermarket. Ziyong. Lu Gaoda tried to lunge forward, but was held back by the staff. Ziyong, I didn't betray you. Really, I swear I didn't. Lu Gaoda was on the verge of tears. He felt something was wrong, but couldn't pinpoint what. He clearly hadn't betrayed anyone, so why did it feel like he had? Qian Ziyong said coldly, regardless, you have betrayed me. Setting aside the facts, haven't you betrayed Feihuang Supermarket? Anyway, from this moment on you belong to Yongnian Supermarket. Lu Gaoda was completely stunned. Set aside the facts. And talk about what? While even Qian Ziyong himself knew the fact, is that he didn't betray anyone. So setting aside the facts, I am guilty of betrayal. Qian Ziyong had someone bring over 2 bags, and place them in front of Lu Gaoda. What's this? My luggage. Lu Gaoda asked, puzzled. He opened the bag to find it stuffed with cash. The onlookers were startled by the sight of so much money. Qian Ziyong announced, that's your N1 severance pay and last month's salary 300 in total. Plus your 2 million in dividends, that makes 3 million. Take your damn money and get the hell to Yongnian Supermarket. Whoa. The bewildered spectators gasped. So much money. 3 million. A weight one person could barely carry. They might not earn that much in a lifetime of work. Wait a minute, didn't Qian Ziyong just say Lu Gaoda betrayed him? And he's giving a traitor this much money. On the main road, Lu Gaoda walked toward the bank, a black bag in his hand. Zhu Daqiang and Li Lian were seeing him off, helping him carry the money to the bank first. Brotherly, what does the boss mean? Why doesn't he want me anymore? Lu Gaoda asked, crestfallen. Li Lian shook his head. The boss' thoughts are unpredictable. He never follows a fixed pattern in his actions. Beside him, Zhu Daqiang, seeing Lu Gaoda's uncertainty, smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Why overthink things? Just listening to the boss is always right. The boss has a great relationship with you. How could he ever harm you? Lu Gaoda nodded. Both times it was by following Qian Ziyong's orders that the Flying Phoenix Supermarket and the Hot Pot restaurant had become wildly successful, turning into a sensation in Han City. Listening to Qian Ziyong had never led him astray. Lu Gaoda asked, so when I get to Yongnian Supermarket, should I hold back and not reveal my true skills? Li Lian shook his head. Didn't the boss just make it clear? He wants you to grow quickly. If you go to Yongnian Supermarket and hold back, how can you possibly grow? Li Lian doubted that Lu Gaoda could actually withhold anything there. After all, when Lu Gaoda had returned, his eyes had lit up when talking about those 4 women. Li Lian believed that a few soft words from those 4 women would be enough to make him confess everything. Moreover, Shan Zhongyo was a wily old fox in business. Trying to hide anything from him was a fool's errand. Zhu Daqiang added, the boss always speaks directly. He never makes us guess his intentions. When he says you're going solo, he means it literally. Just work hard. Once our Flying Phoenix Supermarket reaches 100 billion, or even 1 trillion in scale, you can bring back everything you've learned from Yongnian Supermarket. Watch closely, learn well. Upon hearing this, Lu Gaoda nodded firmly, his heart filled with determination. What excited him even more was the prospect of being with those women at Yongnian Supermarket. Lu Gaoda walked away cheerfully while the other 2 returned to the boss office at Flying Phoenix Supermarket. Qian Ziyong was searching for something online. Boss, Lu Gaoda has left, Zhu Daqiang reported. Qian Ziyong nodded. Hurry up with the renovations and also distribute the dividend money promptly. He had almost forgotten to give Lu Gaoda his dividend when he sent him off. That was 2 million. Every penny was crucial now. The more he spent, the lower the difficulty. Perhaps he could even incur a loss within 15 days. Of course, no matter how much he lost this month, it probably wouldn't amount to much. He was preparing for the system's next cycle. The most important thing was to cut off the source. Ideally, head sabotage both the Flying Phoenix Supermarket and the Hot Pot restaurant. Now that Lu Gaoda was gone, the Hot Pot restaurant had no manager, so he needed to hire someone. He needed someone who could not only share the 100 yuan monthly burden, but also lead the Hot Pot restaurant astray, preferably into a ditch. However, after browsing many resumes online, they were all too competent. Graduates from Beijing University or returnees from abroad. He felt that entrusting the Hot Pot restaurant to them would likely cause its business to soar again. He needed to hire someone guaranteed to ruin it. Preferably someone unreliable. The more unreliable, the better. 15 days passed very quickly, and during this time, Qian Ziyong was extremely busy. He finally managed to use up all the money just before the system settlement. Ding! System settlement commencing. Host Qian Ziyong personal funds 2224 system funds cash 5 fixed assets 499498875 499498880 settling 500 49949805110 settlement complete. Personal funds 2224 5020 52344 watching his personal funds turn into over 50,000. Qian Ziyong felt a mix of emotions. He had started with 50 million, but ended up with only 50,000. It was impossible not to feel disappointed. Yet there was also a feeling of having survived a disaster. At least before the next settlement, he would have some money to spend. The coming days wouldn't have to be so tight. Taking out his phone, Qian Ziyong transferred 30,000 yuan to his mother's account. It was the first time he had sent money to his mother, filling his heart with a sense of accomplishment. When I'm rich, I'll send my mom 100 million. Qian Ziyong thought happily. Just then his phone rang. It was his mother. Qian Ziyong answered cheerfully, but was met with a questioning voice. Ziyong, did you send me money? Mom, how about it? Your son has made something of himself. Aren't you proud? Qian Ziyong said proudly. On the other end, Chun Huilan frowned. Your career is just starting, you have many expenses. You need to use your money wisely. Your father and I can't help you much, only by taking care of ourselves, so you don't have to worry. Don't worry, Mom, your son has money. Qian Ziyong said. Chun Huilan shook her head. All right, I'll accept the money. If your business fails one day, use it to find a good family and marry you off. Hearing his mother talk about marrying him off, Qian Ziyong said anxiously, Mom, I'm your only son. It's others who marry into our family, not the other way around. If I become a Livian son-in-law who will take care of you in your old age. And why must I wait until I'm broke to get married? Can I get married while I'm rich? Chun Huilan let out a cold laugh. If you have money, would you be willing to settle down and get married? Wouldn't you rather play the field? Qian Ziyong was speechless. You're my mother. How can you say that about your own son? What happened to trusting each other? Chun Huilan said, there's nothing wrong with liking to play. When you're young, you should experience more. Don't wait until you're married to regret it, and do messy things during the marriage. Qian Xiuqi, sweating on the side, quickly interjected, why are you telling our son all this? All right, take care of yourself, and don't get too tired. Your father and I have things to do, so we won't talk long. Don't worry about home, everything is fine here, just a little short on money. Just focus on earning more. With that, Chun Huilan hung up. Dear, why did you say those things to our son? Qian Xiuqi asked in confusion. Chun Huilan gave him a look. You think I don't know the little schemes in you men's hearts? Most importantly, do you think telling him not to play would actually stop him? Impossible. On the contrary, by saying this, he'll be a bit more cautious and won't go overboard. Qian Xiuqi thought for a moment and found her reasoning sound. Young people often disregard their parents' advice. But Chun Huilan's bluntness would make Qian Ziyong think twice, preventing him from going too wild. Although they hadn't visited Qian Ziyong again, they always kept a close watch on their son's business. They knew his business was making a fortune, reportedly earning tens of millions a month. How did I end up with a mother like this? I must have been cursed in a past life. Qian Ziyong tossed his phone onto the table, his mood buoyant. Giving his mother 30,000 had filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Yet the thought of Lu Gaoyu's 4 million and his bevy of beautiful companions stirred an inexplicable envy within him. Lu Gaoyu may have money, but he'll have more. I hope this cycle's task is even more demanding. Qian Ziyong opened his system panel. The cycle had already refreshed without his notice. Host Qian Ziyong personal funds 22344 current cycle task 100 million time limit 3 months system funds 100 million and 2 yuan fixed assets. Seeing the additional 100 million in cash within the system funds, Qian Ziyong's eyes gleamed with avarice. A small goal. This year, he'll set a modest target to extract 100 million from the system. With 100 million, I'd like to see Lu Gaoyu still strut around. Just the other day, Lu Gaoyu came to visit in his sports car. Though head said nothing aloud, inwardly Qian Ziyong was consumed with envy. Who wouldn't want to try driving a sports car single-handedly at a young age? With 100 million, he'd buy 2 sports cars, one for himself, one for his housekeeper. Why a housekeeper? Because he intended to buy a mansion, and a mansion required not only a housekeeper, but also a chauffeur. At the mere thought of luxury cars and villas, Qian Ziyong felt a surge of motivation. First, I need to run the hot pot restaurant into the ground. Otherwise, fixed assets alone will eat up tens of millions. He yearned to shut the restaurant down, but the system forbade it. He needed to find a plausible justification. For instance, the hot pot restaurant losing money. But how to make it lose money? Qian Ziyong had already devised a plan: hire a notoriously incompetent person to manage it. Over the past few days, he had meticulously researched and had a candidate in mind. Shenzhen was a bustling prefecture-level city. Today, Qian Ziyong and Zhu Daqiang had flown thousands of miles to arrive there. Inside a spacious banquet hall, dozens of people were seated while a middle-aged man in a sharp suit gesticulated wildly on stage. Qian Ziyong and Zhu Daqiang found seats and sat down. Boss, why are we here? Zhu Daqiang asked curiously. Qian Ziyong lowered his voice. The hot pot restaurant needs a manager. I plan to hire one to handle its operations. Zhu Daqiang said. Ever since Lu Gaoyu left, the restaurant has been running smoothly. I think we could promote someone capable from within. Many people are submitting resumes to our Feihuang supermarket and the hot pot restaurant, including some quite talented individuals. Qian Ziyong shook his head. The hot pot restaurant definitely needs an external manager. I've reviewed those resumes. They're all mediocre, not what I'm looking for. Zhu Daqiang was puzzled. Boss, what kind of person are you seeking? Is he here right now? Zhu Daqiang scanned the room, seeing only some who appeared to be paid extras and others who seemed less than bright. Qian Ziyong said, no need to look around. The person I want is on stage. What? Zhu Daqiang's eyes widened in alarm. Boss, he's a fraud. I've encountered many like him. Utterly useless except for their gift of gab. Hiring someone like that as manager could very well doom the hot pot restaurant. Hearing Zhu Daqiang's words, Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up. See that? Even Zhu Daqiang knows not to hire this man, knowing he'd lead the restaurant to ruin. So what happens if he hires him? And with him secretly pulling strings from behind, the restaurant's failure would be certain. How perfect. Qian Ziyong shook his head. I have my own plans. Let's just listen to his speech for now. On stage, the middle-aged man spoke with fervor. Why haven't you managed to make money? It's because you're not intimate with money. You fail to understand that making money requires not just wisdom, but also courage. If you understand, clap. The audience erupted in applause. Clutching the microphone, the man continued passionately. To succeed, you must go mad, charging forward recklessly. If you understand, clap. More applause followed. Zhu Daqiang listened, his face darkening with exasperation. What nonsense is this? This is nothing but a slick-talking guru, a master of success hype. A 24-karat pure charlatan. What a load of rubbish. Zhu Daqiang glanced at Qian Ziyong, only to see him listening with great interest. Boss, he's a con man. He'll definitely try to sell courses next. Listening to his talk is a complete waste of time, yielding absolutely nothing. Zhu Daqiang pleaded earnestly. Qian Ziyong nodded. I have my own plans. Just watch. Hearing this, Zhu Daqiang fell silent, though his heart was heavy with worry, praying that Qian Ziyong wouldn't hire this charlatan. The middle-aged man on stage continued. When two warriors meet, the brave one wins. Courage outweighs wisdom. Throughout history, those who achieved greatness might not have been the smartest, but they were certainly the boldest. He rattled on endlessly. Qian Ziyong was captivated at first, but soon grew drowsy. The constant applause from the crowd made it impossible to sleep. Fortunately, after an hour, an intermission finally arrived. The middle-aged man on stage headed to the restroom. Let's go. Qian Ziyong led Zhu Daqiang to follow him. Before they reached the restroom, they overheard several burly men shouting angrily. That Zhou Kaitian went to the toilet. Let's beat him to death. He dared to swindle my money. Today he'll break his legs. Seeing these brutes, Qian Ziyong quickly stepped aside. Zhu Daqiang shielded him, extending an arm to separate them. The men ignored the pair and charged headlong into the restroom. From inside, Qian Ziyong heard a cacophony of anguished wails. Qian Ziyong pricked up his ears, catching sounds of crashing and several screams of agony. After about 15 minutes, silence fell, and the burly men left looking satisfied with their money. Moments later, the success guru Zhou Kaitian emerged from the restroom. His clothes were torn, his face covered in bruises, but most striking was his trousers. They were soaked, the water stain unmistakable. Qian Ziyong caught a whiff of a foul odor and instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Feeling that this might seem impolite, he stepped forward and greeted him. Master Zhou, do you need me to call the police? Zhou Kaitian looked up at Qian Ziyong, and seeing him pull out his phone, quickly stopped him. No need to call the police. Qian Ziyong hadn't actually intended to call them anyway, so he put his phone away. He had overheard that Zhou Kaitian had swindled money from those men. Master Zhou, I need to discuss something with you. Is this a convenient time? Qian Ziyong asked. You want to sign up for my course? Of course it's convenient. Zhou Kaitian straightened his clothes, ignoring his wet trousers, and instantly resumed his radiant, charismatic facade. However, his bruised face made the sight utterly comical. Qian Ziyong shook his head. I'm not here to sign up for your course. I want to hire you to help manage my business. What a waste of time. The moment he heard Qian Ziyong wasn't buying his course, but wanted him to run some shabby shop, Zhou Kaitian's interest vanished instantly. Zhou Kaitian turned around to leave. But then he remembered that he had just given all his money away, and now he didn't have a single cent. He didn't even have money for a meal. Zhou Kaitian turned back awkwardly. Brother, could you lend me some money first? Don't worry, I just happen to have no cash on me. Once I return tomorrow, I'll pay you back double. Qian Ziyong pulled out 20 yuan from his pocket. Zhou Kaitian took the money and was about to leave. Qian Ziyong smiled and said, Oh, I forgot to tell you, help me run the shop, a monthly salary of 100,000. Zhou Kaitian, who was already about to walk out, turned back again. What did you just say? Zhou Kaitian asked. My hot pot restaurant needs a manager, a monthly salary of 100,000. You'll be the manager, Qian Ziyong said calmly. Although his tone was light, it sounded like thunder in Zhou Kaitian's ears. 100,000. He worked himself to the bone every month, and not only could he not earn 100,000, he couldn't even make 30,000. Sometimes if luck was bad, he might even lose money. If someone offered him a salary of 100,000, he would be willing to sell himself into servitude. Boss, don't hire him, he's unreliable. Zhu Daqiang was burning with anxiety. He hadn't expected the boss to actually hire him. And on top of that, he offered the astronomical price of 100,000 a month. Qian Ziyong waved his hand without saying much, instead fixing his gaze on Zhou Kaitian. Zhou Kaitian looked Qian Ziyong up and down and said, "Can you really offer me a salary of 100,000? You're not a swindler, are you?" Qian Ziyong gestured to Zhu Daqiang beside him. Zhu Daqiang reluctantly took out his phone and displayed the balance on his bank card. Seeing the 100 million balance on Zhu Daqiang's phone, Zhou Kaitian was startled. My heavens, this was the first time he had seen 8 zeros together. It was truly terrifying. No matter how he talked about 100 million on stage, in reality, he had never even seen 1 million before. Qian Ziyong said, "How about it? Are you willing to come? Just give me a straight answer. I'm limited on time, I don't have time to waste with you." Zhou Kaitian immediately said, "Boss, I'm willing. From now on, I'll do whatever you want me to do, without any second thoughts." Qian Ziyong nodded. "I'll advance you 10 days' salary. Buy some clothes, clean up, and come find me at the Healy Lao Hot Pot restaurant in Hanqing." After saying that, Qian Ziyong had Zhu Daqiang transfer the money. Although Zhu Daqiang was extremely reluctant, he still transferred the money to Zhou Kaitian. Receiving 30,000, Zhou Kaitian beamed with joy and became extremely deferential to Qian Ziyong. "Boss, have you eaten? Boss, are you tired? How about I arrange a private room for you?" "Boss." Qian Ziyong waved his hand. "All right, I'm very busy. Come find me as soon as possible. I'll go back first." Having finally made a trip to Xinqing, Qian Ziyong enjoyed himself until the afternoon before taking the plane back to Hanqing. In the evening, Qian Ziyong returned to the Feihuang supermarket. As soon as he walked in, he saw Zhou Kaitian. "Boss." Zhou Kaitian trotted over. Qian Ziyong was a bit surprised. "You're here so soon." Good heavens, he had only hired him this morning, and he was already here in the afternoon. Zhou Kaitian smiled sheepishly. "Boss, if I come earlier, I can earn an extra day's salary." Hearing this, a smile spread across Qian Ziyong's face. "Not bad. Zhou Kaitian, I think you have a great sense of awareness." "What awareness?" "The awareness of spending money." Zhou Kaitian was eager to spend money for him. If Zhou Kaitian came a day earlier, he would have to pay him an extra 3,000. Although 3,000 was a drop in the bucket compared to 100 million, Zhou Kaitian's enthusiasm pleased him greatly. Zhou Kaitian scratched his head. He couldn't quite figure out Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong smiled. "You haven't eaten, have you? Come, let's go have hot pot together to welcome you." Zhou Kaitian beamed. "Boss, you're too good to me." The hot pot restaurant had no seats, so the group directly went to Qian Ziyong's office to eat. The 4 of them sat down, and the table was laden with various meats. The hot pot was boiling, and Zhou Kaitian's mouth was almost watering. However, Qian Ziyong didn't pick up his chopsticks. He held back from eating. "Don't be polite, eat more." Qian Ziyong picked up a piece of meat, took a small bite, and then started eating vegetables. For the past few months, in order to save money, he had been eating hot pot every day. Healy Lao hot pot was delicious, but eating it every day made it lose its flavor. Now he was annoyed just seeing hot pot. He really wanted to change his taste. But eating out would cost money. Besides, after getting used to meat, who would eat a 10 yuan boxed lunch? Zhou Kaitian hadn't eaten all day, and as soon as he started, he wolfed it down. Delicious, really delicious. So tasty. Zhou Kaitian ate with great joy. The more Zhou Kaitian ate, the happier Qian Ziyong became. This was all money. Zhou Kaitian was the manager of the hot pot restaurant, so he naturally ate hot pot for free. Qian Ziyong liked anyone who could lose money for him. If it's delicious, eat more. Qian Ziyong happily served Zhou Kaitian some food. Originally, the biggest eater among us was Lu Gaoda, but he was lured away by a woman from the land of cherry blossoms. From now on, the hot pot restaurant relies on you. Eat more and strive to become the biggest eater here. Zhou Kaitian asked curiously, was Lu Gaoda the previous manager of the hot pot restaurant? Qian Ziyong nodded. Zhu Daqiang, who was beside them, detailed the hot pot restaurant and Lu Gaoda's story to Zhou Kaitian. After listening carefully, Zhou Kaitian nodded. So Lu Gaoda betrayed the boss. Exactly. Zhu Daqiang nodded. Although the word betrayal was a bit forced, Lu Gaoda was indeed now working at Yongnian Supermarket, the rival supermarket to Qian Ziyong's. Zhou Kaitian exclaimed in surprise. He betrayed the boss, and the boss still gave him 2 million. Zhu Daqiang nodded. The boss is very good to us. My salary has now increased to 50,000. This is Manager Li Lian, whose salary is 100,000. Before Lu Gaoda left, his salary was also 100,000. Besides, all the staff in our hot pot restaurant have had their salaries raised to over 10,000. The minimum wage at Feihuang Supermarket is 8,000. Oh, and whether it's Feihuang Supermarket or Healy Lao Hot Pot Restaurant, everyone works at most 6 hours a day. Even though you are the manager, you can only work 6 hours a day in the hot pot restaurant. The boss doesn't allow anyone to work overtime, absolutely not. Don't ever violate this taboo. He had to remind Zhou Kaitian. The newcomer must not make a mistake. Zhou Kaitian was dumbfounded. What kind of celestial company was this? No overtime allowed, only 6 hours a day. And the salary was too outrageous. So high. Could it make money? It would be a loss. Boss, does our hot pot restaurant make money? Zhou Kaitian asked quietly. Qian Ziyong sighed. Hearing Qian Ziyong sigh, Zhou Kaitian thought to himself. Sure enough, with such high salaries for employees, it would be a miracle if it made money. Qian Ziyong said helplessly, it does make money, and a lot at that. It earns at least 30 million a month. So much. Zhou Kaitian was stunned. What kind of hot pot restaurant could make 30 million a month? Even those large companies with thousands of employees would struggle to make 30 million a month. The thought of managing a hot pot restaurant that earns 30 million a month weighed heavily on Zhou Kaitian's mind. At the same time, he was deeply grateful for Qian Ziyong's trust in him. Boss, you've been too good to me. Not only giving me such a high salary, but also entrusting me with such an important task. Zhou Kaitian raised a bottle of wine ready to chug it on the spot for Qian Ziyong. No. Qian Ziyong quickly stopped him. The wine wasn't free. He was paying for it himself. If you want to show your gratitude, skip the drinking and eat more meat. The more meat you eat, the happier you'll be. Qian Ziyong said. Hearing this, Zhou Kaitian was taken aback. He tested the waters. Then, boss, let me toast you with a piece of meat. Qian Ziyong's brows lifted with delight, and he raised a piece of meat. Let's all eat together. Cheers. The more they ate, the more he profited. The more they drank, the more he lost. Eating meat was good, drinking was bad. The group ate their meat. Qian Ziyong said, from now on, try to avoid drinking as much as possible. It harms your health. Eat more meat. And encourage your employees to do the same, more meat, less alcohol. The group nodded, their hearts full of mixed emotions. The wine wasn't free, yet Qian Ziyong urged them to drink less. The meat was reimbursable, and he encouraged them to eat more. He'd rather take a loss himself than shortchange his employees. With such a generous boss, how could the staff not be utterly devoted? After several rounds of drinks and a hearty meal, Zhou Kaitian asked in a low voice, Boss, why did you choose me to be the hot pot restaurant manager? Zhou Kaitian knew in his heart that Zhu Daqiang and Li Lian didn't think highly of him. But he could see in Qian Ziyong's eyes a deep regard for him. Qian Ziyong smiled and said, because I think very highly of you. Your talent stands out from the crowd. You're exactly the talent I need. Zhou Kaitian was a swindler, a drifter, definitely not a good person. In the eyes of those head deceived, he was nothing but a beast. But Qian Ziyong needed him. With his help, the hot pot restaurant would surely go downhill. Zhou Kaitian didn't catch the underlying meaning in Qian Ziyong's words and thought he was being sincerely praised. Boss. Zhou Kaitian gazed at Qian Ziyong with deep emotion. A true friend is hard to find in life. I never imagined that I, Zhou Kaitian, could meet a boss like you in this lifetime. No need for more words. From now on, half of my life is yours. With that, the grown man began to sob. Qian Ziyong silently scooted his chair aside. Brother, I'm not your confidant. I'm just doing what I should do. I don't want your life. Keep it for your wife. At the mention of a wife, Zhou Kaitian suddenly let out a long wail and burst into tears. Boss, my life has been miserable. I'm already 43 and I don't even have a wife. I've never even held a girl's hand. My life is such a failure. Such a failure. But I refuse to accept it. I don't want to be poor forever. I've stolen, I've cheated. Can you understand what it's like to have hunger gnaw at your stomach? Can you understand the contemptuous looks from those around you? Money. Only money can save me. Only money can save my family. Zhou Kaitian's tears flowed like a river, leaving everyone stunned. They never expected that beneath the swindler's facade lay such a tragic life. 43 and never held a girl's hand. Sigh. Qian Ziyong let out a sigh. I just hope you can put your talents to good use. Work hard and I trust you. Your monthly salary of 100,000 won't be short a cent. As long as Zhou Kaitian put his swindling skills to work, the hot pot restaurant was bound to go bankrupt. Once it did, Qian Ziyong would become a billionaire overnight. Zhou Kaitian nodded firmly. He'll definitely work hard. Qian Ziyong nodded with satisfaction and patted his shoulder. Starting tomorrow, the hot pot restaurant is entirely in your hands. Fearing that Zhu Daqiang and Li Lian might interfere with Zhou Kaitian, he instructed, Zhou Kaitian is the manager of the hot pot restaurant. Everything in the restaurant is under his command. Don't meddle in its affairs. That way everything was secure. With the restaurant in Zhou Kaitian's hands, it wouldn't be long before it started losing money. Then he could legitimately shut it down. Though the two were 1,000 times uneasy about handing the restaurant to Zhou Kaitian, it was the boss' decision, so they could only nod helplessly. Yes, they agreed reluctantly. Zhou Kaitian was even more moved. The next morning, Zhou Kaitian arrived at the hot pot restaurant full of energy. The employees all showed Zhou Kaitian respect. After all, he was the boss appointee. Seeing that the staff welcomed him, Zhou Kaitian was delighted. But after strolling around the restaurant, he found nothing that needed his attention. The hot pot restaurant was huge and had only managed to take a quick look around. Before he could understand how the place operated, it was already time to clock out. Off work, Zhou Kaitian was stunned. Time had flown by. Just 6 hours, and he hadn't even warmed up yet. And it was already quitting time. After work, the employees made their own hot pot and invited Zhou Kaitian to join. Looking at the table piled high with meat, Zhou Kaitian took a deep breath. This job was way too easy. Had done nothing all day, and a salary of 3,300 was already in hand. And the boss even provided meals, a hot pot with both meat and vegetables. This life was fit for the gods. Manager, are you coming in the afternoon? An employee asked. Is it free in the afternoon too? Zhou Kaitian was surprised. He didn't have to work in the afternoon, but could he still come for a meal? The employee nodded. Not only is it free in the afternoon, you can come anytime to eat. The boss said, even if the restaurant isn't open yet, even in the middle of the night, as long as you want to eat, just open the door and make yourself a hot pot. Zhou Kaitian was speechless. He thought that despite wandering far and wide without making money, had at least gained some experience. But since coming to this hot pot restaurant, his worldview had been constantly reshaped. After finishing the hot pot, the employees left, and a new batch of workers arrived, full of energy, ready to start their shift. When the new employees learned that had already worked 6 hours, they all told him to go home and rest, warning him not to break the restaurant's taboos. Zhou Kaitian had no choice but to leave quietly. Back at the hotel, he lay on the bed, lost in thought. Where was he? What was he doing? It felt like the hot pot restaurant was the same with or without him. So why did Qian Ziyong hire him as manager? Oh right, Qian Ziyong said he wanted me to work hard and unleash my talents. What talents do I have? Zhou Kaitian pondered. He would never have guessed that Qian Ziyong hired him to lose money. So Zhou Kaitian racked his brains, wondering what talent he possessed that made Qian Ziyong value him enough to bring him all the way here. Unable to figure out what use he was to the hot pot restaurant, Zhou Kaitian kept thinking. Even on his second day at work, he was learning and pondering at the same time. A month passed like this, and Zhou Kaitian successfully collected his salary for the month. While other companies paid wages mid-month, Qian Ziyong paid his employees on the very first day. Upon receiving his salary, Zhou Kaitian was moved to tears. Yet the thought of being unable to contribute to the store filled him with profound shame. He sought out Qian Ziyong, hoping for guidance. Qian Ziyong reiterated his advice: simply unleash his talents. When Zhou Kaitian asked what talents he possessed, the boss remained silent, offering only a mysterious smile. What talents did he have? He wasn't aware of any. Zhou Kaitian was self-aware enough to know he was essentially useless save for his skills in speech and deception. Wait, I can give speeches. I can use them to inspire the staff. Zhou Kaitian's eyes lit up with realization. He had found his life's purpose anew. The very next morning, Zhou Kaitian arrived at the hot pot restaurant. Gathering all the employees, he stood on the stage with deep emotion and declared, "To succeed, you must first go mad," charging forward recklessly. His face was full of passion. Overwhelmed with gratitude for his generous salary, he spoke earnestly. The staff listened, utterly captivated. Before he even asked for applause, thunderous applause erupted spontaneously. Within just 20 minutes, the audience was stirred to their core, feeling as though they stood at the center of the world stage, ready to change it. Zhou Kaitian's speech was incredibly infectious. It filled them with boundless drive. Everyone wore genuine smiles. After finishing his speech, Zhou Kaitian left with a profound sense of accomplishment. He would give another speech when the next batch of employees arrived. He had discovered his talent: oratory. In the past, he had honed his speaking skills to survive by deception. He could spin falsehoods into convincing truths. It was the only way he could earn a meal. Days passed quickly, and during this time, Zhou Kaitian gave speeches to the employees whenever he had free time. Beyond the hot pot restaurant, he also gave motivational talks to the supermarket staff. Everyone who heard him was electrified, as if injected with pure adrenaline. Customers of Feihuang supermarket and the hot pot restaurant noticed the change in the employees' demeanor. They had become vibrant and brimming with confidence about the future. Inspired by their energy, customers felt a new brightness in their own lives. Emotions are contagious. For some reason, shopping at Feihuang supermarket brought a sense of relaxation and joy. Meanwhile, at Yongnian supermarket, today marked the grand opening of the Yongnian hot pot restaurant. To celebrate, they distributed discount coupons to supermarket customers, inviting them to dine. Lu Gaoda was the star of the day, dressed in a suit and greeting customers at the entrance. Despite the fatigue, he was filled with a sense of achievement. In just 1 month, he had managed to get the restaurant up and running. However, he felt a persistent discomfort inside the restaurant. The staff at Yongnian lacked the warmth and friendliness of those at Helileo. They seemed to carry a sense of resentment to work each day. Lu Gaoda preferred to spend his time outside greeting customers rather than inside. The day finally ended, and as they tallied the evening's earnings, Qian Ziyong felt a knot of tension in his stomach. Business had been decent today, so the revenue should be good. Indeed, the final figure was a substantial 4,000 yuan for the day. For a newly opened hot pot restaurant, that was an impressive achievement. Lu Gaoda, you've done exceptionally well. Qian Ziyong praised him. Lu Gaoda smiled, a wave of relief washing over him. It's my duty, he replied. Qian Ziyong nodded in satisfaction. The customer feedback was positive, with many noting that their hot pot rivaled Helileo's in taste. He would have loved to use Helileo's soup base, but it was exclusively licensed. Even though Lu Gaoda knew the recipe, they couldn't risk using it openly, or Helileo would sue them into bankruptcy. Fortunately, their own flavor was still quite good. The customers were satisfied. Thank you, Qian Ziyong, for showing me a new path to profit. Qian Ziyong mused. Once I make Yongyan a success and build its reputation, it'll expand it across the globe. Imitating Helileo truly revealed how advanced their philosophy was. Their service concepts were leagues ahead of other hot pot chains. Yongyan also offered free drinks, fruit, and beef toppings. They had replicated Helileo's model perfectly. Qian Ziyong went to bed with pleasant dreams, ending his good day. The next evening, he was back at the cashier's counter with Lu Gaoda by his side. He felt a sense of dread. He sensed the business wasn't as good as yesterday. Sure enough, the day's revenue was 5,000 yuan, less than the previous day. Qian Ziyong frowned, disappointed. It wasn't as bustling as had hoped. Helileo was always packed to capacity. He had checked Helileo that day and saw a large crowd still waiting in line. Only those unwilling to wait came to Yongyan. Why is our business declining? Qian Ziyong asked. He turned his gaze to Manager Li, whom he had discreetly tasked with conducting a survey. Manager Li reported, Boss, many customers feel our restaurant falls short of Helileo. In what way? Qian Ziyong demanded, his eyes shooting a sharp glance at Lu Gaoda. Lu Gaoda trembled with fear and quickly interjected. I copied everything exactly. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Manager Li added, Boss, customers say our staff service isn't as enthusiastic as Helileo's. They feel something is missing. Qian Ziyong looked at Lu Gaoda. After a moment of thought, a spark of insight hit Lu Gaoda. Boss, I know why. Why? Qian Ziyong asked curiously. Lu Gaoda explained, it's the work ethic and passion. Qian Ziyong treats his employees exceptionally well, even assigning staff to take care of their needs. He pays them 8,000 yuan a month for just 6-hour shifts. They also get free hot pot. Unlike us, we don't have any of those benefits, and our employees work 12-hour days. And their salary is only 5,000 yuan. To be honest, if it weren't for the lively quadruplets, Lu Gaoda wouldn't want to be there either. The working hours were too long. At Helileo, with just 6-hour days, it felt like paradise. At Helileo, he looked forward to going to work every day with harmonious relationships among colleagues. But here, going to work felt like attending a funeral, a somber and depressing affair. He at least could tolerate it given his hefty 3,000 yuan monthly salary. Money can suppress sorrow. But what about the other employees? A mere 5,000 yuan a month. Sigh. They're all young people. Why weren't they lucky enough to work at a better place? Lu Gaoda truly felt they deserved better. So that's how it is. Qian Ziyong pounded the table, his head bowed in deep thought. He knew, of course, that offering better treatment to his employees would ignite their passion. But he was reluctant to part with the money. Now, however, he was locked in a fierce competition with the Heli Fisher hot pot chain. If he failed to outcompete Heli Fisher, it wouldn't just be the hot pot restaurant that perished. The Yongyan supermarket and all the shops above it would suffer heavy losses. Only by defeating the Feihuang supermarket and luring away their customers could the Yongyan supermarket survive. So reluctant as he was, he had to spend. Qian Ziyong gritted his teeth and declared, I've already invested 30 million, am not afraid to invest another 30 million. Match Heli Fisher's standards exactly. Heli Fisher's hot pot restaurant had 500 employees. With a monthly salary of 8,000 per employee, their wage bill alone would be 4 million. Including miscellaneous expenses, his monthly costs would reach 5 million. This didn't even account for rent. If he matched Heli Fisher's standards, he would have to spend just as much. This meant he needed a daily profit of at least 200,000 just to break even. He would need to sell at least 400,000 worth of goods to make any money. Qian Ziyong was a man of bold vision. Having made his decision, he raised his employees' wages the very next morning. Everything was aligned with Heli Fisher's standards. His employees also worked only 6 hours and could enjoy hot pot in the restaurant. The staff were overjoyed. Their morale visibly improved day by day. And so the hot pot restaurant in Yongyan supermarket began to see its business turn around. On the third day, sales hit 400,000, on the fourth, 450,000. But after just 2 good days, revenue plummeted again. On the 5th day, sales dropped to only 350,000, a cliff-like fall. What's going on? Qian Ziyong flew into a rage. He sent Manager Li to investigate. Soon Manager Li returned with the findings. Lu Gaoda was also in the boss office as the quadruplets were there. Boss, I know the reason. Manager Li reported, panting heavily. Lu Gaoda was also curious. Why was Yongyan's hot pot no worse than Heli Fisher's, still seeing business decline day by day? Manager Li said, Boss, Qian Ziyong spent a fortune to hire a lecturer who gives speeches to his employees every day. Inspired by the lecturer, their staff are as energetic as if they've been injected with adrenaline, treating customers with great enthusiasm. Customers say that dining at Helly Fisher feels like coming home, relaxed and at ease. They say the staff at Helly Fisher are approachable and make them feel very comfortable. Is that even possible? Qian Ziyong was stunned. Running a business honestly, yet Qian Ziyong was resorting to psychological tactics. He had even hired a lecturer to pump up his staff. Not to be underestimated. Qian Ziyong paced back and forth in his office, racking his brains. After much thought, he could only think of one solution. He would also spend a fortune to hire a top-tier lecturer. Manager Li set off right now. Spend $2 million to bring back a gold medal lecturer. Qian Ziyong said resolutely. Top-tier lecturers commanded high fees, with a single speech costing at least $50,000. Of course, he could hire a cheaper ordinary lecturer. But you get what you pay for. Since Qian Ziyong dared to spend big on a top lecturer, he would do the same. To get a top lecturer to work for him, he needed to be willing to spend generously and offer a high salary. Yes, sir. Manager Li quickly left. Qian Ziyong felt uneasy. Qian Ziyong's moves were too vicious, yet also wildly imaginative. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Terrifying. Qian Ziyong took a deep breath and asked, Lu Gaoda, what kind of person is Qian Ziyong? What are his weaknesses? Upon hearing this, Lu Gaoda thought carefully. He has many weaknesses: greed, lust, all the common frailties of ordinary men. Oh, he also likes playing games and reading novels. But he's terrible at games and always gets me killed. Speaking of gaming, Lu Gaoda became chatty. Qian Ziyong's face darkened. I'm asking about his business acumen. Business? Lu Gaoda pondered for a moment, then said, I know Qian Ziyong is a master of cunning. He's extremely treacherous. To surprise me, he hid his identity and worked day labor jobs with me for 2 whole months. You know how grueling day labor is? But Qian Ziyong, a billionaire, worked those jobs for 2 months just to shock me. And he was out early and back late, every day. You can't imagine my shock when I found out he was a billionaire. Qian Ziyong has a twisted sense of humor. He's inhuman, even as he cursed Qian Ziyong. Tears streamed down Lu Gaoda's face. His brother. He missed his brother. Life here was unbearable. Every day was filled with anxiety. It was better by Qian Ziyong's side. Though the pay was less, he was happy. Seeing Lu Gaoda so upset that he started crying, Qian Ziyong sighed. It seems Qian Ziyong treated you very badly. Don't worry, stick with me, and you'll see the Feihuang supermarket go bankrupt. Manager Li worked quickly. Within 3 days, he had found a top-tier lecturer. With the lecturer's support, business stabilized. Over at the Feihuang supermarket, when Qian Ziyong learned that Zhou Kaitian was giving passionate speeches to employees, he immediately called a halt. He summoned Li Lian, Zhu Daqiang, and Zhou Kaitian to his office. As soon as the 3 entered, Qian Ziyong erupted. Zhou Kaitian, what do you think you're doing? Seeing Qian Ziyong so angry, the 3 exchanged bewildered glances. Zhu Daqiang whispered, Boss, Manager Zhou has done a great job. Thanks to his speeches, business has improved in both the hot pot restaurant and the supermarket. Even with the Yongnian supermarket's hot pot opening up and competing with us, our business has gotten even better. Manager Zhou deserves all the credit. Li Lian nodded in agreement. He and Zhu Daqiang had initially disliked Zhou Kaitian, thinking he was a fraud. But it turned out the fraud had some real skills. They just hadn't expected Qian Ziyong to seem dissatisfied with him now. Qian Ziyong was slightly surprised. Didn't you two say he was a fraud? Why the sudden change of heart? Li Lian stepped forward. Brother, stop teasing us. My judgment is no match for yours. I couldn't see that Zhou Kaitian had real talent. Brother, your eye for people can only be described in one word. Brilliant. Li Lian gave a big thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration for Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong truly made the best use of everything and everyone. Who would have thought a fraud could prove so useful? And Zhou Kaitian wasn't inherently bad, just driven to it by poverty. He had a decent character. It took a month of interacting with him for Li Lian to see this. But Qian Ziyong, he saw it immediately. Perhaps that was the difference between him and his boss. Zhou Kaitian smiled and said, Thank you all for your appreciation. I merely do what I can. Qian Ziyong remarked, Manager Zhou, from today onward, you're not to give speeches to the employees anymore. Why? Zhou Kaitian asked, bewildered. Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang also looked at Qian Ziyong in confusion. Qian Ziyong said, I've stated long ago that gatherings with employees are not permitted. At most a meeting once a week. Giving speeches to employees every day like this wastes a massive amount of their time. It's simply unacceptable. I only took up 20 minutes, Zhou Kaitian hurriedly explained, a hint of grievance in his voice. After all, the newly hired gold medal lecturer at Yongnian supermarket gave a full hour of speech to employees each day. Qian Ziyong shook his head. Not even 20 minutes, not even a single second. We have 1,500 employees. If you waste 20 minutes per person, that's 30,000 minutes in total. Equivalent to 5,000 hours. 208 days. Didn't the teacher teach us that an inch of time is worth an inch of gold, but an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time? In a single day, you've wasted 208 days of others' time. Think of how much of your employees' time you've squandered. Qian Ziyong's words left Zhou Kaitian utterly stunned. How had his recent actions come to feel so heinous? He sensed something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what. Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang exchanged bewildered glances. Li Lian stepped forward and said, "But Manager Zhou's speeches have boosted the revenue of our supermarket and hot pot restaurant." Qian Ziyong waved his hand dismissively. "Didn't I just say, an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time? Money can be earned again, but time is more precious than money." In his mind, it was precisely because Zhou Kaishan's speeches had increased sales that he was adamant about stopping them. Regardless, he needed to find a reason to make Zhou Kaitian cease the speeches. This couldn't continue. "All right then," Zhou Kaitian said, a little aggrieved, but he nodded nonetheless. Satisfied with his agreement, Qian Ziyong felt content. Meanwhile, at Yongnian Supermarket, Manager Li rushed excitedly into the boss office. "Boss, great news. The gold medal lecturer from Feihuang Supermarket has stopped giving speeches." "Really?" Qian Ziyong's eyes widened. Manager Li nodded emphatically. "Really? My mole in Feihuang Supermarket reported that it seems Zhou Kaitian offended their boss and got his speeches suspended." He even heard Qian Ziyong throwing a furious tantrum in the office. After Zhou Kaitian left the boss office, he immediately ordered that there would be no more speeches from now on. "Haha." Qian Ziyong burst into laughter. "Heaven is aiding me." Manager Li was equally overjoyed. Only Lu Gaoda, standing nearby, wore a gloomy expression. Qian Ziyong noticed his grimace and said, slightly displeased, "You're one of Yongnian Supermarket's people now. Don't cling to Feihuang Supermarket. Got it?" "Yes," Lu Gaoda replied, lowering his head in frustration. Qian Ziyong smiled and turned his attention to Manager's son, ignoring Lu Gaoda. "Strike while the iron is hot. Let's seize this opportunity and push harder. We'll make sure Yongnian Supermarket never rises again. Have the gold medal lecturer increase the intensity. Every employee must listen to at least 2 hours of speeches. He'll arrange it right away." Manager Li dashed out excitedly. At Feihuang Supermarket, Zhu Daqiang rushed frantically into the boss office. "Boss, something terrible has happened." Qian Ziyong, who had been deep in thought, lit up at Zhu Daqiang's urgent cry. He stood up quickly and asked, "What's going on?" "Zhou Kaitian is missing," Zhu Daqiang said. "I checked his rental apartment. No one there. Neither the hot pot restaurant nor the supermarket could find him." "Zhou Kaitian is missing." Qian Ziyong was taken aback. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Did he resign?" Zhu Daqiang shook his head. Qian Ziyong laughed. "Then why worry?" In his eyes, Zhou Kaishan's departure would be a blessing. As long as he could still pay Zhou Kaishan's salary, it didn't matter much. Zhou Kaitian had been a plague in the supermarket, costing him money. He had been thinking of getting rid of him anyway. Now that Zhou Kaitian had vanished and he could still pay him wages, it couldn't be more perfect. Seeing Qian Ziyong completely unfazed, Zhu Daqiang scratched his head. Qian Ziyong said, "He's in his 40s and has traveled far and wide for years. Are you worried about his safety?" Zhu Daqiang shook his head. Qian Ziyong chuckled. "Manager Zhou is over 40 and has never even held a girl's hand. Maybe he's finally holding one now. Don't disturb his life." He certainly had no intention of disturbing Zhou Kaishan's life, nor was he worried about his safety. His concern was the supermarket and the hot pot restaurant. Their competition with Yongnian Supermarket was now at a fever pitch. "Boss, I heard that the gold medal lecturer at Yongnian Supermarket is now giving 2-hour speeches to employees. If Yongnian Supermarket improves, because of this, won't we be unable to compete?" Zhu Daqiang worried. Qian Ziyong, however, laughed. "Having employees listen to speeches for 2 hours. Think of how much time they're wasting." Zhu Daqiang said, "But they're wasting the employees' time, not the supermarket's." He thought to himself, it's the employees' time, not the supermarket's time. Of course, he could only keep these thoughts to himself, never daring to voice them, because their boss highly valued the employees. Qian Ziyong pondered for a moment and said, "Speaking of employees, I think we should add some benefits. It seems fewer employees have been eating hot pot lately." Zhu Daqiang replied, "Boss, it's not that the hot pot has gone bad. It's just that after eating it for months, most people are getting tired of it. Besides, you've been urging employees to eat more meat. Meat is delicious at first, but day after day of heavy meat and fish, it's really unbearable." Qian Ziyong nodded in agreement. He himself had been eating hot pot every day for months. After all, it was free. Although he had swindled the system for 50,000 yuan earlier, he was reluctant to spend that money. He still wanted to buy a villa. Not wanting to spend his own money on meals, yet utterly sick of hot pot, Qian Ziyong thought, "This can't go on. If employees don't eat hot pot, how can I suffer losses? I need to make them eat." After a moment's thought, he waved his hand decisively. "I've decided. Feihuang Supermarket will add a new employee benefit: open a homestyle restaurant. Hot pot gets old, but homestyle food never does, right?" Zhu Daqiang nodded. Homestyle food indeed never tires. Everyone eats it at home day after day, month after month. Boss, our business has been declining. I think we shouldn't add more employee benefits for now. We can't let costs rise any further or well incur losses. Zhu Daqiang disagreed. Humph, Qian Ziyong fumed. Manager Zhu, your ambitions are blatant. You dare to prevent me from improving employee benefits. I, Qian Ziyong, have hated capitalists my entire life. Speak. Are you a lackey of the capitalists? Zhu Daqiang cried out in protest. Boss, I only have the supermarket's best interests at heart. How could I be a capitalist lackey? Then why did you try to stop me from giving our employees better benefits? Qian Ziyong demanded. Zhu Daqiang said, but our Feihuang supermarket is in a fierce competition with Yongnian supermarket. So what? Qian Ziyong retorted. Does that mean our employees have to suffer alongside us? They didn't join our Feihuang supermarket just to fight Yongnian. As the saying goes, a woman marries for food and clothing. Our employees work here for their livelihood, to eat well and dress well. Therefore, improving their meals is an urgent matter. Zhu Daqiang was speechless. His boss' words made sense, yet why did he feel a pang of dissent inside? Wait a minute. Since when did a boss have to worry about his employees' meals and clothing? The employees aren't married off to the supermarket. Boss, perhaps we should wait, Zhu Daqiang advised. Let's pool all our resources, defeat Yongnian supermarket first, and then we can improve employee benefits later. I believe the employees will understand our situation. In this critical moment for the supermarket's survival, we should cut expenses and reserve ample funds for the competition. Qian Ziyong resolutely opposed. Absolutely not. We can endure hardship, but not our employees. I as the boss can bear some suffering, but how can I let my employees suffer? If I hadn't discovered the poor quality of the employees' meals, it would be one thing. But now that I know, how can I pretend to be oblivious? I might be able to feign ignorance, but my conscience won't allow it. So right now, this instant, go to the supermarket's basement level 2, clear out a space, hire a chef, and get the meal quality up. But this might not be appropriate. Zhu Daqiang hesitated. Qian Ziyong thundered. What's not appropriate? I think it's perfect. And besides, I never said it couldn't be open to the public. Hire more staff, and we can operate it as a public eatery too. Initially, Qian Ziyong hadn't planned to open it to the public. But on second thought, if it were open, he could roll up his sleeves and get fully involved. Zhou Kaitian had been utterly useless. In his month at the supermarket, all he did was drain 100 in salary and give pep talks to the staff. He had pinned his hopes on Zhou Kaitian, but the results had been a bitter disappointment. Now the man had even fled. He had to devise his own solutions. Now with Zhu Daqiang's suggestion, he realized he could venture into the food and beverage business within the supermarket. Make it grand, hire plenty of staff, and keep the prices low. This way, even if customers came, he wouldn't make a profit. Moreover, with high employee wages, each worker alone could cost him at least 8,000 a month. Excellent, excellent. Qian Ziyong was immensely pleased with his plan. Boss, how should the new restaurant be run? Zhu Daqiang's eyes lit up at the prospect of a new food venture. Qian Ziyong pondered for a moment, then said, if we're going to do it well, do it right. The ingredients must be top-notch, especially the seasonings and oil. I want quality oil, the kind that costs 50 yuan per liter. As for the meat, go directly to the pig farms and cattle farms for the best cuts. The vegetables must be absolutely fresh. Those heavily sprayed with pesticides are absolutely forbidden. And anything soaked in chemicals is even more unacceptable. Oh, right, and fruit. The fruit must be free and it must be premium quality. In short, give me nothing but the best. Understood. Zhu Daqiang nodded firmly. This was Qian Ziyong's style, and he was used to it. Zhu Daqiang asked, and what about the prices for the dishes? Should they be double that of other restaurants like Hedi Lao? At the mention of Hedi Lao, Qian Ziyong shuddered. He couldn't repeat the Hedi Lao mistake. If he did, he'd be raking in profits again. Low prices, they had to be low. Set our prices 10% lower than other restaurants. No. Qian Ziyong reconsidered, feeling it wasn't enough. The prices at regular restaurants still seemed too high. In that case, let's be decisive. Qian Ziyong waved his hand grandly and declared, set our prices 10% lower than the fast food joints. You remember the boxed lunches I used to eat, right? Make our prices 10% lower than that. What? Zhu Daqiang's jaw dropped. 5-star quality at 1-star prices. How could this possibly be profitable? Qian Ziyong chuckled and said, this is primarily a benefit for our employees. Profit is irrelevant. Zhu Daqiang nodded in sudden comprehension. Oh, that explained it. Since it wasn't meant to be a moneymaker, it made perfect sense. So how much should we invest? Zhu Daqiang asked. Doing some quick mental math, Qian Ziyong waved his hand and declared, let's invest 30 million. No, make it 50 million. He still had 100 million that he couldn't seem to get rid of. There wouldn't be any dividends this cycle. So this new restaurant venture was bound to be a significant expenditure. 50 million. Zhu Daqiang was stunned. Hadn't the boss just said that the new restaurant's purpose was for employee welfare? It wasn't meant to make money. If it wasn't for profit, why such a massive investment? Or did the boss have other plans in mind? Qian Ziyong remained lost in thought. He planned to invest 50 million, so he needed to figure out how to spend it. Renovation costs wouldn't be too high. After all, it was within the supermarket. The supermarket was already fully fitted out. Even with a new layout, they'd only need to build a new kitchen. Get me the finest tables and chairs. They must be marble. And they have to be of imported quality. Actually, no imports. Let's support domestic products. Even though Qian Ziyong wanted to spend lavishly, he was unwilling to send his money abroad. He'd rather lose a bit more on the investment than buy foreign goods. Okay. Zhu Daqiang took out his notebook and quickly jotted it down. Qian Ziyong continued, furthermore, none of the tableware can be disposable. Everything must be ceramic. And it has to be authentic ceramic. Each bowl should cost at least 10 yuan. Qian Ziyong knew the new restaurant would need to purchase a large quantity of plates and bowls. Since it was wholesale, the prices would naturally be lower. He couldn't very well ask Zhu Daqiang to buy them at retail prices, could he? That wouldn't make sense. So if he couldn't buy them at a higher price, he would just buy more of them. He'd make up for it in volume. Get me 100,000 bowls and plates, and make sure they're of good quality. Qian Ziyong ordered. 100,000. Zhu Daqiang stared at him in disbelief. That many bowls and plates would fill several warehouses. That's right, 100,000. Just take good notes, and don't ask too many questions. Follow my instructions exactly, Qian Ziyong affirmed. Zhu Daqiang nodded. Yes, boss. He didn't dare to say another word. Qian Ziyong continued, for the renovation, I want the best materials and equip it with nothing but the finest facilities. I want our employees to dine here, as if they were at home. Yes, sir, Zhu Daqiang nodded. Yet inwardly, he mused that with 50 million yuan poured in it, would be far more comfortable than home. Feeling satisfied, Qian Ziyong said, that should do it. Go make the arrangements. Handle any details I've overlooked yourself. In short, spare no expense, and treat our employees well. Zhu Daqiang nodded and assured him, don't worry, boss. They'll make sure the new branch thrives. They'll hire the best chefs at high salaries to ensure both customers and staff are delighted with the food. Hiring the best chefs, given Fei Huang's foot traffic, could very well lead to success. Wait. Qian Ziyong frowned, worried that the new restaurant might become too popular. Just like the earlier Helaleo hot pot branch where Lu Gaoda found an excellent hot pot base directly leading to high customer satisfaction. He couldn't afford to repeat that mistake. So the chefs couldn't be too good. Of course, they couldn't be too bad either. After all, he would be eating there himself. Qian Ziyong declared, no need to hire chefs separately. Just use our supermarket employees. Zhu Daqiang's jaw dropped. The chef is the most crucial element of any restaurant. The decor could be subpar, the service could be lacking, but the food absolutely must taste good. The boss had invested heavily in the decor and service, yet he was skimping on the most critical aspect. This was putting the finest steel on the back of the blade. What are you ahhing about? Qian Ziyong said. I told you it's homestyle cooking. And since it's homestyle, it should be dishes any household can make. Didn't Lu Gaoda hire many mothers for the store previously? They cook at home all the time. Let them handle the kitchen. Since it's hard work, give them a raise, 10,000 yuan a month. The boss' logic seemed sound, but why did he feel uneasy about it? If the supermarket is short-staffed, hire more people. Bring the total up to 1,000. Qian Ziyong instructed. The supermarket was larger now, but they hadn't hired more staff, keeping the number at 1,000. How many should we hire? Zhu Daqiang asked. Qian Ziyong thought for a moment. Let's say 500. Zhu Daqiang was stunned. 500 people. Hiring 500 specifically to prepare meals for 1,500. Wait, if 500 are working in the supermarket restaurant, wouldn't it have to be enormous? At least 2,000 square meters. They ran a supermarket, not a factory. Besides, what factory needs a staff canteen that large? Boss, that's too many people to hire. Zhu Daqiang cautioned. But Qian Ziyong was adamant. It's not too many. That's final. Go make the arrangements. Yes, sir, Zhu Daqiang nodded helplessly. Qian Ziyong suddenly added. Oh, from now on you'll be in charge of the new restaurant. Since it's located inside the supermarket, we'll call it the Fei Huang restaurant. And since you're now the restaurant manager heading your own department, you naturally deserve a raise. 100,000 yuan a month. Zhu Daqiang's eyes welled up. Boss, maybe you should wait until the competition with Yongyan Supermarket is over before giving me a raise. Qian Ziyong shook his head. I've already said the competition between Fei Huang and Yongyan is strictly a supermarket matter and has nothing to do with anyone else. Meanwhile, at Yongyan Supermarket, Shanzhong Yuzong frowned in his office. He noticed that hiring the gold medal lecturer and opening the new hot pot restaurant had impacted Fei Huang's business, but not significantly. Trying to bankrupt Fei Huang this way was simply impossible. Fei Huang Supermarket was likely still profitable, just not by much. And while Yongyan wasn't losing money, its business had declined. A portion of their foot traffic had been siphoned off by Fei Huang. This had severely impacted the shops on the upper floors. No, we can't let this continue. Shanzhong Yuzong was determined to end this quickly. Manager Li beside him said, "Boss, this can't go on. With the profits from the Helaleo Hot Pot Fei Huang supermarket, we'll never go bankrupt. Unless we can take all their customers. Fei Huang and Helaleo have high labor costs. I heard they're still hiring, so their costs will only rise. If we can just lure all their customers away, they'll soon be losing money due to their high expenses. Qian Ziyong won't last long." Shanzhong Yuzong nodded. "The only way is to cut prices. Our funds are deeper than Fei Huang's. Use a price war to drive them out of business." It was a desperate measure, a Pyrrhic victory, but he saw no better option. He absolutely couldn't let Fei Huang's supermarket establish a foothold here. Otherwise, Yongnian might have to coexist with Fei Huang and his profits would plummet. He might even start losing money. After all, his operation was much larger than Fei Huang's. If the rent for the upper floor shops had to be reduced, his losses would be immense. Then Yongnian supermarket cut its prices. Qian Ziyong received the news quickly. In his office, Qian Ziyong looked up to the heavens and roared with laughter, nearly jumping for joy. Li Lian watched the ecstatic Qian Ziyong, utterly bewildered. "Brother Yongnian, cutting prices is a heavy blow to us," Li Lian warned. "I know." Qian Ziyong nodded. He was well aware that price wars were the most brutal battles in business, draining vast sums of capital, sometimes even requiring subsidies. He had been racking his brains for a way to lose his money, and now Yongnian supermarket had just handed him the weapon. Perfect. He would cut prices too and lose money together with them. Let the storm rage on. Qian Ziyong declared loudly, "Go now. Match all our prices with Yongnian's. We're cutting prices too." Hearing this, Li Lian was startled. "Boss, we can't get into a price war with Yongnian. They're backed by the Shanzhong family. Their funds are far more substantial than ours. We'll be the ones to break first. We'll go bankrupt." Qian Ziyong was even more delighted, but he had to feign anxiety. He pretended to frown, let out a sigh, and said, "There's no choice. I'm being forced into this. It's all Lu Gaoda's fault. If he hadn't opened a hot pot restaurant for Yongnian, we wouldn't be in this passive position. But it's useless to regret now." He patted Li Lian on the shoulder, consoling him. "Competition is cruel. You have to accept it whether you like it or not. Let's cut prices. This is the marketplace, and it's a battlefield. We must both be prepared to make sacrifices. But don't worry. Even if the supermarket goes under, I'll make sure every employee gets an N1 severance pack." Li Lian had also witnessed the ruthlessness of the commercial world. He sighed and said, "The business world is a battlefield, boss. You need to stay strong." The boss was too young, and he feared that the young man would crumble under the immense pressure of the brutal commercial competition. Unexpectedly, Qian Ziyong's face bloomed like a flower. "Rest assured, I'm fine. Better than ever." Seeing that Qian Ziyong was not intimidated by the cutthroat business competition, Li Lian set aside his worries. "Boss, with Yongnian supermarket cutting prices, do we really have no choice but to engage in a price war with them?" Li Lian hesitated. Qian Ziyong composed himself, trying to summon some sorrowful thoughts. Then he slammed the table hard and declared loudly, "Shanzhong Yuzong is pushing us too far. They'll bring them down with me. A price war is it? I, Qian Ziyong, am not afraid of them. Even if we both go up in flames, even if I lose everything, I will fight them to the bitter end. The supermarket lives and I live. The supermarket falls and I still stand. Hit them hard, don't be afraid. Cut prices. Cut them until we bleed." Qian Ziyong's impassioned speech thundered through the entire supermarket. Moved by his bold declaration, the staff's hearts surged with excitement. Here was a man in his 20s. He dared to stand up to the mighty Shanzhong Yuzong. This was their boss. The employees outside, hearing their boss' heartfelt words, felt their spirits soar. This was especially true for Li Lian, who stood before Qian Ziyong. Gazing at Qian Ziyong's imposing back, Li Lian felt a surge of hot blood rushing through his chest. "Boss!" Li Lian's eyes welled up with tears. Qian Ziyong gave Li Lian a firm look. It wasn't an act. He genuinely intended to lose everything. Naturally, he was prepared to face death and fight Yongnian supermarket to the very end. His fear wasn't of the fight itself, but that Yongnian supermarket might not engage. "We need to convey our resolve to the staff. Come, let's have a meeting," Qian Ziyong said. He detested meetings. He would rather spend those 20 minutes playing a game. However, to show Shanzhong Yuzong his fighting spirit and determination, he had to put on a show. At the entrance of Fei Huang's supermarket, 1,000 employees filled the square. Qian Ziyong stood at the front, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. Across the street was Yongnian supermarket right in front of him. "I apologize for taking up your valuable time today. They'll be brief." Qian Ziyong cleared his throat, then suddenly raised his fist and roared, "Charge! Charge! Charge! To succeed, you must go mad and charge forward without looking back." His fist pointed directly at Yongnian supermarket across the street. The employees were stunned. Then someone snapped out of it and shouted, "Charge! Charge! Charge!" The crowd roared, "Charge! Charge! Charge!" Qian Ziyong shouted with fervor once more, "If you want war, then war it is. They'll fight you till the end of time." The employees mimicking their boss raised their fists and yelled, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Their boss paid them 8,000 yuan a month, such a high salary for just 6 hours of work a day. Even if the devil himself came, they'd fight to the end. The crowd was electrified, the atmosphere reaching its peak. Just as everyone expected Qian Ziyong to launch into a grand speech, he simply said, "All right, that's the situation. We fight to the end." Meeting adjourned. With that, Qian Ziyong left on his own. The employees exchanged bewildered glances. They had braced themselves for hours of rhetoric, but it was only a few minutes. Yet with just those few words, their blood was boiling, and they were ready for any challenge that lay ahead. Qian Ziyong returned to his office overjoyed. Closing the door, he burst into laughter. He had made his stance clear to his employees: fight Yongnian supermarket to the death. Now no one could stop him from slashing prices. And Shanzhong Yuzong must have gotten the message. Qian Ziyong's guess was right. Not only did Shanzhong Yuzong know, but he had also witnessed Qian Ziyong's stellar performance firsthand from upstairs. Shanzhong Yuzong's face was grim, his fists clenched tightly. This is an outrage. Absolutely outrageous. Shanzhong Yuzong was so furious his brows turned purple. If they wanted a war, fine, but why make such a huge spectacle? It made it seem like he was the one persecuting Feihuang supermarket. It was his Yongnian supermarket that had opened there first. Feihuang had moved in later. Manager Li, standing beside him, asked quietly, "What do we do now?" Shanzhong Yuzong said, "What else can we do? Then let it be war. Cut our prices even further." And so the price war between Feihuang supermarket and Yongnian supermarket began. The conflict even spilled over to their hot pot restaurants. Whatever price Yongnian set, Feihuang would match, and they went back and forth. The beneficiaries of this price war were the customers in Hanxing. They suddenly discovered that the prices at both supermarkets were incredibly low, almost like they were giving things away. A flood of customers swarmed in, quickly packing both supermarkets to the brim. Gradually, customers began to notice that Feihuang supermarket was far superior to Yongnian. With their large workforce, they could handle any number of customers. In contrast, Yongnian supermarket, despite its 5,000 square meter space, had only a little over 100 employees. Feihuang, on the other hand, had 1,000. No, actually 1,500. They had hired 500 new staff. All new employees were mentored by the old hands. Because Feihuang supermarket didn't prohibit hiring relatives, as soon as they opened up recruitment, countless veteran employees brought their family members into the fold. Being relatives, they were naturally taught with great care. In a short time, the new hires became proficient. Bound by blood and hometown ties, their relationships were harmonious. As the saying goes, father and son fight best on the battlefield. Feihuang supermarket had numerous such father-son teams. They worked with seamless coordination and swift action, with more staff and better teamwork than Yongnian. The difference wasn't obvious during normal times, but when the stores were packed, it was a true test of strength. In this regard, Feihuang supermarket thoroughly outperformed Yongnian. Feihuang operated smoothly, taking excellent care of its customers with meticulous attention to every detail. Yongnian supermarket, however, was in complete chaos. With hordes of customers flooding in, their staff was utterly overwhelmed. They had never experienced such a huge rush. It was pure pandemonium. Officers couldn't find their men, and men couldn't find their officers. Most importantly, despite the booming business, Yongnian was severely understaffed. They worked themselves to the bone, exhausted in both body and spirit. And for a mere 3,000 yuan a month, they were expected to work themselves to death. Many employees simply walked off the job right then and there. They didn't care who took over this lousy job. In no time, Yongnian supermarket didn't even have enough cashiers. Impatient customers berated the cashiers for being slow. The cashiers felt aggrieved. They had already worked 12 hours for their meager salary without a break. And on top of that, they had to endure verbal abuse from customers. What was the point of working here? An enraged cashier tore off her uniform and started yelling back at a customer. Yongnian supermarket descended into utter chaos. Manager's son was running around in a frenzy, completely disoriented. He'd go to one place to break up an argument, and another fight would break out elsewhere. He'd mediate there, and then a scuffle would start somewhere else. A dozen or so employees even threatened to quit on the spot. With the store already short-staffed, they couldn't afford to lose anyone. Manager's son pleaded with them, promising raises, and managed to convince most to stay. However, a few employees were beyond persuasion and quit on the spot, walking out the door for good. Manager's son scrambled into the boss office. "Boss, something terrible has happened," he shouted as he ran. Shanzhong Yuzong sat in the boss chair. "I already know," he said, his face dark. "Now go and hire more people immediately." "Boss, it's not about hiring," said manager's son. "The problem is our wages are too low. The employees don't want to work. They've been resentful before, and many have jumped ship to Feihuang supermarket. I heard Feihuang is still recruiting, and our staff are getting ideas. If we don't raise wages, we won't be able to attract new hires, and even if we do, we might not keep them." Shanzhong Yuzong took a deep breath, feeling uneasy. The average wage in Hanxing is 3,000. How can Feihuang justify paying their staff 8,000? Ziyong cursed loudly. Fei Huang's supermarket was engaging in vicious competition. If they drove wages up so high, how could he still exploit his workers? More importantly, with Fei Huang recruiting now, what would his own employees think? Fei Huang's workload was only half of theirs, yet the pay was several times higher. Anyone would be disgruntled. Ziyong gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine, let's raise their wages to 8,000 too. Also, hire 1,000 more people for us. We absolutely cannot lose to Fei Huang's supermarket." He knew very well that within just 1 month, if customers got into the habit of going there, they'd only shop at Fei Huang, and his Yongnian supermarket would be out of business. This was a matter of life and death. They couldn't afford to be timid, they had to fight to the end. "Yes, sir." Manager Sun finally smiled upon hearing they'd match Fei Huang. Soon Yongnian supermarket's wages were also raised to 8,000. To match Fei Huang's service quality, they went on a massive hiring spree. Also clear out our warehouse, renovate it, and expand the supermarket to 10,000 square meters. Ziyong was going all out to keep up with Fei Huang. Manager Sun hesitated, "But boss, our accounts are nearly empty." Hearing about the lack of funds pained Ziyong deeply. As they say, when the cannons roar, gold flows by the thousands. Competing with Fei Huang required money at every turn. "He'll invest another 50 million. Don't worry, just go ahead boldly. We must expand the supermarket in the shortest possible time," Ziyong commanded. "Yes, sir." Manager Sun nodded. The two sides clashed back and forth for 10 days. Inside the supermarket, Qian Ziyong was extremely anxious. Zhu Daqiang beside him was also scratching his head in worry. "Boss, the supermarket is losing money every day now, only kept afloat by the Healy hot pot subsidy. We can't go on like this." Fei Huang's supermarket, which used to be profitable, was now in the red. Qian Ziyong asked, "How much are we losing each day?" Zhu Daqiang calculated, "The supermarket loses over 100,000 daily, but the hot pot restaurant makes over 1 million. Li Lian, standing nearby, wasn't too worried. "As long as we're profitable overall, it's fine. Yongnian must be losing even more than us. But I am concerned that once Yongnian finishes hiring, they'll have a big impact on us." Qian Ziyong, who had been anxious, suddenly felt calmer upon hearing this. "So you're saying that after a while our supermarket will be making huge losses?" Qian Ziyong asked. Li Lian shook his head. "Boss, don't worry. We have a first-mover advantage. Even if Yongnian fills all their positions, beating us will be a long, drawn-out process. What I'm most worried about is them targeting the hot pot restaurant." Hearing it would be a long process made Qian Ziyong anxious again. Could he just lose money already? He was waiting for his greens to wither. A long, drawn-out process. He couldn't wait that long. In just over a month this cycle would be settled. He estimated he'd need to lose another 50 million just to barely break even. That meant losing 1 million a day. And that was only the bare minimum to qualify as a loss. His goal was to drive both the supermarket and the hot pot restaurant into bankruptcy. Even if they didn't go under, he wanted to lose tens of millions. That way he could siphon off tens of millions from the system. So he had to lose at least 2 million a day. That was his target. And now, he was still making over 1 million a day. He couldn't wait any longer. Qian Ziyong was frantic. He felt Ziyong was just too useless. His reputation far exceeds his abilities. Ziyong is simply incompetent. Qian Ziyong shook his head in lonely disappointment. He'd have to take matters into his own hands. Ziyong couldn't be relied upon. He had sent him staff, provided him with strategies, and this was the best he could do. All his expectations were wasted. "Boss, we can't be careless," Li Lian warned. But in his heart, Li Lian deeply admired Qian Ziyong. "A newborn calf fears not the tiger," usually describes the inexperienced and naive. But Qian Ziyong was different. He peaked from day one. With a flurry of strategic moves, he had Yongnian's supermarket on the ropes. Even though they were losing money, now Yongnian was losing even more. "Forget it, since Ziyong isn't making a move, I will. Starting today, lower the hot pot prices to match ordinary hot pot restaurants. Also further reduce prices on our supermarket goods." After thinking it over, Qian Ziyong found this too troublesome. He stated directly, "Just print the purchase prices. For every item, show the cost. Let the customers see what our costs are and how much we're actually making from them." Hearing Qian Ziyong's words, Li Lian was shocked. "Boss, you can't do that. You absolutely cannot reveal the purchase prices. It's a cardinal sin in business." Li Lian repeatedly tried to dissuade him. Qian Ziyong asked curiously, "Why not?" He didn't understand why showing the cost price was a problem. Li Lian explained, "Since time immemorial, merchants have never revealed their buying costs. Because once you tell a customer your cost, they'll feel like you're profiting off them. No one likes to think their money is being taken. That's why when bargaining, sellers always say, 'I'm selling this to you at a loss.' Look at the stores on the street that advertise going out of business. Everything must go. They usually do pretty good business." Hearing this, Qian Ziyong seemed deep in thought. So that's why the streets were full of bankruptcy sales. They claim to be selling at a loss, but they're actually raking it in. He also understood why you shouldn't reveal costs. Customers always want rock-bottom prices. If you show your cost, how can the merchant make any money? But did he need to make money? No. He was afraid of not losing enough. So what was he waiting for? I've decided. Print the purchase prices. Qian Ziyong declared with a sweeping gesture. Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang were both stunned. After all that explanation, he hadn't listened to a single word. Li Lian said, "Boss, you'll go bankrupt." Qian Ziyong said with bold heroism, "Brother, don't try to stop me. They'll print those purchase prices no matter what. I've made up my mind. I will be the first to dare." Had he known it would come to this loss, he would have set a price long ago. Li Lian, why didn't you warn me earlier? Otherwise I'd already be drowning in losses. But it's not too late now. Seeing Qian Ziyong's stubborn resolve, the other two were helpless. Qian Ziyong said, "Yamanaka has been too hesitant. We need to pressure him further. Help me put up the banners and show Yamanaka what we're made of." "What banners?" Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang asked, puzzled. Qian Ziyong smiled mysteriously and pointed to the side where red cloths lay neatly stacked. "Besides the banners, once Yongnian supermarket is fully staffed, we'll launch a promotional campaign." Qian Ziyong added. Li Lian was curious. What kind of campaign? Buy more, get more. Qian Ziyong shook his head. Buy more, get more is no better than just lowering prices. It's not appealing enough. We'll do a massive million-yuan promotion. Every time a customer checks out, they get to spin a wheel for discounts, like 20 off, 30 off, 80 off, 90 off, or even a freebie. Whatever discount they land on, that's what they get. Li Lian thought it over and found the idea promising. It would delight customers with surprise. However, the specifics of each discount tier were crucial. Qian Ziyong pondered again, then took out a large sheet of paper, spread it on the table, and drew a circle on it. He then picked up a black pen, grabbed a ruler from the side, and with a few swift strokes divided the circle into 9 equal sections. Afterward, he wrote numbers 1 through 8 and the word free in the sections. "What does this mean?" Zhu Daqiang asked. Qian Ziyong explained. "We'll make a big spinning wheel. After customers buy something, they spin it. Whatever number they land on, that's the discount they get." "My." Li Lian studied it carefully, then looked up. "Boss, this isn't right. Why is there no 9? Qian Ziyong smiled sheepishly. "Sorry, I just happened to divide it into 9 parts, so there's no room for 9. "Well, if there's no 9, there's no 9. I believe customers will love this even more." Li Lian looked at it and said, "Customers will definitely love it, but the discounts we're giving are way too deep. The more we sell, the more we lose." Qian Ziyong knew he couldn't intentionally incur losses. The system wouldn't allow it. But under the guise of competing with Yongnian supermarket, a slight loss for promotion was permitted. Then let's add some limits. Each person can get a maximum of 200 yuan off per transaction, and items over 200 yuan aren't eligible. Qian Ziyong said. Li Lian asked, "What about rice flour and cooking oil?" "The profit margins on those are very thin, and we've already lowered the prices. We're selling them at cost. If we discount them further, we'll lose exactly the amount of the discount." Qian Ziyong scratched his head. So the profit on rice flour and oil was that thin. Then we definitely need to discount them. Qian Ziyong waved his hand dismissively and said, "I Qian Ziyong hate this kind of thing the most in my life. A discount that excludes this and excludes that. It's just not satisfying. If it's a deal, then make it a real deal. Discounting profitable items while not discounting unprofitable ones. That's not a real deal. That's just a trick to attract customers. But I Qian Ziyong am an honest fellow. I can't pull such tricks. So rice flour and oil get discounted too. Everything in the store gets a discount unless the law forbids it. Oh, and Healy Lao is also part of the supermarket. Since the supermarket is discounting, Healy Lao Hot Pot naturally follows suit." This, Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang's hearts trembled. A quick calculation based on their current business. With Qian Ziyong's approach, they'd lose at least 2 million a day. If Healy Lao Hot Pot could offset some of it, fine, but now it was also discounting and selling at low prices. Wouldn't that be a pure loss? Li Lian hesitated, then cautioned, "Boss, at this rate, we'll lose a full 2 million a day." Hearing Li Lian's words, Qian Ziyong, who had been silently calculating, had his eyes light up. He was aiming for a daily loss of 2 million. Had hit his target. So why hesitate? Go for it. I said it's a million yuan subsidy. If it's a million yuan subsidy, we have to put up real money. To beat Yongnian supermarket, a little loss is nothing. Sometimes a man's got to be tough on himself. Qian Ziyong clenched his fists tightly, his heart racing, his hands trembling. He was a genius. This way, losing 2 million a day by the time the system settled, he'd have milked a cool 100 million from it. If it weren't for Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang beside him, he'd have howled with laughter. Only a poem could capture his feelings now. "Fei Wang's losses bring me glee, fortune falls from heaven, lucky me. Laughing loud, I stride out the door, 100 million I'll soon adore. Me Qian Ziyong am about to join the billionaire club." Qian Ziyong was overjoyed, absolutely delighted. Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang exchanged glances, puzzled by their boss' excitement. Zhu Daqiang whispered, "Boss, how long are we going to keep losing money like this?" "Until Yongnian supermarket goes bankrupt, of course." Qian Ziyong said matter-of-factly. Head finally found a legitimate excuse to lose money, so he was going to make the most of it. Head heard Yamanaka had billions in assets. This little bit of money shouldn't be a problem for him, right? Hopefully Yamanaka can hold on forever. Then Head stick with Yamanaka till the end of time. That way the next system task cycle would be taken care of too. Yamanaka was such a good man. Though his skills were a bit mediocre, he was indeed a gift-bearing messenger. Qian Ziyong was so ecstatic he could hardly speak. He needed a game to celebrate. That's settled then. Take these banners out and hang them in the supermarket. Also, Manager Zhu, make sure the Feihuang restaurant is prioritized. Don't be stingy with the money. If you can speed things up, I'd rather spend an extra 10 million. Zhu Daqiang nodded, yes sir. The two carried the banners out. Zhu Daqiang looked dejected, convinced the supermarket was doomed this time. The boss spends money way too recklessly. The worst part is he's putting all the good steel into the knife's handle instead of the blade. Why not keep that 50 million to compete with Yongyan? Why start a Feihuang restaurant and give employees benefits? So no matter how I advise him, he just won't listen. It's hopeless. Zhu Daqiang was deeply anxious. In his view, during this critical competition with Yongyan supermarket, they should concentrate all funds and energy on the fight. As for employee benefits, they could be dealt with after defeating Yongyan. Li Lian was also frowning, walking, and pondering. Noticing Li Lian wasn't responding, Zhu Daqiang turned to look at him and saw he was deep in thought. He asked curiously, what are you thinking about? Li Lian looked up and said, I'm wondering if the boss has a deeper plan with all this. Our level is just too far below the boss. Some of his arrangements I can't even begin to understand. I don't get why he's promoting it this way. And I really don't get why he's building a restaurant at this crucial moment. Li Lian was baffled, and so was Zhu Daqiang. Qian Ziyong offered no explanation, leaving them to harbor their confusion in silence. The two hung red banners across the supermarket, and in an instant the entire store was draped in slogans. The words read as follows. If you seek war, then war it shall be. Roll up your sleeves and fight. 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 To succeed, one must first go mad. Charge forward with eyes covered. Charge. 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 Who fears whom? The turtle fears the hammer. 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 Customers who saw these slogans understood at once that Feihuang supermarket was determined to battle Yongyan supermarket to the bitter end. What surprised them even more was that upon checking out they were told they could spin a wheel to receive a discount. Whatever it landed on would be their discount. Customers stared at the wheel divided into 9 equal segments, doubting their own eyes. The wheel didn't show discounts like 10% off or 5% off. Instead, it displayed the numbers 1 through 8 and one segment marked free. Wasn't this promotion far too generous? It was something unheard of, unseen before. Feihuang supermarket was truly opening their eyes today. One customer after another, trembling with excitement, spun the wheel in eager anticipation. Even with eyes shut tight, the lowest discount was 20% off, a deal unprecedented in history. Many lucky customers even landed directly on free. The supermarket staff beamed with congratulations and even threw in a complimentary bag. Carrying 200 yuan worth of goods, the customers were stunned, overjoyed by their good fortune and thrilled to have gotten the merchandise for nothing. It was more exhilarating than finding money on the ground. How could such a windfall not be shared with friends and confidants? In no time, Feihuang supermarket became the talk of the town. It caught fire, blazing with popularity. Countless people from all over Hansheng surged toward the store. Fortunately, Feihuang supermarket was spacious enough. After expansion, it spanned a full 10,000 square meters. Even with 2,000 square meters taken up by the new restaurant, 8,000 remained. The staff had grown to an impressive 1,500 people, and no matter how many customers poured in, the supermarket handled them all with ease. Staff sold with fervor, and customers bought with frenzy. Some shoppers even resorted to snatching items outright. Had the staff not intervened, explaining that purchases over 200 yuan weren't eligible for the discount spin, the store would likely have been stripped bare. The distributors proved equally reliable, shipping endless supplies of goods to the store. Having collaborated before, they worked together like a well-oiled machine. Countless daily laborers were hired at premium rates to haul merchandise directly into the supermarket. Feihuang supermarket had prior experience as a wholesale outlet, and many employees were seasoned pros who coordinated with flawless precision. As Feihuang supermarket blazed to prominence, the spy dispatched by Manager Sun reported every detail back. Manager Sun once again scurried frantically to the boss office. What has Feihuang supermarket done now? Yamazaki Yuki's face grew grim. He had already come to dread seeing Manager Sun. Every time Manager Sun appeared, misfortune was sure to follow. Since becoming the boss here, he hadn't earned a single cent. Instead, had sunk 100 million into the venture. Manager Sun hastily blurted out, something terrible has happened. Feihuang supermarket has launched a massive loss leader promotion. Every customer can participate, and the discounts are incredibly deep. Manager Sun then recounted the details of the promotion to Yamazaki Yuki. After listening, Yamazaki Yuki's clenched fist could no longer hold back. He slammed it heavily onto the desk. A cup on the table clattered to the floor with a crisp shatter. How dare he? Yamazaki Yuki took a deep breath, his eyes bloodshot. This is pure loss-making. Killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of your own. Qian Ziyong has gone too far. Manager's son hesitated, then added, besides all this, they've hung banners inside the store that read. What do the banners say? Yamazaki Yuki's murderous glare bore into Manager's son, the fire within him threatening to ignite the room. Manager's son nervously wiped the sweat from his brow and whispered, they call you a turtle. A turtle? Yamazaki Yuki was puzzled. Being from Sakura country, he didn't quite understand. Manager's son explained, in our country there's a phrase called tucking-tail turtle. It's an insult even worse than calling someone a beast. Upon hearing this, Yamazaki Yuki flew into a rage. Qian Ziyong had not only declared war on him in the streets, but was now insulting him inside the store. This was a complete disregard for his standing. If he backed down now, what would others think of him? How could he save face? Who would still fear him? Manager's son added, boss, the most critical issue is that customers who were coming to our Yongnian supermarket, upon hearing about Feiwan's promotion, immediately flocked over there. Right now our store doesn't have a single customer, just our 1,500 employees. What do we do? Yamazaki Yuki struggled to suppress the fury burning within him. Qian Ziyong's tactics were endless, striking him from every direction and leaving him dizzy. And now it had grown even more ruthless, losing millions a day just to destroy him. He had never encountered such an adversary. In business, everyone sought harmony and profit. But Qian Ziyong, he came straight for the jugular, refusing to stop until one of them was dead. Launch a promotion. Well, promote too. Yamazaki Yuki commanded. Yes, sir. Manager's son nodded, but didn't leave. Yamazaki Yuki asked, why are you still standing here? Manager's son replied, boss, this promotion costs money and the account is running dry. Hearing this, Yamazaki Yuki was deeply troubled. He didn't want to part with more cash. Though he boasted assets in the billions, they were merely assets. Most were tied up in mortgage loans. The monthly payments to the bank alone were no small sum. His liquid cash was limited. Had already sunk 100 million into this fight. To raise more funds, now he'd have to drain working capital from other ventures. If he siphoned off too much, it could trigger systemic risks and snap the capital chain entirely. Who keeps hundreds of millions sitting idle in a bank? Running into a spender like Qian Ziyong was like facing a wild flurry of punches that overwhelmed even a seasoned master. Go and set up the discount event right away. He'll transfer the funds shortly. Yamazaki Yuki ordered. Yes, sir. Manager's son dashed out at once. Soon Yongnian supermarket began offering discounts as well, and a stream of customers trickled in. After all, Feihuang supermarket was absolutely packed, and since Yongnian was also cutting prices, some shoppers who preferred a more relaxed atmosphere chose to come here. As the customer traffic at Yongnian supermarket swelled, the staff gradually found themselves overwhelmed. This was especially true at the Yongnian hot pot restaurant. With prices slashed to unprecedented levels, the hot pot place finally filled to capacity. Most of the staff at the Yongnian hot pot restaurant were newly hired. New employees tend to make mistakes when things get hectic, and prolonged exhaustion led to lapses in focus, making errors even more frequent. Fortunately, the restaurant had a golden lecturer on hand. The golden lecturer, hired for millions, proved highly effective at rallying the staff spirits. Seeing such promising results, Manager's son instructed the lecturer to conduct 3 one-hour sessions daily. 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 1 in the evening. The business at Yongnian supermarket and Yongnian hot pot was thriving more each day. However, Qian Ziyong was frantic with worry. The more customers bought, the more money he lost. Watching his funds dwindle day by day, he was on the verge of murder. On the other side, Qian Ziyong was overjoyed to see the bustling customers in his supermarket. The business was even more explosive than anticipated. Losing millions a day, it wouldn't be long before he'd rack up a loss of 100 million, perfectly fulfilling his mission. He had initially expected to lose 2 million a day, but the results were even better than expected, with losses of at least 3 million daily. Many people from the neighboring city of Wushi were taking the subway just to shop here. Wushi, a prefecture-level city, boasted a population of over 10 million. The fact that it had stirred up Wushi showed just how incredibly popular the supermarket had become. It was packed with people, a scene of bustling chaos. To further his goal of losing money, Qian Ziyong even personally pitched in to sell goods when he saw the staff overwhelmed. This continued for 20 days until Yongnian supermarket was the first to crack. Manager's son rushed frantically into the boss office. Boss, we have a problem. Seeing Manager's son, Qian Ziyong slumped in his chair, asking what now. Manager's son looked at his boss and noticed how terribly he looked. His dark eye bags were as black as coal, and his eyes were bloodshot. In just a few days, he looked like a corpse just pulled from a coffin. He probably hadn't slept for days. Losing millions a day would keep anyone awake. Boss, are you alright? Manager's son asked quietly. Qian Ziyong shook his head. "I'm fine. Tell me, what has Feihuang Supermarket done now?" Manager's son replied, "It's not Feihuang Supermarket. It's our hot pot restaurant. Something's wrong." The hot pot restaurant. Qian Ziyong's eyes widened. The hot pot business managed by Lu Gaoda had always been lukewarm. But since hiring that gold medal lecturer, the staff had become passionate and business was slowly improving. Now with the big promotional sale, it was packed every day and he lost money hand over fist daily. What could be wrong with the hot pot restaurant? Just then there was a soft knock on the door. The knock sounded hesitant and timid. "Come in," Qian Ziyong said. It had to be Lu Gaoda. Lu Gaoda was always timid and indecisive. They had initially thought he was a talent, having supposedly founded the Heli Lao hot pot chain. But over time they realized he was just an ordinary newly graduated college student. "Boss, our hot pot staff are all demoralized," Lu Gaoda said, pushing the door open with a look of grievance. Qian Ziyong frowned. Why would they be demoralized all of a sudden? Weren't they always so motivated? Lu Gaoda glanced at manager's son. It's his fault. He hired some lecturer who fed the staff nothing but motivational nonsense. Now look, there are side effects. They're all listless. They've lost interest in work and life, only wanting to listen to the lecturer's passionate speeches. Now even when I ask them to work, they make excuses. They even ask me, can this job make them $1 million a year? How am I supposed to answer that? Should I tell them that no matter how hard they work, their salary is only $10,000 a month and it will never reach $1 million? I just said it's unlikely, but if they work hard, they can buy a house in Hanqing. But do you know what he said to me? Lu Gaoda continued as Sun and Shan looked on. He said a life without $100 million is not perfect. He said a man should treat himself better. He also said life is not just about survival, but also about poetry in the distant places. He said there's no poetry here, so he wants to leave. Can you believe this? They've been completely brainwashed by that lecturer, filled with false hopes for the future. When they realized their dreams were impossible, they lost all motivation for work and became spiritless. Manager's son pondered for a moment and added, I've noticed this phenomenon among the supermarket staff too, just not as pronounced as the hot pot staff. The three of them finally understood the problem. The gold medal lecturer was a disaster. The employees had consumed so much toxic motivational junk that they had lost all sense of direction. What about Feihuang Supermarket? Weren't we copying them? What's their situation? Qian Ziyong asked. Manager's son replied, Boss, Feihuang's lecturer ran away long ago. He hasn't been seen at the store for a while. I told you before, he had a huge argument with Qian Ziyong because Qian Ziyong wouldn't let him give his speeches. Qian Ziyong then remembered. He had been overjoyed when he heard the lecturer at Feihuang had disappeared, thinking it was their opportunity. He even made his own employees listen to an extra hour of the lecturer's speeches. Suddenly it all clicked for Qian Ziyong. I see now. This was Qian Ziyong's scheme to mislead me. He tricked me into hiring that lecturer at a high price to brainwash my employees. And when I took the bait, he kicked the lecturer out. What a poisonous plot. Qian Ziyong slumped back in his chair, realizing he had fallen for Qian Ziyong's huge trap. The gold medal lecturer was just a pitfall he had dug for him, waiting to spring at the critical moment. The employees had been under immense mental strain for months without rest, and now their mental state was in serious trouble. What were they to do now? How ruthless. Manager's son shuddered. Boss, that Qian Ziyong is truly insidious. He set this elaborate trap for us right under our noses. No wonder he kept lowering prices, forcing us into a price war. He had a hidden plan, knowing our staff would collapse under the business pressure. Qian Ziyong's mind was consumed with thoughts of Qian Ziyong. Are there other traps? More schemes? His biggest fear was that the lecturer was just one trap with countless more waiting for him. The three of them racked their brains, but couldn't think of any other plots Qian Ziyong might have laid. Qian Ziyong took a deep breath. For now, we'll just have to take things one step at a time. Manager's son, fire that lecturer immediately and properly counsel the employees. If things don't improve, give them a few days off. It might hurt business, but it's better than having them all quit. Most importantly, Qian Ziyong clutched his chest, most importantly, give them bonuses. They've been brainwashed with too much motivational talk. Words might not work anymore. Only money will. Give each of them 20,000. His heart ached terribly. This was all his money. With 1500 employees at the supermarket and 500 at the hot pot, giving each 20,000 would cost 40 million. Just like that, 40 million was gone, as if a chunk of flesh had been carved from him. The pain made his heart pound with anxiety. Qian Ziyong felt as if he were riding a tiger, difficult to dismount. If he didn't follow Feihuang Supermarket's lead and lose money, all his earlier investment would go down the drain. But following it also made his finances ache. Qian Ziyong surely can't outspend me. He won't last as long as I can. Qian Ziyong roared in his heart. Persevere and victory would surely be his. At Yongnian Supermarket, after handing out the 20th annual bonus, the employees' morale indeed soared. Both Yongnian Supermarket and Feihuang Supermarket were hemorrhaging money daily. Qian Ziyong had to register at the hospital several times. The losses were so severe, he just wanted to lie in a hospital bed. Qian Ziyong, however, enjoyed beer, champagne, and soft drinks every day, singing loudly despite his losses. Seeing their boss so cheerful, the employees were also thrilled, their spirits high, as if they would defeat Yongnian Supermarket tomorrow. Today, Qian Ziyong was especially delighted. Their Feihuang restaurant had opened. This meant he had spent all 50 million yuan. Only 20 days remained until the system settled his account. Everything was ready. He was just waiting to be crowned a billionaire. Qian Ziyong walked with a spring in his step and spoke with a louder voice. Arriving at Feihuang restaurant, Zhu Daqiang hurried over to greet him. Qian Ziyong's first words to Zhu Daqiang were, "Is the money all spent?" "Boss, it's all spent. 50 million yuan, every last cent invested." Qian Ziyong was overjoyed at this. If he kept losing money for another 20 days, all his cash reserves would be drained. Then he could declare bankruptcy and liquidation. He would sell off the store's inventory, transfer the supermarket, and use the transfer fee and sale proceeds to pay the employees' severance under the N1 formula, leaving him penniless. Immediately, the system settlement would grant him 100 million yuan. Just thinking about that 100 million, driving luxury cars, living in a villa, made Qian Ziyong grin so wide he couldn't close his mouth. Lu Gaoda had been showing off his sports car in front of him. Once he had 100 million, he would buy a sports car twice as expensive as Lu Gaoda's, making that broken car of his eat dust behind him. Qian Ziyong strolled around the 2,000 square meter restaurant and said, "It's lunchtime. Bring me a portion to taste." Zhu Daqiang immediately made arrangements. Soon several ordinary dishes were brought out, in exquisite tableware. The tableware itself looked like it belonged to dishes worth hundreds of yuan, but when opened it contained the most mundane scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Add a home-style stir-fried pork, a seaweed soup, and a small green vegetable. A perfect 3-dish soup meal. Zhu Daqiang had already served rice for Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong took a bite. The taste was utterly ordinary. Really very ordinary. Just like home cooking. "How is it?" Zhu Daqiang asked nervously. Qian Ziyong said, "Ordinary." Upon hearing that, Zhu Daqiang's face fell. "Boss, you think it's ordinary too, right? We're doomed. Who would go to a restaurant just to eat something so ordinary? If dining out tastes the same as cooking at home, why not just make it yourself?" "Boss, if our restaurant serves this, no customer will come. Maybe we should change the chef." Zhu Daqiang thought it could be salvaged by simply replacing the chef. After all, the tableware, the ambience, and even the service met star-level standards. It was just the food that was truly underwhelming. Hearing Zhu Daqiang suggest changing the chef, Qian Ziyong said angrily, "Change the chef. Wouldn't changing the chef cost money? Even though it's ordinary, I think it's fine. If people prefer cooking at home, let them cook at home. Didn't I say this restaurant is primarily a benefit for the employees? Since it's a benefit, health is the most important thing. As long as the taste isn't bad, it's fine." Just as he was speaking, the supermarket reached lunchtime. The employees lined up to get their meals. They chatted excitedly, looking at the dozens of dishes before them, their faces beaming with joy. They actually had an employee cafeteria, and they all knew the food was clean, hygienic, and healthy. No more cooking at home. How wonderful. When they saw Qian Ziyong, they all greeted him with smiles. Qian Ziyong smiled back. "Look at them, so happy. This is all worth it." Qian Ziyong patted Zhu Daqiang's shoulder. Zhu Daqiang still wore a grim expression. Of course they were happy. They got free healthy meals. "All right, trust me. You haven't eaten either, have you? Come join me," Qian Ziyong said with a smile. That day, Feihuang supermarket also had a huge number of customers. A group of elderly women, having taken the free bus, rushed into the supermarket in a flurry. Seeing the spinning wheel still at the checkout counter, they were overjoyed. "It's still here. The supermarket is still having a big promotion. What are we waiting for? Buy now. Every purchase is a steal. I used to shop at Feihuang supermarket when it was on that road, but it closed down because too many customers bought it out. Now after the promotion, the prices are even lower than before. Who knows when it'll close again? If we don't stock up now, we might never get the chance again." The elderly women chatted as they entered the supermarket. Clearly they were loyal fans of the store. It was just that they lived far away and only now learned about the big promotion, so they hurried over. Once inside, they were astonished to see that next to each item's marked price, the purchase cost was also listed. "Is this cost price real?" one elderly woman asked. A nearby employee explained with a smile, "The cost price is absolutely real. The purchase invoices are posted on the wall at the service counter." The elderly women saw that the supermarket's goods were cheaper than elsewhere and mostly only a little above cost, so they were quite satisfied. After all, they knew supermarkets needed to make a profit. They couldn't sell at cost, could they? With the additional discounts and promotions, they were getting a great deal. What more could they ask for? "Look, this piece of clothing is beautiful, and it's only 1 yuan above the cost." While Feihuang supermarket only makes 1 yuan, an elderly woman shouted excitedly to her companion. But before her companion could come over to see, only one piece of clothing was left. Someone else nearby had already snatched it up. The elderly women were anxious. Such a good deal, and they missed it. Fortunately, the supermarket employees restocked quickly. Everyone was delighted, and they each grabbed a piece in a different color. The elderly women looked around left and right and found everything very cheap. With the discounts, they kept browsing and buying. Tired from shopping, they stopped to rest. One of them said, "Let's go back. I haven't had lunch and am getting hungry." Someone didn't want to leave. She hadn't had enough of shopping. "Look, isn't there a restaurant over there?" Someone pointed to the lavishly decorated restaurant in the distance. After all, it was built with cold hard cash, so it naturally looked high-end and grand. "Let's not eat here. Restaurants and malls and supermarkets are usually very expensive," another frugal middle-aged woman remarked. "Come on, let's take a look. Maybe Feihuang's supermarket is different," one person suggested. The others found this reasonable. They approached to inquire about the prices of the dishes. "What? Stir-fried pork slices are only 5 yuan a bowl. What? Scrambled eggs with tomatoes are only 3 yuan a serving. What? Green vegetables are only 1 yuan a serving. What? Rice is only 50 cents a bowl." The women were all stunned. This was the cheapest restaurant they had ever seen, bar none. They had always thought that 8 yuan to get full, 10 yuan to eat well was just a roadside slogan. Only now did they realize that such a restaurant truly existed in the world. Through the glass, they could see the bustling chefs inside. There were massive automated vegetable washing machines along with huge automated dishwashers and sterilizers. Shelves were stocked with pre-washed vegetables, and many chefs were busy yet orderly stir-frying dishes. Every step of the cooking process, every type of oil and seasoning used was open and transparent. Whether the food tasted good was unknown, but it was undeniably hygienic and healthy. One woman exclaimed in surprise, "Look at the oil they're using. It's even better than the oil I use at home." The others' jaws dropped as they stared in disbelief. Feihuang Restaurant had completely changed their perception. "Let's just eat here," someone suggested, and it was immediately met with unanimous agreement. Usually women of their age preferred not to eat out, worried about the quality of oil used, hygiene standards, and the high prices at other restaurants. Now, with Feihuang Supermarket offering low prices and high hygiene, they had no reason not to try it. As they went to get their food, a young server asked with a smile, "Would you like our special dishes for middle-aged and elderly customers with less salt and less oil?" The women were a bit taken aback. "You have special dishes for middle-aged and elderly people here?" The server smiled and explained, "Our staff eat here too, and many of them are middle-aged or elderly. So we naturally prepare dishes that suit their tastes." Hearing this, the women were overjoyed and eagerly asked to try them. The server helped them get their meals and personally delivered them to the table. The 6 women sat down and sighed with admiration. Feihuang Supermarket service is truly impeccable. That young lady seemed so warm and friendly. The others nodded in agreement. They had been to many supermarkets, and compared to Feihuang Supermarket service, the difference was like night and day. No comparison at all. They were deeply impressed by the humanized approach of Feihuang Supermarket. When they took a bite of the dishes, the initial taste felt rather ordinary. However, whether it was due to the exquisite tableware or the lingering warmth of the server's smile, it somehow tasted quite good. "Not bad. I think it tastes great. At home I have to add more oil and spice to cater to my son and daughter-in-law's tastes. What I'm eating now truly suits my palate." They were quite satisfied with their meal. When the bill came, they found that the 6 of them had only spent 30 yuan in total. That's 5 yuan per person. Oh my goodness. Even for those who were frugal, this price was extremely satisfying. Curiosity sparked. Could the supermarket even make a profit at these prices? One of the women grabbed a server and asked, "You sell these dishes so cheaply. How do you make any money?" The server replied with a smile, "We have quite a few things that don't make us money. Some are just to give back to our customers. As for Feihuang Restaurant, it's primarily for our staff, and sales are secondary. We don't rely on this for profit. That's why the dishes are sold so cheaply. About the same price as buying ingredients at the market, sometimes even a bit cheaper." The women did the math. It was true. For a family of 5, buying groceries with both meat and vegetables would typically cost around 50 yuan a day. Yet eating at Feihuang Supermarket seemed to cost only about 50 yuan as well. Moreover, the variety of dishes was immense. In addition to the stir-fries, there were also slow-cooked soups. The women watched as one pressure cooker after another was opened, revealing large quantities of fragrant steaming soup. Several employees would share a whole pot, pouring the pork rib and lotus root soup into a huge bowl, then happily carrying it away. The women asked curiously, "How much does that big pot of lotus root and pork rib soup cost?" The server replied with a smile, "Pork ribs are 24 yuan a caddy and lotus root is 3 yuan a caddy. This pot used 1.5 caddies of ribs and 2 caddies of lotus root. Adding labor and seasoning costs, it comes to a total of 45 yuan. The women were astonished. A soup with 1.5 caddies of ribs would cost at least 120 yuan elsewhere. Here they were selling cooked dishes at the price of raw ingredients. Even if they went to the market themselves, bought the ingredients, and slaved away, cooking at the material cost alone might exceed 45 yuan. One woman exclaimed in surprise, "Ribs of this quality, only 24 yuan a caddy." The server knew right away that this woman was a seasoned grocery shopper. The server explained, "Because our Feihuang supermarket also sells groceries and our prices are lower than what you'd find at the market." That made sense. Everyone nodded. Vendors at the market need to make a profit, right? But what about Feihuang supermarket? They sell groceries themselves. They could choose to profit twice, once from selling raw ingredients and once from selling cooked meals. But Feihuang supermarket chose to profit only once. Perhaps not even once. What a great supermarket. The women quickly called their friends and family. Why bother cooking at home when you can eat well here? With the opening of Feihuang restaurant, customers who were tired from shopping in the supermarket could simply dine right there. Nobody praised the food as delicious. They only found it not unpleasant, just ordinary. 3 days later, Feihuang restaurant became a sensation. Zhu Daqiang was baffled. How did the restaurant suddenly become so popular? He hadn't even done any promotion. He was still worrying about how to improve the taste of the dishes, so why was it already famous? The food at the restaurant wasn't that good. There was a clear gap in quality compared to the dishes at outside eateries. Anyone in the food industry knows that taste is the most important thing. But the taste of the dishes at Feihuang restaurant was just average. Zhu Daqiang hurried to investigate and discovered that the reason for its popularity, aside from the low prices, was the reduced oil usage. You could eat your fill without ever feeling greasy. He immediately rushed to report this news to the boss. "Boss, our Feihuang restaurant is a hit," Zhu Daqiang announced loudly. "The restaurant is popular." Qian Ziyong looked up at him puzzled. The food was mediocre, so how could it possibly become popular? Zhu Daqiang gave a thumbs up and said, "Boss, now I understand why you didn't hire a professional chef." "Why?" Qian Ziyong asked. He hadn't hired a professional chef because he was worried that their excellent cooking would make the restaurant too popular. How did the restaurant become so popular? How did it catch fire? To prevent this, he hadn't even advertised it. Qian Ziyong rushed to the restaurant. Usually he was quite lazy and his lunch was delivered to his office by his staff. He hadn't visited in a few days, so why was the restaurant now packed to the rafters? If it were just the elderly filling the seats, he could understand. But why were young people joining in the frenzy? Qian Ziyong sat next to a young man about his age and asked with a smile, "Brother, is the food here any good?" The young man with a crew cut looked up, glanced at Qian Ziyong, and didn't recognize him as the owner of the Feihuang supermarket. He shook his head and said, "It's not that great. But if you haven't eaten, I highly recommend you try it." He assumed Qian Ziyong was also there to eat, but was hesitant because of the taste, hence the question. Hearing the man say the food wasn't good, yet still recommending it, Qian Ziyong immediately felt a sense of foreboding. "Are you wondering why I'd recommend it if it's not good?" the young man said, taking a bite of his food. Qian Ziyong nodded. The young man chuckled and said, "Do you think the food we usually eat at home is delicious?" Qian Ziyong shook his head. "No, it's not," the young man said, "but we eat at home at least 300 days out of the 365 days in a year." "Why is that?" "Because we never get tired of it. It's neither bad nor particularly good. And if we don't eat home-cooked meals for a long time, we start to miss it." Hearing this, Qian Ziyong couldn't help but nod. It was true, when he was working away from home, he often longed for the meals his family made. Was it delicious? Hard to say, but if you don't eat it, you miss it. And you never get tired of it. The young man scratched his head and said with a smile, "Honestly, I don't like cooking. But eating takeout all the time isn't healthy. If there's a meal that's cheap, healthy, convenient, and you never get tired of it, why would you refuse it? Just try it, and you'll fall in love with this place. Every day when it's time to eat, my legs just uncontrollably carry me here." "Thanks." Qian Ziyong thanked him, then walked around the restaurant with a grim expression. All around him were praises for the Feihuang restaurant. Alas! How did I not discover such a great restaurant sooner? I've been eating instant noodles for half a month because of it. If I'd known there was such a cheap and healthy restaurant, I would never have eaten instant noodles. What a regret. A young man complained. A companion beside him said, "You couldn't have found it earlier because the restaurant has been open for less than a week." Hearing it had only been open for a week, the young man was instantly filled with anguish. The owner of Feihuang restaurant had such a great idea, why didn't he open it sooner? He should be struck by lightning. His companion agreed profoundly. He's made us eat takeout and instant noodles for so long. He truly deserves some retribution. I've decided to come here every day from now on, 2 meals a day, without fail. With such a great restaurant, Feihuang supermarket deserves to make a fortune. Hearing this, Qian Ziyong's face turned ashen. He never could have imagined that the reason Feihuang restaurant became popular was precisely because the food wasn't delicious. What did he just hear? People were comparing Feihuang restaurant's dishes to instant noodles. They said instant noodles tasted good at first, but became harder to swallow the more you ate. But Feihuang restaurant was the opposite. The first time you tried it, it was bad, but the more you ate, the better it tasted, until you simply couldn't do without it. Many people had already agreed to come every day. Every day? How was he supposed to live with that? They were treating his supermarket like their own home. Qian Ziyong was angry at these young people for being unambitious and lazy. These people are so lazy they don't even cook for themselves and treat my place like a canteen. As the pillars of society, how can they be so lazy? Qian Ziyong was deeply grieved. Society is doomed. The young people of today simply can't shoulder the heavy responsibilities. Boss, your methods are truly brilliant. Zhu Daqiang, who had been accompanying him the whole time, raised his thumb high at the opportune moment. Qian Ziyong smiled wryly and pushed son Daqiang's thumb down. I have a fear of heights. Don't put me on a pedestal. Qian Ziyong was utterly speechless at these young people. However, he wasn't too upset. Because the prices at the restaurant were extremely low, he wasn't making any money. So even with the crowds, it didn't have a huge impact on him. He was just losing a little less money. In a dozen or so days, he would show these young people what he was capable of. The thought of the restaurant and the supermarket going bankrupt together in a few days. And these young people who treated the supermarket as their home would suddenly find themselves homeless gave Qian Ziyong a mischievous sense of satisfaction. Humph. Let them buy. Humph. Let them eat. They'll get what's coming to them. On the other side, at Yongnian supermarket, manager Li and manager Sun arrived together at the office of the owner of Yongnian supermarket. Inside, both Yamanaka Yamatsu and Yamanaka Yuki were present. Yamanaka Yuki had originally returned to Sakura country. He had great trust in his younger brother, believing that if his brother made a move, success was guaranteed. But unexpectedly, since his brother arrived, he hadn't won a single victory against Qian Ziyong. Lu Gaoda was also sitting in the corner. Something terrible has happened, manager Sun said. What is it now? Yamanaka Yamatsu raised his weary eyes. He hadn't slept all night again. Boss, the Feihuang restaurant has become a hit, manager Sun said. Yamanaka Yamatsu was startled and sat up. Didn't we say Feihuang restaurant was just a staff canteen? How did it become so popular? He was of course aware that Feihuang supermarket was building a new restaurant. A spy he had dispatched had sent word that it was a large staff canteen intended to improve employee benefits. He hadn't believed it at first, but Qian Ziyong did treat his employees well. And since Feihuang restaurant hadn't done any external promotion, seemingly not intending to make money from it, he had let it slide. Especially on the first day it opened, he even had someone go and taste the food. The taste was indeed very ordinary. The prices were absurdly low. It clearly wasn't meant to make a profit. It was undoubtedly a staff canteen. Since it was a staff canteen, how could it be so wildly popular? How did it catch fire? Manager Sun said, that insidious and vicious Qian Ziyong, he's hidden his true intentions very deeply. He knew that today's young people are all lazy and don't like to cook. So he made the restaurant's dishes into authentic home-style meals exactly like what you'd have at home. And the prices are very cheap. So cheap that young people can't get enough of them. The young people working nearby and the residents of the surrounding neighborhoods have all started treating Feihuang restaurant as their own kitchen. And it's the kind of kitchen where you don't need to buy groceries or cook yourself. If we don't think of something fast, they'll make Feihuang restaurant their home. As the saying goes, whoever feeds you is your mother. People who dine at Flying Phoenix restaurant every day will inevitably develop an attachment to it. By then, customers won't set foot in Yongnian supermarket. Even if they accidentally wander in, they'll feel a sense of guilt, as if they've betrayed their own home. Yamanaka Yuki and Yamanaka Ki both realized the gravity of the situation. Qian Ziyong had been digging a pit for them all along. He had planned from the very beginning to engage them in a price war only to deliver a fatal blow with Flying Phoenix restaurant. Things were truly dire now. Even if they continued to suffer losses, the majority of customers would still flock to Flying Phoenix supermarket. Losing money and failing to retain customers. Could there be anything worse? How ruthless. Every step meticulously calculated. Is this the art of war from Huaxia? Yamanaka Yuki's face was graver than it had ever been. He was at a loss for what to do. Having opened so many supermarkets, this was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent. The man had immediately engaged him in a price war, delivering a resounding slap across his face. He had initially thought the man was a reckless brute, for he was willing to lose 1,000 soldiers to kill 800 of the enemy. But upon reflection, he realized the man had laid countless traps for him. He was no brute. He was a fox that had lived 1,000 years. Yamanaka Yuki felt he wasn't facing a young man, but a being of near-demonic cunning. Every move was a mistake, and so was an action. He felt that everything he did was wrong, being led around by the nose step by step. Watching his brother dejected and looking like a frosted eggplant, Yamanaka's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. His younger brother had never lost before. At home, he was always overshadowed by this prodigy of a brother. It had often made him feel deeply uncomfortable, even to the point of envying his own flesh and blood. But now, seeing him so thoroughly crushed, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He consoled him, "Brother, it's all right. What's a few defeats? It doesn't matter. Since we can't beat him with tricks, we won't play his game. Well, defeat them with sheer honest force. Yamanaka Yuki looked up, hope gleaming in his eyes. What method? Yamanaka Ki's gaze shifted to Lu Gaoda beside them. Yamanaka Yuki waved his hand dismissively. Gaoda, please step out for a moment. Oh. Lu Gaoda left feeling dejected. Once he was gone, Yamanaka Yuki continued, after my defeat at Qian Ziyong's hands, I've been studying the art of war from Huaxia. The art of war states in all fighting the direct method may be used for joining battle, but indirect methods will be needed in order to secure victory. If indirect methods cannot secure victory, then one must overwhelm with an awe-inspiring righteous force. Qian Ziyong's greatest weakness compared to you is insufficient capital. So whatever Qian Ziyong does, we do the same, but with our ample funds as our shield. We will surely defeat him. Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Yuki fell into deep thought. His brother was right. Since he couldn't beat Qian Ziyong at cunning, he would face him heated in a fair fight. Manager son. Managerly. Yamanaka Yuki's eyes shone with determination. Yes, sir. They both stood up. Yamanaka Yuki commanded him, investing 50 million. Open a restaurant that is an exact replica of Flying Phoenix restaurant. Remember, it must be identical. No changes whatsoever. And add another 10 million with one single requirement: get it done within 5 days. That 10 million was to expedite the process. With enough money, speed was limitless. He planned to hire every renovation company in the entire city of Han. Yes, sir. The two were invigorated. Upon receiving the order, they immediately went out to make arrangements. After they left, Yamanaka Yuki slumped down in his chair, utterly exhausted. His earlier display of confidence was just for show. In reality, he had very little money left. His liquid capital was depleted, and he had been scrambling to scrape together funds. However, he had his family behind him. He decided to borrow from his family. But borrowing from the family came at a price. It had to be repaid double. So he would avoid it if at all possible. Yet no matter the cost, he was determined to defeat Qian Ziyong. Brother, lend me some money. They'll pay you back as soon as I secure a loan from the family, Yamanaka Yuki said. Yamanaka Ki was taken aback to hear his brother ask for a loan. How much do you need? Yamanaka Ki asked. 60 million, Yamanaka Yuki stated. Yamanaka Ki was astonished. You don't have any money left at all. How much have you spent on the supermarket in the past 2 months? Yamanaka Yuki said wearily, 200 million. A full 200 million. Even if I threw it into the water, I'd hear a splash. But competing with Qian Ziyong, I didn't even hear a sound. The money was spent, but Yongnian supermarket hadn't truly recovered. The current decent business was solely due to loss-leading promotions. The moment both Yongnian and Flying Phoenix stopped their promotions, Yongnian's business would plummet. The more he competed, the fewer customers he had. Qian Ziyong's tactics were relentless, and customers were flocking to Flying Phoenix supermarket. However, if he persevered, defeated Flying Phoenix, and won all the customers back, he could return to his former glory. Hearing 200 million, Yamanaka Ki was startled. Then you're completely broke. Yamanaka Yuki nodded. After a moment's thought, Yamanaka Ki consoled him. It's fine. You have the family as your backing. Qian Ziyong's funds can't possibly be as deep as yours. Yamanaka Yuki forced himself to perk up. Indeed, Qian Ziyong is no match for me. His eyes turned bloodshot, brimming with murderous intent. He wanted Qian Ziyong dead. For the past 2 months, he had been unable to sleep, tormented by misery. Especially after the aggressive loss-leading promotions, he watched his money vanish day after day. He couldn't understand how Qian Ziyong, who was also losing money, could remain so upbeat. How did the man sleep at night? News of Yongnian Supermarket's plan to open a restaurant soon reached Qian Ziyong. Ha ha! Qian Ziyong jumped for joy. Yongnian Supermarket is opening a restaurant too. Yamanaka Yuki is truly a godsend. He was overjoyed. Yamanaka Yuki was such a good man. He kept on suffering losses for him. What a great guy! Seeing Qian Ziyong jumping with glee, Zhu Daqiang, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. Boss, this is bad news. If Yamanaka Yuki opens a restaurant just like us, they'll steal our customers. Many customers are almost in the habit of coming here now. Once they get used to it and dine at Flying Phoenix restaurant regularly, they'll start to think of this place as home. When customers see the supermarket as home, our business will only get better. Even without discounts, they'll still come. But if Yongnian does the same, some customers will become their loyal fans. This is very bad for us. Zhu Daqiang couldn't understand why his boss was so happy. Faced with such a huge crisis, shouldn't he be worried? Just as he was speaking, Zhu Daqiang's phone rang. He quickly stepped out to answer it. A moment later, he ran back and excited. Boss, great news. Master Zhou Kaitian has quietly accomplished something huge. Something absolutely wonderful. Good news. Qian Ziyong sat up straight. He knew that when Zhu Daqiang told him good news, it was rarely anything pleasant. Zhu Daqiang exclaimed excitedly. Boss, Master Zhou gave a speech in Shenzhen promoting our Helaleo hot pot, and a group of angel investors took a fancy to it. They want to invest in our hot pot restaurant. They want to invest 300 million. 300 million. Zhu Daqiang waved his arms and danced with excitement. Qian Ziyong was stunned. What? Didn't Zhou Kaitian run away? He went to Shenzhen. Qian Ziyong hadn't heard Zhou Kaishan's name in a long time, but he still paid his salary. He wouldn't miss any opportunity to lose money. However, why did Zhou Kaitian go to Shenzhen and give a speech for their hot pot restaurant? He didn't want financing. The thought of 300 million being deposited into his account, which would instantly bankrupt his money-losing scheme, sent Qian Ziyong into a panic. Let's go. Hurry. We're going to Shenzhen. Qian Ziyong jumped in agitation. Zhu Daqiang laughed heartily. I knew you'd go to give Master Zhou a thumbs up, boss. I've already booked the tickets. Thumbs up. Right now he wanted to give him a lantern. A sky lantern. A sky lantern. The system's 100 million was his. Whoever dared to stand in his way he would kill. Slay gods, kill Buddhas. The plane was fast, but the anxious Qian Ziyong still found it too slow. He wished he could kick the pilot out and fly it himself. Captain, can't you just floor it? Flying this slow, are you racing a turtle? Finally they arrived in Shenzhen. Qian Ziyong rushed to the venue in a frenzy. It was a large hall filled with countless successful people. On a huge stage Zhou Kaitian stood. Qian Ziyong and Zhu Daqiang sneaked in from the back. Qian Ziyong wanted to see what Zhou Kaitian had been up to during his disappearance. On stage Zhou Kaitian, dressed in a sharp suit, had bright eyes and a passionate voice. Those who betrayed our boss, the boss gave them 2 million. In the future, those who are loyal to our boss, wouldn't that be several hundred million? Understand? Applause. The audience clapped. Everyone clapped excitedly. Qian Ziyong raised his hand and gave a half-hearted clap. Same old flavor. Same old recipe. But this time he didn't seem to see any shills. Qian Ziyong was a bit puzzled. In just a short time, Zhou Kaishan's ability to bamboozle people had improved so much. Doing things costs money. People who don't know how to spend money will never make money. If you dare to spend 1 million today, you can make 2 million tomorrow. If you dare to spend 10 million today, you can make 100 million tomorrow. Our boss dares to spend 100 million, then he can make 1 billion. If you don't even know how to spend money, how can you possibly make money? Understand? Applause. The audience's eyes lit up and thunderous applause rang out without end. The atmosphere was electrifying. Zhou Kaitian continued, first luck, second fate, third feng shui. Success requires luck. Making hundreds of millions requires even more luck. But most people don't have that luck. So should we give up? No. If you don't have luck yourself, can't you borrow luck? Just invest your money in the right person and you'll borrow luck. Then the money will come pouring in like crazy. Understand? Applause. Qian Ziyong frowned. He felt like Zhou Kaitian was talking about him. Just as Qian Ziyong sensed something was off, Zhou Kaitian shouted, "It's okay if you don't know how to make money. There are plenty of people in this world who do. Just like Mr. Buffett, those who invested in Mr. Buffett decades ago are now worth billions. We all know that leaving professional matters to professionals yields twice the results with half the effort. Our boss, Qian Ziyong, has been different from the very start of his entrepreneurial journey. He took over a supermarket that had already gone bankrupt. The first thing he did, guess what? What? The crowd looked at Zhou Kaitian curiously. Zhou Kaitian said proudly, he gave employees enough rest time. Previously, employees worked 12 hours a day. After our boss took over the supermarket, he only made them work 6 hours. Guess what? Did their salaries go up or down? You must think the salaries went down, right? I tell you, you're wrong. The boss gave every employee a 66% raise. The audience spontaneously applauded. Zhou Kaitian said, when all bosses are squeezing their employees, when all bosses are pinching every penny, our boss chooses to spend money lavishly. Guess what? Under our boss' wise leadership, did the supermarket make a profit or a loss? The crowd's eyes were full of curiosity. Everyone knew that when costs rise, making a profit becomes harder. Zhou Kaitian smiled. In just 1 month, the supermarket turned from loss to profit. It made 20 million in 1 month, becoming the most profitable supermarket in Hanqing bar none. The crowd marveled. This was a business legend. Someone suddenly stood up and asked, is your boss a rich second generation? Zhou Kaitian shook his head with a smile. No. Not only is he not a rich second generation, he's just an ordinary student who just graduated from college. Just like Mr. Jobs. The crowd was even more amazed. Zhou Kaitian continued. You must think our boss would try to keep running that supermarket. You're wrong again. The boss closed the supermarket. 20 million a month, 240 million a year business. Closed it without a second thought. Because our boss felt that running a supermarket was too easy and wanted something more challenging. Our boss chose to open a hot pot restaurant in the middle of summer. The crowd burst into laughter. Opening a hot pot restaurant in the heat of summer was practically suicide. Zhou Kaitian said, it made 30 million in its first month. Not only customers from Hanqing, but people from all over the country wanted to taste it. Maybe you've heard of it, the now famous Helaleo hot pot. When the crowd heard it was Helaleo, they were all amazed. Clearly some had been there or had heard of it. Is that the one with 5-star service, Helaleo? A customer exclaimed, I've been there. Fruit is free there, ice cream is free, even the beef in the dipping sauce is free. Although the price is a bit high, it's really worth it. It's always full, and there's always a line outside. Saying it makes 30 million a month is no exaggeration. The crowd buzzed with chatter sharing their experiences at the hot pot restaurant. Hellaleo Hot Pot had already gone viral online. Many just hadn't realized that the boss Zhou Kaitian spoke of was the founder of Hellaleo Hot Pot. Even more surprising, the man had made 20 million in a month running his first supermarket, yet he wasn't satisfied with such a business. The crowd felt as if they were witnessing a rising legend. A bald-headed middle-aged man stood up. "I want to invest," he declared. "I'll put in 100 million. Another person rose exclaiming excitedly, "Don't fight me for it, I'll invest 300 million. I want in on the Series A round. I have the connections. Let's take Healy Lau public." Seeing one investor after another stand up, the others grew frantic. Waving their checks, they surged towards Zhou Kaitian in a swarm. "No investing." A sudden voice cut through the crowd. "Who said that?" The tycoon who had pledged 300 million barked angrily. "I did," Qian Ziyong said, striding onto the stage. "Boss, why are you here?" Zhou Kaitian was utterly stunned. Qian Ziyong's face was ashen. Good thing he had come. If he had waited any longer, his entire fortune would have been squandered by Zhou Kaitian. If all these people were pouring money into the hot pot restaurant, and he actually accepted it, wouldn't he end up losing his shirt? What a menace. Thank goodness he'd discovered this in time. Hearing Zhou Kaitian call him boss, the crowd's simmering anger instantly transformed into delight, their faces beaming with smiles. "Mr. Qian, I've come to bring you money," the bald man said with an ingratiating smile. A woman with a graceful figure approached slowly, carrying a tray with a bottle of champagne. She stopped before Qian Ziyong, gave a slight bow, and said in a soft, gentle voice, "Sir, please pop the champagne." "Pop the champagne." Qian Ziyong shook his head. "That stuff's expensive, let's not." He then declared, "I want to make it clear here, and now our Healy Lau Hot Pot restaurant will never seek outside funding, and it will never go public." The crowd let out a collective sigh of disappointment. Many tried to persuade him, but Qian Ziyong remained resolute, clenching his jaw and refusing to budge. Even when they resorted to using a beautiful woman to sway him, Qian Ziyong simply closed his eyes and refused with unwavering determination. Later, in a modest restaurant, the three of them sat down to eat in a spacious private room. Qian Ziyong shoveled mouthfuls of rice into his mouth. He hadn't eaten a thing to get here as fast as possible, and he was famished. "Master Zhou, what made you think of coming to Shenzhen? And how did you get the idea to seek funding here and take the hot pot restaurant public?" Qian Ziyong asked, utterly bewildered. He had everything perfectly arranged, just waiting for the system to settle and hand him his 100 million. And then out of nowhere, this guy nearly ruins it all. Thank goodness he caught it in time and put a stop to it. Otherwise, Healy Lau would have gone public and raised hundreds of millions without him even knowing. With this system settlement, he wouldn't get a single cent. "But boss, you're the one who taught me this," Zhou Kaitian said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Qian Ziyong was baffled. When had he ever taught him that? Zhou Kaitian raised his glass of wine. "Boss, I want to thank you for your guidance." "They'll drink mine, you have yours as you like." Qian Ziyong took a sip of plain water. Zhou Kaitian didn't mind. His boss was a man of principle, truly indifferent to such formalities. He continued, "Boss, you always told me to make the most of my talents. So what's my greatest talent? Isn't it just conning people?" Qian Ziyong thought to himself. That was precisely why he had hired Zhou Kaitian. A con man couldn't possibly run a hot pot restaurant well, could he? But he never expected Zhou Kaitian to ignore the restaurant entirely and go around causing trouble for him instead. "Public speaking. My talent is public speaking," Zhou Kaitian declared passionately. "That's why I was giving motivational talks to the employees in the supermarket and the hot pot restaurant. But you put a stop to it, boss." He sounded a bit aggrieved. Qian Ziyong apologized. "I should have let you keep giving your speeches at the supermarket." He genuinely believed he had made a mistake. If he hadn't stopped Zhou Kaitian from speaking at the supermarket, he never would have come to Shenzhen to stir up trouble. Zhou Kaitian smiled. "No, boss. You must have known about my talent all along. You realized that only by coming to Shenzhen could I truly maximize my potential. You didn't tell me directly. Instead, you banned me from speaking at the supermarket. I went back home, thought it over, and figured it out. I came to Shenzhen that very night. I left without saying goodbye because I wasn't even sure I could pull it off. Because in everyone's eyes, I was just a con man. Even I didn't believe in myself. One slip and you're lost forever. The only way back might be to turn yourself in. But you trusted me, boss. You gave me a salary of 100,000 a month. It was your faith in me that helped me find my confidence again and stand tall in the spotlight." Suddenly, Zhou Kaitian dropped to his knees with a thud. "Boss, you're like a second parent to me. Without you, I would never have found the right path in life. Because of your trust, I've gone from being a con man to a truly successful person." Tears welled in Zhou Kaitian's eyes as he moved to kowtow to Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong hurriedly helped him up. "Master Zhou, what on earth are you doing?" Qian Ziyong spoke earnestly. He absolutely refused to take the blame for this. It was Zhou Kaitian who was trying to ruin him. How was this his teaching? Trust. He had trusted Zhou Kaitian to run the supermarket into the ground. And Zhou Kaitian had spectacularly betrayed that trust. Zhou Kaitian was too heavy, and Qian Ziyong struggled to pull him up. Luckily Zhu Daqiang was there to help. Together they managed to get Zhou Kaitian back into his chair. Qian Ziyong asked, puzzled, why didn't I see any of your shills at the event today? Zhu Daqiang was equally curious. If I hired shills, wouldn't that make me a fraud? Zhou Kaitian said indignantly. I haven't used a single shill since I came back to Shenzhen. Every bit of applause I got today was genuine. Qian Ziyong asked, but without shills, why did they believe you? Zhou Kaitian replied, at first I was puzzled too. Why would these big-shot investors believe me? You know I could never have gotten these people to come before. They're titans of the investment world. But then I understood when you speak nothing but the truth, your words naturally carry a certain power. Most importantly, they weren't trusting me. They were trusting you, boss. Zhu Daqiang seemed to have a revelation. It did seem that way. Zhou Kaishan's speech this time was even more outlandish than the last. But everything he said was true. So the more unbelievable it was, the more it amazed people. Naturally, the investors became interested in Zhou Kaitian and the He Li Lao hot pot restaurant. Zhou Kaitian smiled mysteriously. Boss, you might not know this, but a lot of those investors have already been to He Li Lao to check things out. So on the surface it looks like they're just throwing money at us on a whim. But in reality they've been thinking it over for a long time. After all, we're talking hundreds of millions here, not some small change. Zhou Kaitian sighed with emotion as he spoke. In the past, he'd have to talk until he was blue in the face just to scam someone out of 10,000. Sometimes after a whole speech, only a handful of people would believe him, and whether he made any money was purely up to fate. But now a single speech could bring in hundreds of millions. If the boss were willing, He Li Lao could definitely go public. He never even dared to dream that he'd one day be part of a massive IPO deal. The boss truly was his lucky star. No, his second parent. As he was eating, a commotion arose outside. Zhou Kaitian quickly rose to his feet and rushed out to investigate. After a moment, he returned carrying something in his hands. Boss, son wishes to pay you a visit. Fearing Qian Ziyong might not know who he meant, Zhou Kaitian added, the one who wants to invest 300 million. Hearing it was the investor of 300 million, the one who wanted to ruin him, Qian Ziyong's anger flared. Not seeing him. Tell that bastard to get as far away as possible. I don't want his filthy money. Anyone offering him money now was his mortal enemy. By the way, Zhou Kaitian, what's that you're holding? Qian Ziyong asked. Boss, it's wine, Zhou Kaitian replied. Zhu Daqiang glanced over and said, these 2 bottles cost 100,000. 100,000. 100,000. Qian Ziyong threw down his chopsticks. Quickly invite my father-in-law in. He scampered to the door, flung it open in a flash, and there stood a bald, stout man outside. Father-in-law, why didn't you just come straight in? Qian Ziyong rushed forward and embraced him. Noticing the man's plumpness, Qian Ziyong said with concern, Father-in-law, you must take good care of your health. His gaze towards Boss Sun was filled with nothing but warmth and affection. Huh? Boss Sun patted Qian Ziyong's hand. I like your candid spirit, young man. Qian Ziyong escorted Boss Sun inside and personally pulled out a chair for him. When Zhou Kaitian moved to pour the wine for Boss Sun, Qian Ziyong snatched the bottle away. Let me. Filling the glass, Qian Ziyong called him father-in-law left and right, his voice dripping with affection. Father-in-law, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt you were a kin I'd been missing for years. There's an inexplicable sense of closeness. Father-in-law, you must come visit me more often. And if you could bring some gifts, that would be even better. Truly, it's not about the gifts, I just want to grow closer to you. Qian Ziyong's face was the picture of sincerity, as if he might tear out his own heart to prove it. He raised his glass. Father-in-law, ill down this one, you take your time. Just as he was about to gulp it down, Boss Sun said, but my daughter is only 3 years old. 3. Quick-witted as ever, Qian Ziyong immediately retorted, brother, now I see. So you are my long-lost biological brother. Brother, what a fate it is to find each other in this vast world. From this day forth you are my blood brother, my dearest kin. This toast is to you, brother. Bottoms up. Despite not being a drinker, Qian Ziyong downed the entire glass in one go. Setting it down, he subtly nudged the 2 bottles of wine on the floor towards Zhu Daqiang. Zhu Daqiang caught his drift, gave Qian Ziyong a reassuring look, and carefully stashed the bottles away. After much eating and drinking, Qian Ziyong was thoroughly drunk. The next morning, upon learning that Boss Sun had paid for the meal, his gratitude swelled even more. Just as he stepped out of his room, Zhou Kaitian approached. Boss Li is here. My. Qian Ziyong's head throbbed. He didn't feel like seeing anyone. He had drunk far too much yesterday. He never wanted to touch a drop again. Boss Li also brought 2 bottles of wine, the same as Boss Sun's. Zhou Kaitian announced. My senior brother wants to see me. Then what are we waiting for? Qian Ziyong perked up instantly. And so Qian Ziyong stayed in Shenzhen for a few days. The brothers in Shenzhen were incredibly hospitable, gifting him wine every single day. In just a few days, his personal account saw an influx of 500,000. They also treated him to meals at the most upscale restaurants. Qian Ziyong couldn't recall much, only that the seafood was enormous and absolutely delicious. So there really were delicacies in this world, even better than mutton. He had already decided that once he'd milked the system for all it's worth, he would treat these brothers to a meal in return. At the Yongnian supermarket, manager's son and manager Li rushed frantically into the boss office. Boss, terrible news. Hearing that phrase, which had been repeated countless times, Qian Ziyong's heart clenched violently. So many times. Every time he heard terrible news, tens of millions drained from his pockets. What now? Manager's son said. Boss, Zhou Kaitian has gone to Shenzhen to secure funding for Galileo. Who is Zhou Kaitian? Qian Ziyong asked. The name sounded familiar, like he'd heard it before, but he couldn't quite place it. Manager Li chimed in. Boss, it's the trap Qian Ziyong set for you, the master he brought from Shenzhen. He gave a speech in the supermarket hyping up the employees. He fooled us into thinking these masters were useful, so we also paid a fortune for a gold medal master who brainwashed our staff into a mental breakdown. Qian Ziyong finally remembered. That guy. Remembering him meant remembering the tens of millions had been swindled out of. His heart ached again. Medicine. Medicine. Qian Ziyong clutched his chest and collapsed to the floor. The two managers lunged forward, found a bottle of pills in his pocket, and hastily fed him one. Huff. Huff. Qian Ziyong gasped heavily. He used to be in excellent health. But ever since he came here and took over this failing supermarket, he couldn't sleep at night. Months of sleepless nights and restless days, compounded by the constant drain on his finances, had sapped his very spirit. On the rare nights he did manage to fall asleep, he'd be jolted awake by nightmares. He hadn't made any money, had just succeeded in giving himself a heart condition. Just then Qian Ziyong got word and pushed the door open. Seeing his brother gasping for air, he hurried over. Brother, are you all right? Qian Ziyong angrily shook off his brother's hand. Get away. This is all your fault. If I hadn't taken over this crappy supermarket of yours, I wouldn't have lost so much money. And I wouldn't have a heart condition. Thinking of the past few months, Qian Ziyong's emotions crumbled. He alternated between cursing his brother and bursting into tears. Seeing his brother's mental state, Qian Ziyong embraced him and whispered soothingly, It's all right, we have more money than Qian Ziyong. If he makes an enemy of us, he's no match. We brothers are one, united we can cut through metal. Hearing his brother's words, Qian Ziyong gradually calmed down. Qian Ziyong sighed. His brother was indeed a genius, having amassed billions in assets at such a young age. But precisely because he was such a prodigy, he had never tasted failure, and when he finally hit a setback, he was prone to emotional collapse. Still, he believed his brother would pull himself together. Qian Ziyong smiled and said, Remember what you said when you first got here. Qian Ziyong is just a greenhorn. With the slightest effort you could have him begging for mercy. Exactly. Yamanaka Yamatsu clenched his fist. Our capital is far more substantial than Qian Ziyong's. In a head-to-head competition, he's no match for us. The restaurant is already open and business is picking up. From now on, whatever Phoenix supermarket does, we do the same. I refuse to believe he can outdo us. Comforted by his brother's words, Yamanaka Yamatsu regained his confidence. The two managers were delighted to see their boss revitalized. They could deeply empathize with his plight. After all, he had lost hundreds of millions. Had they been in his shoes, they would likely have fared even worse. No one could maintain a calm demeanor after suffering such staggering losses. What happened at the supermarket? Seeing his brother composed, Yamanaka Yuju turned to business matters. Manager's son stepped forward and reported, Zhou Kaitian, who vanished long ago, has suddenly reappeared in Shin City. It turns out he was there all along, securing funding for Galileo. Yamanaka Yuju, unconcerned, leisurely took a seat and poured himself a cup of tea. Angel and Series A rounds probably won't raise much, right? How much did they get? Manager's son replied. According to reliable sources, someone is set to invest 300 million. What? 300 million? Yamanaka Yuju choked on his tea, coughing violently as it lodged in his throat. Yamanaka Yamatsu, seated nearby, upon hearing about the 300 million investment, hastily pulled out his medication and without a second thought dumped the entire contents into his mouth. 300 million. And this was only the Series A round. With Series B and C to follow, how much capital would the hot pot chain ultimately secure? They had just been strategizing to use their deep pockets to outlast Phoenix in a war of attrition. And now Qian Ziyong had gone to Shin City to bring in outside reinforcements. Could they possibly outmatch Phoenix? Even if they wagered the entire Yamanaka family fortune, they might still fall short. Most critically, the Yamanaka family's wealth wasn't his to command. Any funds he borrowed would need to be repaid along with exorbitant interest. We're doomed. Yamanaka Yamatsu's face turned ashen. He was utterly defeated. Completely and thoroughly vanquished. Yamanaka Yamatsu slumped into his chair as if his very spine had been ripped out. Boss Qian Ziyong didn't accept the investment. He even declared that Heli Lau will never accept outside funding, Manager Sun reported. He refused it. A flicker of hope rose in Yamanaka Yuju's heart. Yamanaka Yamatsu gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Brother Qian Ziyong is a crafty old fox. He's just waiting for us to take the bait. If we assume he'll never take funding and try to outspend him, he'll strike us with a fatal blow at the most critical moment. Have you forgotten about Phoenix Restaurant? Indeed. Yamanaka Yuju fell silent. It was during their supermarket price war that Qian Ziyong, catching them off guard, opened Phoenix Restaurant. And what happened? Customers treated Phoenix Restaurant like their own dining room. They treated Phoenix Supermarket like their own personal pantry. Out of options, they had to invest $60 million to build a restaurant of their own. It was built staffed and had just opened its doors. And then Phoenix Supermarket announces this new funding round. It's clear as day. This entire affair is a meticulously laid trap. They had been toyed with, manipulated at every turn. Yamanaka Yamatsu slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Qian Ziyong has been scheming against us since the very first day Phoenix Supermarket opened. Now I finally see the whole picture. Yamanaka Yuju looked at his brother bewildered. The two managers were equally perplexed. Yamanaka Yamatsu paced the room, his eyes narrowing into slits of venomous glint within them. Before Phoenix Supermarket even opened across from us, they had already forged strong partnerships with wholesale suppliers and distributors. I'd wager that at least 80% of the distributors in Han City have worked with Phoenix Supermarket. That's why they could slash prices so suddenly and catch us completely off guard. Troops and horses must be fed before they move, and the distributors of Han City are Phoenix Supermarket supply lines. We were forced into a hasty battle with nothing prepared. Sourcing goods from distributors costs us significantly more than it costs Phoenix. And Phoenix has already run a successful wholesale operation before. This is just a repeat performance for them. They know exactly what they're doing. And what about us? We have zero experience. How could we possibly compete with Phoenix? We were outmaneuvered from the very beginning. So that's how it is. Yamanaka Yuju's hair stood on end. The realization that his adversary had been laying the groundwork and digging trap after trap for over half a year while they had blindly stumbled into every single one sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. It was terrifying. His intellect was almost inhuman. Absolutely terrifying. Yamanaka Yamatsu continued, and it doesn't stop there. To drain our capital, he first brought in a gold medal lecturer. I looked into it. Qian Ziyong barely spent a cent on that lecturer. And us? We shelled out millions. And that's not even the worst part. The worst part is we foolishly trusted this so-called expert. We thought he could boost our employees' morale. But instead he brainwashed them to the point of mental breakdown, forcing us to spend a fortune on damage control. That lecturer alone cost me at least $30 million. And capital is the most precious ammunition in this war. By falling for Qian Ziyong's schemes, we squandered a vast amount of it. Yamanaka Yuju finally understood. His eyes glazed over as he murmured to himself, I get it now. Phoenix Restaurant was a trap, too, a colossal one. It cost us $60 million. Now our funds are running low while Qian Ziyong returns from Shun City flush with capital. If we're still foolish enough to continue this financial arms race with him, he'll keep us on the hook, making us believe we're just one step away from victory, so we keep pouring money in. And then at the very end, he'll suddenly accept that investment and crush us with overwhelming force. It all made sense now. It was all Qian Ziyong's doing. Every step was a trap. The lecturer a trap, costing $30 million. Phoenix Restaurant a trap, costing $60 million. And when Phoenix expanded its supermarket, they had followed suit, losing over $50 million in the process. The capital loss to these schemes alone amounted to a staggering $140 million. And then there was the hot pot restaurant. It had never turned a profit. It was a constant drain on resources. They had poured at least $100 million into it. That brought the total to $240 million. The supermarket promotions were another bottomless pit, swallowing millions every single day. The traps were endless, one after another. The path ahead wasn't a road at all. It was a sewer. And they were stuck in it, never having crawled out. How ruthless. If he shows no mercy, neither will I. Yamanaka Yamatsu's face and eyes burned with madness. Manager Sun, Manager Lee, please leave us. Yamanaka Yamatsu dismissed the two managers. After the two managers left, Yamanaka Matsu's gaze turned both crazed and venomous. I'm going to burn down Flying Phoenix Supermarket. Let's see how Flying Phoenix Supermarket can compete with me now. Yamanaka Yuki was horrified. Think about the consequences. If you're caught, your whole life will be over. Arson is a grave crime in China. Yamanaka Matsu said, I've already sunk $300 million into this. Do you think I can turn back now, eh? $300 million in cash. Once the capital chain breaks, the bank will liquidate all my assets. You should be well aware of the consequences of insolvency. Yamanaka Yuki certainly knew. When debts exceed assets, bank accounts are frozen and all property under one's name is auctioned off. Yamanaka Matsu would plummet from a billionaire to a debtor owing hundreds of millions overnight. At that point, Yamanaka Matsu would be worse off than a beggar. At least a beggar has no debts. I'm already in too deep to back out. Yamanaka Matsu's eyes were bloodshot. All I want now is for Flying Phoenix Supermarket to go bankrupt. Yamanaka Yuki offered no further persuasion. He knew that further advice would be futile. If Eternal Supermarket continued like this, Yamanaka Matsu's capital chain would snap within a few months. The family wouldn't lend him money indefinitely. At most, they'd lend 100 million. Yet, Qian Ziyong could easily raise 300 million in Shenzhen. In a fair business competition, how could they possibly beat Qian Ziyong? In a pitch-black room, Yamanaka Matsu's face was filled with madness. Before him stood two rather shady, burly men. "Boss Yamanaka, why the rush to call us here?" asked the leaner of the two. They had done plenty of shady deeds for Yamanaka Matsu. His prices were quite generous. This time it was urgent. So one phone call brought them rushing over. "I need you to burn down Flying Phoenix Supermarket." Yamanaka Matsu said cruelly. "Arson." Both men hesitated. Arson was a serious crime. Getting caught meant at least 10 years. Yamanaka Matsu pointed to a bag on the floor. "There's 3 million in there. Another 3 million once the job is done. If you get caught, I'll hire the best lawyers to defend you. Also, for every year you spend in prison, I'll pay you 1 million. The two men opened the bag. It was stuffed full of cash. "After this job, we'll never have to worry for the rest of our lives," said the burly man. The other man gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "We'll take the job." "Excellent." Yamanaka Matsu was pleased. "You know the rules. Even if you're caught, you say it was your own idea, that you just had a grudge against Flying Phoenix Supermarket. You absolutely must not drag me into this. Otherwise, not only will you go to prison, but you won't see a single cent." The two men nodded. If they ratted out Yamanaka Matsu, who would pay them 1 million a year? Night fell, the darkness hazy under the glow of neon lights. Under the cover of darkness, the two men carrying gasoline cans carefully climbed over the wall and arrived at the supermarket warehouse door. With practiced ease, they took out a large pair of bolt cutters, gave a firm squeeze, and snipped the lock off the door. "Easy as pie," the lean man exclaimed joyfully. They had been staking out the place all day yesterday. They noticed the supermarket's security wasn't tight. And why would it be? It was just an ordinary supermarket. They usually only guard against theft, not arson. Why would they need such tight security? They were masked. All they had to do was set the fire and leave immediately. Even if there were cameras, as long as their faces weren't caught, they couldn't be arrested. This money was too easy. The burly man scoffed. The guard is an old man, already 80, with failing eyesight. The lean man asked curiously, "You'd think a big supermarket like this with over 1,000 employees would have a better guard. Why let an 80-year-old man do the job?" The burly man shook his head. "Who knows what the owner is thinking? Anyway, this makes it easier for us. Let's get this done and get out of here." The two opened the gasoline cans and started pouring the fuel inside the warehouse. There were plenty of flammable materials in a supermarket, so they didn't need much gasoline. After emptying the cans, the lean man fished a lighter from his pocket. "What are you waiting for? Light it up," the burly man urged. "The lighter's broken," the lean man said, sweating profusely. "Useless." The burly man pulled a high-grade windproof lighter costing 3 yuan from his pocket. "What are you two doing?" a deep voice suddenly boomed, startling them both. Standing at the warehouse entrance was an old man hunched over holding a flashlight. Yes, it was the legendary 80-something Ginji-year-old doorman. The old man smelled an unusual odor in the air. Gasoline. They were holding lighters. They were going to start a fire. The old man immediately spoke into his walkie-talkie. Base 1, this is the warehouse. Someone is trying to start a fire here." A crackling voice replied, "What? Someone's trying to start a fire in the warehouse? How is that possible?" This was a law-abiding society. They'd never dealt with anything like this. Fire. Someone's setting a fire. Seeing the two trying to flee, the old man hurled his cane aside. With a flying tackle, he lashed onto the lean man's leg. The fire had already started, and the old man was frantic. At his shouts, lights flickered on all around. "Arson! Damn it! Someone's trying to burn down our supermarket. We'll dig up their ancestors' graves. Quick, get Uncle San and Uncle C. Hurry, come quick." Chaos erupted around the supermarket. Flying Phoenix Supermarket was different from others. It hired people based on connection, not education. So many residents living near the supermarket worked there. Furthermore, the supermarket didn't discourage employees from referring relatives, so everyone brought in as many family members as they could. After all, the average wage in Hanxing was only 3,000, but Flying Phoenix Supermarket paid a staggering 8,000. With only 6-hour shifts and weekends off. Which supermarket in all of Hanxing could compare to Flying Phoenix? Now that the supermarket was in trouble, the employees were more anxious than anyone. This was where their families worked. It was their family's lifeline. They could lose their lives, but they couldn't lose their family's livelihood. Whoever dared to smash the pot they used to cook their family's meals would pay with their lives. Bang, bang, bang. Drums and gongs clamored. In desperation, someone grabbed a loudspeaker and shouted through the residential area. Around the Feihuang supermarket, a huge commotion erupted. Countless people rushed toward the warehouse at breakneck speed. The two thugs, seeing the lights in the surrounding buildings flick on, turned pale with terror. How could this happen? The old man had only roared once, and just moments ago it was dead silent. But now it was noisier than broad daylight. There was no need to guess. Those people were coming for them. The two thugs took off running. But the thin man's leg was firmly gripped, and no matter how hard he yanked, he couldn't pull free. What now? The burly man had intended to rescue his companion, but seeing figures already sprinting from afar, he covered his head, abandoned the thin man, and fled at top speed, stumbling and rolling as he went. The thin man grew frantic. With all his might, he heaved his leg upward. Damn you, old man. Despite his lean frame, the thin man possessed surprising brute strength. He lifted the old man along with his own leg. Yet to his astonishment, even when he raised his leg and shook it desperately, the old man's arms clung to him like ancient tree roots, locking him in an unbreakable hold. The old man's hands could be seen, withered like dead branches. As the thin man lifted and slammed him down, blood trickled from the old man's mouth. Old man, it's just a salary of 3,000. Why are you risking your life? The thin man grew frantic. The old man clenched his teeth. My salary isn't 3,000, damn it. It's 10,000. My wife, my son, my daughter-in-law, my grandson, his wife, my granddaughter, and her husband. All of them work in the supermarket. You dare set fire to my supermarket, and I'll never let you off. Bright red blood streamed ceaselessly. The old man clung on with deathly determination, refusing to let go. The thin man stomped in desperation. With no other choice, he had to drag the old man along as he fled. He ran desperately, while the old man held on for dear life, grinding against the ground, his face covered in wounds, yet still gritting his teeth and fighting to slow him down. The thin man hardened his heart and grabbed the large lock-picking pliers from his waist. If you don't let go, I'll smash your head in, he roared, raising the pliers high. Under the street lamp's glow, the pliers glinted with a sinister metallic sheen, sending chills down the spine. The old man stared fixedly at the thin man, utterly ignoring the pliers. Firm as a mountain, he would not yield. Their silent confrontation spoke volumes. With just one glance, the thin man knew the old man was determined to capture him. Oh, the thin man went mad. He had committed many misdeeds, but never had he seen such a tenacious security guard. In other companies, the guards would flee faster than anyone before a weapon was even drawn. Once a weapon was brandished, no one dared to provoke them. Why was this place different? Did Qian Ziyong really pay his security guards a salary of 10,000? A salary of 10,000 could hire 3 robust college graduates. 10,000 to hire an 80-year-old man. What the hell is wrong with you? The thin man dared not strike. If he didn't strike, he'd face 10 years in prison. If he did strike, it would be arson and murder, enough to be executed 3 times over, and even in death, he'd be dragged back for a posthumous beheading. In that moment of hesitation, several young sturdy men sprinted over. Grandpa, one of them cried out in anguish upon seeing the old man drenched in blood. Grandson, you're here, the old man said, a heartfelt smile spreading across his face. Then he closed his eyes and collapsed motionless. Grandpa, the young man threw himself forward in grief, hastily embracing the old man. The others swiftly subdued the thin man. It's not my fault. I didn't do anything, the thin man shouted, tossing the pliers aside and cooperating as he was pinned to the ground. Because in the distance a huge crowd had already gathered. Looking out, they were packed densely, at least 300 people. In an instant, the entire warehouse was surrounded. With everyone's concerted effort, the fire in the warehouse was quickly extinguished, causing no significant damage. Someone had already called the police and an ambulance. The sound of sirens wailed in the distance. As soon as word spread of the Feihuang supermarket incident, ambulances, police cars, and fire trucks rushed to the scene at top speed. 4 nurses and a doctor jumped out of the ambulance carrying a stretcher as they sprinted over. They immediately examined the old man's body. He's gone. He's already passed, the doctor said, observing the old man's pupils, dilated and unresponsive. There was no pulse and breathing had ceased. The doctor diagnosed and declared the patient deceased. There was no need to take him to the hospital. The thin man standing nearby was stunned. The ambulance had arrived quickly, within 5 minutes. How could someone pass so fast? He hadn't even used the pliers to strike. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, the thin man wailed. He couldn't accept this reality. If the old man was dead, he would be guilty of arson and murder. He didn't want to kill anyone. How could he have killed someone? He had done nothing. He was innocent. Old man, if only I had known, I would have let you stay in the hospital. The young man wept bitterly. Through his sobs, he said, my grandfather has liver cancer, advanced stage. The doctor said he has at most 3 months to live. We all told him to stop working. He said he loved it here, that he didn't want to wait for death at home. I never expected. Wah wah wah. Hearing the words advanced liver cancer, everyone finally understood why the old man had passed so suddenly. With advanced liver cancer, the body becomes extremely weak. How could it withstand such dragging and pulling? The police had arrived and immediately arrested the thin man. It's not my fault. It's because he was sick, the thin man shouted in protest. The police officer sneered. Didn't you just hear what the young man said? He still had 3 months to live. If it weren't for you, the old man wouldn't have died. If it's not your fault, then whose is it? Arson and murder. You'd better prepare for the bullet. Confess honestly. Reveal the mastermind and your accomplices, and you might still have a chance to redeem yourself and live. The thin man's composure shattered at the mention of the bullet. He still had several million in the bank. He didn't want to die. Most importantly, in prison, Qian Ziyong would give him $1 million every year. But what about the bullet? If he was dead, even $1 billion wouldn't help. It would all be burned for him in the afterlife. He didn't want to die. He'll talk. He'll confess everything. It was the owner of Yongyan supermarket, Qian Ziyong. He ordered me to do it. I kept a recording. The thin man was completely broken, answering every question without hesitation. He didn't want to kill anyone. He only sought money. Who would risk their life for profit? To save his own skin, the thin man told everything he knew. When the crowd learned it was the owner of Yongyan supermarket, they erupted in fury. Unable to compete fairly, he resorts to such despicable tricks. He deserves to die. Countless people cursed aloud. Some even grabbed clubs and made straight for Yongyan supermarket. It was Qian Ziyong who orchestrated this. He was the mastermind, and they must not let him escape. The incident at Feihuang supermarket was earth-shattering. One thug was still at large. The crowd called friends and relatives, rousing countless people from their beds in the dead of night. Someone half asleep saw her husband getting up and flew into a rage. What are you getting up for in the middle of the night? Going to find some stray cat outside. Tell me, don't you love me anymore? Without time to explain, the man urgently said, something happened at Feihuang supermarket. The owner of Yongyan set it on fire. Hearing this, the woman was shocked. Our supermarket was set on fire. Then why are you dawdling? No, I have to go myself. Within just 1 hour, by 1 o'clock in the morning, 100,000 people had mobilized. The sea of humanity searched everywhere for Qian Ziyong and that burly thug. Qian Ziyong only learned of the news the next morning. He had been drinking with some old friends last night. Truly just drinking, no girls involved. He ended up completely unconscious. Upon hearing the news in the morning, he flew back in a frantic hurry. When he returned, the Yongyan supermarket was closed. How could this have happened? He had only been to Shenzhen for a few days. While he was there, Zhou Kaitian nearly tore his home apart and almost forced a 300 million investment on him. Fortunately, he had managed to stop it. But to his surprise, upon returning, he found his home had still been raided. Now, every customer entering the supermarket was essentially taking his money. A little from each person, and he felt like he was on the verge of losing his entire fortune again. Boss. Li Lian ran over with a big laugh. Shanzhong Yuzong was caught. He hired someone to burn down our supermarket, and he's now locked up in the police station. The Yongyan supermarket was also shut down by him. They surrendered. We won. Boss, we've hit the jackpot. After Yongyan closed, our supermarket's business has been booming. We've become a viral sensation. Many people are coming here to check in. And Feihuang restaurant is packed even before mealtime. Li Lian was extremely excited. After all the hardship, things were finally looking up. He hadn't slept well during this period. Although the supermarket's business was good, Li Lian understood that the more they sold, the more they lost. Because the discounts were simply too steep. Now that Yongyan supermarket was closed, he immediately removed all the discounts. Removing the discounts would affect the supermarket's business, but not significantly, because their prices were inherently low to begin with. Plus, with the Yongyan supermarket across the street closed, its customers had nowhere else to go and naturally came to them. More importantly, the owner of Yongyan supermarket had hired someone to commit arson and murder. That was huge news. People love to watch a spectacle. Even more people flocked there. Was it you who canceled the discounts? Qian Ziyong asked. Li Lian replied matter-of-factly. Boss, you said we'd keep discounting as long as Yongyan supermarket didn't close. Now that Yongyan has gone bankrupt, of course we stopped discounting. Qian Ziyong scratched his head. He did seem to have said something like that. At the time, he never imagined Yongyan supermarket would be driven to closure by him. Who was it that said Shanzhong Yuzong had billions in assets? After just a few losses, Shanzhong Yuzong couldn't sustain it anymore. What a waste. Qian Ziyong wanted to continue the discounts to keep losing money to avoid making a profit. But as the words were about to leave his mouth, the system stopped him. The system emphasized that all actions must be reasonable. He absolutely could not allow anyone to suspect him of intentionally incurring losses. He absolutely could not let anyone think he was a fool. The Yongyan supermarket had already gone bankrupt, there was no competition left, and business was thriving. If he continued discounting and drove his own supermarket into bankruptcy, it would be simply inexcusable. Any normal person would suspect he had a mental problem. Watching the banners inside the supermarket being taken down and the discount while being removed, a wave of desolation washed over Qian Ziyong. It felt like a great defeat, as if the enemy had breached the city walls and captured his banner. "Where's the old gatekeeper?" Qian Ziyong asked. On the phone, Li Lian had mentioned that the elderly guard of the supermarket had met with an accident. He remembered the old man. He was kind and amiable. Whenever Qian Ziyong and Lu Gaoda sneaked out to the internet cafe at night, no matter how late they returned, the old man would always get up to let them in. When they heard Qian Ziyong ask about the old man, everyone was filled with emotion. Others would only care about how much money they themselves had made or how much loss the fire had caused. But their boss was concerned about the old man. "The old man has passed away," Li Lian said sorrowfully. "His body is at his home now. Once all his relatives have arrived, well, send him off." "Dead?" Qian Ziyong's body trembled. Li Lian said, "Boss, I was afraid you'd worry, so I didn't go into detail on the phone." Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong felt a deep ache in his heart. "Come, let's go see the old man and accompany him on his final journey. And most importantly, the old man died for the supermarket, so we must compensate his family." Qian Ziyong's voice choked up. He thought of his own deceased grandfather. His grandfather had been very good to him and had also died of cancer. Sometimes he dreamed of his grandfather, who was always smiling at him in the dreams. An ordinary civilian house, its walls draped with white mourning cloth. Qian Ziyong approached with a heavy heart, and the sound of weeping around him made it even heavier. It was all his fault. If he hadn't hired the old man to watch the gate, this wouldn't have happened. "Boss!" Several of the old man's relatives rushed out. Seeing Qian Ziyong, they quickly greeted him. "Boss, why are you here?" A middle-aged man with a stubbly beard hurried forward. Li Lian introduced him. "This is the old man's son. He also works at our supermarket." "Hello, uncle. I came to see the old man and see him off on his final journey." Qian Ziyong said sincerely, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't hired him to watch the gate, this never would have happened. I'm truly sorry." Qian Ziyong apologized profusely. "Boss, this is not your fault." The middle-aged man shook his head repeatedly. A woman beside him added, "Dad loved the supermarket. He felt there was a sense of humanity there. Unlike the hospital where everyone is just waiting to die, it was so lifeless and depressing. He didn't like being there. He didn't want to stay at home either." At the supermarket, watching his family work, their dad had a smile on his face every day. Li Lian also tried to console him. "Boss, the old man passed away peacefully. I don't think he ever regretted coming to work at the supermarket." Everyone tried to comfort him. Although Qian Ziyong still felt responsible for the old man's death, his mood improved considerably. Led by the old man's relatives, he offered incense and kowtowed 3 times before the body. Qian Ziyong took out 2,000 yuan from his pocket. "This is a small token of my respect." The woman and the middle-aged man adamantly declined. They firmly refused to accept it. Qian Ziyong said, "I came to see the old man. It's just a small gesture. Please, you must accept it." Seeing the sincerity in Qian Ziyong's eyes, the woman finally stopped pushing the money back. Her hand clenched tightly around the money as she sobbed quietly. Qian Ziyong said, "The old man died for the supermarket. The supermarket must show its appreciation. The supermarket will provide 3 million yuan for funeral expenses. This is a token of our gratitude." The 2,000 yuan just now was from his personal account. Although others might think that since the supermarket was solely owned by him, the store's money and his own money were the same, Qian Ziyong felt that only the 2,000 from his personal account truly represented his own heartfelt gesture. For compensating the old man's relatives, the supermarket's funds could be used. 3 million was the maximum amount the system allowed. Everyone was astonished. The woman wanted to decline, but it was 3 million. She couldn't make that decision. 3 million. After a long silence, as if making a momentous decision, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Boss, this is too much." Qian Ziyong shook his head. "This is the supermarket's heartfelt gratitude. Please, you must accept it. Manager Li, send them the payment." Qian Ziyong ordered. Li Lian nodded, took out his phone, and instructed them to provide their account details. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the money. On the way back to the supermarket, Qian Ziyong's heart felt heavy with unease. Li Lian said, "Boss, the old man's passing might be a blessing in disguise. You shouldn't bear too much guilt." Qian Ziyong looked puzzled. Li Lian explained, the old man had terminal liver cancer. He was given only 3 months to live, and his final days would have been filled with excruciating pain. Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong searched online and confirmed it was true. His guilt began to dissolve. With his conscience eased, he shifted his focus back to the supermarket, and soon he started fretting over his mounting profits again. Every single day the money kept pouring in. No, he had to find a way to remedy this. There was still a chance. The system settlement was 10 days away. He still had an opportunity. There was no way to stop the supermarket from making money now, as it had already become wildly popular. The hot pot restaurant was undoubtedly thriving as well. If he couldn't cut expenses, he had to increase them. But how could he spend more money? As he was pondering, Zhu Daqiang walked in cheerfully. Boss, our landlord is here. Huh. Qian Ziyong suddenly remembered. It was that landlord he had never met. When he paid the rent, the landlord returned a portion of it. He had insisted on paying the full amount, and the landlord eventually accepted it, but in return gifted him a 500 square meter commercial space. It was because of this gift that he opened the hot pot restaurant, which was now bleeding him dry with its success. Tell him to get lost. Qian Ziyong snarled. Seeing his boss fury, Zhu Daqiang scratched his head in confusion. He had always been the one dealing with the landlord. His boss probably didn't even have the landlord's phone number, so why such hostility? Boss, the landlord didn't raise the rent, and even gave us 500 square meters. He's a good man, a friend of ours. Zhu Daqiang tried to change his boss' mind, deliberately mentioning the 500 square meters. But mentioning it only made Qian Ziyong angrier. A friend from afar. If he dares to come, he shall not leave. He can go as far away as his thoughts can reach. Oh right, Zhu Daqiang remembered. Boss, he heard you like fine liquor, and brought you 2 bottles. They're quite valuable, worth about 2,000 yuan. At the mention of 2,000 yuan, Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up. A gift from a friend had nothing to do with the system, so he could pocket it. Manager Zhu, get to the point next time, Qian Ziyong said. Since the landlord had given him such an expensive gift, he naturally had to treat him to a nice meal. So Qian Ziyong brought them to the hot pot restaurant. Inside the private room, the landlord, Chen Jingfu, sat at the head of the table. Beside him was a rather unattractive young man, and unexpectedly the bald, middle-aged man from before. He had come all the way from Shenzhen. What a surprise. Brother Chen, brother Sun, let me toast to you both. Qian Ziyong raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Brother Sun's son Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Qian, you're certainly spirited. You young folks have such strong constitutions. Unlike me, I can't even drink much anymore. Qian Ziyong shook his head. My health isn't great either. I'm earning money so fast I'm about to get a stomach ulcer. He racked his brains, but couldn't think of a single way to lose 100 million yuan in such a short time. The supermarket and the hot pot restaurant were doing so well that they were making him 5 million yuan a day. He had to lose at least 100 million to have any chance of scamming the system. Since he couldn't let the businesses fail, he couldn't sell off the renovations and equipment, which counted as his fixed assets. Fortunately, the renovations and equipment depreciated by half, or his fixed assets would have hit 100 million. Now after depreciation, they were worth about 75 million. This meant he just needed to burn through all his liquid cash to get 25 million from the system. Although he hadn't managed to bankrupt the supermarket, scamming 25 million from the system would still be a solid win. So he had to work hard. He had to find a way to lose 100 million in the final 10 days. The thought that the supermarket and hot pot restaurant would earn him 50 million in those 10 days, making it even harder to lose money, left him feeling utterly stifled. Sigh, I'm just not capable enough. Qian Ziyong sighed. The young man sitting across from him let out a cold snort, sneering. Humph, at least you know you're incompetent. You're just lucky. You're nothing but a nouveau riche. Unlike me, my family has been in business for 3 generations, and our assets now exceed 10 billion. Qian Ziyong looked at the young man, puzzled. He didn't understand why the man held such animosity toward him. He asked, and who might you be? The young man was a stranger, seemingly a companion of the landlord. It was then that Qian Ziyong noticed a stunning young woman sitting beside him. His gaze inadvertently drifted to Zhou Kaitian, who was drooling as he stared at the woman's breathtaking beauty. Qian Ziyong nudged him with his elbow, snapping Zhou Kaitian back to reality. The young man noticed Zhou Kaitian's stare, and with a smug smile wrapped his arm around the woman's waist. The landlord, Chen Jingfu, introduced him. This is Shi Hongzhuang. His family owns Qingyue Milk Tea. At the mention of Qingyue Milk Tea, Zhou Kaitian was taken aback. That was a publicly listed company. A formidable force. He realized he had been caught staring at the man's companion, which was incredibly rude. Brother, let me toast to you. Zhou Kaitian quickly stood up, smiling apologetically as he raised his glass. What are you? You think you're worthy of toasting me? Shi Hongzhuang sneered, glancing at him with disdain. The landlord, Chen Jingfu, and Sun Yuan both looked displeased. They were guests here. Was this any way to treat their host? Qian Ziyong, however, laughed. Manager Zhou, since he doesn't want to drink a toast, he'll have to drink a penalty. Who dares to punish me? Shi Hongzhuang tilted his nose high in arrogance. Zhou Kaitian felt a pang of anger, but forced a hearty laugh. It's my fault. This isn't a toast, it's a penalty. I'm penalizing myself. They'll drink 3 cups as a penalty. Zhou Kaitian downed 3 cups in succession. Oomph. Shi Hongzhuang scoffed. I knew you were staring at Shiner. It's no big deal. I brought her out precisely so people could see. I don't have a problem with you looking at my woman. My problem is that compared to me, you don't deserve to even look. Next time you want to toast someone, think about your own status first, and then think about theirs. Hearing this, Qian Ziyong slammed the table hard. Who the hell do you think you are? What status do you have? Qian Ziyong despised pretentious people. Zhou Kaitian forced a smile. Boss, it's fine, it's fine. It's my fault. am not worthy of toasting him. He'll remember my place next time. Qian Ziyong waved his hand dismissively. Whatever you were before, you're my manager now. You're one of my people. When you're out there, you represent me. I want to see what's so special about him. Oomph. Sure, Hongzhuang pointed at himself. What am I? Let me tell you, Qian Ziyong, you will never ever be able to compare to me. You're just a flash in the pan, a nouveau riche. I've looked into you. Your parents are a pair of useless nobodies and your ancestors were all peasants. With a background like that, you should be grateful you were born in modern times. If this were ancient times, you'd be lucky to be a eunuch. After his tirade, Sure Hongzhuang turned to Zhou Kaitian. And you're 43 years old and can't even find a wife. You're a total fraud. It's only because Qian Ziyong is soft-hearted that he hired you as a manager. In my eyes, you're nothing but a piece of shit. I wouldn't even want to step on you for fear of dirtying my shoes. The group's faces turned grim. Qian Ziyong's face was livid. He could tolerate almost anything, but the insults hurled at his parents were beyond endurance. Qian Ziyong wanted to strike. Sure Hongzhuang, noticing Qian Ziyong's displeasure, laughed heartily. Am I wrong? Have your ancestors ever known a moment of wealth? You're nothing but a pauper. Being this poor, you don't deserve to live at all. Enough. Chun Jingfu slammed the table and stood up. Sure Hongzhuang, you've gone too far. Get out of here and never come back. Don't make me slap you. With that, Chun Jingfu raised his palm, as large as a wok. Sure Hongzhuang flinched in fear and fled with his companion. As he left, he threatened, Chun Jingfu, how dare you treat me like this? I'm telling you, don't expect a single cent from the Yamanoi family. Even after Sure Hongzhuang's departure, Qian Ziyong's heart remained unsettled. It was like stepping in dog shit, harmless yet utterly repulsive. Chun Jingfu raised his glass and said, Brother Qian, it's my fault for bringing him here. He'll punish myself with 3 cups. He then downed 3 cups in quick succession. The potent liquor flushed Chun Jingfu's face a deep red. Though Qian Ziyong had been upset seeing Chun Jingfu drink so painfully, he chuckled. This wine is from my shop, go easy on it, don't drink me into bankruptcy. Chun Jingfu and Sun Yuan both laughed. Qian Ziyong's wealth was in the hundreds of millions. He wouldn't begrudge a few drinks. This joke signified his forgiveness. But what about Zhou Kaitian? The 3 turned to look at him only to find him staring blankly at the entrance. What's wrong? Qian Ziyong nudged him. Zhou Kaitian murmured, so beautiful. How can such a beauty exist in this world? The 3 burst into laughter. Zhou Kaitian snapped back to reality, his old face flushing crimson. Chun Jingfu roared with laughter. Manager Zhou, are you love-struck? Qian Ziyong added, he's unmarried, she's unwed. Liking someone is natural, nothing to be ashamed of. Zhou Kaitian waved his hand dismissively. What status did she hold, and what status did he? As Sure Hongzhuang had said, was he worthy? He wasn't. Even looking at her felt like a desecration. He was merely a fraud who couldn't even find a wife. Qian Ziyong saw the inferiority festering within Zhou Kaitian and patted his shoulder in silence. Then, recalling Sure Hongzhuang's parting words, Qian Ziyong asked, puzzled, Sure Hongzhuang's surname is Sure, so why did he say our Yamanoi family? Is the Yamanoi family not from Sakura country? The name Yamanoi didn't sound Chinese at all. Chun Jingfu sighed. Their Qingwen milk tea is partially owned by the Yamanoi conglomerate. I don't understand why he calls himself a member of the Yamanoi family, just because they hold a stake. Even if he wants to join them, they might not want him. Qian Ziyong guessed, he always talks about his ancestors' glory. Maybe he wants to join the Yamanoi conglomerate to become one of them, and then feel he has their bloodline. That way he can claim their ancestors as his own in front of others. Qian Ziyong found this speculation unsettling. How could anyone be ashamed of being Chinese? This was a heritage of 5,000 glorious years, the bloodline of the dragon. Qian Ziyong felt a deep pride in being a descendant of the dragon. Chun Jingfu shook his head. Who knows what he's thinking? But he always speaks of the Yamanoi family with great reverence. I brought him because he wanted to meet you, and I needed a favor from him. Qian Ziyong asked curiously, why did he want to see me? Sun Yuan interjected, Brother Qian, don't you know? You're now the nation's top young entrepreneur. Countless young people admire you. Perhaps his companion is one of them. It's no surprise that someone like him would be jealous of your talent. He sees you're just an ordinary person, which is why he acts so arrogant. Unable to match your business acumen, he seeks superiority by comparing parents and ancestors. Sun Yuan scratched his head. Could it be my fault? I often praised you in front of him, saying you're a genius in business. Could that be the reason for his jealousy? But I'm not the only one praising you. Who wouldn't give a thumbs up after hearing your story? Because of jealousy, Qian Ziyong was speechless. It was the first time in his life had been envied. All right, let's not talk about him. Qian Ziyong waved his hand and asked, do you know where Qingwen milk tea is? I want to open a milk tea shop now, right across from their store. He had just been pondering how to lose money, and Sure Hongzhuang had given him the perfect idea. A milk tea shop. If he lost a few 100,000 per shop with thousands of shops, he could lose billions, maybe even tens of billions. Plus, with Sure Hongzhuang's Qingwen as competition, it was perfect. Yongnian supermarket had gone bankrupt, and he desperately needed a new plan to lose money. Qinghua milk tea it was. Qian Ziyong didn't hold grudges. Really, because he took revenge on the spot. Well, opening a milk tea shop wasn't for revenge purely to lose money. Purely for that. Hearing this, both men were astonished. Sun Yuan quickly advised, Brother Qian, you can't let personal feelings dictate business. Personal grudges are personal. Don't bring them into the business world. Harmony brings wealth. Acting on grudges is a surefire way to lose money. Take my advice, find another way to get back at him. Don't waste your effort here. Chen Jingfu also advised, Brother, I'm not fond of Shi Hongzhuang either. But I must admit his family knows their stuff in the milk tea industry. With the Yamanoi conglomerate backing them, you might not stand a chance. Really? Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up. If he couldn't beat Qinghua milk tea, competing with them would surely mean a loss. Qinghua had formidable backing. With the Yamanoi conglomerate behind them, they were nothing like Yongnian supermarket. The Yongnian boss with his supposed billions went bankrupt after losing just a few $100 million. They were weaklings, but the Yamanoi conglomerate was not. They might be able to lose $100 billion. Ha ha. Qian Ziyong laughed out loud, slammed the table, and declared, I've decided. Supermarkets and hot pot are no longer challenging. I'm investing in milk tea. Master Zhou, you'll be the general manager of the milk tea shop. Once it expands, you'll be the CEO. Qian Ziyong was ecstatic, eager to start his new venture. Losing $100 million in 10 days finally had a solution, a milk tea shop. He needed to squander this fortune in the shortest time possible. Time was tight, the task was heavy, and he had to hurry. Besides, once the milk tea shop was up and running, he could pour all the profits from the supermarket and hot pot restaurant into it. This would also make the next cycle's task a breeze. He was a genius. Seeing this, Qian Ziyong was incredibly excited, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Sun Yuan and Chen Jingfu exchanged a glance. Could it be that Brother Qian thought a milk tea shop was a lucrative venture? Had he come up with another brilliant idea? It had to be. They came to Qian Ziyong for investment opportunities. Now that he had a profitable path, there was no reason to hesitate. Invest. The Yamai Zaibatsu might be formidable, but this was Huaxia. Brother, if you're opening a milk tea shop, can you count me in? Sun Yuan raised his glass with a beaming smile. Chen Jingfu also raised his glass. Count me in too. Even though I'm a bit short on cash right now, I can still scrape together a few $100 million. He still had a few $100 million tied up in stocks, perfect for investment. Hearing that someone wanted to invest in him, Qian Ziyong shook his head repeatedly. I've never run a milk tea shop before, so I don't know if it'll make or lose money. You guys shouldn't get involved in this. He was trying to lose money. Money didn't grow on trees. If he lost their money, he would feel terrible. Besides, his task was already heavy enough. Adding their funds would only increase his burden, wouldn't it? I believe in you, brother. Sun Yuan said. Chen Jingfu nodded. I believe in you too. It's normal for investments to have gains and losses. Even if you lose it, we won't blame you. Sun Yuan chuckled. In all my years as an angel investor, most of my investments have lost money. But a few made money, and those profits offset the losses. As long as the overall result is profitable, that's enough. No one can win on every investment, not even old man Buffett. Qian Ziyong shook his head firmly. I'm different from others. No way. Absolutely not. These two old brothers were good people. He couldn't drag them into losing money. Qian Ziyong was resolute. Chen Jingfu said, I have a case of wine worth $1 million. I'll have it delivered to you later. I also have a fine case of wine also worth about $1 million. Sun Yuan added with understanding. Investing isn't entirely out of the question. Qian Ziyong immediately stood up to pour them drinks. He turned to Zhou Kaitian beside him. Master Zhou, why are you just standing there? They're going to be the sugar daddies of the milk tea shop. As the CEO, how can you secure your position if you don't take good care of the sugar daddies? Go tell the waiters to bring out the meat and wine for our distinguished guests. Zhou Kaitian hurried out, instructing the waiters to serve the food and drinks at top speed. Brothers, why do you trust me so much? Qian Ziyong asked, puzzled. He knew his own abilities well. He was just an ordinary college student. A person should know themselves. He did. But his brothers were offering way too much. $2 million. Although he thought he could milk 2,000 from the system, this cycle money in hand was better than money in the bush. It was real money. Wasn't this just increasing the difficulty a bit? Even if he had to stay up 10 days and nights, he was going to lose every last cent. Chen Jingfu laughed. I can't speak for others, but I have absolute faith in you. Your series of moves have been awe-inspiring, dazzling one after another, leaving me breathless. The supermarket and hot pot restaurant are raking it in now, all thanks to your brilliant business acumen. There's only one thing wrong with you, Qian Ziyong. You're too modest. If anyone else had achieved what you have, they'd be in Shenzhen bragging about it, trying every which way to raise funds. But you, when we offer to invest, you make excuses and push us away. Qian Ziyong scratched his head, curious. How exactly did I beat Yongnian supermarket? He still didn't understand why Yongnian supermarket had suddenly closed down. Shan Zongyasong was arrested, but wasn't there still Shan Zongyashu? It was baffling. Thinking about Yongnian supermarket closing filled him with frustration. They promised to fight to the end to stick together, so why did they just shut down? If Yongnian supermarket hadn't closed, his own supermarket and hot pot restaurant would have gone bankrupt. Why did Qian Ziyong set the fire when things were going so well? Look what happened now, he got burned himself. He hurt himself, and others. Qian Ziyong felt that Qian Ziyong had seriously wronged him. But the guy was looking at least 10 years in prison, which was pretty rough, so he couldn't bring himself to curse him. He was still confused about why Qian Ziyong had resorted to such desperate measures. He really had won this round, inexplicably. Chen Jingfu burst out laughing. Right now the entire investment world is talking about your brilliant maneuvers, Qian Ziyong. Let me break it down for you, and see if I'm right. In ancient times, strategists calculated the heavens, the earth, and the hearts of men. You, Qian Ziyong, have calculated all three. How could you not win? First, harmony. You hired entire families, even friends and relatives. And you offered extremely high wages, so they cared more than anyone about the supermarket's success. How could they not work their hardest? Qian Ziyong was speechless. That was Lu Gaoda's hiring strategy. Lu Gaoda wasn't that clever. He just hired people for convenience, even taking in an 80-year-old man. It was a come-one-come-all policy. As for the high wages, that was purely for losing money. There was no other intention. Chen Jingfu took a sip of wine and continued, next, geographical advantage. Need I say more? Your Feihuang supermarket built strong ties with the locals when it was still a wholesale store. Almost every distributor in Hansheng has worked with Feihuang supermarket. Yongnian supermarket was run by Sakura country folks. In terms of local advantage, they're miles behind you. Qian Ziyong nodded. He knew he had good relations with the distributors. After all, he had refunded all their display fees. And because his supermarket moved massive volumes, the distributors' businesses thrived, and a few managers even got promotions. But refunding those fees was also part of his plan to lose money. Finally, timing. You opened a hot pot restaurant in summer to build a reputation, and in winter, when business peaks, you went to Shenzhen for funding. Qian Ziyong shook his head. I never planned to raise funds. Sun Yuan also laughed out loud. At first, I also thought you were seeking funding. It wasn't until later that I realized you were trying to drive the owner of Yongnian supermarket crazy. He relied on being richer than you to weather the losses. But then he saw your funds were endless, and he was no match for you. Those whom the gods wish to destroy, they first make mad. You calculated every step, cornered him, and ultimately drove him to his doom. Sun Yuan patted his big belly and sighed. Your ability to read the human heart so thoroughly is truly unfathomable and terrifying. Hearing their analysis, Qian Ziyong was stunned. He just wanted to lose money. How did losing money lead to the owner of Yongnian supermarket going mad? And then to his ruin? Chen Jingfu smiled and said, actually, what I admire most is the strategy of borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. It truly stunned me. Sun Yuan nodded vigorously upon hearing this. I feel the same way. It will certainly leave a profound mark in the history of marketing. Qian Ziyong scratched his head, looking bewildered. What, borrowing a chicken to lay eggs? And how does that relate to marketing? Chen Jingfu chuckled. Brother Qian, don't play dumb with us. The entire investment circle already knows about it. There's a very detailed analysis. Sun Yuan eagerly interjected. Let me speak. Let me explain. Brother Qian, see if I'm right. You deliberately competed with Yongnian supermarket, slashing prices to the extreme to attract customers. But mere price cuts wouldn't have been that effective. So you used the competition with Yongnian as a gimmick, giving customers a perfect excuse to shop. People love petty gains, and they enjoy watching spectacles and gossiping. What petty gain could compare to your grand roulette wheel? And what gossip could rival the spectacle of the city's two largest supermarkets losing millions a day in competition? It's no wonder customers flocked in. Chen Jingfu couldn't help but cut in. The most brilliant part is the borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. Your supermarket lost money, but consider it a marketing expense. All the losses were converted into reputation. But Yongnian supermarket lost money and ended up closing down. They spent on marketing, attracted customers only to have them all flock to your store. Moreover, the supermarket and hot pot restaurant are integrated. Once customers visit the supermarket, how could they resist trying the hot pot? You opened the hot pot restaurant in summer, which was like sowing seeds. You've already built up its reputation. Now it's winter, especially for customers from other provinces. Even if they have to queue, they want to taste it and see if it lives up to the online hype. Chen Jingfu added, Yongnian supermarket was that chicken that laid the eggs, but ended up with nothing. Sun Yuan countered, no, brother Qian even stewed the chicken. Yongnian's reputation is utterly ruined, and its boss is locked up. Won't be out for at least 10 years. Chen Jingfu shook his head with a sigh. Kill, destroy the heart, flay, and pluck the sinews. Too ruthless, too ruthless. We can't match you young folks. Brother, I toast to you. Only a fool like Shi Hongzhuang wouldn't know your prowess. Sun Yuan suddenly remarked. Now I'm starting to worry about Shi Hongzhuang. Chen Jingfu, and Sun Yuan burst into laughter simultaneously. After this analysis, they felt even more confident that Qian Ziyong could help them make money. Qian Ziyong listened in a daze. He couldn't understand. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, he rushed to his office. Manager Zhou, I need to set up the milk tea shop as fast as possible. I require some manpower. Notify Zhu Daqiang and Li Lian. We're heading to Shenzhen later. Also, we need to hire more people. Qian Ziyong urged urgently. He realized he was short-handed. In the past, he would have tried to recruit unreliable people. But ever since hiring Zhou Kaiqian, who nearly got him 300 million in financing, Qian Ziyong felt that unreliable people were even more unreliable. He decided to try hiring normal folks first. The recruits couldn't be too smart. Overly clever people might make him a fortune. Many resumes had been submitted to him. He sifted through them and finally selected several candidates, then immediately called them to come for interviews as soon as possible. Those who didn't answer were eliminated. Within half an hour, the interviewees began arriving one after another. It's a bit inconvenient. Qian Ziyong lamented. He had too many tasks on his plate, and now that Zhu Daqiang was managing Feihuang restaurant, not having an assistant was truly troublesome. He decided to hire an assistant first. Besides, an assistant would come with a high salary, helping him lose money. He should have hired one long ago. Only now thinking of it, what a failure. Zhou Kaiqian entered. Boss, I've notified Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang. But they said the restaurant and supermarket are too busy to leave. Qian Ziyong shook his head. Opening the milk tea shop is more important. Even if they can't leave, they must. Also, the business trip comes with a daily allowance of 1,000. Have them hand over their tasks. We'll depart shortly. Saving the day is urgent. Tell them to hurry. 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 Qian Ziyong repeated the word 3 times. He was truly anxious now. Zhou Kaiqian nodded. By the way, the interviewees have arrived. Shall I let them in now? Yes. Qian Ziyong sat up straight, wanting to make a good impression on the candidates. Zhou Kaiqian went to inform them. The first interviewee knocked and entered. She was a refined woman dressed tastefully, wearing glasses and exuding an air of high education. Hello, Boss Qian. She sat directly on the chair opposite him. Qian Ziyong poured her a cup of tea and asked, could you introduce yourself first? The woman radiated confidence. My name is Wei Xiaoyan. I just graduated from Harvard. Wait a moment. Qian Ziyong examined the resume carefully. The university name was a string of English he couldn't understand. He stood up and apologized. Sorry, I misread. I thought it was some foreign diploma mill. I didn't expect it to be the renowned Harvard. The woman Wei Xiaoyan held her head high with pride. She was used to it. Whenever people heard she graduated from Harvard, they immediately treated her much better. She had already received several job offers, but none satisfied her. She was very optimistic about Helaleo Hot Pot and was curious about its founder. Seeing only an ordinary young man, she felt a bit disappointed. However, since he had created Helaleo, he must have some skills. She couldn't judge a person solely by appearance. Wei Xiaoyan believed he would certainly invite her to work eagerly. No company could refuse a Harvard graduate. I'm sorry, you're not suitable for this position. Qian Ziyong apologized. By the way, your travel expenses for the interview are reimbursable. Someone outside will give you 100 yuan. After saying that, Qian Ziyong continued reading the resumes. Indeed, studying seriously was important. Otherwise, he wouldn't even recognize such simple English, wasting time. Hearing that she wasn't suitable, Wei Xiaoyan stood up in disbelief. Why? Is my education insufficient? Or do you think I'm inadequate in some way? Qian Ziyong shook his head. You're excellent in every way. I think you're better suited for other companies. By the way, please ask the next person to come in when you leave. Qian Ziyong recalled that when he was interviewed, he disliked interviewers who rejected candidates, but told them to wait for notice. It raised false hopes. He didn't like that kind of interviewer. Wei Xiaoyan stormed out. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't understand why she had been rejected. As for what Qian Ziyong said, you're too excellent, that's why we can't hire you. Wasn't that just like the nice guy rejection shed given others? I think you're a great person, but we're just not right for each other. In essence, he just hadn't taken a liking to her. Qian Ziyong had given her an excellent card. You're excellent, but the supermarket isn't a good fit for you. Wei Xiaoyan thought it over, but didn't leave. She sat right there. She was determined to see who would actually be hired in the end. There were quite a few people present, but at a glance they were all mediocre, completely incomparable to her. Qian Ziyong, unaware of Wei Xiaoyan's thoughts, welcomed his second interviewee, a girl who appeared to be bustling and looking somewhat simple-minded. She walked in and gave him a bow. Please have a seat. Qian Ziyong quickly gestured for her to sit down. Please introduce yourself. Qian Ziyong said. The girl pondered for a moment, then said crisply, my name is Yi Xiaoqin. Although my name has the character Qin in it, I don't actually like eating celery. I enjoy swimming. I originally liked playing basketball, but... Qian Ziyong coughed. Tell me about your strengths, work-related ones. Yi Xiaoqin thought blankly for a moment, then said my strengths some. She racked her brains, but couldn't think of any notable strengths besides having a good figure. You're hired. Qian Ziyong said decisively. If possible, you can start right now. I will count today as a full day's work. If it's convenient, go to HR immediately to sign the contract. Your salary will be 20,000, no 50,000 a month. Because the work can be tiring and sometimes busy, your pay will be higher than other employees. Also, you'll have all holidays off and overtime pay is double. I got the job. Yi Xiaoqin pointed at her own nose in disbelief. Qian Ziyong nodded. You'll come with me on a business trip to Shenzhen later. You brought your ID, right? You'll need it to buy plane tickets. If you're ready, go sign the contract now. It was obvious that Yi Xiaoqin wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was exactly the kind of employee he needed. Yi Xiaoqin walked out in a daze. Zhou Kaiqian, after notifying the two, had returned and was standing outside. Hearing that Yi Xiaoqin was hired, he took her to complete the onboarding process. Walking along the way, Yi Xiaoqin finally snapped out of it. Wait, 50,000 a month. 50,000. Oh my god, her previous salary was only 4,000 a month. Now it's 50,000 a month. More than 10 times her old pay. 50,000 a month. Oh yeah. Yi Xiaoqin cheered out loud, her joy unmistakable. Hearing that Yi Xiaoqin was hired on the spot with a salary of 50,000 a month, the other interviewees were filled with envy. They had long heard that the boss of Feihuang supermarket was generous, but they hadn't expected him to be this generous. 50,000 a month, straight to the peak of life. Everyone steeled themselves, determined to perform well and seize this rare opportunity. Qian Ziyong welcomed the next interviewee, a middle-aged man applying for the position of accountant. Since the company was a joint stock enterprise, they needed a dedicated accountant. After the man introduced himself, Qian Ziyong asked, "Tell me about your strengths and talents." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man said, "I have worked in accounting for over 10 years. Qian Ziyong nodded expressionlessly. The middle-aged man felt that this strength wasn't particularly impressive, lacking any significant advantage to set him apart. He lowered his voice, "Boss, I can cook the books and help you evade taxes." Qian Ziyong's expression changed. "I'm sorry, but you might not be a good fit for our company. We'll reimburse your travel expenses. Please leave now." The middle-aged man was shocked and tried to salvage the situation. But Qian Ziyong had no intention of continuing the conversation. Helpless, the man had to leave. Qian Ziyong clutched his chest. What kind of people are these? Paying taxes is the duty of every citizen. How could anyone have such impure thoughts? The next person to walk in was a young man dressed rather plainly, also applying for the accountant position. "My name is Chen Tenghua. I've worked in accounting for a year. My books have never had a single error." Chen Tenghua was nervous, his words stumbling out. Qian Ziyong waited for him to finish, then said with a smile, "You're hired. Your monthly salary will be 30,000. You can go sign the contract now. If possible, come in for onboarding tomorrow." Chen Tenghua was stunned, not quite registering what had happened. Hired just like that. His performance seemed pretty bad. Thank you. Chen Tenghua, snapping back to reality, quickly expressed his gratitude. He walked out of the office with a smile from Qian Ziyong. At some point, the landlord, brother Chen Jingfu, and son Yuan were standing outside. Qian Ziyong introduced him. "This is the accountant I just hired for the milk tea shop." Chen Jingfu and son Yuan both smiled and nodded at him. Chen Tenghua quickly bowed. After he left, Chen Jingfu and son Yuan walked in. "That accountant seems a bit lacking in ability," son Yuan remarked. He could tell at a glance that the man was a bit dull. Qian Ziyong said, "He's just keeping the books. The more honest the person, the better." Sun Yuan thought about it and found the reasoning quite sound. He felt even more reassured about Qian Ziyong. With such a simple-minded accountant, it would be hard for Qian Ziyong to pull a fast one without them finding out. Perhaps Qian Ziyong hired such an accountant precisely to put their minds at ease. Chen Jingfu laughed. "Brother, you're so reliable, thinking of everything so thoroughly." Qian Ziyong scratched his head, not understanding what Chen Jingfu was talking about. "What did you two need to see me about?" Qian Ziyong asked. Sun Yuan chuckled. "Brother, have you forgotten? We haven't finalized the company's articles of association yet." Qian Ziyong realized what he meant. When forming a partnership to start a company, the company itself wasn't even established yet. Fortunately, this aspect was easy to handle. As long as the articles of association were finalized, everything else could be delegated. Chen Jingfu said the articles are easy to agree on, but the most important part is the rules regarding joining and exiting. Qian Ziyong thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up. He had an idea. He really didn't want his two older brothers to lose money, but he simply couldn't refuse the 1 million they had given him. If he could buy back their shares after incurring losses, then wouldn't he be the only one taking the hit? Qian Ziyong deliberated carefully before speaking. "I think we should have a forced acquisition mechanism. If any shareholder wants to, they can forcibly buy out the shares of the others. To prevent hostile takeovers, I think the price should be based on the market valuation or double the amount the other party invested. Whichever is higher, that's the price that must be used for the forced acquisition." Sun Yuan and Chen Jingfu both burst into laughter. Chen Jingfu said, "Brother Qian, you're really too good to us." Sun Yuan also sighed with emotion. "I can feel your sincere goodwill." I've invested in many people, but you're the only one who considers the other party's interests with every single condition. Many others would bend all the terms to their own advantage. Qian Ziyong thought to himself, of course, in sincerely considering your interests, since I'm using the system's money after all. And you gave me 2 million in real hard cash. If I'm not good to you, who should I be good to? Besides, the forced acquisition is meant for when I'm losing money. Once I trigger it, won't I be the one losing everything? With the company's articles of association finalized, the two men transferred their funds. Each invested 100 million upfront with a promise to inject more if needed. Qian Ziyong said, "Gentlemen, I won't keep you any longer. I'm off to Shenzhen." "So soon?" Sun Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Qian Ziyong smiled. "When I do something I value one thing, speed." Chen Jingfu chuckled. "Brother Qian, you're certainly a man of action." Sun Yuan patted Qian Ziyong on the shoulder. "Brother Qian, when you return you must come to my home as a guest." He had originally come to invite Qian Ziyong over, but hadn't expected him to be this swift. "Sounds great, brother," Qian Ziyong said happily. As Qian Ziyong walked out the door, Wei Xiaoyan, who had been waiting outside for a long time, glared at him angrily. Qian Ziyong scratched his head. "I remember you're Wei Xiaoyan, and you don't like celery." Wei Xiaoyan put her hands on her hips. "I do like celery. What I don't understand is none of them are as good as me. Why didn't you choose them over me? Could it be that I can't handle such a simple job as being your secretary? I'm a Harvard graduate. Countless companies have sent me offers." Qian Ziyong scratched his head again. He couldn't exactly say it was because she was too outstanding. He was afraid that if he hired her, she'd make a fortune for the milk tea shop. Both of his elder brothers were right there. They had each invested 100 million. If they knew the truth, they'd probably kill him. Sun Yuan glanced at Wei Xiaoyan, then smiled at Qian Ziyong. "I think she's quite good." Chen Jingfu also nodded. "I can see she's very capable, and as a Harvard graduate, she's exactly the kind of talent our milk tea shop needs." Qian Ziyong nodded helplessly. "All right, since both of you think she's suitable, then you can start working." The two elder brothers were major shareholders, and since they were in agreement, he couldn't really object. Seeing how reluctantly Qian Ziyong accepted her, Wei Xiaoyan was so furious she was panting heavily. She was a Harvard graduate, not from some diploma mill. It was always she who looked down on others, never the other way around. Qian Ziyong's expression seemed to say he really didn't want to accept her, but was forced to for the sake of appearances. It was like he had swallowed a fly. And she was that fly. At that moment, Wei Xiaoyan secretly vowed to make Qian Ziyong see her in a new light. She would show him the true worth of a Harvard graduate. Zhu Daqiang, Zhou Kaiqian, Li Lian, and Yi Xiaoqin were already waiting outside for him. Qian Ziyong, along with Wei Xiaoyan, led the group of 6 out the door. "The supermarket doesn't even have a car, it's really inconvenient," Qian Ziyong said. "Boss, take my car. I bought a new one," Zhu Daqiang said with a smile. With that, Zhu Daqiang hurried off to get the car. It arrived quickly, and they all got in. "It's a 7-seater MPV. Not bad. Manager Zhu, the company is requisitioning this car. We'll transfer the money to you. You can go buy yourself another one," Qian Ziyong said. His business was expanding, and he needed to travel around a lot. It was really inconvenient for the company not to have a car. "Okay," Zhu Daqiang nodded. This car was bought after Qian Ziyong had given him a raise and dividends. Had originally planned to buy an ordinary car, but thinking the company didn't have one, had opted for an MPV. Qian Ziyong calculated silently. The company was big now, and the system allowed him to buy cars. One car seemed insufficient, so he'd buy 2. However, cars counted as fixed assets, which had already reached over 75 million. Fixed assets couldn't get any higher, at least not until the system funds increased. After thinking it over, Qian Ziyong said, "The company needs another car. Since we already have an MPV, let's get a sports car." "A sports car?" Everyone was stunned. "Is that what the company needs?" "It's more like what you need." Zhu Daqiang asked, "What kind of sports car should we buy?" Qian Ziyong said, "One that's twice as expensive as Lu Gaoda's." Zhu Daqiang immediately understood. Qian Ziyong then remembered. "Oh right, Manager Zhu. Yi Xiaoqin and Wei Xiaoyan are now my secretaries. Leave these matters to them. Miss Xiaoyan, buying a car should be easy for you, right?" Wei Xiaoyan crossed her arms and ignored him. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoqin, who had a great figure, smiled and said, "Boss, I know how to buy cars. Let me handle it." Qian Ziyong said, "Xiaoqin is more reliable. She even has 2 lovely dimples when she smiles." Wei Xiaoyan felt a surge of displeasure. She inwardly cursed Qian Ziyong for being a lecher. Was it just because Yi Xiaoqin had a bigger chest? Men were all the same, getting all dazed by women with large breasts. She would show Qian Ziyong that besides looks and figure, a woman's capability and ambition were no less than a man's. Qian Ziyong was unaware of Wei Xiaoyan's disdain. He was daydreaming about showing off his sports car in front of Lu Gaoda. But that was next month's plan. The car would be bought next month. Just as he was thinking about Lu Gaoda, an employee rushed over. "Boss, Manager Lu is looking for you everywhere." Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong frowned. He hadn't even bought the car yet, and Lu Gaoda was already coming. Besides, he was extremely busy. He had only 10 days to lose 300 million, which meant losing 30 million a day. Losing money was like fighting a fire. Absolutely urgent. How could he have time to listen to Lu Gaoda's nonsense? Qian Ziyong said, I'm very busy right now. Go tell him that whatever it is we'll talk when I get back. Then he said to Zhu Daqiang, drive, hurry up. Zhu Daqiang knew the boss was in a hurry, so he floored the gas pedal. The car shot off like an arrow from a bow. Lu Gaoda, with his bulky body, finally managed to waddle out, but could only see the car's taillights disappearing into the distance. Driving to the airport taking a flight, Qian Ziyong soon arrived in Shenzhen at the commercial street with Qingwen milk tea. The foot traffic here was good, with many young women strolling around. He could see a long line in front of the Qingwen milk tea shop. Besides the Qingwen shop, there was another milk tea store nearby. Without a second thought, Qian Ziyong walked into that other store. Zhu Daqiang understood Qian Ziyong's intention and immediately went forward to negotiate. After a moment he returned and said, Boss, their owner is on the way. Qian Ziyong nodded. He bought a cup of milk tea for the others and gulped down a large bucket himself. Soon the milk tea shop owner arrived. He was a middle-aged man with short hair walking with an air of authority. Qian Ziyong got straight to the point. Boss, I've taken a liking to your shop and want to buy it out. Seeing the group of people with Qian Ziyong, the owner knew they meant serious business. One look, and it was clear they were a complete business team. Since they had set their sights on his shop, they certainly wouldn't be stingy with a high offer. The owner pondered for a moment, then spoke. If you want to take over my shop, it's not impossible. One price, 10 million. Zhu Daqiang spat out his milk tea in shock. How much? 10 million. Li Lian exclaimed in surprise. Although this was in Shenzhen where land was at a premium, the shop before them was less than 20 square meters. They were taking over the lease, not buying the property. Even if the commercial property prices were high, it wouldn't sell for 500,000 per square meter. 10 million could buy 2 of these places. And this was just the transfer fee. This man must be crazy for money. Yi Shaoqin clutched her chest, her head spinning at the mention of 10 million. Qian Ziyong frowned. Since he was going to lose money anyway, the other party's high price wasn't entirely out of the question. It just made him feel like he was being taken for a fool. Sorry to bother you. Qian Ziyong shook his head and headed towards the shop next to Qingwen milk tea. It was a clothing store, only 30 square meters. Young man, don't leave. If you think the price is too high, we can negotiate. The owner grew anxious. This was no way to do business. He had named an exorbitant price, expecting the other party to bargain. But the man just walked away. What did that mean? At least make a counteroffer. Any reasonable offer would be accepted. To be honest, this milk tea shop had been losing money. It used to be profitable, but after Qingwen milk tea opened across the street, business had declined steadily. Now finally someone was willing to take it over. Qian Ziyong ignored the owner and walked straight into the clothing store. He saw a middle-aged woman and asked politely, I'd like to take over this shop. Is the owner around? The middle-aged woman smiled and said, I am the owner, but am not planning to transfer this shop. Qian Ziyong nodded with a smile. I really like this store. Am willing to offer 2 million. How much? The woman couldn't believe her ears. 2 million, Qian Ziyong repeated. He'll transfer it, of course he'll transfer it. The woman agreed without hesitation, overjoyed. Qian Ziyong gestured to Zhu Daqiang. Transfer the money. Zhu Daqiang whispered, Boss, I think 1.5 million might be enough. Qian Ziyong shook his head. I believe this shop is worth 2 million. Since it's worth that price, I'll buy it at that price. I, Qian Ziyong, never buy cheap things. And I don't like taking advantage of others. Qian Ziyong added inwardly, that's only when I'm using the system's money. When spending my own, every cent counts. Zhu Daqiang quickly brought out the contract and transferred the funds. Qian Ziyong left the details to them and watched as they handled everything. Soon the shop belonged to him. Qian Ziyong said, contact decoration companies in Shenzhen. The more the better, the bigger the better. I want to open Bingmi milk tea shops all over Shenzhen. Wherever there's a Qingwen milk tea, there will be a Bingmi milk tea. Wherever they open one, well, open two. In short, sandwich Qingwen milk tea between hours. Qingwen milk tea's headquarters was in Shenzhen, and they had numerous branches throughout the city. Okay, Zhu Daqiang nodded. Qian Ziyong added, the shop decoration doesn't need to be fancy, just functional. But selling milk tea is tiring, and this is Shenzhen with high living costs, so we must pay our staff well. Let's set the salary at 10,000 a month. Also include meal transportation and housing allowances. After all, there's no Feihuang restaurant here, so staff meals are a big issue. So the meal allowance should be generous, 50 yuan a day. I've heard housing in Shenzhen is expensive, so let's give a housing allowance of 50 yuan a day. For transportation and communication, let's set it at 500 a month. Include all these in the contract. Hearing this, Zhu Daqiang calculated and exclaimed, Boss, with all the allowances and salary, it's at least 13,500 a month. And with social insurance and housing fund, the total labor cost is around 17 to 18,000. The others were taken aback. This was a huge expense. Qian Ziyong waved his hand. Where are we? This is Shenzhen. In Hanqing, I paid my employees 10,000. In Shenzhen, paying only 10,000 is already stingy. In short, Feihuang never treats its employees poorly. If we pay too little, people might think Feihuang is broke. We absolutely cannot let others look down on us. Qian Ziyong had his own calculations. The shop decoration would be considered a fixed asset by the system, but employee salaries were expenses that would be deducted. So this time he learned his lesson and saved wherever possible on decoration. However, he would offer higher salaries to his staff. If it weren't for the fact that being too excessive would make people suspect he was intentionally losing money, he would have paid each employee 100,000 a month. Zhu Daqiang whispered, "Boss, we pay 10,000 to the Feihuang supermarket and hot pot staff because those stores are profitable. But the milk tea shop?" To be honest, this street had a decent flow of foot traffic, but there were already 2 milk tea shops. For them to open 2 more and make a profit was really tough. Qian Ziyong smiled. The milk tea shop hasn't even opened yet. How do you know it won't be profitable? Come on, don't be so stingy. Being stingy won't make big money. Am I right, Master Zhou? Zhou Kaitian rubbed his head sheepishly. If it were someone else, he would have said, spend 100 million today, earn 1 billion tomorrow. The more you spend, the more you earn. Applause if you understand. But facing Qian Ziyong had better not. The boss is right. I have full confidence in you. Zhou Kaitian declared loudly. Since the boss had decided, Zhu Daqiang naturally wouldn't object. By the way, Qian Ziyong turned to Zhou Kaitian. You will be the CEO of Bingmi Milk Tea in charge of the entire company's operations. Wei Xiaoyan, I now appoint you as vice president to assist Zhou Kaitian in managing the company. Your primary task is to open more stores and recruit staff. Zhou Kaitian stood tall with a determined look. Yes, boss. Wei Xiaoyan was inwardly thrilled but outwardly feigned reluctance. Yes, chairman. Working under Zhou Kaitian. What abilities did he even have? During their time on the plane, Wei Xiaoyan had observed that Zhou Kaitian seemed rather mediocre. He was far inferior to her Harvard classmates. And yet this man was the CEO of a 300 million yuan milk tea company. Wasn't this a godsend? She had the ability and the means to sideline Zhou Kaitian, leaving him completely in the dark. This way, wouldn't the 300 million yuan Bingmi milk tea be under her control? Wasn't this the very opportunity she had been waiting for when she turned down those other offers to join the Feihuang group? She hadn't expected it to come so soon. And Qian Ziyong was truly foolish. He had given her such an important position right after she joined. It seemed he really had no one else to rely on. Just like that newly hired Yi Xiaoqin. Other than being well endowed and having 2 dimples, she was utterly useless. Zhou Kaitian was unreliable and incompetent. Li Lian beside him had some skill but lacked a college education. A grassroots operator not fit for the big stage. It seemed she was the only competent one on the entire team. So Qian Ziyong had no choice but to hand the company over to her. Zhou Kaitian asked, "Boss, how many people should a milk tea shop hire?" Zhu Daqiang interjected, "I think 5 is enough. 2 per shift, 2 shifts, and 1 substitute." He spoke out of turn before the boss, hoping to minimize the number of hires. He also knew that the boss would never allow employees to work 12-hour shifts, so he suggested hiring 5. In his view, even 2 would suffice, given the high wages. Qian Ziyong pondered and shook his head decisively. 5 is too few. 10 people. 4 per shift with 2 rotating off, working 6 hours daily. Overtime strictly forbidden. As for scheduling, arrange it yourselves. Qian Ziyong calculated a cost of 1,700 per person. 10 people would be 1,700 a month. 100 stores would cost 17 million a month, and 1,000 stores 170 million. Most importantly, this was a recurring monthly expense. What a thrill. Qian Ziyong's goal was to open 1,000 stores first, thus incurring a monthly loss of 170 million. He would drain all the profits from Feihuang supermarket and the hot pot restaurant. He had established a stable loss-making venture. Wasn't passive income all the rage now? As long as the milk tea shops were up and running, he could lose money just by lying down. Truly a passive income. So how many stores do we open? Zhou Kaitian asked. Qian Ziyong patted his shoulder and said, I'll entrust you with a daunting task. Invest all 300 million within 10 days. Open as many as possible. 300 million. Zhou Kaitian's hands trembled. Qian Ziyong was truly investing 300 million and all within 10 days. Zhou Kaitian wanted to shout to the heavens, Zhou has finally made it. Spend 100 million today, earn 1 billion tomorrow. Spend 300 million in 10 days. The boasts I made before are coming true today. From now on, if anyone dares to doubt me, I'll slap them with the transaction records. Zhou Kaitian even thought of changing his name. No longer Zhou Kaitian, but Zhou 300 million. Zhou Kaitian was ecstatic. Beside him, Wei Xiaoyan's heart also raced with excitement. She had graduated from Harvard, but she was just a fresh graduate. Taking charge of a milk tea group with a 300 million investment upon graduation was beyond her imagination. Rarely Wei Xiaoyan smiled more at Qian Ziyong. What about the specific business strategy? She asked. Zhou Kaitian said, I know this. We must use the best fruits, the freshest ingredients, and give customers the best experience. Qian Ziyong always acted unconventionally and generously. Just like with the supermarket, the Hot Pot restaurant, and Fei Huang restaurant. He didn't seek the most expensive, but the best, whether in decoration or ingredients. Unexpectedly, Qian Ziyong shook his head vehemently. No, we won't go for the best, well, go cheap. Food hygiene and safety must be top-notch. That's the bottom line. Beyond that, keep ingredients simple, better to buy them online. As for decoration, keep it as simple as possible, no fancy stuff. The Hot Pot restaurant's high-quality ingredients and high prices had made him a fortune. This time he insisted on low prices. In food service, even the best staff couldn't make delicious milk tea with poor ingredients. Qian Ziyong was determined to lose money this time. Wei Xiaoyan and Zhou Kaitian exchanged glances, puzzled. Wei Xiaoyan didn't find it odd. After all, she was a fresh graduate with no experience in milk tea shop management. Perhaps this was Qian Ziyong's business strategy. After all, the supermarket and Hot Pot restaurant were raking in profits. In other matters, she might question him, but in business, Wei Xiaoyan knew her limits. Whatever Qian Ziyong said, she would follow. Zhou Kaitian had no doubts either. He worshipped Qian Ziyong blindly. Everywhere he went, he'd say, my boss is amazing. All right, boss, well, complete the task as fast as possible. Zhou Kaitian stood upright. Qian Ziyong nodded. In Shenzhen, inside a spacious office building, this was the new office of Bingmi Milk Tea. Qian Ziyong was recruiting. Zhou Kaitian and the others had gone to open new stores. He was too lazy to run around, so he recruited at the new company. He posted job ads on various websites and invited all applicants for interviews, acting on a whim. He noticed that many fresh graduates from top-tier universities were also applying. Is the competition this fierce now, eh? Top university graduates selling milk tea. Qian Ziyong was puzzled. Though he was from a second-tier university, he felt he could help them if possible. He ordered takeout and started playing on his phone. Soon the interviewees arrived. He asked them to wait briefly. The first candidate entered. Qian Ziyong was well-versed in interviews. He asked the candidate to introduce themselves, then directly hired them. Some were reluctant to sell milk tea, but upon hearing the salary of €1 plus various allowances, they eagerly signed contracts. After interviewing dozens, not a single person left. All were hired. Recruiting was that simple. Post the job online, conduct interviews, offer salary terms, immediate acceptance, sign the contract. It was that easy. His takeout arrived. While interviewing, he casually took the braised pork rice from the delivery guy. Now he ordered takeout with meat. With over 2 million left in hand, he could spend freely, truly enjoyable. The candidate before him hadn't even introduced themselves yet. To eat sooner, Qian Ziyong said, you're hired. Tell the others to wait a bit, they'll finish eating soon. With that, he began devouring his meal. The interviewee was stunned. The delivery guy was also taken aback and joked, want your boss fire you for interviewing like this? Qian Ziyong shook his head confidently. I am the boss, who could fire me? He took another bite. The braised pork rice cost 50 yuan and was truly delicious. The applicant asked, I haven't even asked about the salary yet. He was hired on the spot and felt uneasy. Could the salary be different from what was posted online, much lower? Qian Ziyong said, it's already stated online. If you didn't read it, I'll repeat it. The base salary is 1,000 a month plus various allowances. You'll get at least 1,200. If you want a raise, there will be opportunities later. The allowances were many and he didn't remember all, but he knew the minimum was 1,000. Upon hearing that the monthly salary was 10,000 yuan with various subsidies, bringing the total to 12,000, the applicant was overjoyed. Qian Ziyong handed over the contract. The applicant glanced at it and signed it without a moment's hesitation. It was then that Qian Ziyong took a moment to glance at the applicant's resume, noting he was a graduate of a top-tier university. Qian Ziyong couldn't help but ask curiously, you're a graduate from a first-rate university. Why would you want to work at our milk tea shop? The applicant chuckled, because I've loved milk tea since I was a child. I've always aspired to make a name for myself in the domestic milk tea industry. Is that so? Qian Ziyong was highly skeptical. If a young woman said she loved milk tea since childhood and wanted to make a mark in the industry, he might believe it. But a grown man. He couldn't say he completely disbelieved it, but the possibility was exceedingly low. The delivery rider beside them chimed in, what's there to wonder about? You're offering a high salary. Don't forget this is Shenzhen. It's hard for a fresh graduate to earn over 10,000 a month, and that usually comes with a 996 schedule. The applicant suddenly asked, by the way, what are the working hours here? Qian Ziyong replied, our Bingmi milk tea shop strictly prohibits overtime. Overtime will result in a pay deduction. He added with a reassuring smile, if a manager ever demands overtime, then that manager will be fired. These terms are all written into the contract. If we violate the contract, you can take us directly to court. As for working hours, it's 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. You'll also get holidays off, though, on a rotating basis. Qian Ziyong did wish he could give everyone holidays off. But that would be unreasonable. After all, this was a milk tea shop and holidays were when business was booming. If he insisted on closing for every holiday, people would definitely suspect he was deliberately trying to lose money. Any sensible person knows that service industry businesses absolutely cannot take holidays off. That would be highly irrational, and the system would absolutely not permit it. The system was quite lenient, though, as long as his actions could be logically explained and seemed reasonable to ordinary people. He was allowed to do as he pleased. But if his methods made even the average person think he had a screw loose, then it would definitely be forbidden. Upon hearing that the workday was only 6 hours, the delivery rider was taken aback. 6 hours, he asked in disbelief. Qian Ziyong nodded. That's right, 6 hours. The rider confirmed again, no overtime and 2 days off. Qian Ziyong nodded emphatically. No overtime, 2 days off. 2 days a week, though not necessarily on Saturday and Sunday. The delivery rider's eyes widened in astonishment. Just selling milk tea. No need to carry bricks at a construction site. Qian Ziyong frowned. I run a milk tea shop. Why would anyone carry bricks at a construction site? Stop overthinking it. It's just selling milk tea at the shop. There's no extra nonsense. If a manager asks you to do something else like handing out flyers, tell them to do it themselves. I'm hiring you to make and sell milk tea. Nothing else. All of this will be written into the contract. Oh, and if you're ever let go, you must be notified a month in advance, and you'll receive an N1 severance package. A dream company. That was the only thought running through the delivery rider's mind. What kind of amazing company was this? Had been delivering food for years, visiting countless companies in Shenzhen, even some publicly traded ones, but none of them could hold a candle to this place. Most importantly, they were willing to put every single benefit and the salary down in writing. That showed incredible sincerity. Boss, you're really handsome, the delivery rider said. Qian Ziyong ran a hand through his hair. Right. You think so too, huh? Boss, could I apply for a job here? The delivery rider asked, looking at Qian Ziyong with hopeful eyes. Qian Ziyong gave him a quick once-over. Seeing no obvious disability, he said, why not? It's just selling milk tea. I'm sure you can handle it. The delivery rider immediately said, then I'll apply right now. But I didn't bring my resume. Would a handwritten one be okay? Qian Ziyong shook his head. That's too much trouble. Just introduce yourself first. The delivery rider immediately gave his introduction. Qian Ziyong nodded. All right, you're hired. See you tomorrow. Huh, hired. Just like that. He hadn't even mentioned his special skills yet. Wow, all he needed was the guy's name. No, maybe Qian Ziyong wouldn't even care about the name. This was just a formality. Aren't you going to train me? The delivery rider asked quietly. Qian Ziyong said matter-of-factly. It's just selling milk tea. Who doesn't know how to do that? Why would you need training? It's as simple as handing me a delivery order. Qian Ziyong then remembered something and added, oh right. I've posted the milk tea recipes in the group chat. You can just follow them yourselves. If you feel like something's off, you're welcome to tweak the recipe. As for the selling price, just add a 20 margin to the material cost. The recipe was something Head found online. It certainly wasn't a top-secret formula. Qian Ziyong had learned his lesson. Head let Lu Gaoda spend millions on a hot pot-based recipe, and it turned out to be unexpectedly delicious. Although Qian Ziyong still wanted to lose more money and was tempted to spend millions on a milk tea recipe, he was afraid that the resulting tea would be too good. Wouldn't that just repeat the hot pot shop disaster? Had been fooled once, and he was determined not to be fooled again. So he just grabbed a random recipe online. After all, no one else knew where he got it from. The delivery rider stared at the black and white contract on the table, feeling as if a giant, delicious pie had just fallen from the sky and smacked him right in the head. Really, the contract was extremely detailed. All they had to do was show up to the milk tea shop and sell the tea. No overtime, rotating days off for holidays, a salary of 10,000, and a mountain of subsidies. Plus full social insurance and housing fund, not at the minimum contribution rate either. If they left for any reason, they'd get an N1 compensation package. Even state-owned enterprises didn't have it this good, right? So what was he waiting for? Sign it. The delivery rider signed the contract and carefully handed it back to Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong took out the company seal and with a decisive thump stamped it. All right, see you at work tomorrow. If you have other things to wrap up, taking a couple of days is fine too. Qian Ziyong said with a smile as he handed the contract back. The delivery rider took it and asked, I have some colleagues who also want to sell milk tea. Many of them have a strong ambition to make their mark in the milk tea industry. I was wondering if they could come and apply too. Qian Ziyong said dryly, they're just attracted by the high salary, aren't they? He could barely believe one person's ambition to make it big in the milk tea industry. But a whole group of them. He wouldn't believe that even if he were beaten to death. This was the milk tea industry, not some glamorous high-tech field. Fine. Qian Ziyong nodded. Tell them all to come to work. You can handle the interviews. If you think they're suitable, just hire them for me. Qian Ziyong then remembered the old man incident. Oh, and make sure they're all under 60 years old. Absolutely no 80-year-old grandpas or grandmas. People at that age shouldn't be out here working. They should be at home enjoying their retirement. The delivery rider laughed. Who would be that stupid hiring an 80-year-old grandpa? We delivery riders have to climb stairs, and even would struggle at that age. Qian Ziyong felt completely at ease. Great. You can just bring them in to start tomorrow. The delivery rider was overjoyed. After the delivery rider left, Qian Ziyong, having taken in all the external interviewees, stopped posting online invitations and lounged comfortably to play games. Meanwhile, the delivery rider, once outside, stripped off his uniform, pulled out his phone, opened his group chat, and quickly began typing. Guys, I've got great news. I found a fantastic job. Soon congratulations poured in. One person asked, Congrats brother Lu on escaping the grind. What kind of job is it? Another complained, Ugh, the economy is rough these days. I can't get enough orders. I'm thinking of quitting too. Someone else griped, every day I deliver for 12 hours constantly outsmarting security guards. It's utterly exhausting. I've decided I'm quitting too. Tomorrow I'll apply as a security guard and keep all delivery riders out. Seeing his friends joking around, the delivery rider Lu Feijie chuckled, the job's pretty good. 6 hours a day, 2 days off a week, and rotating holidays for every break. Everyone was astonished. One asked, bro, the pay must be pretty low, right? In Shenzhen, there's actually a job with only 6-hour days now. Even if they paid minimum wage, I'd take it. Delivering used to be decent. Tiring, sure, but I'd pull in thousands, sometimes even 10 grand a month. Now, sigh. The despair in the man's voice was unmistakable. The others were equally curious, pressing Lu Feijie for details about his new gig. Lu Feijie smirked triumphantly. The salary is 10,000 a month plus various allowances. After taxes, it still clears 10,000. Oh, and there's full social insurance and housing fund. The mention of benefits sent the chat into a frenzy. Is that something we can actually have? Damn, I've worked 3 years as a contractor. Full social insurance and housing fund. Did you all catch that? Brother Lu said 10 grand a month. 10 grand. Plus weekends off and only 6 hours a day. What kind of job is this? I'd even do construction work for that. A close friend privately messaged Lu Feijie. Bro, delivery is tough, but it's honest money we earn fair and square. I know you're saving up for marriage and your ex left you because she thought you were broke, but don't do anything reckless. Lu Feijie fell silent at the message, memories of his ex flooding back. He had loved her deeply, but he couldn't give her the future she craved. He continued reading as his friend pressed on. Once you enter that trade, it's a deep abyss. Years of sleepless nights, aching backs by dusk, and a new face beside you every dawn. Don't walk down that path of no return. Good grief, he thought Lu Feijie had joined that industry. Lu Feijie typed back a reply, you're overthinking it. I just sell milk tea. Came the puzzled response. Lu Feijie snapped a photo of his contract and sent it over. After a moment's thought, he also posted the contract directly to the group chat. The chat fell dead silent. 5 minutes later it exploded. Oh my god, it's just selling milk tea. What kind of dream job is this? Brother Lu, I'm envious. No, I'm jealous. I love milk tea. I swear I dream about making it every night. Thunder roars and I burst onto the scene. At my birth 5 words appeared in the sky, the little prince of milk tea. Brother Lu, can you get me into this company? I genuinely love milk tea. Countless messages poured in praising the milk tea job while dripping with envy. Was this just milk tea? No. This was the tea of their dreams. Lu Feijie smiled and typed in the group, the company still has openings. If you want to join me, meet at the usual spot tonight. Beer, drinks, and barbecue are on me. The chat erupted instantly. Wait for me, bro. This round's on me. Let me handle it. Nobody stop me. This is my treat to celebrate my sworn father. The next day, Lu Feijie arrived with a massive crowd in tow. As they filed into the office, they startled Qian Ziyong, who was mid-game. What are you all waiting for? Greet the boss. Lu Feijie bellowed. Hello, boss. The group chorused in unison. Good, good, good. Qian Ziyong glanced down. His Han Xian had been slain and sent back to the fountain, and the enemy was already demolishing his base. Are these all the people you recruited? He asked, astonished. Lu Feijie had done a huge chunk of his work for him. What an outstanding employee. That meant the next few days would be a breeze. Lu Feijie stepped forward. Boss, don't worry. They're all fully capable. Qian Ziyong waved a hand. I'm completely assured. He set down his phone and announced, everyone, several milk tea shops are already renovated. You can pick the location closest to your home. He had truly witnessed China's speed. With money in hand, skyscrapers rose from the ground, and the Great Wall could be built in a day. Whether it was renovations or securing storefronts, everything moved at lightning pace. This afternoon, 10 milk tea shops would open, tomorrow 30 more. Qian Ziyong was confident that within 10 days his 300 million would be spent to the last cent. Excellent. Each store gets 10 people. Divide yourselves up. Qian Ziyong added. With that, he posted the addresses of the new locations in the group. These were the stores Zhou Kaitian and the others had secured for him. Some already renovated, others still in progress, and he shared them all. Lu Feijia pulled everyone into the group, and they eagerly selected their preferred work locations. He then carefully stacked a pile of contracts on Qian Ziyong's desk, each in duplicate. This was what Qian Ziyong had given him yesterday. Boss, there are quite a few of us, 43 in total. The contracts you gave me yesterday weren't enough. Lu Feijia said, rubbing his head sheepishly. Qian Ziyong smiled. Thanks to you, you've solved a big headache for me. I was just thinking, if you hadn't shown up today, I'd have had to search online for another batch of interviewees. As he spoke, Qian Ziyong printed out blank contracts for them to sign on the spot. Lu Feijia gave a bashful grin. I just hope you don't think I brought too many people, boss. He simply had too many friends. After all, they all moved in the same circles. Word spread from 1 to 10 and 10 to 40, and soon everyone knew Head landed a fantastic job. So last night a huge crowd of friends had shown up. Head even worried the boss might reject him for bringing so many. But now seeing the boss all smiles, his worries melted away. Still a bit short on people, Qian Ziyong frowned. Though 40 odd seemed like a lot combined with the ones Head hired yesterday, it was only about 70. But with 10 stores opening this afternoon, he needed 100. Looks like Head have to recruit more. Sigh. No gaming this afternoon after all. Hearing the boss complain about the shortage of staff, Lu Feijia volunteered. Boss, I have many friends who all work in delivery. If you need more hands, I can call them over. Having found such good jobs for his brothers, they all regarded him as a father figure. He was now the most impressive among them. You can recruit more people, eh? Qian Ziyong's face lit up with surprise. Lu Feijia smiled and said, Boss, just give the word, and I can fill up our milk tea shop in no time. Boss, how many people do you need? Qian Ziyong calculated in his mind. Based on the current cost of acquiring stores, 300 million should be enough to take over 600 shops. That meant he needed 6,000 employees. Good heavens. Qian Ziyong was shocked by his own calculations. 6,000 employees. How long would it take to recruit them all? 600 a day. Working 6 hours a day, that meant hiring 100 people per hour. 2 per minute. 1 every 30 seconds. Was that even feasible? Even giving interviewees 30 seconds for self-introduction wasn't enough. Not letting them introduce themselves would be disrespectful. Or he could work overtime. Overtime could get the job done. But if employees only worked 6 hours, why should he work extra? He didn't want to work overtime. He wanted to slack off during work hours and have weekends off. No, Head rather delegate this recruiting task to someone else. Qian Ziyong thought of Lu Gaoda. Although Lu Gaoda was unreliable, he was certainly efficient. However, Lu Gaoda was still in Hanqing. Wait, wasn't there an employee right here who could help? I need 6,000 people. Can you recruit them for me? Qian Ziyong asked. Lu Feijia was startled. How many? 6,000. Qian Ziyong said. That many? Everyone was stunned. Lu Feijia asked, Boss, how many stores does our milk tea shop have? Qian Ziyong said, not many. I plan to open 600 new stores within 10 days. Then gradually expand to 1,000. Mainly the transfer fees for shops in Shenzhen are too expensive. You otherwise 300 million could have directly acquired 1,000 stores. The transfer fees for shops in Shenzhen were indeed very high. After all, Qingwen milk tea shops were usually located on bustling streets. The higher the foot traffic, the higher the transfer fee. Of course, the first shop he personally transferred was at a high price. Zhou Kaitian and the others hadn't paid such high prices. They had tried to negotiate as low as possible. In some areas, they didn't need to pay transfer fees and could rent suitable shops directly. 600 stores. 300 million. Everyone felt dizzy. They had always heard about millions and billions online, but in real life this was the first time they'd witnessed a business deal worth hundreds of millions. 600 stores, 10 people per store, that's 6,000 people. My God, had they stumbled into a listed company. This company offered various benefits, social insurance, and 2 days off each week. Very professional. Now they were opening 600 stores, planning to expand to 1,000. This was gearing up for an IPO. Boss, leave the recruiting to me. He'll get it done perfectly. Lu Feijia thumped his chest. Good. Qian Ziyong nodded immediately. From today, you are the deputy HR manager of the milk tea shop with a monthly salary of 50,000. First, handle the recruitment. He planned to have Lu Gaoda come over as the HR manager. He didn't dare put Lu Gaoda in charge of the hot pot restaurant again. Who knows what trouble had caused. Lu Feijia had already recruited dozens for him. With thousands more needed, he was more than qualified for the deputy manager position. A salary of 50,000 was well deserved. He had to pay his employees fairly, not excessively, or the system wouldn't allow it. Hearing about the monthly salary of 50,000, Lu Feijia's eyes lit up. Standing at attention, saluting, he declared passionately, Boss, I will never betray your trust. Qian Ziyong patted his shoulder. Work hard, I believe in you. With that, he began stamping the employee contracts. During their conversation, the staff had already printed and signed the contracts. Qian Ziyong stamped one red seal after another. Seeing their contracts stamped, everyone was overjoyed. All right, I'll leave things here to you, Qian Ziyong said. He was going out for a meal. He didn't want to eat pig trotter rice anymore. Most importantly, he suspected that after recruiting all the delivery drivers in the area, would there even be anyone left to deliver his food? He wanted to try the delicacies of Shenzhen. It felt great to skip work openly. But then he thought the system didn't pay him a salary anyway, so was it really skipping work? As a boss, he never received a salary, and he couldn't even use a cent of the system's money. He could only curse inwardly. After the boss left, everyone couldn't contain their excitement and cheered loudly. But when they turned around, they saw Qian Ziyong had come back. Everyone was embarrassed. Forgot my phone. Qian Ziyong smiled and picked up his phone from the table. Oh yeah. Qian Ziyong laughed, raising his fist. He was pretty happy himself. Having employees was great. They handled everything, and he could reap the benefits. The employees laughed. Boss, you're the best. Lu Feijia said sincerely. He had never met a boss like this. If he had, he wouldn't have had to brave the elements delivering food. Who wants to deliver food? No one. It's too tiring. But for a living, for a few pieces of silver, they had to toil. The boss gave them such high wages and great benefits. He felt his blood boil with passion. At that moment, he felt the call of the times. Lu Feijia was about to take center stage. Watching the boss retreating figure, everyone said, Manager Lu, are we dreaming? The boss hired us all, without even an interview. Lu Feijia smiled and said, I told you the boss trusts me. Anyone I bring, he'll accept. He had drunk too much yesterday and bragged that everyone would get in. Today, bringing so many people, he was nervous inside. But he had already said it. If Lu Feijia went back on his word, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? How could he show his face again? It turned out to be exceptionally smooth, which put his mind at ease. Just then someone suddenly said, Brother Lu, the boss, shared the milk tea recipes in the group. I think I've seen them before. He searched online and quickly found those recipes. Everyone looked at each other bewildered. Lu Feijia said, it's normal. The boss is young and doesn't know much about the milk tea business. By the way, Gongzi, didn't you used to run a milk tea shop? Do you have any particularly good recipes? The young man nicknamed Gongzi nodded. There are two which I discovered by accident. They taste great. Another person said, why bother? Just go ask at other shops. Which milk tea shop in Shenzhen aren't we familiar with? That's right. Lu Feijia realized. They had been traversing the city day and night, especially delivering dozens of cups to milk tea shops daily. They were already very familiar with the staff there. Why ask? Just poach the staff from other shops. With such high wages, I can't believe anyone would refuse. One person said boldly. Indeed, the high salary the boss offered was their confidence. Lu Feijia pondered for a moment, finding his words quite sensible. Each of you go and recruit people. No, not recruit. Rescue them from their plight. I'm sure you're all familiar with the staff at other milk tea shops. A salary of over 10,000 at Bingmi Milk Tea plus full social insurance and housing fund. You all know what that means. What we need to do is help our brothers escape their hardship early and join the Bingmi Milk Tea family. Lu Feijia's speech was impassioned. As the new deputy HR manager, he was determined to flawlessly accomplish the task assigned by the boss. Who could be more qualified for the job than the ready-made employees of other milk tea shops? It was a surefire shortcut. Wait, our group is called Fei Huang, and a few of those names seem familiar, like I've heard them online. A young man spoke up. Fei Huang Supermarket. Someone caught on, I know. Fei Huang Supermarket in Hanqing is a huge hit online. Their goods are incredibly cheap. They even mark the cost price directly on items, all about transparency. People are going there to check it out. The crowd, mostly young and internet savvy, had all heard of Fei Huang. Oh my god, Bingmi Milk Tea is invested by Fei Huang Supermarket. The boss is Qian Ziyong. Could he be the legendary Boss Qian? They say Boss Qian is incredibly generous and treats his employees extremely well. At Fei Huang Supermarket, you only work 6 hours a day. All employees get full social insurance and housing fund with 2 days off a week. The benefits are top-notch. Plus, when the company makes a profit, there are dividends. Everyone was stunned. They looked at their contracts. Sure enough, the working hours and benefits matched perfectly. They had joined the Fei Huang group. The crowd was ecstatic. Some even jumped for joy. Brother Lu, does that mean if we make money, we'll get dividends too? Someone asked. Though phrased as a question, his tone was certain. It was Boss Qian. If they made money, dividends were guaranteed. Anticipation filled their hearts. They had initially worried that such high wages and benefits might bankrupt the company. Now those fears vanished. This was Fei Huang Supermarket. Their boss was Qian Ziyong, a business legend. Online comments called him a peak debut, never once defeated. Under his management, this milk tea shop was destined for glory. Qian Ziyong was young, and most delivery riders were young too. They had followed him online with great interest, never imagining they'd see him in the flesh one day. Having their idol appear so vividly in reality was a surreal sensation. Everyone was filled with confidence for the future, all buzzing with energy. Since it's boss Qian, no need to overthink. Just mention his name and the high salary. I bet if we even hint that our shop is hiring, we won't need to recruit at all. People will swarm us. As they were planning their move, Zhou Kaitian returned, dragging his exhausted body. He was utterly spent. After negotiating with several shops today, his throat was parched, his stomach growled, and he hadn't even had time to eat. Seeing so many people at the company, Zhou Kaitian was surprised. Noticing a newcomer, Lu Feijia asked, "Are you here for an interview? Did you bring your resume, eh?" Zhou Kaitian was taken aback, then smiled. "I'm the CEO of Bingmi Milk Tea. And you are?" Hearing this, Lu Feijia exclaimed happily, "You're President Zhou. An honor to meet you. I'm Lu Feijia, the new deputy HR manager appointed by boss Qian." Zhou Kaitian raised an eyebrow. The boss was truly the boss, his speed of action far beyond comparison. Had hired all these people this quickly. "What were you all discussing just now, eh?" Zhou Kaitian asked curiously. Lu Feijia replied, "I was thinking since we're hiring for the company, we should find the best possible candidates. I wanted to poach employees from other milk tea shops. Since we delivery riders are familiar with their staff and the boss gives us such great pay, poaching from other shops should be a piece of cake. Poaching everywhere." Zhou Kaitian was taken aback and waved his hands frantically. "Absolutely not. We must not make enemies everywhere. Feihuang Supermarket has always been about goodwill. This kind of underhanded poaching is strictly forbidden." Lu Feijia felt a bit dejected. However, Zhou Kaitian thought for a moment, then said, "There is one exception, and that's Qingwa Milk Tea. Our boss has a grudge against them." The crowd was surprised by this revelation. Lu Feijia was intensely curious. What's the grudge between the boss and Qingwa Milk Tea? Zhou Kaitian didn't hide it, as it wasn't exactly a secret. The son of Qingyu's owner mocked our boss to his face for being poor and insulted his parents as good for nothings. To be honest, we came to Shenzhen to open this milk tea shop, not just because it's a profitable venture, but also because Shi Hongzhuang, the owner's son, went too far. He acts recklessly, relying on his backing from Sakura country. The boss wants to teach him a lesson. The addresses for the new shops are all in the group chat. If you look closely, you'll notice all of them are near Qingwa milk tea shops. Everyone checked the addresses. They knew Shenzhen like the back of their hand, especially the milk tea shops. They could pinpoint them with their eyes closed. Looking closely, they saw it was true. Their shops were all clustered around Qingwa shops. And for every Qingwa shop, there were 2 new Bingmi shops opening nearby. A young man fumed, "I hate people from Sakura country. Since the boss has a grudge against Qingyu, say no more. Let's strip them of all their staff. We need 10 people per shop, but Qingwa has at most 4. Stripping them clean won't be that hard." Everyone nodded in agreement. Someone pointed at a map on their phone. "I know the shop well. A buddy of mine works there. He'll poach this one. He'll take this one," another volunteered. Most had connections, and the tasks were quickly assigned. Lu Feijia said happily, "All right, after work, get them together for a chat, and get it done as soon as possible. Oh, by the way," Lu Feijia turned to Zhou Kaitian, "General Manager, do you need any help with the new shops? I know all the commercial streets in Shenzhen like the back of my hand, and I even know quite a few shop owners. Whether it's a transfer or a direct lease, I can help out." Zhou Kaitian was overjoyed. Could Lu Feijia be the ace the boss had kept for him? It wasn't out of the question. The landlord Chen Jingfu had said that Qian Ziyong was like a strategist of old, calculating the perfect timing, location, and harmony. Qian Ziyong liked to plan 10 steps ahead. So was Lu Feijia, the secret weapon Qian Ziyong had deliberately left in place. Whether it works or not, it's good enough. Zhou Kaitian declared solemnly, "Lu Feijia, I truly need your help." Hearing Zhou Kaitian's words, Lu Feijia was overjoyed. This was a chance for him to shine before his leader. Choosing his words carefully, Lu Feijia said, "I know a thing or two about shops. They are divided into Yin streets and Yang streets. Yang streets have heavy foot traffic and good business. Yin streets may seem busy, but people don't actually go into the stores to spend money. A business is terrible. There are also some shops you must never take, like those with high steps at the entrance. Such shops have bad feng shui. Whoever takes them will go bankrupt." The more Zhou Kaitian listened, the more excited he became. This was far more than just a little knowledge. He was truly an expert. Indeed, Lu Feijia was a delivery driver. He spent his days on the road traversing every street and was intimately familiar with milk tea shops and small eateries. Asking a taxi driver for directions and a delivery driver for shop recommendations. That was a brilliant move. And these men were all seasoned delivery drivers. Zhou Kaitian grasped Lu Feijia's hand firmly. "Brother Lu, you must help me. I've been utterly exhausted these past 2 days. I'm afraid I can't handle the task the boss has given me. Every day I'm racking my brains, unable to sleep at night." Zhou Kaitian was practically in tears. The pressure was immense. Opening 600 stores in 10 days. The mission was extremely daunting. 60 stores a day. Even if the shops were already there and he could directly negotiate leases with the owners, it would be impossible to close 60 deals in a single day. Moreover, sometimes the shop owners were out, and he had to wait for them to return, wasting precious time. Even working around the clock 24 hours a day, he couldn't open 60 stores in one day. As for the others, aside from Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang who were somewhat reliable, Yi Xiaoqin lacked ability, and Wei Xiaoyan was just a slacker. Wei Xiaoyan had potential, but she deemed such tasks beneath her. After arriving in Shenzhen, instead of searching for shops, she went shopping claiming it was to understand the market. Most importantly, the boss had explicitly told them not to work overtime, so they had to work overtime in secret. And Wei Xiaoyan strictly followed the boss' orders, not working a single minute of overtime. And she wasn't wrong. He couldn't say anything. If he complained to the boss knowing him, he would likely be criticized instead. Now Lu Feijie and the others were like a timely gift of coal in the snow. General Manager, we are ready to go through fire and water for the company. Lu Feijie supported Zhou Kaitian and said solemnly. The others looked at Zhou Kaitian with sincere eyes. In their delivery industry, whenever a customer gave a tip, they would brave wind and rain, fearing neither hardship nor fatigue. They would perfectly fulfill the customer's requirements. Qian Ziyong paid them over 10,000 a month plus social insurance and housing fund. So of course they would cut through mountains and build bridges over rivers. Nothing was too difficult. The next day at noon, Qian Ziyong, who had been absent for a day, stretched lazily, left the hotel, and headed straight for the restaurant downstairs. Now that he had money, he treated himself well. He no longer stayed in standard rooms. He didn't order delivery, either. He went out to eat in person, but today seemed particularly crowded. Arriving at a small restaurant, Qian Ziyong looked at the bustling scene, scratching his head. It wasn't this crowded yesterday. Why so many people today? He entered the restaurant and ordered his favorite clay-baked chicken. The clay-baked chicken here was delicious, but it took a while to prepare, especially with so many people around. Qian Ziyong was patient. After all, he had nothing else to do. But there were so many people that there wasn't even a seat. He'd have to take it back to the hotel. He grumbled inwardly, what's going on? Why so many people today? There weren't this many last night. Is lunch business better than dinner? Restaurants usually did better in the afternoon and evening, with lunch business being slower. Just then Qian Ziyong heard several people nearby complaining and cursing. What the hell? Today I ordered delivery, but the platform couldn't assign my order. Doesn't Shenzhen have enough delivery drivers? You're just finding out now? I realized something was wrong yesterday, when it took forever for my order to be assigned. Another person said, I heard that some company took away all the delivery drivers. Hearing this, the crowd erupted in indignation. Someone actually took away all the delivery drivers. They made me miss my meal and forced me to come downstairs. If I find out who did it, it'll tear them to pieces. Someone nearby said furiously, right, count me in. They'll rip them apart with my bare hands. Just like this clay-baked chicken. Grab one leg in each hand and tear it apart. With that, he tore the chicken in his hands into two halves from the bottom up. Seeing this, Qian Ziyong immediately clamped his legs together and broke out in a cold sweat. Just then a staff member brought his chicken. Your chicken? Startled, Qian Ziyong turned around to see a pretty waitress handing him a clay-baked chicken. He lowered his head, snatched the chicken from her, and fled like a thief. The crowd was bewildered. What a close call. Qian Ziyong, feeling he had narrowly escaped, covered his legs and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The weather was chilly, but his back was soaked with sweat. The people rushing in to eat all wore expressions of resentment. Without a doubt, they were all forced to come out because they couldn't get delivery. Qian Ziyong could deeply feel their pent-up frustration. Quick, buy a milk tea and get back to the hotel. This place is terrifying. Qian Ziyong fled, as if escaping. If not for the fact that clay-baked chicken was greasy and needed a drink to cut through the richness, he would have gone straight back to the hotel. There were plenty of milk tea shops around. Qian Ziyong spotted a familiar shop. Shihong's Qingwe milk tea shop. What's going on? Why is it closed? It was fine yesterday. Qian Ziyong was puzzled, but he didn't think much of it. Wherever there was a Qingwe milk tea shop, there was bound to be a Bingmi milk tea shop from the same company. So there must be one nearby. Sure enough, looking up, he saw two Bingmi milk tea shops flanking the Qingwe shop tightly. Just then someone saw the Qingwe milk tea shop closed and complained loudly. I wanted a Qingwe lemon today. Why is it closed? The girl was furious, her face red with anger. Not being able to order delivery was bad enough, but now the milk tea shop was closed too. Was this a conspiracy against her? Qian Ziyong felt that this might be related to him, so he shrank his head deeper into his collar. Her friend beside her comforted her. It's okay, the Bingmi milk tea shop next door has the same drink. It's called Bingmi lemon. The angry girl said, I want Qingwe lemon. Xiaoju, don't you know? Qingwe lemon is my favorite. I have one every day. The girl named Xiaoju shrugged. That Bingmi milk tea shop staff used to work at Qingwe. Same staff, same ingredients. Except for the name, the taste is exactly the same. Qingwe lemon costs 16 yuan a cup, Bingmi lemon is 6 yuan. The angry girl's eyes widened as she looked at the Bingmi milk tea shop staff. Wasn't that the same girl from Qingwe? She jumped ship. And it's 6 yuan a cup. The same taste. She was going to achieve milk tea freedom. It's not that I'm stingy with money. I just think Bingmi lemon sounds better. Qingwe lemon humph, the girl said disdainfully. That name sounds utterly illegitimate. Even a dog wouldn't drink it. Inside a luxurious villa in Shenzhen, Shi Yongchang, the owner of Qingwen Milk Tea Shop, was awakened early in the morning by a phone call before he even got out of bed. The general manager of the milk tea shop called to inform him that a major crisis had occurred at the shop. What? All the employees collectively resigned. They all went to the rival Bingmi Milk Tea Shop next door. Shi Yongchang was shocked. He didn't even know what Bingmi Milk Tea Shop was. At the crack of dawn, he rushed to the company at top speed and immediately met with the manager to get a clear picture of the situation. The general manager reported the incidents and the results of his own investigation to the boss truthfully. After hearing the report, Shi Yongchang's face turned ashen. So it's all because of my precious son. Shi Yongchang trembled with rage. The general manager remained silent. Shi Yongchang was about to explode with fury. How do we solve this? Shi Yongchang asked. The general manager said, Boss, since the employees have all left, we have no choice but to recruit new staff as quickly as possible. Can't we transfer some staff from other branches to temporarily cover? Shi Yongchang suggested. Qingwen Milk Tea Shop had many branches not only in Shenzhen, but also in other cities. Sending one employee from each branch to help out temporarily shouldn't be a big problem. The general manager shook his head with a bitter expression. I'm afraid that won't work. Bingmi Milk Tea Shop is right next door. With their salary levels, any staff we bring in might be poached away. If all the transferred employees get lured away by Bingmi, the consequences would be disastrous. Shi Yongchang shuddered. If employees transferred from other branches all ended up defecting to Bingmi next door, not only would the closed shops remain shut, but other branches would also be affected. The general manager added, Boss, besides the closed shops, the other branches are also suffering greatly. Bingmi Milk Tea Shop accepts every employee from Qingwen without exception. I'm worried that if we transfer staff from other provinces, they'll simply poach them all. Hearing this, Shi Yongchang slammed the table in fury. This is a fierce onslaught indeed. Are those shops just going to stay closed indefinitely? The general manager continued, Boss, we can't keep them closed forever. Bingmi has poached our staff, and after just renaming the products, they're making the exact same milk tea as ours. Shi Yongchang was furious. Making exactly the same milk tea was a blatant attempt to steal their business. If this continued for a couple more days, customers would only recognize Bingmi, not Qingwen. The general manager added, the most infuriating part is that their prices are much lower than ours. We sell ours for 16 yuan, but they only charge 6. That's not just a price cut in half, it's been cut again and again. Hearing that the same milk tea was sold for only 6 yuan, Shi Yongchang was dumbfounded. At such a low price, can they even make a profit? Shi Yongchang asked. The general manager shook his head. From my understanding, they definitely can't make money. Shi Yongchang frowned. So they're not making money, they're just losing money to spite us. No, it's more than just spite. Selling the same product at a fraction of our price and stealing our customers. This is a ruthless move to cut us off at the roots. Shi Yongchang suddenly felt a sense of impending doom. This wasn't just about reopening the shops anymore. Even if they reopened, what good would it do? With such targeted cutthroat competition from Bingmi, they wouldn't have any business even if they opened. The general manager said, this isn't even the worst part. Shi Yongchang was taken aback. Even this wasn't the worst. The general manager continued, the worst part is that Bingmi is still opening new branches. Soon there will be 2 Bingmi shops near every Qingwen shop in Shenzhen, or even right next door. They sell the same milk tea at much lower prices, and while we have 1 shop, they have 2. And they offer better service. I can't see how we can compete with them. Once our business plummets, the inevitable result will be a sharp drop in our stock price. Hearing about the stock price plummeting, Shi Yongchang staggered backward and slumped into his chair. Qingwen Milk Tea Shop had 5,000 branches across the country, but Shenzhen was their stronghold. If none of the milk tea shops in Shenzhen made any money and the shops were desolate, how could they give investors confidence? The stock would surely crash. He had pledged a large portion of the company's stock as collateral for bank loans. If the stock price plummeted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shi Yongchang paced back and forth in his office, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. As a businessman with assets exceeding 10 billion, Shi Yongchang managed to stay calm in a critical moment. First, reopen those shops and immediately hire new staff. I don't believe Bingmi will poach every new hire we make. Even if they do, well, just hire more. There are plenty of people in Shenzhen. We won't raise salaries, but we can offer some subsidies. Shi Yongchang quickly formulated a countermeasure. However, this would only stabilize things temporarily. It wouldn't improve business or restore investor confidence. Yes, sir. The general manager immediately set to work. It's all Wang's fault, that little bastard. Shi Yongchang grew angrier the more he thought about it. Unable to contain his fury, he rushed home, grabbed Shi Hongzhuang, who was still sleeping, and slapped him hard several times. Shi Hongzhuang was stunned. He was still dreaming. With each slap, he was jolted awake, and then slapped again, leaving him completely disoriented. A woman lying beside him woke up in fright and huddled under the blanket, staring in terror at the furious Shi Yongchang. "Who dares to hit me?" Shi Hongzhuang shouted in anger. He had drunk too much the previous night and hadn't fully sobered up yet. "Dad." Seeing it was his father, Shi Hongzhuang couldn't understand why he was so angry. "I'm not your father, you're my father." His hands weren't enough to vent his anger, so Shi Yongchang unbuckled his belt and lashed out fiercely. Shi Hongzhuang trembled from the blows. Since reaching adulthood, his father had never beaten him like this. Shi Hongzhuang scrambled away, crying, "Mom! Mom! Save me, Dad's gone crazy!" He shouted as he ran, not even bothering to put on his pants. Their villa estate was large. He had his own building and his parents had another about 100 meters apart. Shi Hongzhuang ran all the way with Shi Yongchang chasing behind. Two maids saw this and couldn't help but remark, "Young people nowadays sure know how to have fun." Soon Shi Hongzhuang burst into his parents' villa and threw himself into his mother's arms as she was having breakfast. "What's going on?" Shi Hongzhuang's mother Qian Wanbai saw the welt from the belt on her son's body and felt heartbroken. Shi Yongchang caught up at that moment. Seeing him brandishing a leather belt with a murderous look, Qian Wanbai quickly shielded her son behind her. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "Why are you hitting our son?" She stood up, placing herself between the two. "Oomph." Shi Yongchang fumed. "A doting mother raises a failure. He's turned out like this because of your coddling. I should have known better than to have him at all." He had never regretted this more. How could he have produced such a worthless offspring? "Dad, what did I do?" Shi Hongzhuang whimpered, tears streaming down his face. "I haven't been in any fights or caused any trouble these past few days." He had genuinely been on his best behavior. Qian Wanbai furrowed her brow. "He's been home the whole time, hasn't left the house in days." She knew her son had brought back a beautiful woman and had been busy in his room. He shouldn't have had time to stir up trouble. She rarely saw her husband this angry. Shi Yongchang stared at Shi Hongzhuang. "Did you go provoke Qian Ziyong?" "Qian Ziyong." Shi Hongzhuang looked utterly bewildered. After a moment, he finally recalled who that was. "That loser," Shi Hongzhuang said dismissively. He had met many people, and Qian Ziyong was utterly unremarkable. In his eyes, Qian Ziyong was undoubtedly a nobody. He had always looked down on such people. Back in his school days, his favorite pastime had been bullying other students. Some were weak and easily cowed, too afraid to fight back even when they were wronged. "Loser." Shi Yongchang raised his belt and brought it down in a vicious strike. "Ow! Ow!" Shi Hongzhuang yelped, jumping up in agony. It hurt terribly. He clutched the wound and felt something wet. Looking down, he saw blood. He burst into loud sobs. Qian Wanbai heart ached. She pulled Shi Hongzhuang into her arms. "Have you been drinking cheap liquor? What madness has gotten into you?" she screamed at Shi Yongchang. Shi Yongchang shook his head in exasperation. "That loser you mentioned. He's opened countless milk tea shops across Shenzhen now. He's targeting our Qingyue milk tea. For every one of our shops, he's opened 2 of his Bingmi milk tea shops right next to them. He's poached all our staff. Now we don't have a single employee left. Every store is closed. Do you know what this means? Shenzhen is our headquarters. If our flagship stores are shut down, our stock price will plummet so fast, even its own father wouldn't recognize it. And if the stock crashes hard enough, our entire family is finished." Even though Shi Hongzhuang was a prodigal son, he understood what the Qingyue milk tea stock meant to their family. He had always boasted about owning a listed company because he knew its true value. It meant they could leverage the stock to borrow massive amounts of cash. It meant they could live in mansions, drive luxury cars, and he could laze around with several women on the side. But if the stock crashed to the bottom, it would become worthless. The bank would sell it, and if that wasn't enough to cover their loans, they would come knocking on their door. It wouldn't just be bankruptcy. All their assets would be seized, and they'd be buried under a mountain of debt. Shi Hongzhuang finally understood why his father was so furious. It was Qian Ziyong, the man he had always despised, who had made his move against them. And he had struck with such ruthless precision. "Qian Ziyong, he'll tear you apart." Shi Hongzhuang clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. Shi Yongchang slapped him across the face, leaving a clear red handprint. Shi Hongzhuang clutched his cheek, sobbing uncontrollably. "This is all your fault. I told you. There's always someone better out there. You can't afford to offend just anyone. Even I can't fix everything." Shi Yongchang was deeply grieved. This devastating blow from Qian Ziyong had wiped out years of his hard work. And if he couldn't weather this storm, it would be the end of the entire family. What an ungrateful son. "Dad, Dad, you must have a way out, right?" Shi Hongzhuang was terrified. He was truly afraid of losing everything. This was far worse than a few slaps from his father. Qian Wanbai was frantic as well, finally grasping the severity of the situation. "Scared now? Where was this fear earlier?" Shi Yongchang trembled with rage. "This useless, good-for-nothing brat." Qian Wanbai suggested, "Why don't we bring some gifts and apologize to Qian?" "Qian Ziyong, didn't you stockpile dozens of cases of fine liquor a few days ago? Send him that liquor worth millions." Shi Yongchang shook his head with a bitter face. It's too late. If I had brought the liquor and apologized the moment he offended Qian Ziyong, it might have worked. But now he's already opened his stores and hired his staff. He's invested hundreds of millions. Do you think he cares about a few million in liquor? Qian Ziyong's goal is simple. He's using us as a stepping stone to enter the milk tea industry. If we go under, they take root in Shenzhen. Shen Wanbei's face went pale. Then what else can we do? Shi Hongzhuang suddenly thought of the Yamajing family. Dad, we still have the Yamajing family. Shi Yongchang let out a long sigh. It seems we have no choice but to beg the Yamajing consortium for help. Do you think I don't know what they're capable of? Asking them for help comes at a price. The only bargaining chip he had left was his stock. Elsewhere, Qian Ziyong was oblivious to the turmoil at Qingwe Milk Tea. He had been keeping an eye on his own Bingmi stores these past few days. Business at Bingmi Milk Tea had been phenomenal. So good, in fact, that it made Qian Ziyong uneasy. It was almost too good to comprehend. So he retreated to his hotel room, hid away, and played video games. If he didn't see it, it didn't happen. Qian Ziyong had no idea that customers were raving about Bingmi Milk Tea. In Shenzhen, it was rare to find a milk tea shop with drinks under 10 yuan. But Bingmi was different. They had a whole array of drinks priced below 10 yuan. What's more, many of Bingmi's drinks were identical to those at Qingwe. This was a clear message to customers: our prices are lower, not our quality. These days, customers leaving Bingmi would often curse Qingwe under their breath. A milk tea that cost 16 yuan at Qingwe was only 6 yuan at Bingmi. This proved that Qingwe was fleecing them for at least 10 yuan. If it were something priced at 30 or 40, a 10 yuan markup might be acceptable. But for something that only cost 16, Qingwe was pocketing 10 yuan. That was simply outrageous. In no time, Qingyu's reputation plummeted. Everyone knew they were a heartless, greedy business. Meanwhile, Bingmi milk tea was packed to the brim. Long lines formed every single day. The staff were numerous, 4 people per shift, and they were always energetic with bright smiles on their faces. The employees at Qingyue, on the other hand, looked like they were owed millions and would even scowl at customers who came to buy. The ice honey milk tea shop became a sensation. It was overwhelmingly popular, and its success came as no surprise. After all, with such low prices, decent taste, and a prime location in the bustling city center, the shop, despite having 4 employees, found itself with a perpetual line of customers from morning till night. Seeing the booming business, Zhou Kaitian and his team were ecstatic and accelerated their expansion. In just 7 short days, they had poured 300 million into the venture. Qian Ziyong breathed a sigh of relief. The shop was doing great business, yet it wasn't making a profit. This brought Qian Ziyong great joy. Because the ice honey milk tea was sold so cheaply, the costs of wages and rent were exceedingly high. After all, a shop in Shenzhen was worth its weight in gold, with rent for an ordinary store reaching a staggering 500 yuan per square meter. A mere 30 square meter milk tea shop would incur a monthly rent of 15,000 yuan. Some locations even charged 1,000 yuan per square meter per month, pushing rent to 30,000 yuan. Combined with the exorbitant staff wages, the monthly cost reached a terrifying total of around 200,000 yuan. A single employee could sell at most 3 cups of milk tea per minute, translating to 160 cups an hour. With 8 employees working 4 per shift, the theoretical maximum daily revenue was calculated as 4 people, 3 cups, 5 yuan, 60 minutes, 12 hours, 4300 yuan. The absolute ceiling was just over 40,000. In reality, the daily sales weren't that high, averaging around 30,000 yuan per day. With a profit margin of 20%, that meant a daily profit of 6,000 yuan or 180,000 yuan a month. However, with costs as they were, each store was losing an average of about 20,000 yuan every month. He had opened these shops under the guise of competing with Qingwe milk tea, so no one suspected he was deliberately losing money. He lost money with peace of mind. He was confident Qingwe milk tea was also suffering losses. When Qian Ziyong recently checked on their business, he saw only a few scattered customers, a truly pathetic sight. Qian Ziyong had no worries that Qingwe milk tea would go bankrupt. After all, they were a listed company backed by a Sakura Country financial group, completely different from Yongyan Supermarket. However, he couldn't help but envy them. With their current business, they were losing at least 20,000 yuan a month on rent alone, not to mention wages and utility costs. Qingwe milk tea was losing even more money than his shops. It was truly infuriating. Although he envied them, there was nothing he could do. Losing more money than him was a testament to the superior skill of Qingyu's owner. After all, he was new to the milk tea business, lacking experience and capability, so it was only natural he couldn't lose as much as they did. Sigh. I truly envy Qingwe milk tea, Qian Ziyong sighed. Shenzhen was entertaining, but it was time for him to return. Besides, delivery workers were scarce in this area, forcing him to come down for every meal, which was quite inconvenient. Hunching was much better. Zhou Kaitian and Wei Xiaoyan stayed in Shenzhen to continue expanding, aiming to open at least one ice honey milk tea shop near every Qingwe outlet in the city. He along with the others boarded a plane bound for Hanqing. My name is Sun Xiao, an ordinary employee at Feihuang Supermarket. This morning I woke up right on time at 8 o'clock. After brushing my teeth and washing my face, I jogged for 20 minutes in the nearby park. I arrived at the supermarket at 8:40. The supermarket's Feihuang restaurant offers free breakfast. When I arrived, many customers were already dining. A bowl of noodles cost only 4 yuan, a real bargain. Even with beef, it was just 10 yuan. Since I'm a Feihuang employee, my meal was free. I ordered a bowl of beef noodles and a thin fried dough stick. I love fried dough sticks, but I used to eat them sparingly, having heard the oil is reused, which is unhealthy. However, at Feihuang restaurant, I don't worry, the oil is of good quality and used only for a single day. I like to soak the fried dough stick in the beef noodle soup. That combination of crispy and soft with a satisfying crunch is simply wonderful. After breakfast, I leisurely clocked in and began my day's work, which was quite simple. My task was just to stock the shelves. Everyone is assigned their own section, and I only need to complete the work in mine. The goods were a bit heavy, but with a trolley the job was easy. After working for about 4 hours, it was time for lunch. I went to the restaurant, which was already packed. Mom, I greeted with a smile. My mother is in charge of serving customers at the restaurant, and my father is the warehouse manager. Together, our family of 3 earns a monthly income of 30,000 yuan. Xiao is here. Today we have your favorite small fish and shrimp. My mother said with a smile, serving me a portion. The small fish and shrimp are deep fried until crispy and delicious. They're my absolute favorite. But they aren't always available, so I was surprised to see them today. Since my mother was busy, I didn't chat long, just got a serving of vegetables, a portion of meat, and a small bowl of soup. 3 dishes and a soup which I enjoyed alone in a corner. The only downside of the restaurant is the sheer number of customers. I had to eat quickly to free up the seat. I had a half-hour break at noon, so after eating I stood nearby to rest. Many of my relatives and close friends work at the supermarket. I joked and chatted with them. As I was talking, a clear voice sounded from behind me. Sun Xiao, I bought some milk tea, but accidentally got an extra cup. It's strawberry flavored. Let me treat you. It was Han Yuyin, the one I hold dear in my heart. She graduated from a second-tier university, and is my age. We were high school classmates. I used to dream of her constantly, secretly harboring a crush on her throughout high school. She was smart, beautiful, and in my eyes, she was like a lily. I know I'm not good enough for her. She's so intelligent, so beautiful. I took the milk tea and had a sip. It tasted wonderful. Sweet like the flavor of first love. It's really good. I knew my face must be bright red. I whispered, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to a movie. My voice was so low I wasn't sure she heard me. Sure, Han Yuyin said happily. It's a deal then. Come find me tonight, and we'll go see a movie together. I nodded emphatically. At that moment I was so overjoyed I could have jumped for joy. I won't disturb your work. See you tonight. Han Yuyin waved goodbye. I waved back, watching her bouncing figure until she disappeared from sight. She was so beautiful. She's gone. You can put your hand down now, a friend beside me teased. I smiled sheepishly. My face must be as red as a monkey's bottom. But thinking about watching a movie with Han Yuyin tonight filled me with a sense of pride from the bottom of my heart. I Sun Xiao am liked by a woman, and she was even the class belle in high school. I thought of my past self. After graduating from university, I toiled away in an electronics factory, tightening screws, for 2 miserable years. Day and night shifts rotated ceaselessly. I screwed so many screws that I couldn't even tell north from south. Those who have never endured a month of night shifts at a factory can never truly comprehend that feeling. I resigned from the factory because 2 consecutive months of night shifts drove me to the brink of madness. Every day, I entered the factory as dusk fell and left as dawn broke. I never saw the sunlight. 2 months of night shifts left me with a suffocating sense of being utterly disconnected from society. Gazing at the sky, I felt as though I had no place in this world. I even found myself envying those who could bask in the sun's rays. Whether on day or night shifts, the sun remained a rarity in my life. I sank into a deep depression and eventually resigned from the factory, returning to my hometown. Hanqing was not economically prosperous. The average monthly wage there was less than 3,000. Upon my return, I searched for work diligently, but no 8th-hour job offered more than 4,000 a month. To earn 4,000, I would have to work at least 10 hours, and the work would be purely physical. I began to question my own worth. After 10 long years of arduous study, why had I ended up in such a state? Fortunately, luck was on my side. The Feihuang supermarket was hiring, and I applied and successfully joined the team. At Feihuang, I work only 6 hours a day with a monthly salary of 6,000. My salary eventually rose to 8,000, and then to 10,000 with dividends on top. In just 5 months of work including dividends, I earned over 70,000. The supermarket allowed employees to recruit relatives, so, without hesitation, I brought my parents on board. Now our family earns at least 30,000 a month. Previously in Shenzhen, I worked night shifts with only 2 days off a month, earning a mere 6,000. Back in Hanqing, my mother did odd jobs for 1,800 a month, and my father's farming brought in less than 20,000 a year. Now our family's combined monthly income has reached an astonishing 30,000. 3 months of our current earnings equal 5 months of our previous income. Moreover, the cost of living in Hanqing is far lower than in Shenzhen. At our current income level, we can afford to buy a house in full by the end of the year. This was something I never dared to dream of before. My parents rarely smiled in the past, as our tight budget left no room for illness, new clothes, or any form of entertainment. Their sole purpose was to save money for my future bride. Nowadays, the bride price in Hanqing is as high as 150,000, and the bride's family also demands a car and a house. The exorbitant bride price and the demanding requirements weighed heavily on them, crushing their spirits. Smiles vanished from their faces, replaced by endless worry. But all of this changed dramatically after I started working at the Feihuang supermarket. Now we earn 30,000 a month and save 28,000. The company also provides full social insurance and housing fund, so we don't have to worry about our old age. It's truly wonderful. Before I joined, Feihuang matchmakers introduced me to someone who demanded a bride price of 150,000. Now I find that I no longer need their introductions. Several girls at the supermarket have shown interest in me. Some have even taken the initiative to propose marriage, foregoing the bride price, the house, and the car. All because of Feihuang. I am deeply grateful to Feihuang. Every day at work feels like coming home. I am full of energy and always smiling. I've become more confident and my voice carries more weight. Those who once looked down on me now treat me with respect and courtesy. Even strangers in Hanqing become noticeably friendlier when I mention I work at Feihuang. My half-hour break was over. Patting my stomach, I began the afternoon's work. Before I knew it, 2 hours had passed without much effort, and the day's work was done. Tomorrow is my day off. Having 2 days off a week is truly amazing. And on my days off, I can still come to the supermarket for meals. Even better, I can enjoy the hot pot buffet. I can take Yuyan to have the hot pot buffet, I thought to myself. Han Yuyan isn't a supermarket employee, so I'd have to pay half the cost for her meal. In the past, I might have felt a pang of reluctance. But now a little over 100 yuan is nothing to me. That evening, as darkness fell, I arrived at Han Yuyan's doorstep. After a quick call, she came out promptly. She had changed into a snow-white dress, looking like an elf in the twilight. My phone is dead, but I brought a charger, Han Yuyan said with a smile. My eyes lit up, and I was so thrilled I could barely contain my excitement. What did she mean by that? Even as dense as I could be, I understood her implication. Thank you, Feihuang. Without Feihuang, how could I have such a beautiful girlfriend? Meanwhile, Qian Ziyong had finally returned to Hanqing and his beloved supermarket. I'm never going back to Shenzhen. The people there were full of malice towards me. And there weren't enough delivery drivers, so even ordering takeout was inconvenient. Qian Ziyong arrived at the supermarket entrance. As soon as he stepped through the door, the employees greeted him with great enthusiasm. He nodded and acknowledged everyone as he made his way to his office, where Yi Shaoqin had already brewed him a cup of tea. Just as he pulled out his phone before he could even start a game, Lu Gaoda rushed in breathlessly. Ziyong, I've got great news. Lu Gaoda said excitedly. Huh? Qian Ziyong looked up puzzled. Aren't you supposed to be at the hot pot restaurant? What good news could you have for me? Oh, is it that the quadruplets are pregnant? No. Lu Gaoda shook his head. You all left, and I've been swamped with work all by myself. It's exhausting. Qian Ziyong looked Lu Gaoda up and down. You seem to have put on some weight. Lu Gaoda rubbed his head. The food here is good, and I sleep well. It's only natural I gained weight. So what's the good news? Qian Ziyong asked casually. Already in a game. Lu Gaoda chuckled. Ziyong, I've made 15 million for the supermarket. What? Qian Ziyong shot up from his chair. You've made another 15 million. Wait. He gestured for Lu Gaoda to be quiet. Then, speaking into his phone, he typed out a voice message. Guys, I'm really sorry, but my wife is about to give birth. Can we restart this match? Thanks, everyone. Upon hearing about his wife's impending delivery, the other 4 players graciously agreed. Let's all pick mages. And so they all chose mage characters. Thanks a lot. Qian Ziyong expressed his gratitude once more. He looked up at Lu Gaoda, his expression turning grim. Lu Gaoda, explain to me exactly how you made this money. Qian Ziyong said, his words slow and deliberate. Lu Gaoda, thinking he had earned Qian Ziyong's gratitude and was about to be treated to a meal, didn't even care about the game. Come on, let's go grab a drink. We can talk it over. A nice meal, brother. Lu Gaoda suggested. Who's your brother? Qian Ziyong was furious. I treated you like a brother, and this is how you repay me. Do you have any idea what I went through in Shenzhen all these days? I was racking my brains every single day. Qian Ziyong paused, realizing he hadn't really done much in Shenzhen. He had only recruited for a day and then spent the rest of the time holed up in his hotel room. Well, it wasn't that he didn't want to work, it's just that many people in Shenzhen harbored ill intentions towards him, wanting to tear him apart. In any case, he had worked hard. But what about Lu Gaoda? He was cleaning out his house. Damn it. The more Qian Ziyong thought about it, the angrier he became, and he lashed out with a flying kick. Lu Gaoda was kicked into a daze. Where was he? What was he doing? He had earned over 10 million, and Qian Ziyong was about to hit him. Bro, it's me, Lu Gaoda, not Shanzhong Yuzong. Lu Gaoda shouted hastily. He thought Qian Ziyong must have mistaken him for someone else. It's you I'm hitting, Qian Ziyong said fiercely. He knew he shouldn't blame Lu Gaoda, let alone hit him, just because he had made money. But he was furious now. Over 10 million. In this system settlement, he himself might only skim a little over 10 million. And Lu Gaoda, he had earned over 10 million for him. Anyone who stood in the way of his fortune would be cast aside, even family. Humph. Brother. Bullshit. The mention of Shanzhong Yuzong reminded Qian Ziyong of his deceased uncle. Qian Ziyong shouted, Gaoda, uncle is dead. It's all your fault. You caused uncle's death. Tell me, if you hadn't brought uncle into the supermarket, would he have died? Speak up. Qian Ziyong kicked Lu Gaoda's buttocks again and again. Lu Gaoda's body was so fleshy that the kicks bounced back, seemingly doing little harm. What a tough hide. Murder. Murder. Lu Gaoda fled in panic, bouncing around the office. The sturdy office desk creaked loudly under Lu Gaoda's weight. With a crack, the desk collapsed. Lu Gaoda fell off, and in a moment of carelessness pulled down Qian Ziyong's pants. Just then Yi Xiaoqin, Zhu Daqiang, and Li Lian rushed in, having heard the screams of murder. They saw Lu Gaoda lying on the floor, and Qian Ziyong standing awkwardly with his pants down. Pa pervert, Yi Xiaoqin said, covering her eyes with her hands while peeking, her cheeks flushed. Qian Ziyong frantically pulled up his pants, but in his haste he accidentally tore them. Oh, Qian Ziyong was about to collapse. His 22 years of chastity had been ruined by Lu Gaoda. Zhu Daqiang quickly grabbed a pair of pants from the supermarket shelf and rushed over to help Qian Ziyong put them on. Only then did Qian Ziyong regain his composure. Pant. Qian Ziyong breathed heavily, trembling with rage. Lu Gaoda, he clenched his fists. It's not my fault, Lu Gaoda said, innocently covering his head. By then Qian Ziyong had calmed down. He felt he could still salvage the situation. Tell me, how did you earn over 10 million? Qian Ziyong asked. Lu Gaoda's face lit up with excitement. Boss, wasn't Healy Lao always packed? Many people had to queue for over an hour at Healy Lao. I took over the hot pot restaurant in Yongyan Supermarket. I turned it into a branch of our Healy Lao. Except for the hot pot base, the Yongyan hot pot restaurant had copied everything from our Healy Lao. After taking over, I simply replaced the hot pot base, transferred some staff from Healy Lao, and smoothly transformed it into our Healy Lao hot pot branch. As I expected, after making everything exactly the same as Healy Lao, business boomed. So, I made a little profit, a modest 15 million. The main reason was that there was plenty of empty space. The Yongyan restaurant area was 2,000 square meters. The restaurant hadn't been open for long, so I made a few adjustments and added 2,000 square meters to the hot pot restaurant. If it's not enough, we can still expand. After all, Yongyan Supermarket has already closed down, and the landlord won't be able to rent it out anytime soon. Turning the entire supermarket into a hot pot restaurant would be easy. A 2,000 square meter hot pot restaurant. Qian Ziyong was startled. Lu Gaoda was truly ruthless. Such a merciless heart. Fortunately, Lu Gaoda hadn't taken over the entire supermarket and turned it all into a hot pot restaurant at once. Otherwise, it might not have been just over 10 million. The calm Qian Ziyong was terrifyingly composed. It seems I'll have to spend this 15 million in the supermarket. He walked out of the office, his mind racing. I think the supermarket is still missing some facilities, Qian Ziyong said. Li Lian shook his head. Boss, the supermarket is already perfect. It lacks nothing. The supermarket, decorated with 50 million, had everything one could want. Qian Ziyong said, I think it's lacking. Li Lian shook his head. It really doesn't. He didn't want to spend money anymore. Usually when the supermarket made a profit, Qian Ziyong either invested in new projects or distributed dividends. He left nothing for himself. It would be better to keep this 15 million. Qian Ziyong said, the supermarket still doesn't have cars. Let's get two, one minivan and one sports car, as I mentioned before. This had been his plan. He had originally planned to buy them in the next cycle. But this fat guy Lu Gaoda had surprised him by earning 15 million. It seemed he had to buy them this cycle. Cars were also fixed assets. To be honest, if time weren't so tight, he wouldn't want to buy fixed assets. After thinking for a moment, Qian Ziyong picked up the phone and called Zhou Kaitian. Manager Zhou. Boss, Zhou Kaitian answered amidst his busy schedule. I'm currently busy with the renovation of the milk tea shops. What can I do for you? Zhou Kaitian was very busy. With 600 shops, he was running around tirelessly. I have another 10 million here. Can you invest it for me? Qian Ziyong said. Zhou Kaitian grimaced and shook his head. Boss, please spare me. I've already done my best. Let me catch my breath first and get the 600 shops in order. Hearing the exhaustion in Zhou Kaitian's voice, Qian Ziyong felt a pang of guilt. He knew Zhou Kaitian must have been working overtime, day and night, without sleep. Then let's leave it at that. Get some rest and don't overwork yourself, Qian Ziyong said with concern. Zhou Kaitian was truly a good employee, making outstanding contributions to his money-losing enterprise. Qian Ziyong glanced sideways at Lu Gaoda. You should learn from Manager Zhou. Look how hard he works. And you cause trouble for me every day. Lu Gaoda lowered his head in grievance. Qian Ziyong said sternly, I don't care. You made the mess, so you have to deal with it. Your share of the next dividend will be doubled. You hear me? Yes, Lu Gaoda replied, not quite catching on. Dividend doubled. Huh, dividend doubled. Yay. Lu Gaoda wanted to jump for joy. But seeing Qian Ziyong's stern expression, he immediately drooped his head and lowered his gaze. Still he couldn't help but want to laugh. He held back the laughter, his face nearly turning purple. Zhou Kaitian was too busy, so it seemed Qian Ziyong would have to work hard himself. There must be something missing in the supermarket. Qian Ziyong looked around. Li Lian said, Boss, the supermarket really lacks nothing. Just then Qian Ziyong spotted a small dog being led by a young woman. Manager Li, you say nothing is missing. It seems you haven't observed carefully enough. Large dogs can't enter the supermarket. Isn't that quite unreasonable? Qian Ziyong said. Everyone found this perfectly reasonable. If a large dog were to enter a supermarket, it could cause a huge disturbance. If it were to bite a child, that would be an even greater catastrophe. Many supermarkets even prohibit small dogs from entering. Qian Ziyong said, since dogs can't enter the supermarket, why don't we prepare some cages for our customers? Manager Li, go and arrange it right away. Add dedicated dog cages to the supermarket and make sure to get plenty of them. Also, the cages must be spacious and placed in a shaded area. Qian Ziyong instructed. Upon hearing this, Li Lian immediately ordered the staff to carry it out. Also, we must have plenty of hand-washing stations. Furthermore, to elevate the supermarket's quality from now on, if customers are unsatisfied with their purchases, we will offer returns or exchanges within 7 days. Qian Ziyong said as he walked through the supermarket. He arrived at the fruit section. Qian Ziyong looked at the huge durians, one selling for 39 yuan a gene. Good grief, the cost price was 29. This stuff was truly expensive. Can't afford it, can't afford it. Alright. Since we can't afford to eat them, we might as well take a loss on them. Qian Ziyong said, from now on, whether it's watermelon or durian, the supermarket will provide the service of cutting them open. After opening them, if the customer is unsatisfied, we will exchange it for them. Oh, the people around were all stunned. Is there such a way to do business? Li Lian didn't even know how to advise Qian Ziyong anymore. Qian Ziyong continued forward and saw the electric bikes piled up outside. Manager Li, and you said the supermarket lacked nothing. Isn't this exactly what's missing? A huge canopy for the electric bikes. Make it well, make it big. It must not only shield from rain, but also from the sun. I don't want customers but to get scorched when they sit on their electric bikes in the middle of summer. Sitting on hot seats too often can lead to hemorrhoids. Qian Ziyong gestured grandly, spending hundreds of thousands in an instant. He walked on. Outside was a spacious plaza. After thinking for a moment, Qian Ziyong said, we're missing a huge light here, one that can illuminate the entire night sky. Didn't some thugs come to burn down our supermarket before? Although it turned out fine in the end, it shows we still have many things we haven't done well. With a very, very bright light, those thugs would have nowhere to hide. Concerned about the supermarket's safety, Li Lian nodded solemnly. Qian Ziyong continued. And this road, how many years has it been since it was repaired? It's inconvenient for customers to travel, and what if someone falls? Li Lian said. But this isn't our responsibility, it should be the landlord who repairs it. They were just tenants. Why would a tenant repair the road in front of the store? Most importantly, this road not only led to their supermarket, but also to other businesses. Why should they pay for its repair? Qian Ziyong shook his head. Your vision is too small. How can those who do great things be so petty? I saw, so let's do it. In short, just get the money spent. No, I mean provide the customers with the best service possible. Everything else is secondary. He almost blurted out his true thoughts. Lu Gaoda, standing nearby, patted his big belly and waved his hand magnanimously. Manager Li, this small amount of money is nothing. He'll earn it back in just over 10 days. Hearing Lu Gaoda's words, Qian Ziyong became furious. Lu Gaoda had caused him trouble, made money, and now was showing off. These road repair costs, the dog cages, and the canopy for the electric bikes were all counted as renovations and fixed assets. If there were truly no other way, he would rather spend the money directly than on renovations. It was all Lu Gaoda's fault. He had caused him trouble, preventing him from taking full advantage of the system. And here he was feeling so pleased with himself. Qian Ziyong said harshly, Gaoda, I see your belly is quite big, you need to exercise. Lu Gaoda looked at his belly. It was indeed a bit large. But he didn't mind. As long as a man has money, what's wrong with being a bit fat? Ziyong, when you were persuading me to eat meat before, you said I had lost weight. I don't think I've gained weight these past few days, been only 249 gene. Lu Gaoda said somewhat aggrievedly. Qian Ziyong said matter-of-factly, look at you, you're almost 250 gene, why not lose weight? What sport are you good at? Basketball, swimming, cycling. You need to exercise more. Lu Gaoda scratched his head and said, I'm okay at basketball, not very good at swimming, and I can't ride a bicycle at all. Qian Ziyong was a bit surprised. What? You can't even ride a bicycle? Lu Gaoda smiled awkwardly. I feel that thing is quite unsafe. Oh, I've had poor balance since I was young. Qian Ziyong nodded and said to Zhu Daqiang beside him, buy me a. I know buy a basketball. Our supermarket has them, and there's a basketball court right behind the supermarket. Zhu Daqiang said with a smile. Lu Gaoda was also very happy. I haven't played basketball in years. Oh, let's get some exercise together today. With that, Lu Gaoda started to warm up. Qian Ziyong shook his head. Not a basketball. Oh, I think you should ride a bicycle. Qian Ziyong gestured with his hands, that old-fashioned kind with a big horizontal bar in the middle, hard to get on and difficult to ride. Zhu Daqiang thought for a moment and guessed, the Airbot Gang bicycle. Qian Ziyong exclaimed with delight, right. That's the kind of bicycle. He'll pay for it. Get one for Gaoda, and let him learn it well. You've made me so much money, and I have nothing else to thank you with, so they'll give you a bicycle as a proper thank you. Upon hearing this, Lu Gaoda panicked. Ziyong, let's just play basketball. I think basketball helps you lose weight faster. Qian Ziyong shook his head. It's not about what you think, it's about what I think. In this life, a person's whole life passes in the blink of an eye. How can it be okay that you don't even know how to ride a bicycle? I don't want you to grow old, and at your final moments look back on your life with deep regret. Lu Gaoda was a bit confused. Who would regret not knowing how to ride a bicycle? One would only regret not making enough money and not enjoying life enough. Qian Ziyong looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said with great emotion, the most precious thing to a person is life. It's given to a person only once. When a person looks back on the past, they should not regret the things they didn't finish nor be saddened by the things they missed. Anyway, in short, you must learn to ride a bicycle. Qian Ziyong couldn't make up more excuses. But today he was determined to get Lu Gaoda on a bicycle. Lu Gaoda had cost him millions of system benefits. This grudge had to be avenged. Then he'll ride a regular bicycle, a shorter one, Lu Gaoda said in a small voice. Qian Ziyong shook his head firmly. How can you run away from it? When faced with difficulties, one must press forward to overcome all obstacles. Besides, look at your size. You're almost 250 gene. A shorter bicycle isn't sturdy enough. With your build, wouldn't that kind of bicycle break the moment you ride it? Listen to me, the Airbot Gang is great, the Airbot Gang is wonderful, the Airbot Gang is fantastic. It's decided, the Airbot Gang it is. Qian Ziyong made the final call. Zhu Daqiang hurriedly drove off to buy the bicycle. Lu Gaoda was trembling with fear. He cowered the whole way, following Qian Ziyong to the open space behind the supermarket, which was a basketball court where a group of young people were playing. Watching them sweat it out on the court, Lu Gaoda was full of envy. He wanted this kind of exercise. He didn't want to ride a bicycle. Zhu Daqiang soon returned accompanied by an old worn-out Phoenix bicycle. Boss, I walked 8 streets and couldn't find a Phoenix bicycle anywhere. Luckily, an employee at the supermarket had one at home, so I borrowed it. Zhu Daqiang said with a smile as he pushed the bike over. The Phoenix bicycle was covered in rust, clearly showing its age. What a classic! Qian Ziyong exclaimed joyfully. Noticing the young man playing basketball taking a break, he smiled and asked, Gentlemen, have you had your afternoon meal yet? I recall the hot pot at He Li Lao is quite delicious. At the mention of He Li Lao's hot pot, the basketball players wore nostalgic expressions. I went there yesterday. The food was great, the service was excellent, and the waitresses were quite pretty. Its only flaw was the price. The others nodded in agreement. This brother of mine, already in his 20s, never learned to ride a bicycle. His greatest dream in life is to ride this Phoenix bicycle across the world. How about this? Let us use your court, and we'll treat you to hot pot in return. Qian Ziyong proposed. Hearing this, the group exchanged glances. One young man tossed his basketball aside and approached with a grin. Brother, did you say you're treating us to hot pot? Qian Ziyong chuckled. Manager Zhu, take them to He Li Lao and get them a private room. Put the bill on Lu Gaoda's tab. Even when he was treating, he had to pay. He couldn't use a single cent from the system. The system was notoriously stingy. Apart from allowing him to exploit compensation claims, it had sealed off every other loophole. Lu Gaoda, overhearing that the expenses came from his pocket, protested. Ziyong, why are you using my money to treat them? Qian Ziyong shrugged. Who told you to ride the bicycle? We have to show our gratitude for using their space. I don't want to ride the bicycle. Lu Gaoda looked at the tall Phoenix bicycle in front of him, his heart pounding with fear. Qian Ziyong insisted, you will ride it. Without further ado, he helped Lu Gaoda onto the bike. Lu Gaoda pedaled wobbly with great effort. Qian Ziyong shouted from behind like a mule driver. Use your waist. Use your waist. How can a 200-pound man have such a weak waist? Sweating profusely, Lu Gaoda lost his balance and tumbled to the ground the moment Qian Ziyong let go. Fortunately, it was winter and his thick clothes cushioned the fall, preventing any injuries. For the next 3 days, Qian Ziyong spent each day teaching Lu Gaoda to ride the bicycle. After being bruised and battered to the point of questioning his existence, Lu Gaoda finally mastered riding the Phoenix bicycle. Qian Ziyong then stopped appearing. In his office, Lu Gaoda sat with a face full of grievance, comforted by Zhu Daqiang and Li Lian. Taking a sip of hot tea, he said bitterly, "Ziyong has changed." Zhu Daqiang, however, shook his head. "I think Qian Ziyong hasn't changed. If anything, he's grown closer to you." Lu Gaoda looked at him in confusion and retorted, "Then why was he so angry when I made over 10 million, even kicking me?" Zhu Daqiang laughed. "As they say, hitting is affection, scolding is love, and when love runs deep, a kick follows. I think the boss values you greatly. His scolding and hitting are meant to spur you on." "Is that so?" Lu Gaoda rubbed his head. Li Lian chimed in, "Manager Zhu is right. I also believe the boss is trying to push you. Think about it. Why does he hit you and not anyone else? Haven't you noticed you've gotten a bit full of yourself after making that 10 million? The boss is trying to knock some sense into you." Lu Gaoda began to doubt himself. "I suppose I have been a little arrogant." Li Lian took a sip of tea and smiled. "You're young after all. You've obtained wealth far beyond what someone your age should have. You have several close female friends. You've reached the peak of life, so it's only natural to get a bit carried away. But once you get carried away, you risk falling. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. When I was young, I also built a successful career and thought I was invincible, like there was nothing I couldn't do. But then I lost everything, drowning in debt. If only I had someone like the boss to wake me up back then." As he spoke, Li Lian was lost in the memories of his youth, his face full of emotion. Lu Gaoda was startled. "That bad?" Li Lian nodded. "Look at those who achieve great success at a young age. How many have smooth sailing? Arrogance in youth is not a good thing. In business, we must be steady and cautious, treading as if on thin ice. A single mistake can lead to utter ruin." Lu Gaoda's expression turned serious. Li Lian was a veteran. He had crossed more bridges than Lu Gaoda had walked roads. Li Lian sighed. "I envy your luck meeting the boss at such a young age. With him as your guiding light, constantly steering you right, your future is a clear path. As the saying goes, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles, and traveling 10,000 miles is not as good as having a wise master point the way." Lu Gaoda felt a deep resonance. "I also think Ziyong is very capable. Everything he does succeeds. I've put my all into setting up the hot pot restaurant at Yongnian Supermarket, but somehow it feels like something's missing. I feel like I'm holding back, being too cautious with spending. Unlike Ziyong, who spends lavishly, making customers feel his sincerity and employees feel valued. If Qian Ziyong were there, he'd surely think, it's not my money anyway, so of course I spend it generously." Li Lian said, "Regarding your task at Yongnian Supermarket, which was the boss arrangement, I believe you haven't fully executed it." Lu Gaoda scratched his head in confusion. Li Lian asked, "Do you know why you were sent to Yongnian Supermarket?" "As a spy," Lu Gaoda said uncertainly. Li Lian nodded emphatically. "Of course you're there as a spy. Your relationship with the boss is like father and son. He trusts you unconditionally. If he sent someone else, he might worry about betrayal, but with you at Yongnian Supermarket, he has no concerns at all. Isn't that unconditional trust?" Lu Gaoda broke into a silly grin. "Ziyong trusts me, that's why he sent me undercover. After all these years, of course he believes in me." Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. "I understand now. Ziyong wanted me to get the hot pot restaurant up and running at Yongnian Supermarket. Then when Yongnian Supermarket goes bankrupt, we can take over the restaurant directly. Ziyong had it all planned out." Li Lian shook his head. "It's more than that. I think the boss might want you to take over Yongnian Supermarket entirely and turn it into a branch of our Feihuang Supermarket. At that time, our Feihuang Supermarket was booming. Taking over Yongnian would have allowed both to profit. Now it's too late. What a pity. If we had taken it over back, then we would have made a fortune." Lu Gaoda also felt it was a pity. He had been too conservative. If there was a next time, he would not be so cautious. "By the way, I've always wondered, why did Ziyong make me learn to ride a bike?" Lu Gaoda asked in confusion. Zhu Daqiang chimed in, "I know. It must be the boss' plan. Our next project is likely to be bicycles." "Really?" Lu Gaoda was uncertain. Li Lian thought for a moment and nodded. "That's highly possible. The boss always thinks 10 steps ahead. It's very likely that the next project is bicycles, and he's already preparing for it. From this perspective, the next project will be your time to shine, Lu Gaoda." Just then Yi Xiaoqin knocked and entered. "Manager Lu, the boss wants you to go to Shenzhen to manage the staff at the milk tea shop," Yi Xiaoqin said, holding her phone. "Huh." Lu Gaoda's heart pounded. No way they're sending me to Shenzhen. He didn't want to go to Shenzhen. It was great in Hanqing. At home, he could watch them dance. At Helilawa, he could eat hot pot for free. The employees here adored him. Whether at the hot pot restaurant or at home, people held him in high regard. If he went to Shenzhen, who would know who Lu Gaoda was? Besides, he truly couldn't bear to leave the quadruplets. "The boss said you must go. Also, the plane ticket is already bought, and it's for tonight," Yi Xiaoqin said. "Ah." Lu Gaoda was shocked. On the other side, Qian Ziyong, who had transferred Lu Gaoda to Shenzhen, was nervously waiting for the system settlement. System settlement begins. Settlement complete. Host Qian Ziyong personal assets 2. 54 million system funds cash 1.0 yuan of fixed assets 97. 85 million settling. Personal funds 2. 54 million 100 million 97. 55 million 4. 99 million yuan. The system had omitted amounts below 10,000. In the end it settled to 45 million for him. Adding his original 54 million, the total came to 499 million. Qian Ziyong stared at the 4999966 yuan in his bank card, his expression complex. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh. If it weren't for Lu Gaoda, his settlement would definitely have exceeded 10 million now. Because of Lu Gaoda's betrayal, he lost the chance to exploit millions from the system. Qian Ziyong wished he could banish Lu Gaoda to the frontier. By the way, wasn't there a place called Ningguda in ancient times? Banish him there. Qian Ziyong thought fiercely. Opening his phone, Qian Ziyong transferred 3 million to his mother. At this moment, Qian Ziyong felt immense pride. Other people's children, just graduated, were still asking their families for money, right? But he was sending millions directly to his parents. After a while, his mother sent a text message. Money received. On vacation. Don't bother. Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong felt like he had thrown 3 million to the dogs. He swore that if he ever sent money home again, he'd be a dog. Qian Ziyong looked at the system. This cycle's task 200 million time limit 3 months. Seeing the 200 million task, Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up. 200 million. It was a lot of money, but Qian Ziyong felt no pressure. Once he got his hands on 200 million, he wanted the best luxury cars and villas. There was still time, 3 months, no rush. I can first lose some money in stocks. Once I learn how to trade stocks, I can lose money sitting at home every day. Qian Ziyong had long wanted to play the stock market. Had heard it was a wealth grinder. How many people once wealthy ended up drowning in debt after entering it? He had previously avoided stocks, but now he thought he could give it a try. As he was thinking, his landlord Chen Jingfu and Sun Yuan from Shenzhen, 2 old brothers, arrived. Brother. Upon seeing Qian Ziyong, they were both very excited. We made money. Our milk tea shop made money. Sun Yuan carried a case of liquor. Qian Ziyong stepped forward, quickly took the gift, and weighed it in his hand. It was quite substantial. Xiaoqin, why don't you pour tea for brother's son? Qian Ziyong instructed. As for Chen Jingfu beside him, no gift, he wasn't welcome here. Qian Ziyong embraced Sun Yuan. Brother, I've missed you so much. Why did you come to see me so late? Sun Yuan patted Qian Ziyong's hand and said, I went abroad recently and lost some money. It's really a long story. Qian Ziyong's eyes were full of emotion. Sun Yuan was truly too good to him. Even though he lost money, he still brought him liquor. Unlike some people who came empty-handed and would probably stay for a free meal. At the same time, Qian Ziyong was very envious of Sun Yuan. Why didn't he bring him along when he was losing money? That wasn't very brotherly. You just said the milk tea shop made money. The milk tea shop didn't make money, Qian Ziyong said. He cared deeply about the milk tea shop. He had invested 100 million, helping both brothers invest 100 million each. He had poured most of the profits from Feihuang Qilai and the hot pot restaurant into it. Now each store lost 200 yuan, and 600 stores meant a loss of 12 million. Every month it helped him offload a huge burden. So the milk tea shop was his treasure. He valued it greatly. Chen Jingfu beside him said, Brother, your vision is limited. In our view, making money isn't just about the money in front of you. You can also make money from the future. Huh? Qian Ziyong scratched his head, confused. Make money from the future? How do you make money from the future? Chen Jingfu said, Our milk tea shop's market valuation has reached 600 million. Most importantly, our milk tea shop is incredibly popular. Countless investors want to buy into our milk tea shop. Qian Ziyong was puzzled, but our milk tea shop is losing money over 10 million a month. Qian Ziyong couldn't understand. Why would a loss-making business be valued at 600 million? Why would they be scrambling to invest in it? These people were too strange. Did they also have a money-losing system? Sun Yuan laughed heartily. Brother, you know nothing about capital. Losing just over 10 million a month. That's a drop in the bucket. Right now the milk tea shop is booming, packed to the brim, a dimensional blow to other milk tea shops. Seeing how popular our shop is, who would think we're losing money? So many people are eager to invest in our Bingmi milk tea. Besides, losing money is nothing. When shared bikes started, how many billions were thrown in? Losing money is only temporary. Having popularity is what matters. Once the hype builds up and we seize the majority of the market share, Bingmi milk tea will be the hottest thing in Shenzhen. Once we go public, our shares in Bingmi milk tea could turn into billions in an instant. Qian Ziyong will also become a billionaire overnight. Hearing Sun Yuan's words, Qian Ziyong was so startled he fell to the ground. A billionaire. More like a billionaire in debt. To lose 300 million Zhou Kaitian had nearly run his legs off. He had spent days in Shenzhen anxious and on edge. Lose billions. He'd rather be dead. Suddenly Qian Ziyong came to a realization. As long as he didn't take the company public, the money wouldn't reach his pocket. Stocks and real estate were both considered fixed assets. Even during settlement, these two types of fixed assets weren't discounted. They were valued at their full market price. Unlike renovations where any amount invested was immediately halved. So he would rather spend money on renovations than buy houses or cars. Of course, the two vehicles from the supermarket were exceptions. Those were for his own use. Two elder brothers, I think it's better not to take the milk tea shop public. I truly can't bring myself to do something like swindling investors' money. Qian Ziyong said earnestly. Chen Jingfu and Sun Yuan exchanged a glance. Sun Yuan said, the entire investment circle operates this way. Whether a company is profitable or not, everyone tries to raise as much capital as possible. We're just following the crowd. Don't let it weigh on your conscience. Qian Ziyong shook his head firmly. There are things one should do and things one shouldn't. Wrong is wrong no matter how many people make the same mistake. I only know that if I can't deliver returns to investors and can only cause them losses, then I absolutely must not accept their investment. You know the state of the stock market. It's precisely because some people only think about cashing out that it keeps falling. I, Qian Ziyong, always act with a clear conscience. Unless I'm capable of making my investors money, I will never go public. His heartfelt words almost convinced even himself. He spoke with such sincerity and passion that it was almost moving. In short, going public was absolutely out of the question. If he did, he'd be ruined. Hearing this, Sun Yuan sighed and patted Qian Ziyong on the shoulder. When I was young, I had the same ideals as you. I wanted to build something great so that the people who believed in me, my family and friends, could profit together. Later I realized I was being too naive. Making big money the honest way is incredibly hard. Toss in the fact that shortcuts bring in money too fast, and I lost myself for a while. Chen Jingfu laughed from the side. Brother Sun, you've always been quite restrained. You've turned down a lot of money. Not like some in the investment circle who take any money regardless of the consequences. I recently heard about a group that specifically preys on college students. With the whole startup craze these days, a bunch of college kids with zero business experience get completely bamboozled by them. They team up with loan companies to fleece them. The worst part is everything is legally watertight. Even if the students eventually figure out something's wrong, they can't do a thing. Qian Ziyong listened stunned. So such things existed. There were too many bad people in society. Every young person wanted to make something of themselves. When he first graduated from college, he too had dreamed of starting a business. But he had the self-awareness to know how hard it was, so he decided to first gain some real-world experience. New college graduates were like blank sheets of paper. How could they possibly outsmart the old foxes who had weathered the business world for years? Many people wouldn't stoop to exploiting students. But there were also plenty with ill intentions preying on the weak. Sun Yuan said with a smile, one must have a bottom line. Compared to you, Brother Qian, our bottom line is far too low. I also heard about a group that specifically targets women, giving them loans to buy cars and houses, cheating them out of both money and dignity. The two of them sighed as they talked about the state of society. Suddenly Sun Yuan looked up at Qian Ziyong. Brother Qian, I believe in you. You're different from the rest. We don't have enough ability to make a real difference. But you do. You have talent. You don't need to enter the stock market to make a fortune and drive the whole society forward. Han City's GDP has gone up by a full percentage point because of you. You've given countless people a decent life free from worry about food and clothing. By helping others achieve success, you've achieved success yourself. Both men looked at him with envy. They deeply admired Qian Ziyong's talent. Qian Ziyong rubbed his head awkwardly. He had no talent at all. If he really did, he wouldn't be failing so miserably at losing money. Brother, I want to play the stock market, Qian Ziyong said, feeling that losing money was just too hard. Hearing their words, Qian Ziyong became convinced that stocks were his salvation. Sun Yuan and Chen Jingfu exchanged bewildered glances. Chen Jingfu quickly warned, don't do it. Ordinary people should never touch stocks. They're addictive. Win, and you want to win more, or lose, and you want to recover your losses. You'll only sink deeper. Isn't there a saying? Investment is risky, so enter the market with caution. Sun Yuan also chimed in, I'm not worried about you losing money. With your ability to earn, you'd make it back in no time. What I'm most afraid of is that once you start playing stocks, you'll lose interest in real business. Compared to stocks, real business is too hard and too slow. When you're making millions in minutes, you'll look down on the paltry sums from hard work. How many successful entrepreneurs have gone bankrupt in stocks only to lose their passion for real business? You must be careful. Both of them urged Qian Ziyong to be cautious. But Qian Ziyong was at ease. Hadn't they just said that losing money in stocks was easy? That was exactly what he wanted. Wouldn't he be able to lose it all in no time? Two elder brothers, I want to give it a try. Qian Ziyong's eyes grew even more resolute. Seeing that he couldn't be dissuaded, Chen Jingfu sighed. I came today to invite you to my place for dinner. As it happens, I know some traders. If you really want to play, I'll have them help you. Qian Ziyong was determined to play stocks. Chen Jingfu figured that with him watching over it was better than having no supervision at all. At critical moments, he could also offer advice. Qian Ziyong nodded. The market is closed for the holiday these 2 days. They'll pick you up on Sunday evening. Chen Jingfu said. Qian Ziyong nodded with eager anticipation. Brother, you're so good to me. He could see Chen Jingfu's genuine care for him, which was precisely why he couldn't let this elder brother lose money. Qian Ziyong decided that when the time was right, he would forcibly acquire all the shares of the milk tea shop from the two brothers. And now the milk tea market valuation had reached 600 million, already doubled. In other words, if he forcibly acquired their shares, worth 100 million, he would have to spend 200 million. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Qian Ziyong mentally patted himself on the back for his earlier cleverness. Indeed, writing that forced buyout clause into the company's articles of association was a stroke of genius. From this cycle's 200 million in cash, he was determined to skim off at least 100 million. With forced acquisition and stock losses waiting for him, he really couldn't see how he could possibly make money this time. It was too stable. Even if Lu Gaoda came to cause trouble again, it wouldn't matter much. One word. Stable. Qian Ziyong was overjoyed. He had no worries at all. This cycle was definitely the most stable one and the most comfortable one to get through. He wouldn't have to exert himself at all. On Sunday evening, Qian Ziyong was picked up and brought to Chen Jingfu's residence. Though he called it a residence, it was merely a temporary dwelling in Wu City. This temporary dwelling of yours is hardly modest, is it? And right by East Lake in the city center. Qian Ziyong exclaimed, astonished by the villa before him. Initially, upon hearing Chen Jingfu describe it as a mere temporary dwelling during the car ride, Qian Ziyong felt a pang of disappointment. But upon arriving, he realized his understanding was too shallow. Step outside and there was the lake. The entire East Lake served as their private back garden. Beyond that, the villa boasted a massive courtyard within. Lying on the grass at night, gazing at the stars, it was pure bliss. Moreover, in the basement's second level, there was a vast indoor swimming pool with a gym adjacent to it. The first basement level housed a media room, a maid's quarters, a game room, and a billiards room. The living room featured a 6-meter-high ceiling, a massive television over 100 inches, and a magnificent crystal chandelier suspended from above. The dining area offered both Western and Eastern styles, with the kitchen's dining tables divided into a round Eastern table and a long Western one. Ascending to the second floor, there were 4 rooms, 2 secondary bedrooms, 1 master bedroom, and a study. What astonished Qian Ziyong most was the third floor, which was an entire floor dedicated to the owner's private quarters. It contained a grand master suite complete with a walk-in closet and a bathroom. The bathroom was divided into 4 sections featuring a huge double bathtub. How much water would a bath like this waste? Qian Ziyong mused, looking at the bathroom, which he felt was larger than his old rented room. Up on the 4th floor, there was a drying area, a glass room, and a starry sky garden. On the other side was another glass room furnished with a bed offering a 360-degree unobstructed view. Lying there at night to count stars would surely take all night. Qian Ziyong was like Granny Lu entering a grand garden, finding everything novel and fascinating. This was the mansion of his dreams. No, he had never seen such a mansion before. Without the inspiration, he couldn't even imagine it in his dreams. It was truly a life of the gods. What a place! Qian Ziyong felt a poem bubbling up to praise it. But after thinking for a long time, he could only manage a single nice. Chen Jingfu said modestly, "I'm glad you like it. If you ever want to stay, you're welcome anytime. A house is meant to be lived in. It's not good for it to be empty for too long." Qian Ziyong smiled and nodded. "You're too kind, brother. If I have the time, I will definitely come and stay." He liked it here a lot, but he didn't want to stay long term. If this were his own home, he would live here joyfully every day. But this villa wasn't his. Staying here made him feel a sense of restraint. As the saying goes, one's own humble abode is better than a golden palace. He preferred the feeling of freedom. A golden nest, no matter how fine, is still someone else's. He wanted to build his own. Qian Ziyong asked expectantly, "How much did you pay for this villa?" Chen Jingfu smiled. "I bought this villa quite early back, when it was 30 million. It's gone up in value now, probably around 50 million. Hearing this, Qian Ziyong had a baseline. If he could successfully extract 100 million from the system this cycle, he could buy 2 villas like this. Not bad. Very good. Qian Ziyong was filled with motivation. At that moment, 2 extraordinarily beautiful women, as if they had stepped out of a painting, caught his eye. They gracefully walked out carrying a plate of fruit. One was dressed in a tight blue dress with long hair and a slender waist, her elegant curves making Qian Ziyong's cheeks flush. The other wore a white gauze dress as beautiful as a bride. She walked over, placed the fruit on the table, and nestled beside Chen Jingfu. "This is Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, this is Brother Qian. He owns the Feihuang supermarket," Chen Jingfu said with a smile, introducing them to each other. Qian Ziyong complimented, "Sister-in-law is truly beautiful. I wish I could marry a wife as beautiful as her someday." Chen Jingfu laughed heartily. "Don't worry, with your abilities, you definitely will." Chen Jingfu then introduced the woman in the blue dress. She's Xiao Yu's best friend Ning Shuang. She's never had a boyfriend. Ning Shuang extended her fair jade-like hand, and Qian Ziyong shook it gently. Chen Jingfu patted Xiao Yu's slender waist beside him. Xiao Yu looked at him with a lingering, affectionate gaze before reluctantly leaving. The woman, named Ning Shuang, followed behind Xiao Yu. Qian Ziyong kept munching on the watermelon on the table, silently reciting the heart-calming sutra. If the mind is clear as ice, heaven's collapse brings no fright. Amidst 10,000 changes remain still, the spirit at ease, breath calm. Forget the self, guard the one, the six senses firmly set. Finally, Qian Ziyong's heart calmed down. But as he looked up, he accidentally caught the smile on Ning Shuang's face and heard her silvery laughter. Qian Ziyong's heart pounded. The heart-calming sutra couldn't suppress his restless heart. He quickly lowered his head, closed his eyes, and resorted to his ultimate trump card, reciting the ice heart mantra. Clear mind like water, clear water is the mind, no breeze stirs, no waves arise, sitting alone in the bamboo grove playing the zither and whistling. Seeing Qian Ziyong's flustered state, Chen Jingfu roared with laughter. Qian Ziyong's face turned red. "Brother, you're not being fair. You know I'm young and susceptible to temptation, yet you." Chen Jingfu shook his head. "Women all like young promising talents. Ning Shuang doesn't have a boyfriend. If you like her." Qian Ziyong shook his head. "I just want to earn more money right now. Women are too troublesome." He was talking about earning money for himself, not for the system. As long as he lost the system's money, the loss would be converted into his personal assets. He was racking his brains every day to lose money. Honestly, Qian Ziyong envied Chen Jingfu a bit. Brother was over 40 and Xiao Yu was at most 23. Qian Ziyong said, "Brother, I have a poem for you." Chen Jingfu was curious. Qian Ziyong recited, "An 18-year-old bride and 80-year-old groom, hoary white hair against a rosy bridal veil. In the mandarin duck quilt, they spend their wedding night, a pear blossom branch pressing down upon the crabapple bloom. An old cow eating tender grass, utterly shameless." Qian Ziyong inwardly scorned Chen Jingfu. Such a fine cabbage rooted by a pig. Chen Jingfu laughed, even louder. "Brother Qian, you haven't yet adapted to the life of the wealthy." Chen Jingfu sighed. He stood up, looking at the night view outside, and said, "This world is exactly like this, extremely unfair. The rich have many women, while the poor worry about their next meal. Money is a good thing. A really, really good thing. Some people lose themselves for money, some people tread the path of no return for it. A gentleman loves wealth, but obtains it in a righteous way. You are still young now, and you have a great talent for business. What I have now you will have in the future, what I don't have you will also have in the future. Brother, as someone with more experience, I want to give you a piece of advice. Listen if you will, or consider it, as if I just farted." Qian Ziyong perked up his ears. Chen Jingfu said, "Never forget your original intention, and you will achieve your goal. In the future you will face more and more temptations. Never do anything that goes against your conscience. Remember, a single misstep can lead to eternal regret. There are some things you must never get wrong. If you err, you might never be able to make up for it. The greater the ability, the greater the potential for harm. At the very least, don't harm others. This is also the reason why I haven't married, even at over 40. With my status, if I were married and went out to play, my wife wouldn't dare say a word. But there are some things one should do and some things one should not do." Qian Ziyong fell silent. He had always seen Chen Jingfu as merely a wealthy merchant, but only now did he realize the man possessed such strong principles. Chen Jingfu retrieved a bottle of red wine from a side cabinet and slowly opened it with a corkscrew. He took out 2 glasses and asked, "Care for a drink?" Qian Ziyong shook his head. "I'm not much of a drinker." He found beverages far more enjoyable than alcohol. Beer and wine were sour, while baijiu was bitter. Chen Jingfu chuckled. "This is XO, 20,000 yuan a bottle." Qian Ziyong stood up at once. "I'll have a glass." Chen Jingfu poured him a glass. Qian Ziyong took it and sipped cautiously, only to wince at the sourness. Drinking without food to accompany it. Who could stomach that? It was utterly absurd. He gnawed at the watermelon on the table to wash away the taste, while Chen Jingfu savored his wine with leisurely ease. Opening the window, Chen Jingfu let the lake breeze drift in as he appreciated the red wine, embracing the finer moments of life. Qian Ziyong thought to himself that if he weren't here, that young girl Xiao Yu would surely be nestled beside Chen Jingfu. He smiled and said, "I wish I could live as freely as you, brother." This was truly a life worth living. Unlike him, he had toiled endlessly and only managed to scrape together 5 million yuan. The villa cost 50 million, and he hadn't even gathered a tenth of that. And this was merely one of Chen Jingfu's temporary residences. He yearned to be as carefree as Chen Jingfu. Chen Jingfu smiled. "Young brother, money matters, but with your talent, it won't be long before you reach my level. Just stay away from stocks." Qian Ziyong shook his head firmly. I believe in myself. If it doesn't work out, I'll heed your advice and never touch them again. With that said, Chen Jingfu made no further attempt to persuade him. By the way, Chen Jingfu added, your good friend Lu Gaoda isn't truly capable of managing a company or a department. With you guiding him now, problems might not surface yet. But given time, he could very well stir up serious trouble. Qian Ziyong pondered for a moment. You mean he lacks ability? But he's the one who founded the hot pot restaurant. He too had doubted Lu Gaoda's competence. In fact, it was precisely that doubt that led him to give Lu Gaoda such responsibility. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Gaoda had turned the hot pot restaurant into a roaring success, earning him a fortune. He figured he must have misjudged him. Perhaps Lu Gaoda was a hidden business prodigy. If that were truly the case, Qian Ziyong dared not grant him any higher position. Otherwise, Lu Gaoda would only make him even more money. Take this time for instance. Lu Gaoda had actually opened a branch of the River Catch hot pot chain. He had assigned Lu Gaoda to manage human resources precisely to keep his talents from flourishing. After all, he had already arranged everything for the personnel department at the Shenzhen milk tea shop, leaving Lu Gaoda with virtually nothing to do. It was all to prevent Lu Gaoda from disrupting his grand plan to lose money that he had transferred him away. Now Chen Jingfu was claiming Lu Gaoda had no talent. If that were true, then moving him away might have been a mistake. Chen Jingfu smiled and said, young brother, I hope you don't take offense at what I say about your friend. I don't like speaking ill of others behind their backs, but since you call me brother, I must live up to that title. That's why I felt compelled to warn you. Of course, if you disagree, just pretend I never said anything. Qian Ziyong rose with a solemn expression. Please, brother, enlighten me. I'm young and surely lacking in many ways compared to you. I truly need your guidance. Your advice, brother, I will hold dear to my heart with boundless gratitude. How could I ever blame you? Chen Jingfu's assets exceeded 10 billion yuan. Someone of his stature was someone Qian Ziyong could never have hoped to meet before. Now to receive his counsel was a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. In school, teachers were willing to impart knowledge diligently. But once out in the world, who would go out of their way to teach others without reward? With that free time, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to simply relax? If Chen Jingfu were willing to take on disciples, countless people would gladly pay a fortune just to study under him. Qian Ziyong was self-aware enough to know he was just an ordinary college student. Compared to Chen Jingfu, his abilities fell far short. Hearing Qian Ziyong's words, Chen Jingfu was deeply pleased. He remarked, do you know why a young man like you has drawn such attention from both me and Sun Yue? Even the children of my own relatives, I rarely bother to mentor, let alone guide, with such care. Qian Ziyong scratched his head, curious. Why, oi? Chen Jingfu replied, because you are humble and principled. Most young people, upon achieving even a small success, become inflated with pride and think highly of themselves. I've seen plenty of such youths. Before long, they come crashing down. Some manage to rise again and learn humility, while others never recover, wasting their lives entirely. Chen Jingfu took a sip of wine. As for principles, I used to think they didn't matter, that even morality was unimportant. I believed ability was everything, that talent and skill determined the ceiling of one's achievements. But after meeting more people, especially those who surpassed billionaires and trillionaires, I came to understand. Shallow virtue with high position, meager wisdom with grand schemes, weak strength with heavy burdens. These are all paths to ruin. Virtue is the true ceiling of how far one can go. Moreover, if you lack principles and value money above all else, Sun Yuan and I would worry that one day you might betray us for profit. In the investment world, we've been cheated more times than I care to count. We've learned one truth: we don't invest in projects. We invest in people. If the person is flawed, even the best project is useless. If the person is sound, even a poor project might turn a profit. Qian Ziyong scratched his head, feeling that Chen Jingfu's words carried great wisdom. Though much of it went over his head, one point was clear: the old brother thought he was humble. What a tremendous misunderstanding. The supermarket and hot pot restaurant succeeding were pure accidents. He wasn't being humble. He simply lacked ability and knew it. A colossal misunderstanding. Qian Ziyong had no idea how to explain himself. If he claimed the successes had nothing to do with him and were mere coincidences, Chen Jingfu would never believe it. Had only seemed even more humble. There was simply no way to clear this up. Noticing the slight confusion in Qian Ziyong's eyes, Chen Jingfu smiled. It's fine if you don't understand now. Once you've gained more experience, you will. Qian Ziyong asked, what about Lu Gaoda then? I think Lu Gaoda is a lot like me. Surely he's talented too. Chen Jingfu shook his head. Lu Gaoda is nowhere near your level. One look is enough to see the difference between you two. He achieves a small success and immediately gets carried away, his personality shifting, losing all sense of direction. Someone like that, if not constantly kept in check, is bound to cause major trouble. The success he enjoys now is largely because you've been guiding him. All the hot pot restaurant strategies were devised by you. Lu Gaoda is at best an executor. Execution alone, as long as one has normal intelligence, can be done well by anyone. Qian Ziyong remarked. So you're saying Lu Gaoda lacks the capability? Chen Jingfu nodded. He might have the potential to become an elite, but until then, he should start from the bottom. I know you're someone who values loyalty. But loyalty cannot impede business. Loyalty is loyalty, business is business. If you find it difficult, you could assign Lu Gaoda a less demanding mid-level management role. Once his abilities improve, we can focus on developing him. Hearing this, Qian Ziyong nodded in understanding. He got it. If Chen Jingfu with his keen eye deemed Lu Gaoda incompetent, then Lu Gaoda was truly incompetent. But did he need Lu Gaoda to be competent? The less capable Lu Gaoda was, the better. If all the profits from the supermarket and hot pot restaurant were his own, he would never let Lu Gaoda hold a high position. As Chen Jingfu said, when one's virtue is not commensurate with their position, calamity is sure to follow. But he didn't want to make money, he wanted to lose it. What more was there to say? Lu Gaoda must be given an important post. Use him ruthlessly. Previously, he had worried that Lu Gaoda, having made a good profit managing the hot pot restaurant, might actually be capable. Now with Chen Jingfu's validation, his mind was at ease. Such a talented person absolutely had to be placed in a high position. Qian Ziyong was just waiting for disaster to strike. He had decided to recall Zhou Kaitian and put Lu Gaoda in charge of the milk tea shop. The saying goes, the less ability, the greater the responsibility. He refused to believe that with such a gifted person like Lu Gaoda at the helm, the milk tea shop could still make him money. He felt even more confident. Qian Ziyong had high hopes for the milk tea shop. With Lu Gaoda as the boss, Qingyue Milk Tea as a formidable competitor, and his own hidden trap set for the shop, it was a perfect storm: external threats, internal spies, and an owner who was secretly the enemy. No matter how much money was invested, it would all be lost. Qian Ziyong burst into foolish laughter. Brother, Chen Jingfu called out, looking at him with confusion. Qian Ziyong wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and quickly covered up. Brother, I just thought about how I can start trading stocks tomorrow, and I got really excited. Chen Jingfu nodded indifferently. Don't have too high expectations for tomorrow's trading. They chatted for a while longer, and Qian Ziyong noticed that Ning Shuang seemed to be at the entrance. She was surely waiting for Chen Jingfu. Qian Ziyong promptly took his leave. He returned to his guest bedroom on the second floor. That night, he soaked in the large bathtub, lying comfortably. The tub was so big that he tried swimming in it, and actually managed to move. After a half-hour soak, he got out and flopped onto the spacious bed. The bed was enormous. Qian Ziyong felt it could fit 3 Lu Gaodas with room to spare. For a skinny guy like him, 4 could sleep without feeling cramped. Staring at the chandelier above, he tried to guess its price. This lamp is really beautiful, and the ceiling design is nice too. The bedding seems to be silk. The bed is so soft. Qian Ziyong drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he successfully swindled the system out of hundreds of millions and bought a villa by the lake. But why did this villa have no bathroom? He searched everywhere, but couldn't find a toilet, only to discover a towering tree in the villa's garden. Thinking no one was around, he went over to the tree. Just as he was feeling relieved, he felt a stream of warmth soaking his thigh. Qian Ziyong jolted awake, utterly mortified. At his age, he had wet the bed. He got dressed, came out of the bathroom, and stared at the soiled sheets and underwear, feeling at a loss. It was all because he'd eaten too much watermelon last night. He grabbed the quilt, wrapped the underwear inside it, and sneaked out cautiously. There were 2 laundry rooms, one in the basement next to the maid's quarters, and one on the 4th floor. Naturally, he headed for the basement. He crept downstairs cautiously, poking his head out first to check if anyone was around. Seeing no one, he quickly slipped down to the 1st floor. Qian Ziyong. A crisp voice suddenly sounded beside him. Qian Ziyong shuddered, turning to see Ning Shuang standing gracefully behind him, tapping his shoulder with her small hand. Qian Ziyong, what are you doing? Ning Shuang asked, her big round eyes blinking. Qian Ziyong's face flushed red instantly, and he hurriedly hid the quilt behind his back. Nothing. His voice trembled. Silently, he began to pray. Please don't see the quilt. Please don't. But no amount of praying would help. The quilt was too big to be hidden by his slender frame. Maybe Lu Gaoda could have managed it. Ning Shuang noticed the bundle behind him and asked curiously, what are you doing with the bedding? Qian Ziyong was sweating profusely, then finally came up with an excuse. I've always been a clean freak since I was a kid. I slept on it last night, and it feels a bit dirty, so I wanted to wash it. His words were stuttered and incoherent. Such a clean freak. Ning Shuang praised him. I always thought most guys weren't very clean and were a bit sloppy. I didn't expect you to be so tidy, but you don't have to wash it yourself. Give me the quilt and clothes, and I'll have the maid wash them. Hearing this, Qian Ziyong panicked. He shook his head repeatedly. No, I can't. My mom said everyone must wash their own underwear. Besides the quilt, there are also my underpants. I'd better wash them myself. Ning Shuang nodded. All right. The laundry room is in the basement. Take your time washing. If you're not sure about anything, just call me, and I'll help. Phew. Hearing this, Qian Ziyong let out a long sigh of relief. He scurried down to the basement. Wait a minute. Why didn't he take the elevator? If he had taken the elevator, he wouldn't have run into Ningxuang. He could have slapped himself. But it wasn't his fault. After all, he had never lived in a villa before, so his instinct was to take the stairs. Thankfully, she didn't notice. Qian Ziyong clutched his pounding heart, trying to calm down. If he had been caught, he felt he could have just died on the spot. Ningxuang, standing at the top of the stairs, watched Qian Ziyong run off and wrinkled her nose. She caught a whiff of something unpleasant. Realizing what it might be, her cheeks flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Qian Ziyong, having finally finished washing his clothes, entered the dining room. The maid had already prepared breakfast. He enjoyed his meal heartily. From yesterday to today, aside from a few unexpected incidents, everything else was perfect. Truly a life of being waited on hand and foot. He was starting to love this lazy lifestyle. This is the life a person should live. He vowed that once he was rich, he would buy 2 villas, one for himself and one for his parents. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Gaoda and Sun Yuan walked in, led by Chen Jingfu. A group of young people followed them in. They carried laptop bags and wore suits, looking every bit the social elite. These must be the traders Chen Jingfu had mentioned. Today was the day he could start trading stocks. Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up with excitement. Qian Ziyong hurried to greet them. Chen Jingfu smiled and introduced. This is Li Yanwei, with 5 years of experience in stock trading. A wealth of expertise. Qian Ziyong grasped Li Yanwei's hand firmly. Brother Li, you must help me. For the rest of my life, trading is yours, serenity is yours. Please, I beg you to help me lose. Make money. Qian Ziyong nearly blurted out his true wish, quickly correcting himself. Li Yanwei looked at him with sincerity. Rest assured, I've got your back. Qian Ziyong then greeted the other 2 traders. As for Lu Gaoda, he acted as if he hadn't seen him. Brother Sun, you're here. Qian Ziyong exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected Brother Sun to come as well. Sun Yuan chuckled. I heard you're about to make a killing in the stock market, so naturally, I had to come and witness it. Qian Ziyong waved his hands repeatedly. I'm just a complete newbie. I doubt I'll be making any kills, more likely you'll be losing everything. As he spoke, he was already rubbing his hands together in anticipation. How could he possibly make a profit? A pure novice, a tender greenhorn. He was sure to be harvested by the capital's sickle with glee. The obnoxious Lu Gaoda blocked his way. Ziyong, I'm here. Lu Gaoda said excitedly. Qian Ziyong asked curiously, didn't you go to Shenzhen? Why are you back? At the mention of Shenzhen, Lu Gaoda's face was a mess of tears and snot. Ziyong, Shenzhen is tough. I don't know why, but there are very few delivery guys near our company. I ordered takeout, and it took 2 hours to arrive. I nearly starved to death. Dragging my 250-pound body, I trudged downstairs, ran 8 blocks, and finally managed to buy some decent food. Walking all the way back to the company, I was hungry again. Luckily, Shenzhen has shared bikes, but they're of terrible quality. I broke 3 of them riding. The shared bike company blacklisted me. Ziyong, do you know how hard my life is? After finally learning to ride a bike, the shared bikes in Shenzhen discriminated against me. The old-fashioned 28-inch bikes were much better. I called the shared bike company and suggested they replace all their bikes with 28-inch ones. They told me to get lost. So rude. Lu Gaoda was full of grievances, his words dripping with tears. Seeing his brother in such a state, Qian Ziyong felt a pang of sympathy. Alas, I was planning to transfer Master Zhou back and make you CEO of the milk tea shop, but now it seems you're better off staying in Hanqing. Qian Ziyong sighed. At his words, Lu Gaoda's tears instantly dried up. Ziyong, I think I can do it. Lu Gaoda straightened his back, instantly patting his broad shoulders. CEO, the president of a company with 300 million in investment and 6,000 employees. The company's owned by some tycoons, and TV dramas might not even be as large as their milk tea shop. And Lu Gaoda was about to become a tycoon himself. Though he was a bit plump, not quite matching the image of a tycoon on screen. But that was fine. As long as he became president, he would be the most dazzling guy in Shenzhen. Seeing the fire of determination in Lu Gaoda's eyes, Qian Ziyong said, didn't you say there are too few delivery guys in Shenzhen? Lu Gaoda shook his head. Delivery guys work hard. They need more rest. I can understand them. Qian Ziyong pressed on. Didn't you say the shared bikes break easily? Lu Gaoda shook his head firmly. Look at me. I'm as round as a ball. I need more exercise. All right then. Qian Ziyong nodded. I hereby formally appoint you as the CEO of Bingmi Milk Tea Shop with full authority to manage the entire store. Yes, sir. Lu Gaoda straightened his back. Upon hearing that Lu Gaoda had become the CEO of Bingmi Milk Tea Shop, the traders became much more polite to him. They called him Brother Lu, one after another, making him grin from ear to ear. The traders had been living in Shenzhen and were well aware of the meteoric rise of Bingmi Milk Tea Shop, a dark horse that had burst onto the scene. The Bingmi Milk Tea Shop in Shenzhen was an absolute sensation. As the new year approached, business at other shops had declined significantly, but Bingmi's remained as bustling as ever. It seemed to have a perpetual queue regardless of whether it was a workday or a holiday. They had also bought from there. It was indeed cheap. The tea's taste was average, the shop's decor was ordinary, and there was always a line, all inferior to other milk tea shops. But it was cheap, and the service was excellent. No wonder it was such a hit. The CEO of Bingmi Milk Tea Shop. If it ever went public, even a single % of the shares would make you a billionaire. A big shot. Must curry favor. Sun Yuan, standing nearby, had a grim expression. He pulled Qian Jingfu aside and whispered, "Didn't you tell Brother Qian that Lu Gaoda is incompetent?" Qian Jingfu shook his head. "I did, and I made it very clear. Brother Qian must have heard me. I don't know why he didn't take my advice." He couldn't understand it. Given Qian Ziyong's business acumen, he shouldn't make such a simple mistake. He had explained it thoroughly. Both he and Sun Yuan had invested 100 million in the milk tea shop. That was no small sum. They planned to inject more capital in the future, holding great expectations for the venture. Sun Yuan pondered for a moment, then said hesitantly, "Maybe Brother Qian has his own plans. When you hire someone, trust them. If you don't trust them, don't hire them. Since we believe in Brother Qian, we should believe in him completely." Qian Jingfu nodded. Though he agreed with Sun Yuan, a shadow of doubt had undoubtedly settled in his heart. What a mess. Soon the traders had the computers ready. "Boss, all equipment is in order and the accounts are ready," Li Yanwei reported. Qian Jingfu nodded and turned to Qian Ziyong, who was already itching to start. "Do you want to trade in the domestic market or the international one?" Sun Yuan added, "The international market is looking good right now. It's been rising steadily with an overall upward trend and low risk. I have funds abroad. Not several hundred million, but 100 million is no problem. If you want to trade in the international market, I'll lend you the money." Upon hearing that the international market was on a continuous rise, Qian Ziyong immediately ruled it out. Did he want to rise? He wanted to crash, preferably a free fall all the way down to oblivion. Qian Ziyong quickly shook his head. "I won't trade internationally. We'll stick to the domestic market." Everyone tried to dissuade him, but Qian Ziyong shook his head, stubbornly insisting. Seeing this, Qian Jingfu nodded. "Then we'll go with the domestic market. How much capital do you plan to use?" Qian Ziyong answered without hesitation, "All in. Use the 200 million in my account." Everyone was taken aback. Sun Yuan said, "Brother, this is your first time trading stocks. Don't be so impulsive. I think a mere 10 million is enough." Qian Ziyong shook his head firmly. "He'll use 200 million. Qian Jingfu laughed. "It seems Brother is quite confident. That's a good thing. Then let's use 200 million. But if you lose it, you must stop trading stocks." Qian Ziyong said nothing. "Stop trading if you lost?" "Of course not. He should double down and escalate." "Boss Qian," Li Yanwei interjected, "a 200 million yuan stake is too large for the domestic market. Only a few major stocks can absorb that kind of capital." Qian Ziyong looked somewhat bewildered. He had never traded stocks before and was unfamiliar with such matters. Sun Yuan, standing nearby, explained, "Some stocks have a daily trading volume of only a few hundred million yuan. If you dump 200 million into them, there won't even be a counterparty on the other side. In essence, you'd just be trading against yourself, and that simply won't work." Qian Ziyong suddenly understood. "So which stocks can take my entire 200 million, he asked. Li Yanwei recommended a few options. Energy stocks, banking stocks, and material stocks are all viable choices. Qian Ziyong inquired, "Could you elaborate on them for me?" Li Yanwei, speaking with professional acumen, stated, "Energy stocks have seen a powerful surge these past few days with high momentum. They should be profitable. Banking stocks are suited for long-term investment. You can park your money there for years, collecting annual dividends without much movement. Relying on banking stocks to make a quick profit is slow. Losing money is also difficult. So for capital preservation, choose banking stocks. Slow gains, but they offer stability. If you want to make money, go for energy stocks, though they carry considerable risk." Qian Ziyong opened his mouth to speak. He wanted to ask which stock would lose money, but he absolutely couldn't reveal the existence of the system, so he ultimately held his tongue. Buy banking stocks. They had just said those were low risk and stable. Waiting for them to lose everything would take forever. Buy energy stocks. If he wanted to make a profit, head buy energy stocks without hesitation. But he needed to lose money. Li Yanwei, oh Li Yanwei, why couldn't you recommend a stock that would tank? Qian Ziyong stared at the trading software on the computer screen, scrolling through it frantically, when his eyes caught a stock with a precipitous downward trend. Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up. This stock seemed to be the one had been dreaming of. It was plummeting and showed no signs of recovery. "That's a liquor stock," Li Yanwei interjected hastily. "For some reason it's been languishing and falling continuously lately. It's best not to touch it." Qian Ziyong asked, "Is its market cap large enough? Can my 200 million be fully invested in it?" Li Yanwei scratched his head, saying, "This stock has a massive market cap. Even $1 billion could be poured in without a problem." Qian Ziyong was overjoyed. "Then it's settled. Invest all my money in this stock." "Don't." Everyone hastily tried to stop him. Sun Yuan said, "Brother, didn't he just tell you? This stock has issues. You can't buy it. You'll lose money." Chen Jingfu also advised him, Li Yanwei is a professional trader, his judgment carries some weight. To be safe, if you insist on buying, you should invest a smaller amount. Don't put all 200 million in. At that moment, Ning Shuang approached carrying a plate of fruit. Seeing everyone trying to persuade Qian Ziyong, she remained silent, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the computer screen. Qian Ziyong pondered for a moment, concluding that investing in the liquor stock should lead to losses. After all, the trend was downward, and everyone seemed to think it would decline, which made him even more resolute in diving in. Qian Ziyong slammed his hand on the table. Liquor stock it is. Brotherly, put my 200 million in. Seeing Qian Ziyong's unwavering determination, everyone exchanged uneasy glances. Lu Gaoda was the first to step forward. Ziyong, I believe in you. I have $1 million here, I'll invest in the liquor stock with you. It was a decision he made with great resolve. Lu Gaoda was fully aware that his current success was all thanks to Qian Ziyong. Had it not been for him, he would likely be toiling away in a factory in the deep south, living a life of hardship and destitution. Qian Ziyong had also appointed him as the CEO of the milk tea shop. This was his big break. No one else might support Ziyong, but he would. Most importantly, he believed Qian Ziyong possessed immense capability, having amassed such wealth and built such a vast enterprise at such a young age. Whether it was Zhou Kaitian or Li Lian, both spoke highly of Qian Ziyong. Even Chen Jingfu and Sun Yuan frequently mentioned his name. Although he lacked their acumen, he knew that aligning himself with capable people was the wisest course. He wanted to follow Qian Ziyong's lead in stock trading. With Lu Gaoda taking the lead, Chen Jingfu deliberated for a moment before saying, Brother, I'll throw in some money too. Just 10 million. I'll leverage that 10 million tenfold, financing 100 million, and put it all into the liquor stock. The stock market is unpredictable. None of them had ever truly profited from it. Since Qian Ziyong was so confident, he figured he could invest a little for fun. Even if he lost it all, it would only be a 10 million yuan loss. Occasionally, he enjoyed indulging in high-risk investments. However, he approached such ventures with caution and never wagered too much. Hearing that the two men wanted to invest alongside him, Qian Ziyong hastily shook his head. No, I know nothing about stocks. Choosing the liquor stock was a complete shot in the dark. I just thought its climb looked appealing, pleasing to the eye, so I decided to go with it. The downward trajectory was to him the most beautiful curve imaginable. If after buying it could plummet even faster, that would be absolutely perfect. But he couldn't tell them he was buying stocks specifically to lose money. He absolutely couldn't lead those who believed in him into financial ruin. These were brothers who genuinely cared for him. How could he bear to see them suffer losses? Ziyong, I trust you. Lu Gaoda declared, his eyes fixed on Qian Ziyong with profound sincerity. Qian Ziyong slammed the table in frustration. By the way, Gaoda, didn't I transfer you to the Shenzhen branch? Why are you back today? He had been so engrossed in studying the stock charts that it only now dawned on him. He had personally bought Lu Gaoda's plane ticket that day. How was he back already? I need to lose money, so why are you, Lu Gaoda, butting in? Raising quadruplets isn't cheap, is it? Maintaining a sports car isn't cheap, is it? He was losing the system's money. But Gaoda, you'd be losing your own hard-earned money. Hearing Qian Ziyong ask why he was back today, Lu Gaoda replied with a hint of grievance, because today is my day off. You set the rule of 2 rest days per week. You also strictly forbade overtime, and am just diligently following your regulations. Qian Ziyong was taken aback. He did have such a rule. He didn't want his employees to generate profits for him. So he had mandated that overtime was absolutely forbidden. Additionally, he had established a policy ensuring every employee, whether resigning voluntarily or being let go, would receive N1 compensation. These were all rules he had created with the specific intention of losing money. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Good heavens, the milk tea shop was just getting started, and you, its newly appointed CEO, are already taking weekends off. Is that a proper attitude for building a business? Even if you're not working 007, shouldn't you at least be putting in 996 hours? At the very least, during the startup phase, you should be dedicating more time and effort. Which CEO of a newly founded company takes weekends off and works only 6 hours a day? Chen Jingfu and Sun Yuan both shook their heads inwardly, but they remained silent. The milk tea shop was Qian Ziyong's domain to manage and operate. He had absolute authority. They were merely investors and couldn't interfere with its internal affairs. In business, the worst thing is board members giving reckless commands. So regarding personnel appointments at the milk tea shop, he could offer Qian Ziyong advice, but he absolutely must not make decisions on his behalf. Qian Ziyong said solemnly, Gaoda, I'm just like you. I've never traded stocks before. If you want to invest in stocks, do it yourself. He was determined to lose money but not drag Lu Gaoda down with him. That was his principle. Lu Gaoda lowered his head in frustration. He was under immense pressure. After all, with quadruplets at home, the monthly expenses were considerable. Since Qian Ziyong wouldn't let him join in stock trading, he would do it himself. Perhaps Lu Gaoda was a prodigy who could conquer the stock market. What Qian Ziyong said was true. He had never traded stocks before, so he was no better than Lu Gaodao. Lu Gaodao admitted that in business, he couldn't hold a candle to Qian Ziyong. But when it came to stock trading, the outcome was uncertain. No one could excel in every field. He had heard that even great physicists had lost money in stocks, making a mess of their finances. So being capable didn't guarantee profits in the stock market. Qian Ziyong might not be any better than him in stocks. With that thought, Lu Gaodao felt confident. Chen Jingfu, however, had a different perspective. "Ziyong, I trust you," Chen Jingfu said with a smile, patting Qian Ziyong on the shoulder. Qian Ziyong looked at Chen Jingfu seriously and said, "Brother, to be honest, I've never studied stocks. I'm a complete novice. It's better to trust yourself than to trust me." Chen Jingfu shook his head. "I've traded before, and I lost over 200 million. Letting me manage stocks is like throwing money into the water. At least throwing money into the water makes a splash. To investing in stocks is like performing a vanishing act, silent and invisible. 10 million is nothing. If I lose it, I lose it. I don't care, and you shouldn't feel pressured." Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong had nothing more to say. After all, Chen Jingfu was different from Lu Gaodao. Lu Gaodao was his buddy. A few harsh words would send him off to amuse himself. Now, living in Chen Jingfu's house and being guided by him in stock trading, it seemed unreasonable not to include him. Qian Ziyong stressed again, "I really don't know how to trade stocks. I'm very likely to lose money." Chen Jingfu waved his hand. "Don't worry, even if we lose, it's normal. I won't blame you." Qian Ziyong wanted to persuade him further, but Sun Yuan interjected, "Brother Qian, 10 million is just pocket change. Even if we lose it, it's no big deal." From Sun Yuan's expression, it seemed he also wanted to invest with Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong dared not take on more funds. He quickly said, "All right, I'll start now." He stared intently at the red and green candlesticks on the screen, a murderous glint in his eyes. Down, down. Which stock was dropping? Liquor. As soon as the market opened, Qian Ziyong saw that liquor continued its previous downward trend, breaking new lows. He gritted his teeth. Invest in liquor. Hurry. He regretted not investing earlier, seeing how fast it was falling. Every drop was money lost. The trader Li Yanwei, showing professional integrity, asked, "Liquor is falling now. Are you sure you want to invest in it?" Qian Ziyong clenched his fist and slammed it on the desk. "Invest?" Li Yanwei asked again. "All in." "All in," Qian Ziyong replied. Li Yanwei's hands trembled. He felt Qian Ziyong was playing with fire. In all his years as a trader, he had never seen such aggressive behavior. Li Yanwei looked up at Chen Jingfu, his eyes seemingly asking, "Boss, should we pull your money out? Is it really wise to follow this reckless kid?" Chen Jingwei pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head, signaling him to proceed. Seeing this, Li Yanwei turned his gaze back to the screen and said to his two colleagues, "Fellas, let's get to work." With an excited heart and trembling hands, Li Yanwei and the other two quickly began building positions. Buy. No strategy needed. Just buy them separately. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. Soon 300 million worth of stocks were acquired. After buying, Li Yanwei and the other two traders gasped for breath as if they had just fought an intense battle. The transaction itself wasn't difficult. In fact, it was quite simple. But building a position against the trend required immense courage. After all, it was 300 million. "Mr. Qian, we've bought them all," Li Yanwei said. Qian Ziyong nodded and started eating fruit from the table. Gone was the fierce intensity. He was now relaxed and at ease. Everyone looked at the liquor stock. It was still falling. In a short time, Qian Ziyong had lost half a percentage point, which was 1.5 million. Even excluding Chen Jingfu's share, Qian Ziyong himself had lost 1 million. Despite the loss, Qian Ziyong appeared completely at ease. His mental state was as steady as an old dog. Lu Gaodao, seeing that Qian Ziyong's stocks had immediately lost money, felt a sense of relief. He also noticed that the energy sector, as Li Yanwei had predicted, was experiencing a big rally, opening up 2 percentage points. So he whispered to Li Yanwei, "Brother Li, can you help me with margin trading? I want to invest in energy." Li Yanwei replied, "Brother Lu, you're too kind. Just call me Shaoli. Margin trading is easy. I can help you. How much do you want to borrow?" Lu Gaodao didn't hesitate. 10 times leverage. With his 1 million, 10 times leverage would give him 10 million. He could gain or lose tenfold. Li Yanwei nodded. "All right, so you want to buy energy stocks?" "This one." Lu Gaodao nodded. Li Yanwei and the two traders executed the order. 10 million was nothing. They bought it all quickly. Shortly after buying, the energy stocks started to rise like a lotus bud emerging from the water, gaining 1%. "It's up." Lu Gaodao exclaimed, thrilled to have made 100,000 from his million in such a short time. The three traders were also happy for Lu Gaodao. Qian Ziyong picked up a drink and handed it to Lu Gaodao. "Gaodao, congratulations. You've made 100,000. Truly worth celebrating." Lu Gaodao had gained and he had lost. A double blessing. The only downside was that he had also lost Chen Jingfu's money. But then he reconsidered. If Chen Jingfu had less money, it would be easier for him to forcibly buy back Chen Jingfu's shares. He intended to use cash to buy back the shares of the milk tea shop. Moreover, he needed to continue investing in the milk tea shop. Qian Ziyong had previously invested 100 million in the shop, so buying back his shares would cost 200 million. That meant Qian Ziyong would make 100 million profit. Even if this 10 million was lost entirely, he would still have helped Qian Ziyong gain 90 million. Losing 10 million was indeed nothing. Thinking this, Qian Ziyong became even happier. He was tempted to open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. But celebrating with champagne after losing money in stocks would make him seem insane, so he could only secretly rejoice. He clinked glasses with Lu Gaoda. Lu Gaoda took the drink, deeply moved. Ziyong, you lost money yet you're happy, because I made money. I don't know what to say. We are brothers for life. Let's toast to our friendship. He could see genuine joy in Qian Ziyong's eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul. They cannot be faked. His good brother was truly happy for him. They were the closest of brothers. Cheers. Qian Ziyong nodded. He picked up the drinks and filled a cup for everyone present. Come, let's all drink to our continued success and swift victory. Qian Ziyong raised his cup high, his voice trembling with excitement. He was toasting himself, toasting the fact that he had found yet another reliable way to lose money, toasting his losses that would stretch to the ends of the earth, toasting the luxury cars and villas he would lose. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. This was the first time they had ever seen someone who had just lost over 1 million yuan still able to smile and even want to celebrate. This was truly bizarre. Qian Ziyong in particular felt this way. He had just lost 500,000 yuan. Although it was only 500,000, and he hadn't taken it too much to heart, this celebratory toast felt deeply awkward to him. Looking at the beaming Qian Ziyong, a sliver of admiration unexpectedly rose in Qian Ziyong's heart. Regardless, the man had lost money and could still smile so happily. He was either a fool or his mental state was superior. Drink. Qian Ziyong raised his glass and took a small sip. One must not drink alcohol when trading stocks. The mind must remain absolutely clear. Ning Shuang, standing nearby, also took a sip from her cup. She was curious. Qian Ziyong seemed different from the others. To lose 1 million and still be so bold was not something an ordinary person could do. After finishing his drink, Qian Ziyong said, "Anyway, the stocks are invested, and I can't touch them until tomorrow. They'll deal with it then." With that, Qian Ziyong bid everyone farewell and left first. Qian Ziyong left with a carefree air, dismissing the money in stocks, but Qian Ziyong couldn't do the same. He kept his eyes glued to the stock market. Li Yanwei, standing by, tried to console him. "Boss, who can really predict the stock market? Maybe it will go back up soon." Just as Li Yanwei was offering his comfort, Qian Ziyong's eyes widened. "It's rising. The liquor stock is rising." Everyone turned to look at the computer, watching the liquor stock, which had been falling moments ago, begin to climb bit by bit. It was slow but very steady. No one spoke, they just watched. Even Sun Yuan, who usually didn't drink beverages, took a sip now, and then his eyes never leaving the screen. Suddenly a wail of despair drew everyone's attention. At another computer, Lu Gaoda stared at the stock prices, his face ashen. Everyone looked over and saw that the energy stock, which had been rallying strongly, was now plummeting sharply. Up, up, go up. Lu Gaoda howled, desperately shouting for it to rise. With 10 times leverage, a single point drop meant a loss of 100,000 for him. A 10-point drop would wipe out all his capital. Lu Gaoda's cries were loud, and the others understood his panic. 1 point was indeed 100,000. At least Lu Gaoda's losses were making some noise. Despite Lu Gaoda's shouting, the stock continued its downward spiral, ignoring his struggles. Meanwhile, the liquor stock, like a proud princess, held its head high and soared upwards. In the blink of an eye, it had climbed 2 points. A smile spread across Qian Ziyong's face. 2 points meant he had made 2 million. It wasn't a fortune, but he had to admit this feeling of making millions in minutes was truly exhilarating. As for Lu Gaoda's energy stock, it had gone from being up 1 point to being down 3 points. In half an hour, Lu Gaoda had lost 300,000 yuan. That's the stock market for you. Some are fascinated by it, some are driven mad by it, and some hate it to the bone. Meanwhile, Qian Ziyong, who had logged into his game, was blissfully unaware that his stocks were making money. He was still feeling regretful. Why won't the system let me use leverage? If I could leverage 10 times like Qian Ziyong, losing 200 million would be a piece of cake. Maybe I could lose it all in just 2 days. Qian Ziyong let out a sigh. The system didn't allow him to use leverage. After carefully studying the instructions, he finally understood why. In simple terms, leveraging meant borrowing other people's money. And there was the risk of the account being wiped out. That is to say, if he leveraged his 200 million 100-fold, turning it into 20 billion, and invested it all in a stock that then hit the daily limit down, he would lose everything. That wasn't the worst part. The worst part was because of the limit down, he wouldn't even be able to close his position to cut his losses. A stock could keep hitting limit down and fall by 50. In that case, he wouldn't just lose 200 million, he would lose 10 billion. And 98 billion of that would be money he owed to others. After all, leveraged money is borrowed money. Even if the account was wiped out, the borrowed money still had to be repaid. And since he wouldn't be able to repay it, he would become a defaulter. That was against the law. The system didn't allow its host to break the law, so it simply forbade him from using leverage. Using the system's money to buy stocks was fine, but leveraging was absolutely prohibited, even by 1 measly percent. Because even 1% leverage carried the risk of a wipeout. The system truly left him no loopholes to exploit. The game started, and Qian Ziyong shook his head, pushing the thoughts aside to enjoy his gaming. He played fiercely until noon, then headed out for lunch in high spirits. It was only then that he learned his stocks had made money. While my liquor stock had a huge surge. Qian Ziyong received this shocking news from a half-dead Lu Gaoda. Lu Gaoda lay on the sofa staring blankly with lifeless eyes, his face pale, his body limp, as if he were terminally ill. What's wrong with Gaoda? Qian Ziyong asked curiously. Shun Jingfu replied from the side. He lost so much money he's like that now. Lost money? Qian Ziyong was puzzled. Wasn't Gaoda's energy stock surging earlier? How did it suddenly drop? Li Yanwei stepped forward full of energy and said, that's the stock market for you. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. Nobody can say for sure. Like the stock you bought, Boss Qian. It dipped initially, but then it gained strong momentum and went up 3 points. You invested 200 million, so 3 points means a profit of 6 million. Hearing that he had made 6 million, Qian Ziyong was so shocked he staggered backward. His face visibly paled. Damn it, how did he end up making money? Congratulations, Boss Qian, on the huge profit. Li Yanwei was the first to clap. The others followed suit. Their applause thundered, congratulating Qian Ziyong on his stock market success. Each clap felt like a stinging slap to Qian Ziyong's face. He was stunned, unable to snap out of it for a long time. This stock market was too treacherous. Why did it suddenly go up? It was a rogue stock. Shun Jingfu asked curiously, Brother Qian, how did you know the liquor stock was going to surge? Qian Ziyong said weakly, I just thought the chart looked nice, so I jumped right in. But who knew the moment I got in it trapped me inside? Qian Ziyong was now considering whether he should take his profits and run. He had already made 6 million. 6 million. How long was it going to take him to lose that much? You must be joking, brother. Shun Jingfu laughed heartily upon hearing Qian Ziyong say he was trapped in the stock. Qian Ziyong had made 6 million and he himself had made 3 million. And this was just in half a day. Money really did flow fast in the stock market. Meanwhile, Lu Gaoda, lying on the sofa, was also pondering whether to cut his losses. Both of them were thinking about stopping, though one was stopping to secure profits and the other was stopping to limit losses. Two greenhorns on their very first day of stock trading had received a harsh lesson from the market. Everyone enjoyed a delightful lunch. Shun Jingfu, having earned 3 million, treated them to a lavish feast. Abalone and giant lobster were plentiful and the mood was jubilant. All were overjoyed except for Qian Ziyong and Lu Gaoda. Having lost 300,000, Lu Gaoda found even the finest delicacies tasteless. Qian Ziyong was distracted and listless. He only recovered somewhat when the afternoon trading session began. As the market opened, both Qian Ziyong and Lu Gaoda were fraught with anxiety. The afternoon market mirrored the morning's trend. Baijiu stocks continued to climb, while energy stocks kept falling. By the closing bell, Baijiu stocks had risen by 4 points, while energy stocks had plummeted by 5. Energy stocks were indeed more volatile, moving more violently in both directions than Baijiu. Lu Gaoda naturally suffered even greater losses. He had invested 1 million with 10-fold leverage, and in a single day his capital had dwindled to just 500,000. Qian Ziyong stared at his stock account, watching 300 million turn into 312 million, his heart bleeding. This was more profitable than his business. And since these were all his own decisions, he had no one to blame. After the market closed, everyone was energized except for the weary Lu Gaoda and Qian Ziyong. Let's call it a day. Qian Ziyong waved his hand weakly and left his spirits low. Lu Gaoda followed dejectedly behind him. He was to stay there tonight. There were many vacant rooms, and Shun Jingfu had already invited him to stay. His money was still tied up, but would surely be freed tomorrow. Lu Gaoda couldn't sleep a wink all night. Every time he thought of the 500,000 that vanished in a day, he wanted to slap himself. He used to fall asleep the moment his head hit the pillow, but now he tossed and turned, unable to find rest. When he finally managed to doze off, he was jolted awake by nightmares. Waking up in a cold sweat, Lu Gaoda, thinking of his lost 500,000, was again tempted to slap himself. If I had known, I should have followed Ziyong and bought Baijiu stocks. Lu Gaoda was filled with regret. Meanwhile, Qian Ziyong clutched his phone, his mind far from any game. Previously, when the Flying Phoenix supermarket earned him 20 million a month, he had felt a sense of impending doom, thinking it was too profitable. But now he suddenly realized the true destructive power of the stock market. Compared to stock, supermarkets and hot-pot restaurants were mere child's play. Indeed, finance was not a game for the uninitiated. He prayed incessantly that Baijiu stocks would fall tomorrow. The next day, Qian Ziyong and Lu Gaoda woke up late, both having suffered from insomnia. It was only at 8:40, just before the market opened, that the two appeared looking disheveled with hair like a bird's nest and dark circles under their eyes. Everyone was taken aback by their appearance. They could understand Lu Gaoda's haggard state. But Qian Ziyong had earned 8 million, so why did he look like this? Qian Ziyong waved his hand feebly and offered a flimsy excuse. I was thinking about the milk tea shop business all night and didn't sleep. Everyone nodded in understanding. After all, the milk tea shop had immense potential, possibly growing into a 10 billion or even 100 billion enterprise. It was only natural for Qian Ziyong to lose sleep over such an important venture. As the market was about to open, Qian Ziyong took the main seat with Lu Gaoda at the computer beside him. The three traders, each at their own station, were at the ready. The others stood behind Qian Ziyong. Li Yanwei asked respectfully, "Boss, what's the strategy for today?" Qian Ziyong pondered for a moment, then said, "If Baijio stocks continue to rise today, sell them. If they fall, just hold on." Huh? Li Yanwei was taken aback. Hold on when it's losing money and sell when it's making a profit. This was completely contrary to the trading strategies he had learned. Yes, sir. Li Yanwei didn't argue. As a professional trader, he was bound to execute his boss' orders strictly, no matter how absurd they seemed. It was his professional integrity. The market opened shortly after, and Baijio stocks continued their strong upward trend from the previous day. Up, up, up. Qian Ziyong's heart pounded with every flicker of the numbers on the screen, knowing each jump added hundreds of thousands to his account. This was rising too fast. Sell it all, sell it now. Cut our losses and get out. Qian Ziyong urged impatiently. He had originally thought that if Baijio fell today, instead of rising, he would lose back the profits from yesterday. But this momentum seemed destined to rise forever. Why wait any longer to cut losses? Cut. Hearing Qian Ziyong's command, Li Yanwei's reaction was sluggish. The other two traders were also unsure of what to do. Li Yanwei reminded him, "Boss, cutting losses means selling at a loss. Since we're selling at a profit, it should be called taking profit." Qian Ziyong nodded. "Fine, then let's stop the profit, just sell quickly." Fearing ambiguity, Qian Ziyong stressed, "In any case, sell all the stocks, every single one." Hearing this, Li Yanwei hesitated no more, and along with the other two traders began executing the trades rapidly. Soon they had liquidated all their positions. "Boss Qian, we've secured a 6-point gain totaling 212 million. Li Yanwei announced with a laugh. He then turned to Qian Jingfu behind him. "Boss, you've gained 6 million. Because Qian Jingfu was using 10-fold leverage, a 6-point rise translated to a 60 profit. Conversely, a 6-point drop would mean a direct loss of 6 million. A 10-point drop would trigger a forced liquidation. A drop exceeding 10 points, if not liquidated in time, would result in a negative balance. This would not only wipe out the initial capital, but also incur debt requiring additional funds to cover. Leverage amplified both risk and reward. In just one day, Qian Jingfu, using leverage to play big with a small stake, had netted a cool 6 million. Overjoyed at his gain, Qian Jingfu clapped Qian Ziyong on the shoulder. "Well done. Keep it up." He then told Li Yanwei, "Increase the leverage for me, raise the financing to 160 million. Hearing that Qian Jingfu still wanted him to manage his stock trading, Qian Ziyong grew anxious. "Brother, this was pure luck this time. I don't know why my luck is so bad. Please don't invest with me anymore." Qian Jingfu chuckled. "Brother Qian, you're great in every way except for one thing. You're too modest. It's good for a young man to be humble, but being overly so can make others think you lack skill. Don't worry, even if I lose it all, it's no big deal. I don't rely on this money to live. If I lose it, I lose it." Qian Ziyong nodded helplessly. On the other side, Lu Gaoda with bloodshot eyes shouted, "Sell, sell. Manager Li, sell mine for me." He had been agonizing over whether to cut his losses, but the thought of being left with only 500,000 made him reluctant to part with it. But today, as soon as the market opened, energy stocks were stagnant, and now they were plunging, already down by 1 point. He had lost 6 points now. With 10-fold leverage, that meant a loss of 60 points, a full 60 loss. If this continued, he would lose everything. He needed to close his position to cut his losses. Li Yanwei reacted swiftly. The moment Lu Gaoda mentioned liquidating, he immediately executed the sale. The account had dwindled to 400,000. Even with 10-fold leverage, that only amounted to 4 million. To withdraw 4 million, there was no need for staggered selling. A single direct sell-off would clear it out with ease. After the sale, Lu Gaoda stared at the remaining 400,000 in his account, tears welling up, but none falling. Qian Ziyong, standing nearby, also caught a glimpse of Lu Gaoda's account. He patted Lu Gaoda on the shoulder and sighed. "We're both down on our luck, kindred spirits in misery." The stock market had been brutally cruel to them. It had stripped Lu Gaoda of 600,000 in one swoop, while handing him over 10 million. What a trap. And this was just in a single day? Truly, the stock market was a treacherous place. No wonder the warning always echoed, investing carries risks, and entering the market requires caution. Ziyong, Lu Gaoda lifted his ashen face on the verge of tears. "What am I supposed to do? My money. The money I worked so hard to earn. He used to do daily wage labor, earning at most 200 a day, struggling to make 6,000 even in the most exhausting month. But now he had lost 600,000 in an instant. Money that would take him 100 months of not eating or drinking to accumulate. Thank goodness for Ziyong. Qian Ziyong paid him a generous salary. Qian Ziyong was his true savior. Godfather, I think the stock market isn't for me. I'm going to focus on running the milk tea shop and spread it all across Shenzhen. Having lost in the stock market, he planned to recoup his losses elsewhere. Daily wage labor. That would take 10 years to earn it back. Following his godfather was far more reliable. His godfather paid him a salary of 100,000 a month, so he could recover his losses in half a year. The thought that even with 100,000 salary, it would take half a year to recover made Lu Gaoda's face darken even further. Qian Ziyong didn't know how to comfort him. He was in a dire situation himself. Stopping in time is the right call, Qian Ziyong sighed. He also wanted to stop, but he couldn't accept it. He had been silently saddled with 12 million. The more Qian Ziyong thought about it, the angrier he became. As they say, enduring for a moment makes the anger grow, taking a step back makes the loss feel worse. Where you fall, there you lie. Qian Ziyong refused to believe he couldn't lose money. Once he managed to lose, the profits head made, he would immediately stop. Eventually, he set his sights on energy stocks. Fortunately, Lu Gaoda had sold quickly. The stock had already dropped 3 points. If Lu Gaoda hadn't sold, he might be down to just 200,000 now. At least Lu Gaoda got out fast, keeping 400,000. Could energy stocks actually be my lucky charm? Qian Ziyong hesitated for a moment. Seeing the energy stock plummet relentlessly, he slammed his hand on the table. Energy stocks it was. With his mind made up, Qian Ziyong didn't hesitate, glaring at the energy stock with murderous intent, and shouted, "Buy energy stocks." All right. Li Yanwei nodded, asking, "How much should I buy?" "All in." Qian Ziyong forced the words through gritted teeth. Li Yanwei turned back to look at Chen Jingfu. Chen Jingfu nodded calmly and composedly, "Follow through. Use all the money to buy energy stocks." Receiving the order, Li Yanwei immediately began buying up energy stocks in full. Chen Jingfu's capital was 16 million, which with leverage became 160 million. Qian Ziyong's capital was 200 million plus the 12 million had earned earlier, totaling 212 million. These figures were after deducting transaction fees, with a few tens of thousands in odd amounts remaining. But whether in Chen Jingfu's eyes or Qian Ziyong's, those few tens of thousands were inconsequential. The three men moved quickly. Within just an hour, they had poured all their money into energy stocks. Lu Gaodao watched from behind the whole time. He saw each sum of money transform into stocks like cannonballs firing into the stock market. This feeling of spending money like water and commanding the market was intoxicating. Except for energy stocks. Lu Gaodao harbored a deep aversion to them. Energy stocks were wild, erratic stocks. They fell at an alarming rate. Lu Gaodao had originally intended to stop, but watching Qian Ziyong pour those astronomical sums into the market got his blood boiling. He felt a surge of heat rushing through his body. "Manager Li put all my 400,000 into liquor stocks," Lu Gaodao announced loudly. "Huh?" Li Yanwei was taken aback. Hadn't Lu Gaodao just said he wouldn't touch stocks again and would focus on the milk tea shop? How could he forget his own words so quickly? However, seeing the fervent fire in Lu Gaoda's eyes, Li Yanwei suddenly understood. This was the allure of the stock market. Why did so many investors lose money time and again, yet still endlessly pour their funds back in? It was because the stock market possessed a mesmerizing magic. Lu Gaoda had also fallen under its spell. "Are you sure?" Li Yanwei asked again. Lu Gaoda nodded emphatically. "I'm sure. Add tenfold leverage and put the entire 4 million into the market." Li Yanwei pondered for a moment, then cautioned, "With tenfold leverage, a mere 10-point drop will wipe out all your money." Lu Gaoda nodded. "If I don't use tenfold leverage, I'd need a 150 surge to recoup my losses. With the stock's sluggish pace of growth, I might have to wait years or perhaps never see that day. Go with tenfold leverage. As long as it rises 15 points, I'll get back everything I lost." Li Yanwei offered no further objections, and in 2 swift transactions converted the entire 4 million in cash into stocks. He bought liquor stocks that were still on the rise. Both Qian Ziyong's and Lu Gaoda's stock account funds were fully invested. Trading was closed for the day, so nothing could be done until tomorrow. Although trading had ceased, Li Yanwei remained on edge. This was nearly 400 million in capital. Everyone kept their eyes glued to the computer screens. Even Ning Shuang, standing at a distance, was incredibly tense. 400 million. How many lifetimes would it take an ordinary person to earn that? With every tick of the stock price, tens of thousands of yuan were gained or lost, an amount equivalent to half a lifetime's income for a common person. "It's rising," Li Yanwei suddenly bellowed. He saw the energy stock climbing, rising continuously, having gained a full percentage point. Though it was just 1 point, it represented nearly 4 million in gains. Most importantly, it felt like a good omen. The energy stock, which had been falling just moments ago, had now reversed course and was going up, a promising sign. Everyone was overjoyed. Qian Ziyong produced a bottle of champagne from somewhere and suggested, "How about we have a drink? The money's all tied up in the market now, we can't touch it anyway. Trading is done for today, why not relax a bit?" As he spoke, Qian Ziyong began pouring drinks for everyone. Having the big boss personally pour his drink made Li Yanwei's hands tremble with excitement as he held his glass. Qian Ziyong, however, wore a grim expression, his eyes fixed intently on the computer screen. One could see a murderous glint in Qian Ziyong's eyes. Qian Ziyong whispered to Sun Yuan beside him, "This is the first time I've seen someone treat stock trading like a battlefield. I can actually sense a soldier's valor in Qian Ziyong, an aura of fighting to the bitter end." Sun Yuan said matter-of-factly, "A single-point swing in a stock is more money than an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. I think it's perfectly normal for Brother Qian to be this deeply invested mentally. If anything, we're the ones who should be ashamed for not taking our trading as seriously as he does. I just can't figure out why when Brother Qian is making money, he looks at his stocks like they're his mortal enemy." Just then the energy stock rose another point, adding nearly 4 million in gains. Qian Ziyong chuckled, "Do you think Brother Qian has real talent, or is it just luck?" Sun Yuan thought for a moment, then said, "Once could be luck, twice could still be luck. Let's wait and see. But Brother Qian has the courage to buy against the trend and sell when he's made a profit. His mental fortitude is beyond what most people can match." Qian Ziyong asked curiously, "Isn't it said that the way to make big money in stocks is to wait? There's a famous saying in the stock market, be a friend of time. So those who truly make a fortune in stocks play the long game. Brother Qian, on the other hand, trades every day glued to the screen. Doesn't that seem a bit like a retail investor?" Sun Yuan pondered for a while, then said, "If you ignore which stocks he's buying and just look at his expression and his trading style, Brother Qian does indeed resemble a retail investor. But the real retail investor is Lu Gaoda. He's completely lost his head. On the surface, Brother Qian looks like a retail investor, but in reality his gaze is sharp, his moves are fierce. Every strike may look like that of a lamb, but it's actually the work of a wolf." Just as the two were talking, they heard a wail from Lu Gaoda. Everyone turned to see Lu Gaoda's liquor stock plummeting right after he bought it. Lu Gaoda was beating his chest and stomping his feet, utterly miserable. They all looked over at Qian Ziyong, who sat there calmly, his gaze vacant and unfocused. The two men's states were remarkably similar. The difference was that Lu Gaoda was losing money hand over fist, while Qian Ziyong was raking it in. Their stock trajectories were complete opposites. Li Yanwei, standing nearby, said to Lu Gaoda, "How about you sell? You don't have that much money in there. I can have the institution sell it off for you first. Stocks operate on AT1 basis, meaning you can only sell what you bought the next day. But the institution has its own shares, so you can borrow from them to achieve AT0 trade. However, this only works for small positions. For someone like Qian Ziyong with hundreds of millions in stock, even the institution wouldn't have that many shares to lend." Lu Gaoda shook his head. "No, I'm not selling. If I sell now, I've lost another 100,000. If I sell even with leverage, when would I ever make it back?" Lu Gaoda stared at the computer screen with bloodshot eyes, his expression resolute. Qian Ziyong and Sun Yuan shook their heads silently. This was a classic case of being trapped in a losing position, refusing to cut losses. Lose money, want to win it back. Get trapped, want to hold on forever, waiting for the stock to rebound. The day passed quickly, and both Lu Gaoda and Qian Ziyong remained in poor spirits. Because the liquor stock fell all day while the energy stock rose all day. The liquor stock dropped 4 points, costing Lu Gaoda a total of 16,000. The energy stock also rose 4 points, earning a total of 14.8 million. He made over 8.4 million of that. The rest was Qian Ziyong's. And so the day ended. Early the next morning, Lu Gaoda was at his computer by 5 studying the market. By the time the market opened, Lu Gaoda was sporting 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, his mental state a wreck. The market was about to open, but Qian Ziyong still hadn't shown up. Qian Ziyong and Sun Yuan exchanged a glance. "Should I go wake Brother Qian? He was probably up late thinking about that milk tea shop business," Qian Ziyong said. Sun Yuan shook his head. "I think Brother Qian knows what he's doing. Let him sleep a bit longer. If there's a big move in the stock, we can wake him up then." The others thought Sun Yuan made a valid point. The market opened and Qian Ziyong was absent. Li Yanwei took the main seat. "Manager Li, do you think my stock will recover today?" Lu Gaoda asked nervously. Li Yanwei chose his words carefully. "Manager Lu, you know as well as I do, no one can predict the stock market. It might recover, and it might not. Lu Gaoda, listening to you talk is a waste of a minute." Seeing the look on Lu Gaoda's face, Li Yanwei knew exactly what he was thinking. But what could he do? If he could predict the market, why would he be a trader? Wouldn't he just be rich himself? He had no idea if the stock would go up or down. Only the gods would know. No, wait, there might be one other person who knows Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong had only made 2 trades, but each one was a perfectly timed strike executed flawlessly. If it was luck, fine. But if it was skill, then Qian Ziyong was definitely the new stock market prodigy. Luck or skill? Impossible to tell. Truly impossible to tell. The market had opened, and everyone fell silent. Today's market was fierce, continuing yesterday's momentum with a vengeance. The liquor stock was plummeting like it had taken a strong laxative. The energy stock was surging like it had been injected with adrenaline. Within just 1 hour, the liquor stock had fallen 5 points. That meant 1 more point drop, and Lu Gaoda would be facing a forced liquidation. Once that happened, he would lose everything. Lu Gaoda was stunned by the fall, his hands trembling. Beneath his finger was the sell button. 1 click, and he could sell all his shares. Cut his losses. Or hold on. Just then the phone rang. Li Yanwei answered it. It was the brokerage firm. Manager Lu, they're asking if you want to add more capital. Li Yanwei asked. Adding capital meant putting more money in. If he didn't, and the stock dropped a bit more, the brokerage would forcibly liquidate Lu Gaoda's position. And no. I will. Lu Gaoda squeezed the words out from between his teeth. It wasn't that he didn't want to add capital. He didn't want to admit his losses. But he had no money left. Aside from the 1,000 for living expenses, he was truly broke. Raising quadruplets cost him 1,000 a month. Had hoped to make some money to supplement the household income, and now it was all over. With a crash, Lu Gaoda watched as the liquor stock dropped another point and his position was forcibly liquidated. Staring at the few thousand fragmented dollars left in his account, Lu Gaoda felt like crying, but had no tears. Everyone felt a pang of sympathy for him. Chen Jingfu let out a sigh. That's the stock market for you. He didn't know what words of comfort to offer, so he just patted Lu Gaoda on the shoulder, his gaze drifting to the energy stock on the screen. The energy stock was still surging, quickly reaching 6 points. Seeing such a significant rise, Chen Jingfu hurried off to wake Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong had actually been awake for a while, but he was reluctant to face reality, so had stayed hidden in his room. Hearing Chen Jingfu's knock, he opened the door and asked cautiously, did the stock go down? Seeing the smile on Chen Jingfu's face, Qian Ziyong's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Sure enough, Chen Jingfu shook his head and exclaimed excitedly, it's up. It's up 6 points. Qian Ziyong hurriedly ran out to the computer. As Qian Ziyong arrived, Li Yanwei immediately yielded the main seat. A single glance revealed the energy stock was a massive bullish candle, red as blood. Qian Ziyong looked to the side and saw Lu Gaoda in a terribly poor mental state. Had he not known it was due to stock losses, Lu Gaoda's appearance alone would have doctors rushing him to the ICU for at least 10 days. Lost it all, it's all over. Lu Gaoda raised his pallid face, startling Qian Ziyong. That complexion was as if he had bled out completely. Where did the blood go? It had flowed onto the bullish candle of his energy stock. Lu Gaoda stared fixedly at the energy stock, seeing the 6-point surge, his eyes brimming with regret about to spill over. If ID just held onto the energy stock, ID not only break even, but make hundreds of thousands. Why did I switch to liquor? Opt. At the thought of losing $1 million, tears streamed down Lu Gaoda's face. $1 million. Sob. Qian Ziyong had no time for Lu Gaoda. His stock was rising too fast. He too wanted to hold on, but seeing Lu Gaoda's misery filled him with trepidation. Managerly, sell it all. Qian Ziyong, ashen-faced, said weakly. All right. Li Yanwei was waiting for those very words. The moment he heard the order to sell, he began offloading. Qian Ziyong watched helplessly as money poured in, transaction after transaction. Resentment, anger, helplessness. In that moment, a torrent of complex emotions churned within him. Finally, everything was cleared out. Boss, we've made 10 points in total. Li Yanwei said excitedly. Yesterday and today combined 10 points. 10 points. Boss, you bought stocks worth 212 million. After fees, you've made 21.2 million. Even Li Yanwei was stunned by the figure. Over 21 million in just one day? Money couldn't be printed this fast. What about me? Chen Jingfu asked excitedly. Li Yanwei quickly looked at the computer and said enthusiastically, Boss, you invested 16 million with 10x leverage, totaling 160 million. That's a 10-point gain, which doubles your principal. You've made 16 million. Hearing head earned 16 million, Chen Jingfu laughed heartily and walked out exclaiming, that's fantastic. Invested 10 million, now it's 32 million. Brother Qian, thanks to you. Everyone looked at Qian Ziyong, but they found his eyes fixed intently on the liquor stocks, which were plummeting rapidly. Qian Ziyong hesitated. Liquor ruined Lu Gaoda. The downward momentum is fierce. It should keep falling. I've made over 33 million now. Once I lose all my profits, I'll stop immediately. Gritting his teeth, Qian Ziyong said, Managerly, check which liquor stock is falling the hardest. Li Yanwei immediately opened all the liquor constituent stocks, displaying them all. Boss, Maotai is down the most, already dropped 8 points. It's on track to hit the limit down. Once it hits the limit, there's no escape. Tomorrow it might open lower and hit the limit again. Li Yanwei said. A stock falling this relentlessly with an 8-point drop since morning likely indicated major company problems. Panic selling had caused this carnage. Everyone was avoiding this stock. Hearing that it could hit the limit down and possibly continue tomorrow, Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up. What was he waiting for? Before it hit the limit, he had to jump right in. If he'd known it would fall this hard, he shouldn't have sold yesterday. He should have stuck with liquor. Quick, buy this Meto stock for me. Is its market depth big? Qian Ziyong asked. Li Yanwei smiled and said, don't worry, boss. Meto has massive trading volume. Over 20 billion in turnover this morning alone. Even $1 billion can be absorbed easily. However, Li Yanwei cautioned, this stock is too risky. The risk-reward ratio is terrible. You could lose a fortune. Qian Ziyong waved his hand dismissively by it. He said emphatically, all in. Li Yanwei nodded, glancing at Chen Jingfu behind him. Before he could speak, Chen Jingfu said succinctly, 10 times leverage follows suit. Li Yanwei's body jolted, and he immediately began buying. 32 million with 10-fold leverage equaled 320 million. Combined with Qian Ziyong's 233 million, that was over 550 million in total. With so much money, it was fortunate they had 3 traders, or they'd never keep up. All 3 were highly professional, rapidly executing buy orders one by one. The massive influx of buy orders directly halted Meto's decline. They carefully continued buying, finally completing all transactions after an hour. The moment they finished buying, Meto's stock began to rise. Their buy orders totaling over $500 million seemed to restore market confidence in Meto and steady the nerves of investors looking to sell. Confidence returned and Meto's stock reversed its decline, surging vindicatively upward. Within just 15 minutes, it had recouped all its losses. It's rising, surging. Li Yanwei's eyes gleamed as he looked at Qian Ziyong in disbelief. Qian Ziyong also stared at Meto's stock in disbelief. What about the promised decline? What about the limit down? Why aren't you hitting the limit? How did it come back? And by so much? You can't toy with me like this. I'm a manager, Li, didn't you say it would hit the limit down? Why isn't it falling? Qian Ziyong demanded. Li Yanwei looked at Qian Ziyong with admiration, slapped himself, and said, Boss Qian, forgive my short-sightedness. I was blind to your greatness. Boss Qian's trading prowess has truly opened my eyes. Admirable. Admirable. My respects. Chen Jingfu also marveled. I initially thought you were just lucky, brother Qian, having guessed right twice. But this time buying a stock on the verge of limit down. You've shown me what it means to stay calm and confident in a crisis. I even advised you against stock trading before. Good thing you didn't listen to me. Otherwise, a brilliant new star in the stock market would have been strangled in its cradle by my words. Sun Yuan, standing nearby, said, What a pity I couldn't invest some money. It's not the money I care about, but missing out on such spectacular trading firsthand would haunt me for life. Li Yanwei said reverently, These past few days' trades are enough to brag about for a lifetime. I never believed in stock market wizards before, but now I realize it was just my own ignorance. Hearing the flattery around him, if Qian Ziyong's goal hadn't always been to lose money, he would have almost believed he was a stock god. Was there such a stock god? Wanting to lose money, but always winning. He should be called the leak god instead. Qian Ziyong took a deep breath, looking at the still strongly rising Meto stock, and closed his eyes in pain. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Qian Ziyong no longer had the courage to face the rise of Meto stock. You chat'll go back and take a nap. By the way, don't call me for lunch, or I have no appetite. Qian Ziyong stood up and fled as if escaping. He didn't want to face this cruel result. Seeing Qian Ziyong leave, the group exchanged glances. Sun Yuan exclaimed, as expected of brother Qian, he is so confident that he doesn't even need to look to know that Baijiu will keep rising. Chen Jingfu said, maybe brother Qian already knows the outcome. To him, stocks are like an open book, crystal clear. Everyone nodded. They couldn't help but believe. Once might be luck, twice might also be luck, but now it's 3 times. And each time he bought at the lowest point. Who with a few $100 million invested could easily make tens of millions just by luck. Now Chen Jingfu's money had already multiplied several times. It had only been 3 days. Could this be earned by luck? Anyway, Chen Jingfu had tens of millions of real money in hand. He absolutely could not believe it was luck. Since it wasn't luck, it must be strength. At noon, Qian Ziyong truly did not come out to eat. It was not until the afternoon that he dragged his weary body out. Has the stock fallen back? He asked cautiously, looking at the people at the table. He was truly afraid of hearing bad news again. No. Chen Jingfu laughed out loud. After dinner, we're planning to go sing karaoke. Brother Qian, you must do us the honor. Today you are the star. Qian Ziyong waved his hand. With the stock market making such gains, he felt it was an effort even to speak. How could he have the energy to go sing karaoke? You go ahead. There's a lot of business at the milk tea shop. Ooh, I need to communicate properly with manager Zhou. By the way, where is Lu Gaoda? Qian Ziyong asked. He was afraid Lu Gaoda might take things hard. After all, Lu Gaoda had lost $1 million. He was too young and impulsive. Sometimes Qian Ziyong wished he could slap himself twice. He was clearly making even more than Lu Gaoda, yet he had to suppress his own grief to care about Gaoda. Lu Gaoda, can you give me a break? He's gone back to Shenzhen saying he wants to run the milk tea shop well. Shen Jingfu said. Hearing this, Qian Ziyong's heart tightened. He must not be too hard-working. If the milk tea shop made money, how would he spend his several hundred million? No. He had to tell Lu Gaoda not to work too hard. He'll call him right now. You eat first. Having said that, Qian Ziyong took out his phone and immediately called Lu Gaoda. The call connected right away. Ziyong, what's up? I'm playing a game. Lu Gaoda's hurried voice came through. Indeed, his brother was reliable. He lost $1 million, yet he recovered so quickly. And he said he was going to run the milk tea shop, but he's playing games. So much for effort and hard work. They're lies. It's nothing. I just worried that you wouldn't eat well in Shenzhen. After all, there aren't even enough delivery men over there. Qian Ziyong said. Lu Gaoda laughed. Don't worry, he'll definitely eat well. Now I'm the company president. Even if there's no delivery, I can just ask an employee to bring me a meal. By the way, Ziyong, want to play a game together? We haven't played together in a long time. My Han Xian is really good now. Qian Ziyong. Lu Gaoda's Han Xian is good. That's a joke. Lu Gaoda's Han Xian farms gold from start to finish, just eating his teammates' money. He farms gold, but that's fine except he's useless. When his teammates team fight, he farms. When his teammates push towers, he farms. When his teammates are wiped out, he still farms. His gold is high, but he has no effect at all. No, that's not entirely true. At least he can drain his teammates' gold, making them collapse. Who can compare with Lu Gaoda's Han Xian when it comes to farming gold? Playing games with him is like fighting 4 against 6. If he could, he would kill Lu Gaoda's Han Xian. But unfortunately, he's still a teammate. And when his gold is high, it's easy for him to occasionally sneak a few assists and kills. And what about his teammates? They get killed trying to defend towers, get killed trying to clear waves. Because their gold is too low, they easily become kills for the enemy. After the game, Lu Gaoda has done nothing useful, yet he reports his teammates with poor stats. His teammates want to report him, but his gold is high and his stats look passable, so they'll never succeed in reporting him. It can be said that he is useless at everything but the best at sabotaging. Whenever Qian Ziyong thinks of Lu Gaoda's Han Xian, he becomes full of confidence in the milk tea shop. Lu Gaoda is the enemy's spy. With him as the CEO of the milk tea shop, how could it not lose money? The stock market had already crashed, and Qian Ziyong now placed all his hopes on the milk tea shop. Lu Gaoda was his lucky star. Qian Ziyong was just waiting for Lu Gaoda to bring the milk tea shop down. Thinking of this, he instructed, after you get to the company, just eat, drink, and have fun. Remember, don't tire yourself out. Remember, play more games, sleep more, and ride your bike more. In short, health comes first. It doesn't matter if the milk tea shop makes money or not. Lu Gaoda nodded heavily. Ziyong, you're so good to me. Hearing Lu Gaoda about to say something sentimental, Qian Ziyong quickly hung up. After the call, Qian Ziyong felt much better. Seeing that everyone was waiting for him, he also felt hungry and joined them in eating and drinking heartily. The next day, Qian Ziyong didn't check the stock market. As long as he hadn't sold the money he made wasn't his money, the stock would eventually fall. Qian Ziyong had been fooled several times before. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't be fooled. What if he sold the Baijiu stock and bought energy stocks only to have the energy stocks rise again? Then they would flatter him wildly again, praising him to the point of torture. Qian Ziyong now didn't want to see any of them. Every time they met, they called him a stock god. Wasn't that mocking him? He knew he wasn't good at stocks. He admitted it. He had self-awareness. But did they have to remind him all the time? They were really annoying. Qian Ziyong hadn't gone out for several days. He had become a recluse. He hid in his room all day playing games. Even for meals, he had the maid bring them to his room. He simply didn't want to see them. During these days, Sun Yuan and Chen Jingfu and the others wanted to see Qian Ziyong to discuss the stock market. But Qian Ziyong had locked himself in his room, so they didn't want to disturb him. After all, Qian Ziyong was too tired. Besides the stock market, he had to study the milk tea shop every day, working day and night in his room, forgetting to eat and sleep. They were shareholders of the milk tea shop, but they couldn't help at all feeling guilty. Especially Chen Jingfu. Qian Ziyong had helped him make money in stocks and helped him run the milk tea shop to profit, but he had nothing to give back in return, for which he felt deep remorse. On Friday evening, the group gathered in the dining hall to celebrate. The villa boasted 2 dining rooms, one on the ground floor and another in the basement. The basement dining room was vast, capable of seating 20 guests with room to spare. 6 people were present: Chen Jingfu, Sun Yuan, Ningshuang, and 3 traders. The table was laden with over 20 exquisite dishes specially ordered by Chen Jingfu from a hotel. The hotel chef had brought the ingredients and cookware, preparing the meal on the spot to ensure every course was fresh and flavorful. Sun Yuan sighed. The stock has hit its daily limit up for 3 consecutive days. It's a pity Brother Qian doesn't know about this. Sharing this joy without the one who made it possible feels somewhat incomplete. Chen Jingfu marveled. I never imagined money could double in a single day through stocks. It's nothing short of a fantasy. In just 3 days of 30 surge. I never thought I'd encounter such a phenomenal bull stock, let alone manage to get on board. Indeed, Chun continued. I wondered why Brother Qian carried such an aura of killing intent when buying stocks. It turns out his methods are incredibly ruthless. The profits from before were merely a test. The real move was in this final wave of trading. Though we can't share this triumphant news with Brother Qian directly, I believe he anticipated all this. It's only a matter of earning more or less. The others nodded in agreement. Before they had started trading stocks, they all believed Qian Ziyong couldn't possibly make money in the market. After they began trading, Qian Ziyong's first profit was dismissed as luck, for he seemed like easy prey, a typical retail investor. When he made money a second time, doubts crept in, and they began to suspect he might actually possess some skill. The third time, he bought Baijiu stocks on the verge of hitting the daily limit down, investing hundreds of millions at the lowest point. That move showcased his true prowess. Even more astonishing, after purchasing, he didn't even bother to check on it. His confident demeanor was like a modern-day Zhuge Liang, investing hundreds of millions and then not paying it any mind. What immense self-assurance. The title stock god was well-deserved. As the group marveled, Chun Jingfu produced a bottle of champagne. Tonight we drink until we drop. Everyone eat and drink to your heart's content. Chun Jingfu personally poured drinks for everyone. Previously, during meals, they had to restrain themselves from drinking too much, fearing it would affect their trading performance the next day. But today was Friday, the market was closed for the weekend, so they could indulge freely. A housekeeper was setting aside dishes for Qian Ziyong. Although he wasn't there to eat, he was the guest of honor tonight. They wouldn't touch their chopsticks until a portion was sent up to him first. Just then, Qian Ziyong descended the stairs. Brother Qian. Everyone rose to their feet. Qian Ziyong asked expectantly, did the stock lose money? Hearing this, Chun Jingfu laughed. Brother Qian, are you blaming us? It's my fault for initially advising you against trading. Your talent, calling you the stock god of our time, would not be an exaggeration. I was wrong to judge you by ordinary standards. A genius like you is inherently extraordinary and shouldn't be viewed as a common man. I've erred and I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Bring out that 52 proof Mount I. Only by downing 3 cups of strong liquor could he express his remorse. Me too. Sun Yuan chimed in. I also advised Brother Qian not to trade stocks. My insight was too shallow. I'll punish myself with 3 cups as well. A housekeeper hurried off to fetch the liquor. No. Qian Ziyong quickly intervened. He had only asked if the stock had fallen. How did that become blaming them? Judging by their expressions, the stock hadn't dropped, it had likely risen considerably. He only hoped the gains weren't too substantial, so there might still be a chance to recover his losses. This liquor is too expensive to waste like this. But his protest was too late. Chun Jingfu had already opened the bottle on the spot. Seeing the bottle uncorked, Qian Ziyong's heart ached. This bottle cost over 50,000 yuan. Just open like that. Qian Ziyong wished he could stuff the cork back in. Oh right, Chun Jingfu slapped his forehead. Silly me, I forgot someone gifted me a few cases of Mount I a while back. I don't really care for Baijiu, so I'll give those cases to you, brother. It's nothing much, just a small sum of 2 million. I hope you won't think little of it, Brother Qian. 2 million. Think little of it. Qian Ziyong saw Chun Jingfu about to punish himself with 3 cups, and immediately lunged forward. Brother, if anyone deserves punishment, it's me, the younger brother. How could I let you drink a penalty? I've been in a bad mood these past few days, so please bear with me. Let me drink this penalty instead. Qian Ziyong snatched the glass from Chun Jingfu's hand, and downed it in one gulp. Seeing that Qian Ziyong was offering to punish himself without a hint of resentment, Chun Jingfu remarked, capable yet humble. The stock surged 30 in 3 days, earning nearly 100 million. Yet he remains unfazed. His future is boundless. Hearing that the stock had risen 30, Qian Ziyong, who had just taken a gulp of liquor, felt tears streaming down his face. Nearly 100 million earned. 100 million. Good heavens. This wasn't just a rise, it was a frenzy. This Baijiu was incredibly potent. What's wrong, brother? Chun Jingfu saw Qian Ziyong's tears and became alarmed. Qian Ziyong waved his hand. It's nothing. The liquor is just too strong. It burns. Quick, have some food. Chun Jingfu hastily piled dishes onto Qian Ziyong's plate. After taking a bite, he felt much better. Bring out the drinks. Chun Jingfu instructed the housekeeper. Everyone scrambled to fetch beverages and a towel for Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong turned to Li Yanwei. Manager Li, could I take a look at how my stocks are doing? Li Yanwei immediately opened his laptop and logged into Qian Ziyong's account. Qian Ziyong dared not look at how much he had earned. He only saw a massive bullish candlestick and 2 horizontal lines indicating limit up at market open. In a trembling voice, he asked, what happened? There's reportedly a major positive development, possibly a restructuring. That's why it kept hitting the daily limit, Li Yanwei explained. Qian Ziyong could no longer focus on Li Yanwei's words. All he heard was major positive development, and his heart began to race faster and faster. Fortunately, Qian Ziyong had received the 2 million yuan worth of liquor from Chen Jingfu. Take profits and secure them. Take profits and secure them. There's still a long way to go. Even with gains, losses are possible. If I can just buy the shares of the milk tea shop at a high price, I can pour all the money into it. Qian Ziyong could only resort to an AQ mentality, consoling himself. At least he had gained 2 million, bringing him a small step closer to his 50 million yuan villa goal. After rationalizing it, his spirits lifted, and he joined the others in the meal. The dishes were delicious, and despite the others' relentless praise of his stock trading skills, which felt like rubbing salt in the wound, the atmosphere remained amicable, and the meal was quite enjoyable. In the following days, Qian Ziyong remained entangled in a relentless dilemma whether to sell the stocks or not. I can't sell. If I do, we'll profit. But if I don't, the stocks will eventually fall. Yes, stocks rise and fall. It's only natural. Someday they will drop. Qian Ziyong kept soothing himself inwardly. Now 2 voices clamored in his mind. One argued that the stocks would fall. The other countered, what if they never do? These conflicting voices plagued him, pounding against his skull until it ached. Finally, Monday arrived, and the stock market opened. Qian Ziyong stared fixedly at his computer screen. The moment trading began, the stocks surged upward. He hesitated repeatedly, debating whether to sell, but ultimately held back. It will surely fall back. Yet all he could do was watch helplessly as the stocks hit the daily trading limit. Another limit up. This stock must be insane. Seeing tens of thousands of lots locked at the limit, everyone except Qian Ziyong cheered. The stocks kept climbing, and Qian Ziyong's eyes reddened with frustration. His stubbornness flared in response to the stock's rise. He refused to believe that stocks could soar to the heavens. Go ahead, break through the computer screen if you can. He dug in his heels against this stock. He wouldn't sell. He simply wouldn't believe the stock could do anything more. Qian Ziyong was so furious, he felt like vomiting, his murderous aura thickening. Beside him, Li Yanwei couldn't help but shiver. In the dead of winter, who had turned on the air conditioner. Glancing over, he saw Qian Ziyong glaring at the computer, as if the stock were his mortal enemy. The murderous intent emanating from him was almost tangible, causing Li Yanwei's hair to stand on end. Just then the nanny escorted an unexpected visitor, Zhou Kaitian. Boss, him back. Zhou Kaitian exclaimed, rushing toward Qian Ziyong with excitement. Qian Ziyong calmed down and turned away from the stock screen. He swore he wouldn't sell until the stocks dropped. Manager Zhou, weren't you in Shenzhen? Why are you back? Qian Ziyong looked up at Zhou Kaitian, curiosity piqued. Boss, since you appointed Lu Gaodao as CEO, I had no position there, so I naturally returned to await orders, Zhou Kaitian explained. Hearing this, Qian Ziyong felt a pang of guilt. I was inconsiderate. You were doing a great job at the milk tea shop, but I thought Lu Gaodao was more suitable for the role. I replaced you without discussing it with you first. Only then did Qian Ziyong remember. He had never communicated with Zhou Kaitian about the change. Zhou Kaitian had worn himself out running all over for the milk tea shop. With a single word, Qian Ziyong had replaced him. He had treated Zhou Kaitian so unfairly. Boss, it's fine. Zhou Kaitian shook his head. I worked at the milk tea shop for a long time, and I realized I'm not really suited to be CEO. My abilities fall short. I had never been a CEO before. I underestimated the role. Now the company has over 6,000 employees, and I simply couldn't manage them all. That Lu Gaodao can take over is truly the best outcome. Zhou Kaitian sighed. He had always wanted to accomplish something significant. When Qian Ziyong entrusted him with the CEO position of the milk tea shop, it was a sign of trust. To prove himself and not let Qian Ziyong down, he rolled up his sleeves and worked relentlessly, exhausting himself day and night. But he realized he had been too naive. Many things don't yield good results just because you work hard. He lacked the necessary capability. Qian Ziyong had said they needed to open 600 stores in 10 days. He tried his best, but at most he could open 3 a day. He knew he couldn't complete the task assigned by Qian Ziyong, yet he still pushed himself, opening as many as he could. Later, Qian Ziyong found him an assistant deputy HR manager, Lu Feijia, a former experienced deliverman. With Lu Feijia's help, they easily selected the 600 store locations within 7 days. Lu Feijia also effortlessly recruited several thousand people. It was all thanks to the people Qian Ziyong had arranged for him that he could complete the task. As the CEO of the milk tea shop, he couldn't even share the burden with his boss. He needed the boss' help instead. He was utterly incompetent in this position. He went from store to store, only signing contracts. In essence, he was just a tool, playing a negligible role. The milk tea shop was an investment of several hundred million yuan, and he deeply felt his own inadequacy. The pressure was immense, robbing him of sleep every night. Fortunately, Qian Ziyong seemed to recognize his limitations and sent Lu Gaodao to take his place. Lu Gaodao had independently run a hot pot restaurant, so his abilities should be quite good. Since Qian Ziyong personally appointed him, he must be capable of managing the milk tea shop well. He breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Zhou Kaixin's words, Qian Ziyong was somewhat stunned. Zhou Kaitian had always done well. How could he be lacking in ability? But it didn't matter, since he said so. Qian Ziyong would go along with it. Manager Zhou, I won't allow you to speak of yourself that way. Heaven has endowed everyone with talents. How can you say you lack ability? In my eyes, your abilities far surpass Lu Gaoda's. Compared to Lu Gaoda, I hold you in much higher regard. Qian Ziyong patted Zhou Kaitian on the shoulder, speaking sincerely. Compared to Lu Gaoda, anyone would be a talent. Lu Gaoda was nothing but a slacker. Boss. Zhou Kaixin's eyes welled up with tears. You're so good to me. I used to be a swindler, but you always believed in me. Besides my mother, you're the one who trusts me the most in this world. Sometimes, even I don't trust myself. No one had ever genuinely trusted him. Most people looked down on him. But Qian Ziyong was different. He could see in Qian Ziyong's eyes an unreserved faith. Qian Ziyong smiled and nodded. Of course I trust you. Lu Gaoda is like a thorn in my side, always pricking my lungs. But you are different. You are my pillar of support, and I have great expectations for you. He truly trusted Zhou Kaitian. Qian Ziyong always believed that Zhou Kaitian was a swindler who simply hadn't unleashed his true potential. What he wanted was exactly Zhou Kaixin's talent for deception. How could he not trust him? Only Zhou Kaitian might have misunderstood, thinking Qian Ziyong trusted his ability to make money. Did Zhou Kaitian have any managerial or money-making skills? None at all. Boss, I feel my talent lies in public speaking. I want to go to Shenzhen to give speeches. Zhou Kaitian volunteered. With Qian Ziyong's trust in him, he absolutely couldn't let it down. Even though he could no longer be the CEO of the milk tea shop, he could shine in other areas. For instance, giving speeches. He had spent his whole life speaking, even if it was just deception before. But in truth, he loved this feeling. The sensation of standing on a stage with countless people listening to him. He believed this was his true talent. He would work hard and let his abilities shine. Qian Ziyong thought for a moment, then waved his hand. Go on, go on. But I must warn you beforehand, our milk tea shop will never go public. After all, his shop wasn't planning an IPO, so Zhou Kaitian could do whatever he wanted. Oh, and by the way, Zhou Kaixin's trip to Shenzhen for the speech. All his hotel, flight, and meal expenses could be reimbursed. Zhou Kaitian was heading to Shenzhen with a mission which was also for the sake of running the milk tea shop, so it naturally counted as official business. Official business could use the company's funds. By the way, when you go to Shenzhen, you represent our Bingmi milk tea shop. So you must stay at a 5-star hotel, and your meals must be top-notch. All of these will be reimbursed from the company's funds. Full reimbursement. Go on, I believe in you. Qian Ziyong said. Wanting Zhou Kaitian to spend more money, he added, don't be afraid of spending the one thing I, Qian Ziyong, am never short of his money. Look at my stocks, they've made me 100 million woo-woo. Mentioning 100 million made Qian Ziyong want to cry. It was too tragic. In less than 2 weeks, he had made 100 million. Zhou Kaitian could help him spend money, but with just one person spending it was like a drop in the bucket. Hearing Qian Ziyong tell him to spend freely and stay at 5-star hotels, Zhou Kaitian was deeply moved. What a great boss. But when he heard Qian Ziyong say head made 100 million in stocks, he was startled. 100 million. Made from stocks. If Qian Ziyong had said he made it from business, he wouldn't have doubted it at all. Qian Ziyong had that capability. But from stocks? Can stocks actually make money? Isn't that even less reliable than his own tricks? In his eyes, stocks were a trap. Whoever entered would lose money. Yet Qian Ziyong had actually made money. And 100 million. Truly. Unbelievable. All he could say was he was indeed his boss. Boss, you're amazing. Zhou Kaitian exclaimed in awe. Qian Ziyong shook his head with a wry smile. I'm never touching that stuff again. The damage is too great. Hearing Qian Ziyong say he didn't want to touch stocks anymore, Sun Yuan and Shun Jingfu beside him were greatly alarmed. Brother Qian, your stock skills are so high, isn't making money in stocks easy for you? How can you give up? Shun Jingfu said nervously. If Qian Ziyong stopped trading stocks, how could he make money in the stock market? By relying on himself. Wouldn't that just be giving money away? Qian Ziyong said firmly. Qian Ziyong will absolutely never speculate in stocks again. If I do, him a dog. You don't need to persuade me. Stocks are not the right path after all. I'd rather focus on real business. That's what I'm truly good at. Qian Ziyong felt he wasn't really good at business either. He had lost money for so long and had never once lost successfully. But at least it was more reliable than stocks. With real business, he could at least understand how he made or lost money. But with stocks, they'd hit the daily limit up or down out of nowhere. And he wouldn't even know why. It was like dying without knowing the cause. After this was over, he would never touch stocks again. Indeed, investing carries risks. Entering the market requires caution. That saying was absolutely right. If only he had heeded it sooner. Shun Jingfu, hearing Qian Ziyong talk about going into real business, found it hard to continue persuading him. Sun Yuan strongly approved of Qian Ziyong's choice and nodded appreciatively. Real business strengthens the nation. Qian Ziyong, I rarely admire people in my life, but you made a fortune in stocks, and yet haven't forgotten your roots. That's something I never expected. Facing such immense wealth, you can still maintain your original aspirations. I Sun Yuan admire you. Although he couldn't be such an ambitious person himself, he admired those who were. Ambition knows no age. Qian Ziyong was young but possessed such awareness, and he respected him from the bottom of his heart. Qian Ziyong was speechless. The money he made belonged to the system. He could only exploit the system by losing money. Of course he had that awareness. If the money he made were his own, then anyone who tried to stop him from trading stocks would be his mortal enemy. Enough. Qian Ziyong waved his hands repeatedly. If you keep praising me like this, you'll be praised to death. Alright, the stock has hit its daily limit today, and I doubt there'll be much change next. You guys chat, I'll head back first to brainstorm ideas for the milk tea shop. With that, Qian Ziyong made his escape. These two old brothers were great, in every way except for their love of hitting the nail on the head. If he stayed any longer, and let them heap praise on him, he'd probably start thinking he'd save the earth. Both were billionaires, so why did they keep praising him so relentlessly? Time flew by, and soon it was Friday. Everyone was in the dedicated office, staring unblinkingly at the stocks on their computers. Qian Ziyong was starting to question his life. In 1 week, this Meto stock had hit its daily limit 3 times, and with today's gains it had risen another 40. This was just absurd. Since he had bought the liquor stock, it had risen a total of 70, almost doubling. Wasn't this kind of increase illegal? Chen Jingfu was ecstatic, talking every day about taking him out for a big meal. But how could he be in the mood? Qian Ziyong now seriously suspected that this Meto stock might just soar to the heavens. It was Friday afternoon, and Qian Ziyong decided to stop resisting. He had been completely worn down by the stock's relentless rise. He conceded defeat. Just like Lu Gaoda, he accepted his fate. But selling now felt extremely unwilling. At least come back a little so I can sell. Why is it so hard for it to drop even a bit? Qian Ziyong just watched as it kept climbing. And then in the blink of an eye, trading hours were over. Time flies. He'll sell on Monday. Qian Ziyong thought to himself. He couldn't delay any longer. If he did, the stock might truly double. Just as he was thinking, Li Yanwei beside him suddenly spotted a piece of news and exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, great news, Meto stock has been suspended. This suspension is a major positive. Our stock might skyrocket." Qian Ziyong was bewildered. As a complete novice in the stock market, he had no idea what a suspension meant. What does suspension mean? Qian Ziyong asked. Li Yanwei explained excitedly. Suspension literally means trading is temporarily halted until trading resumes. This is a suspension due to major positive news. Usually after resumption, there will be consecutive limit-ups. Boss, we're going to be rich. We're rich. Qian Ziyong's face turned pale instantly. Chen Jingfu was overjoyed. This is fantastic news. Today, any high-end restaurant in Wushi is on the menu. Today we drink until we drop. All expenses are on me. Everyone looked at the protagonist of the occasion, Qian Ziyong. It was Qian Ziyong's brilliant moves that had made Chen Jingfu a fortune. Everyone knew that Chen Jingfu was hosting this meal today to thank Qian Ziyong. But they noticed that Qian Ziyong's expression was terrible, his face turning pale and ashen. Suspension. Qian Ziyong was trembling all over. A suspension meant no trading, which meant his over 300 million in cash was locked up in the stock. Then when the system settled, he would have directly made a profit. How could he possibly exploit the system then? Meto stock, I have an irreconcilable hatred with you.